transmigrating into the role of the second Hokage. I am the sole offspring of Senju Tobirama. However, devoid of any innate talent for ninjutsu, I find myself unable to cultivate my skills. Despite my father's numerous attempts to remedy this, I remain the least accomplished member of the Senju clan. Thus, I have spent my days languishing at home, largely unnoticed by the world, as no one is aware of the existence of the second Hokage's illegitimate son. I had resigned myself to a life of anonymity, until one fateful day when my father, Tobirama, established the Ninja Academy and commenced the enrollment of its inaugural class. To my astonishment, among the successful candidates, I discovered my childhood sweetheart from my previous life. She, too, had traversed dimensions and had become the arch-nemesis of my father, a member of the Uchiha clan. Gazing upon her familiar, endearing visage, I made an impulsive decision that defied my ancestral lineage. That moment, as the students below celebrated their acceptance, a sudden voice drew the crowd's attention. "Wait, I haven't participated in the entrance examination." A silver-haired youth pushed through the throng, standing before the 38 successful candidates. Meanwhile, on a nearby high-rise, Hashirama observed the silver-haired boy below, his gaze flickering between Tobirama and me, harboring a rather unfriendly suspicion. "Tobirama, when did you have a younger brother?" His tone was filled with nuance, as he appeared perplexed. Tobirama, caught off guard by his elder brother's revelation, narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. As the second Hokage, he would certainly not engage in nepotism. Thus, under Hashirama's bewildered scrutiny, he made his way to the arena, where I was engaged in discussion with my mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What are you discussing?" Tobirama inquired with an air of indifference. "Lord Hokage, this individual wishes to participate in the examination, but I informed him that it is already concluded," Hiruzen reported as he acknowledged the arrival of the second Hokage. Upon hearing this, Tobirama's gaze fixated on me, yet his expression remained as unyielding as cold steel, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Regrettably, you have arrived too late. The examination has concluded. Should you wish to join the Ninja Academy, you may await the next year's assessment." However, sensing the oppressive aura radiating from my father, I maintained a stoic demeanor. It had been a considerable time since I last conversed with this stern figure, and I had not anticipated that my return would bring such pressure. "Lord Hokage, I implore you for a chance. I wish to grow swiftly and serve the village. In order to spend more time with my beloved, I found myself uttering insincere words. Yet, Tobirama merely shook his head, denying my request. "Since you are late, you must face the consequences of your tardiness." Unexpectedly, the swordsmith, who had accompanied me, could no longer remain silent. "Tobirama, that is rather unreasonable. This young man is only seeking to contribute to the village. I am willing to grant him an opportunity." As the crowd witnessed the presence of the first Hokage at the examination, excitement rippled through the onlookers, fueled by the unfolding drama between Tobirama, Hashirama, and the eager participants. Feijian realized that further refusal would not be a wise choice. Thus, he made an exception this time, allowing me to engage in combat with the students who had already become ninjas in order to prove my strength. He turned to face the 38 ninja students behind him and asked, "Is there anyone willing to spar with this ninja?" To his surprise, Yuan Firijan stepped forward eagerly, proclaiming, "Teacher, I volunteer." Meanwhile, the prestigious Tens was still hesitating, but without delay, Rijan decisively spoke up. Feeling a twinge of regret within, he vowed to seize the opportunity before this fellow next time. Upon witnessing his beloved disciple, Rijan stepped forward. Feijian nodded. He believed he understood his son's character well, one who would rather lie down than stand, and joining the Ninja Academy was certainly not in his nature. Little did he know that the prowess I was about to display would leave him utterly astounded soon, as the crowd began to disperse. Even my fiancée, Uchiha Shinsui, who had just arrived, cast a lingering glance at me in the center of the arena. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the boy, but the striking silver short hair dispelled her thoughts. Whispers circulated among the audience. Many believed I stood no chance against Sarutobi Hiruzen, a young prodigy capable of taking on 5 opponents without faltering. Beside him, Tens was somewhat disdainful, thinking I could easily overpower that kid too. He felt he was no less capable than Sarutobi Hiruzen, as both sides prepared for battle. I stole a glance at Senju Tobirama nearby. Noticing his impassive expression, it seemed he was indifferent to the outcome of the fight, perhaps already viewing me as the loser. Then the battle commenced. "You better be careful," Sarutobi Hiruzen warned, swiftly creating distance. Once I was ready, he unleashed a flurry of shuriken, effectively locking down the space around me. It must be said, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite the agreeable individual during his youth, which explains why he would later be recognized by Feijin as the next Hokage. However, as the shuriken provided cover, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals, invoking fire release. Fireball technique, but he spewed forth a sizable fireball, and his adept combat skills intensified the pressure on me, who had little experience in battle. I immediately rolled to the left to evade, successfully dodging the fireball, but those swiftly approaching shuriken still grazed my body, leaving some cuts. Is this what true combat feels like? It seems I must take this seriously. My expression grew grave, aware that I lacked any external advantages, and the probability of defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite low, especially since he had yet to utilize his untyped chakra. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's curious gaze, I began to remove my clothing, a gesture that instantly sparked a flurry of discussions among the spectators. What does that boy think he's doing? They murmured. Is he attempting to seduce Sarutobi Hiruzen? How ridiculous he must be stalling for time. After all, Yuan Hiruzen would not take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. However, witnessing this scene, Danzo could no longer contain himself. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? Quickly eliminate that boy. He failed to comprehend the nature of my existence. What significance would it hold to enroll in the ninja academy? Yet, it seemed that only Hashirama in the audience had discerned something, a faint smile gracing his lips. Isn't it true, Faye? It appears your son is not as incapable as you claimed. Although Faye had also noticed, he did not exhibit any signs of joy. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, Yuan Fury inquired of the ancient tomb, "What are you planning to do?" However, before he could complete his sentence, he witnessed the immense weight of my attire crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar as I released my grip. The very arena trembled from the impact. Yuan Fury's expression shifted to one of astonishment. And no wonder I had appeared to struggle earlier. It turned out I bore such burdensome weights. It seemed we would be acquiring yet another classmate. Turning to Xiaochun, I observed the silver-haired youth on the stage, his body adorned with medicinal ointments and angular muscles, a testament to the trials I had endured over the years that ate tea. That moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the fire release, grand fireball technique, a secret fire jutsu passed down through generations of the Sarutobi clan. Although the flames roared fiercely, they posed no threat to me. I felt as light as a feather, effortlessly leaping to the edge of the arena. How extraordinarily formidable, I noted as I glanced at the flames that consumed nearly a third of the stage. Yet, I could not afford to be distracted. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words faded, several shuriken pierced through the flames, coming at me from unexpected angles. Should I fail to evade them, I risked immediate elimination. However, regrettably for him, the same tactic had already prepared me with a countermeasure. I stomped down fiercely on the ground, causing it to shatter and debris to fly as I executed a series of precise flying kicks, effortlessly intercepting the airborne shuriken. Moreover, utilizing the debris as cover, I swiftly advanced towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this taijutsu? Indeed, it is remarkably swift. Hiruzen chose not to evade, engaging me in a contest of physical prowess. Yet, as the exchanges continued, it became evident that my mastery of taijutsu was beginning to suppress Hiruzen's efforts. Just as we reached a stalemate, Faye, perched atop the platform, suddenly admonished Hiruzen. "What are you doing? Focus." This remark caused Hiruzen's hand, clutching a kunai, to tremble slightly, revealing that he had been discovered. Hiruzen realized that his leniency had drawn Faye's discontent, prompting him to distance himself. Water release, water pillar, lightning release, lightning surge. As I beheld the incoming water and lightning combination technique, I swiftly positioned myself at the edge of the arena, initially believing I had evaded the onslaught. Yet, the water pillar, seemingly homed in on me, struck with unwavering precision under Hiruzen's chakra control, delivering a crushing blow. The ensuing surge of electricity left me momentarily paralyzed. Once the assault concluded, I found myself kneeling on one knee, as if the very core of my being had been shaken. Will you concede? Sarutobi Hizashi, aware that his attack had rendered his opponent incapacitated, anticipated the conclusion of the conflict with the sealing of the reconciliation. Mark. However, he was taken aback when I, gritting my teeth, staggered to my feet, resolutely refusing to concede defeat unless I was rendered unconscious. After all, I was cognizant that I still possessed a glimmer of hope. I understood precisely where my opportunity for a comeback lay. Before Sarutobi Hizashi could launch another assault, the aloof voice of Feijian rang out from the audience, issuing a cold admonition. Cease, Gumu. You have already lost. The icy glint in Feijian's eyes emanated an unspoken pressure that even caught the swordsmith off guard. It was unexpected for Feijian to exert such an aura against his own son. Yet, despite the immense weight pressing down upon me, I steadfastly maintained my position on the stage, gritting my teeth against the oppressive force. This unexpected display of tenacity intrigued the swordsmith. He pondered what had prompted this sudden change in my demeanor. Was there an unforeseen event that I was privy to? I understood that my father, Feijian, wished to shield me from joining the ninja academy, ostensibly for my protection. After all, in the absence of revealed talent for ninjutsu, the weak often led a more secure existence. However, that was a notion I could no longer entertain. I would not permit anyone in this world to inflict harm upon him. With this thought, I turned my gaze toward the distant crowd, where Uchiha Shinsui appeared somewhat timid. Perhaps it was my disheveled appearance or the ferocity etched upon my countenance that evoked such a reaction. Observing Uchiha Shinsui, my emotional points for surprise surged by 100, while fear added another 200. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first emotional point harvest, rewarded with a tenfold draw, promising exceptional rewards. The system's notification warmed my heart indeed. It was my little girlfriend who had proven to be an invaluable support. Not long after the commencement of the Ninja Academy, while I had been languishing at home, I was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a virtual screen announcing the detection of my fiancée being taken by a large vehicle, now traversing into the Uchiha clan as a student of the ninja school. Consequently, the emotional system activated, its conditions met. All I needed to do was impact Uchiha Shinsui's emotional state without revealing my true identity, and in doing so, I could amplify my emotional points. Armed with this knowledge, I ventured to observe the Ninja Academy, where I indeed discovered my little girlfriend concealed within S. I beheld the 8 thank you for your patronage rewards drawn by the system. My vision momentarily darkened. However, the subsequent 2 rewards left me exhilarated, my eyes widening in disbelief. Congratulations to the host for mastering the art of the frenzied blade draw in 4. Acquiring the Shrank Space Ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. Think I had obtained the Flying Thunder God. With memories flooding my mind and calluses forming on my palms, the aura surrounding me transformed instantaneously. This sudden turn of events astonished Feijian, causing the oppressive force he wielded to dissipate. Did this young man possess an ace up his sleeve? Realizing this, Feijian decided it was time for Hizashi to confront the harsh realities. Thus, he sternly addressed Hizashi, "You, boy, do not grant me any leeway." "Understood, master." Sarutobi Hizashi bowed his head, feeling a mix of shame and frustration. Had I known, I would have sent that individual flying, that I did not anticipate my own audacity. Even the esteemed Hokage dared to confront him. He resolved to swiftly eliminate me, yet I was unprepared for battle. Instead, I sauntered to the opposite side of the arena, disregarding the murmurs below, and gazed into the crowd, spotting a girl with long, straight black hair, seemingly fearful of her own presence. Uchiha Shinsui pointed to himself, bewildered, as if to ask, "Are you calling me?" His expression was somewhat foolish, suggesting he had not fully grasped the situation. The onlookers promptly scattered at the sound of his voice. After all, who would dare associate with someone bold enough to challenge the Hokage? Naturally, if not you, whom else would I call upon? "May I borrow the long sword upon your back?" I inquired, crouching at the edge of the arena with a slight smile. This girl remained as oblivious as in my past life. Upon witnessing my earnest grin, Uchiha Shinsui appeared momentarily taken aback, as if a forgotten memory had resurfaced in his mind. Our first encounter in my previous life had also featured a loud greeting when he borrowed a pencil during an examination, leaving him in an equally awkward predicament. Not willing to lend it? Then I shall seize it. As I interrupted him, I could sense his response, a faint smile gracing his lips, likely recalling a pleasant memory. However, upon receiving the dark long sword he tossed my way, an overwhelming surge of emotion coursed through me, reminiscent of an old swordsman who had not wielded a blade for a decade. I then placed the long sword at my waist and slightly crouched, slowly closing my eyes under the astonished gaze of the surrounding crowd. What does this mean? Surely, it signifies surrender. Yet, it is understandable, considering the formidable opponent I face. Listening to the surrounding evaluations, Uchiha Shinsui glanced at the arena, anticipation flickering in his gaze for the outcome of the impending battle. After all, I wielded his treasure blade, and he secretly hoped for my victory. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama observed my reaction, a smile playing upon his lips. How intriguing, he mused. Your son possesses quite the spirit. Even Tobirama had a somewhat stiff expression. For the first time, he found it hard to understand his son. Both of them had noticed that the ancient tree on stage seemed to have closed its eyes, appearing to give up. In reality, its gradually crouching body felt even more dangerous. It could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Was he giving up one of his 5 senses to enhance the abilities of the other 4? This kind of determination didn't seem typical of a young man. Tobirama nodded. It seems that the Sarutobi kid you have high hopes for might not necessarily win. Big brother, don't say that. Hiruzen is not limited to this, Tobirama pouted, glancing at the somewhat pretentious ancient tree. Besides, that brat shouldn't have much actual combat experience. Huh, Hashirama laughed heartily, not exposing his proud younger brother. This guy just couldn't lower his face. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a poor relationship with his son. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the ancient tree, which not only did not attack, but also closed its eyes, feeling a bit at a loss. He couldn't pull off any sneak attacks. After turning to meet Tobirama's cold gaze from below the stage, Hiruzen realized that this was not the time for hesitation. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. After quickly forming hand seals, Hiruzen began to increase his intensity, using a high-level ninjutsu. Boom! A huge burst of flames, like a fire dragon, roared through the air, striking towards the ancient tree under the watchful eyes of those around. The fierce heat even caused the space to warp. Some ninjas, even from below the stage, still felt a wave of heat hitting them. Facing the roar of the fire dragon, the ancient tree, with its eyes closed, took a deep breath, as if trying to expel the impurities obstructing its body. Fully focused, it prepared for this furious strike. A white aura, like swirling smoke, began to spread from the corners of the ancient tree's mouth. Everyone could see that the ancient tree's robes moved without wind, as if some terrifying force was about to awaken. Crack! The sound of a long knife being unsheathed was not loud, but it resonated in everyone's hearts. Swish! Immediately, the fire dragon that approached the ancient tree seemed to be cut by an invisible slash, instantly disappearing. Upon seeing his fire dragon vanish in an instant, Hiruzen immediately dodged to the side. He saw that the position he originally aimed for had already appeared a sword mark, as if it had been slain by wind. Is this a combination of wind release and swordsmanship? Hiruzen had a bit of cold sweat on his forehead. If it weren't for his rich combat experience, that strike might have caused him to lose the battle instantly. In the flames, a boy wielding a knife quickly charged in. The ancient tree knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was best at ninjutsu. It naturally couldn't give Hiruzen a chance to form hand seals. Unfortunately, the most important and powerful aspect of the sword drawing technique is the first strike. If the first strike does not kill the enemy, subsequent attacks will be very weak. Hiruzen seemed to realize this, deliberately allowing himself to be knocked away by the ancient tree. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the brief moment in the air, Hiruzen successfully formed the hand seals. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. Lightning style, Lightning Strike. What? On the sidelines, Danzo watched as Hiruzen summoned clones that actually had self-awareness to form hand seals. He realized that this was not a simple clone technique, but the shadow clone jutsu developed by the Second Hokage. He understood that this detestable Hiruzen must have received special training from the Second Hokage. The earth flow wall sealed off the retreat, and the lightning style spread across the ground. Once the ancient tree was bound by the lightning style, it would be subject to a combined ninjutsu attack from Sarutobi Hiruzen and his clones. The outcome seemed already determined. Alas, it seems to be over. Regardless, that kid is qualified to enter the Ninja Academy. Second brother, don't cause trouble later. I'll take care of that person. All right, big brother, you're right. Tobirama's expression was helpless. Let him enroll. He really hadn't properly educated this brat. He thought the ancient tree had been slacking off all these years, but unexpectedly, it had something big in store. Even Hashirama felt the battle was over, and naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen was ready to unleash a fire and earth combined ninjutsu with his clones. Sorry, but it's over, Hiruzen declared, as a massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth. Swish! Before Hiruzen could react, he suddenly felt the connection with his clone vanish in an instant. Flying Raijin slash, accompanied by Hiruzen's shadow clone. The kunai thrown by the ancient tree drew his attention. Just as he thought he had dodged the kunai attack, the ancient tree vanished, and swiftly struck Hiruzen's clone. Bang! The shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen, suffering a fatal blow, turned into smoke and disappeared. The ancient tree not only avoided a losing situation, but also successfully counterattacked Hiruzen's shadow clone. Although it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still standing on stage, he had actually lost, because if that flying Raijin slash had been aimed at his real body, he would either be dead or severely injured now. Hiruzen seemed to understand this, his expression somewhat dejected. I lost. What happened? That freak of a ninjutsu actually lost? No way. What just happened? How did the battle end in the blink of an eye? I must have misjudged. This ancient tree is even more abnormal than Sarutobi Hiruzen. All right. Both of you are so abnormal. Should I leave? Danzo listened to some evaluations around him, his expression somewhat grim. Damn it, at this rate. He would have one more competitor. He actually won? Uchiha Shinsui blinked, not expecting the result to be so surprising. On the other side of the stage, Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's lost battle, somewhat taken aback. This kid actually managed to use S-rank space-time ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Hashirama turned to look at Tobirama beside him, revealing a smile of satisfaction. He initially thought that Tobirama and the ancient tree had a poor relationship, but it seemed he was wrong. His younger brother had clearly passed on all his best skills. Cough, big brother. Senju Tobirama felt a bit awkward under the gaze, suppressing his surprise. As the developer, he certainly knew the difficulty of the flying Raijin. However, he was more concerned about where the ancient tree had learned this ninjutsu. This kid couldn't have secretly snuck in a ninjutsu library, right? Chapter 5. The T's Second Hokage Senju Tobirama dispelled his inner doubts and appeared on the arena. Sorry, Sensei, I lost, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he approached Senju Tobirama. It's all right. Failure is something everyone must experience in life. This will be a valuable combat experience for you. You should be thankful that this failure didn't happen on the battlefield. Tobirama comforted Hiruzen. Gumu, you are now qualified to join the Ninja Academy. And you're the 39th student of the academy. Come to class tomorrow morning at 8, he continued. Okay, Hokage-sama, Gumu replied expressionlessly before leaving straight away. Watching his talented son leave without giving him a good expression, Tobirama couldn't help but pout. This brat? Is he still sulking? However, when Tobirama noticed that his son was heading in the direction of a Uchiha girl, his brows furrowed slightly. Thank you for your long knife. My name is Gumu. What's your name? Gumu looked around as people parted to make way for him, and he approached the girl with long black hair. Uchiha Shizuka, she replied. Seemingly aware of Gumu's intense gaze, she turned her head slightly and nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She didn't meet his gaze because there was always a feeling that she would be swallowed by Gumu. Uchiha Shizuka feels panic. Emotion points 200 cough. The weather is nice today. Would you like to grab a meal? It's on me, as a thank you for your long knife. Without it, I might not have one, Gumu said with a calm smile. He knew that his gaze had been a bit over the line, but what could he do? After all, his little girlfriend was just as cute when she was younger. He really wanted to take a bite. Uchiha Shizuka wasn't wrong. Gumu did want to devour her. Forget it. It's just a small thing. I'll take my leave, she thought, feeling a bit fearful. She left with her long knife in hand, looking somewhat dejected. Uchiha Shizuka feels fear. Emotion points 200. Current emotion points 500. Gumu listened to the system's prompt and helplessly rubbed his forehead. This girl was still afraid of him. Back in his lonely residence, although it looked large, there were only Gumu and Senju Ayaka, who had been taking care of him. Young master, your performance today was truly unexpected. When did your swordsmanship become so impressive? Ayaka asked excitedly upon his return home. Who knows? Maybe I'm just a natural swordsmanship genius. Gumu replied, squatting on a stone in the courtyard and starting to strap on weighted iron blocks. He clearly noticed that the limit of strength he could endure had increased by a third. Looks like I need to take full advantage of my little girlfriend, he thought. A genius? Ayaka murmured, recalling how the young master had been secretly training hard over the years. There was no such thing as a genius. It was just the result of day after day of effort. Some people always want to attribute others' hard work to talent. Only the so-called genius knows how hard it has been for them over the years. Before Ayaka could reminisce further, she suddenly looked towards the courtyard wall, her expression changing. Wait, young master, someone is coming. Ayaka quickly positioned herself in front of Gumu. Not bad, Ayaka. Your perception skills haven't declined. Tobirama's familiar voice came from behind. Ayaka turned in shock. Hokage-sama, what are you doing here? She remembered correctly. Tobirama hadn't returned here in half a year. Cough. Since taking over as Hokage, I have too many things to handle. Tobirama cleared his throat and immediately turned to Gumu with a question. Where did you learn your flying thunder god technique? This aligned well with his decisive personality. Father, what a coincidence. You busy, man? You still have time to come home? Gumu teased, causing Tobirama's mouth to twitch. This brat completely disregarded him. However, Flying Thunder God was a nice name. From now on, this ninjutsu would be called Flying Thunder God. Gumu lay back on the stone, hands behind his head, legs crossed, looking nonchalant. What do you mean? Flying Thunder God? Did you steal it? Tobirama stared at Gumu, unknowingly starting to test his character. Steal? Father, how can you say such hurtful words? Do you think I'm someone who would steal? Gumu's serious demeanor made Tobirama ponder. He indeed didn't seem like he was lying. I obtained it through legitimate means. You brat, are you trying to provoke me? Tobirama realized this guy was joking. Provoke you? I really did take it. Did you really go to the ninja library? Gumu's seriousness made Tobirama's gaze sharpen as he began to think about how to punish this brat later. Father, what ninja library? I obtained it through my own brain's talent. Gumu pointed to his forehead, revealing a rather joyful smile. It was only at this moment that Senju Tobirama realized he had been played by this rebellious son. Without saying a word, once he got the answer he wanted, Tobirama instantly left. Young master, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Did Hokage-sama get angry? Ayaka asked. Angry? That old man wouldn't be that boring. Gumu shook his head slightly. He knew that the old man would definitely punish him if he found out he had stolen the technique. The reason he came was that there was no evidence. Unfortunately, he hadn't stolen this ninjutsu at all. The next day, Gumu woke up early. Seeing that Ayaka had already prepared his student uniform, he sighed. Sister Ayaka, didn't I say I could handle this myself? If it were before, he wouldn't have minded, but now it was different. His little girlfriend was coming. That little fool was quite the jealous type. You young master, what are you shy about? I raise you single-handedly, Ayaka giggled, covering her mouth. She had helped him bathe when he was little. You think I would be shy? As Gumu stepped out to start school, he truly didn't expect that even in this new world, he couldn't escape the fate of attending classes. On the way, many ninjas saw Gumu and began to distance themselves from him, not intending to have anything to do with him. There was no helping it. Gumu was too fierce, even daring to confront Hokage-sama directly. Your name is Gumu, right? A woman's voice came from behind him. Who are you? Gumu turned around and saw a girl with short brown hair, looking like a neighbor's little sister. Hello, I'm T-Rin-K Haru. We'll be classmates from now on. Please take care of me, she said. Yes, please take care of me too. Hey, you were amazing yesterday, even beating Sarutobi Hiruzen. You should know that guy is a ninjutsu freak, T-Rin-K Haru said, her hand behind her back, looking curious. She was sure she hadn't seen Gumu before. How did such a genius only show up now? Was this what they called accumulation, the so-called 10 years to sharpen a sword? Just luck. So humble. Do you know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest among our generation? You managed to. Hey, I haven't finished my sentence yet. T-Rin-K Haru watched as Gumu suddenly accelerated, running like a wolf chasing a little lamb. The target seems to be a girl with long black straight hair walking alone on the road, and the fan mark on her back has already confirmed her identity. A member of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 6. Sure enough, he is my son. The evil Uchiha brat must be punished. It's been a while, hasn't it? What a coincidence, Shizuka. The voice of Komoku startled Uchiha Shizuka, who was lost in thought. You. Good morning, Komoku. Since Uchiha Shizuka didn't understand the worldview of the Hokage, she didn't realize that calling each other by their names was a very intimate act. Uchiha Shizuka feels fear. Harvesting 100 emotion points, current emotion points, 600. Seeing Uchiha Shizuka subtly distance herself from him, Komoku didn't push the issue. Shizuka, you seem to be quite afraid of me? A sly smile appeared on Komoku's face. No, it's just that I'm not used to being around people. Uchiha Shizuka said somewhat timidly. This girl really is not good at communicating with others. Besides, Komoku, there were others with long knives yesterday. Why did you choose me? Uchiha Shizuka asked curiously. In this dangerous world, Uchiha Shizuka could only make herself appear relatively normal. At the very least, she couldn't let this dangerous guy beside her target her. Maybe you're cuter? Cuter? Komoku, don't joke around. A genius like you shouldn't be interested in an ordinary person like me, right? Uchiha Shizuka immediately waved her hands. But when she thought that she might have already caught Komoku's attention, she couldn't help but shiver. Uchiha Shizuka feels scared, harvesting 100 emotion points. Current 700. Her father in this world died on the battlefield, and only her mother remained at home. According to her memories, they were just an ordinary single-parent family. Well, you're quite right. That actually, yeah. Uchiha Shizuka initially wanted to say that she had someone she liked to dissuade Komoku from having thoughts about her. But Komoku's response left her momentarily stunned. "Let's go, it's time for class." Komoku smiled slightly and led Uchiha Shizuka into the classroom. The desks in the classroom were long tables that could accommodate 4 in the middle and 2 on each side. About half of the students were already in place, as this was a class taught by the Second Hokage himself. These ninjas were naturally very eager. When they saw Komoku, who had taken the spotlight yesterday, enter the classroom, the murmurs around them immediately quieted down a bit. "He is here. That kid is here. He looks quite handsome. How come I didn't notice before? It seems we have another mountain to climb." Ignoring the discussions around him, Komoku found his seat with his name on it. It was actually in the very front row, right in the middle. Turning around, Komoku began searching for his little girlfriend, clearly noticing that Uchiha Shizuka had deliberately curled up a bit due to his gaze, looking rather silly. However, his little girlfriend was sitting a bit further back, in the second-to-last row by the window on the right. Who arranged this seating? Komoku cursed inwardly. When the people around saw Komoku get up, they immediately tensed up. "Komoku? Where are you going? It's almost time for class." Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately reminded him. "Just handling some things." Komoku replied simply, walking towards the back of the classroom. People passing by quickly lowered their heads, fearing that Komoku would target them. Uchiha Shizuka felt the same, as she had only learned from her mother last night what the Hokage was, equivalent to the most powerful person in a village. And that bad guy isn't afraid of even the Hokage. Uchiha Shizuka couldn't imagine being involved with such a dangerous person and still being able to live. Is he coming for me? Shimura Danzo squinted his eyes, seeing Komoku stride towards him, his tone unfriendly. He was already somewhat dissatisfied with being assigned to the back. And if Komoku came looking for trouble, he wouldn't back down. "His name is Danzo, not Riceball." Uchiha Shizuka patted her chest, secretly relieved that he shouldn't be coming for her. Danzo's eyes narrowed, sensing the relaxed emotions of Uchiha Shizuka beside him. This little brat can't think that Komoku is looking for her, right? Such a small brat is indeed arrogant. Influenced by the Second Hokage, Danzo had no good feelings toward the Uchiha clan's kids. Danzo stood up, preparing to take the initiative. "Komoku, I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. Able to notice my attention on you. A competitor like you." Watching Komoku walk past him without stopping and naturally sit in his seat, Danzo was left dumbfounded, somewhat unable to react. This terrible guy actually ignored him. "Shizuka, long time no see. What a coincidence." Uchiha Shizuka blinked. Indeed, this silver-haired boy was sitting next to her. "Komoku, what do you mean this is mine? Let us switch seats. I don't like sitting in the front." Komoku's calm words successfully extinguished Danzo's fire. "Really?" Danzo was somewhat surprised. Sitting in the front was a good opportunity to show off in front of the Hokage. "Your father should never deceive you, right?" "What do you mean?" "Well, my father has never lied to me." "Then that's settled. Hurry back to your seat. The teacher will be here soon." Komoku quickly tore off Danzo's name from the desk. "Just don't go back on your word." Danzo felt as if he had been taken advantage of, but he didn't care about that. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, this time I can finally have a good match with you." "Shizuka, the obstacles have left. Komoku looked at Uchiha Shizuka sitting at the very edge of the bench, purposely smiling wickedly as he moved closer. "Komoku, you're too close." Uchiha Shizuka's eyes were filled with fear. Uchiha Shizuka feels fear, harvesting 200 emotion points as expected. She is still not good at dealing with people, but teasing her is quite fun. There are no defined areas here, so if that's the case, your activity space will be just this. Komoku took out a pen and, while Uchiha Shizuka sat upright, drew a line on the chair. This line forced Uchiha Shizuka to the edge, leaving her with almost no room to move. "Komoku, can you please not bully me?" Uchiha Shizuka lowered her head, feeling somewhat wronged, but she didn't dare speak loudly. Yesterday, Komoku's fierce glare was still fresh in her memory. Uchiha Shizuka feels dread, harvesting 100 emotion points. Current emotion points, 1,000. Ahem. Class is starting, everyone quiet down. Senju Tobirama just entered the classroom and saw Komoku bullying Uchiha Shizuka at the back. Although he was somewhat surprised why Komoku was sitting in the back, this kid did not disappoint him. The evil Uchiha brat must be punished by his own hands. Chapter 7. S-Rank Ninjutsu. Wind Release. Hell Prison Cage. Wherever the leaves of the village dance, the fire continues to burn. The flames will keep illuminating the village and help the new leaves sprout. This is why our village is called the Leaf, and its leader is called the Hokage. Tobirama stood solemnly on the podium, beginning to spread the will of fire. Below, The ancient trees listened to Tobirama's brainwashing and yawned boredly on the desk. Brainwashing is impossible to achieve, even if this old man is my father. Slightly turning his head, he noticed that Uchiha Shizuka's beside him was still diligently taking notes. In her past life, she was a top student. Unexpectedly, even after crossing into another world, her love for learning remained unchanged. Could this girl really be brainwashed by Tobirama? No, that can't happen. Gumu, you're too close. Uchiha Shizuka's kept tilting her head, and when she saw Gumu's head leaning over to her notebook, her expression stiffened. In her past life, besides interacting with Gumu, she really hadn't dealt much with other boys. Let me see what you're writing. Gumu ignored Uchiha Shizuka's nervousness, grabbed her notes, and began to examine them. Why is the village called the Leaf and the leader called the Hokage? And what is the definition of this will of fire? This is still a key point. Shizuka's, it seems you are quite good at studying. Gumu stared at Uchiha Shizuka's, with a hint of a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Shizuka's feels embarrassed, gaining 200 emotion points, current emotional value. 1,200 go. Please stop teasing me. Put it down, the teacher has noticed us. Uchiha Shizuka's waved her small hands, unsure of where to place them. Just as she was trying to say something, Tobirama, who had been secretly observing, suddenly called out, "That student over there, come out. I do not allow anyone to disrupt the classroom order during my lecture." His indifferent voice attracted the attention of the entire class. Everyone, without exception, turned to look at Uchiha Shizuka's. They were curious to see which bold person dared to be distracted during the Hokage's lecture. Oh, it's him. Then it's fine. It makes sense. This guy could be considered a troublemaker. The subtle discussions and various puzzled gazes made Uchiha Shizuka's face stiffen, and she could only lower her head. Let us go. Gumu looked at Uchiha Shizuka's, who was frozen in her seat, and that moment of loneliness seemed to belong to another world, making him feel uncomfortable. I called both of you. Tobirama, seeing Uchiha Shizuka's lack of reaction, felt a bit indifferent inside. This wicked Uchiha kid was indeed troublesome. He didn't have any sense of shared responsibility. All right, stop talking, let us go. Gumu spoke coldly, pulling Uchiha Shizuka's wrist and leaving the classroom. For a moment, the space was exceptionally quiet. Even those who were discussing were stunned in place. Did Gumu just actively interrupt the Hokage's command? This kid is too bold. Who are his parents? Do they eat courage for breakfast? Let us not say anything. I wouldn't dare mess with him. Who knows? I might inexplicably be labeled a rogue ninja in the future. Isn't he afraid of being called home? Cough, quiet down. Everyone, let us continue the class. Tobirama cleared his throat. Is it possible that his parents are up on the podium? This brat doesn't give me any face outside. After leaving the classroom, Gumu didn't say anything, letting go of his hand and quietly standing beside Uchiha Shizuka's. He knew that the reason for their punishment was himself, so he didn't say anything to ask for her forgiveness. Let us start the lottery, 10 consecutive draws. They say there's a guarantee with 10 consecutive draws. This is also why Gumu had saved up 1,000 emotion points. Thank you for reviewing 7. Congratulations to the host for learning S-Rank Wind Release Ninjutsu. Wind Release, Hell Prison Cage. Congratulations to the host for mastering the Frenzied Breath Sword Technique. Congratulations to the host for learning the essence of the Frenzied Breath Sword Technique, Gale Breath / Wind Release, Hell Prison Cage. Compresses and gathers a large amount of wind attribute chakra in hand, then slams it to the ground to form a massive wind-based prison, as if imprisoning the opponent in hell. With some unfamiliar memories added to his mind, Gumu found that his perception ability had strengthened, especially regarding the wind. He could even clearly sense Tobirama's steady breathing fluctuations in the classroom. Wind release, huh? This system doesn't want me to become the wind shadow, does it? Gumu extended his not-so-large palm, and as soon as the thought settled, a small wind-based tornado began to gather in his hand. The strong attraction made Shizuka's beside him unprepared. Not standing steady, she stumbled toward Gumu. Shizuka's, what are you doing? Suddenly lunging at me. Although I know I'm handsome. But you don't have to be this way, right? Gumu helped Shizuka's, not taking advantage of the situation. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Uchiha Shizuka's ears turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Uchiha Shizuka's feels ashamed, gaining 100 emotion points. It's fine, even if you did it on purpose. I wouldn't mind. Gumu had a hint of a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth. No, I wouldn't do that. Uchiha Shizuka's still wanted to struggle to get up, but Gumu didn't immediately let go of his hand. Cough, what you two doing? Tobirama clearly sensed a large amount of chakra gathering outside, so he decided to end the class early to check it out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped outside, he saw the two of them in a close position. This really made him unable to hold back. What evil plan is this Uchiha kid up to? Is she tempting his genius son? Sorry, teacher. Perhaps the identity of a teacher indeed put a lot of pressure on a good student like Shizuka's. She immediately lowered her head, no longer resisting, allowing Gumu to hold her wrist. Uchiha Shizuka's feels flustered, gaining 200 emotion points. Gumu, what do you mean by this? Are your hands glued to Uchiha Shizuka's? If it were any other ninja, Tobirama might not care. But this kid is different. This brat is his own son. Teacher, you're really clever to guess this. Gumu gave a thumbs up, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Pay attention next time. Tobirama noticed that the students in the classroom had already come out, snorted coldly, and then left. Not long after leaving the Ninja Academy, Tobirama found his recently established Umbu organization. Go investigate Uchiha Shizuka's true identity. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu ninjas knelt on one knee, then vanished from spot. To be targeted by his son, Uchiha Shizuka's should have some unique qualities. As for what they are, Tobirama couldn't think of it for now. But it shouldn't be about appearance. He was confident that his son would not be such a superficial person. Chapter 8. The special training of the Second Hokage. The next day, Gumu arrived at the classroom. As soon as he entered, he saw his little girlfriend. No, his little sheep, resting her chin on her hand, staring blankly out the window. Her black hair fluttered gently in the wind, and her perfect profile could be a wallpaper from any angle. Ahem, the master has arrived. Gumu looked at the girl occupying his seat, Zhuanqin Shaochan, and coughed lightly. What does this guy mean? Trying to steal someone? But you don't have what it takes to steal, do you? Sorry, I didn't notice you. Zhuanqin Shaochan made an apologetic gesture and immediately got up from the bench. She took a deep look at the demarcation line on the bench. Poor girl. Uchiha Jing Shui's activity range is almost non-existent. Good morning, Jing Shui. Good morning, Gumu. Uchiha Jing Shui feels scared, earning 100 emotional points. Currently has 600 emotional points. Another day of being afraid of me? Gumu smiled helplessly, thinking he shouldn't be a monster. Why is she so scared? What were you two talking about just now? Nothing, we weren't talking bad about you. Just some casual conversation. Oh, I see. Gumu leaned closer to the timid Uchiha Jing Shui. Seeing Gumu coming closer, Uchiha Jing Shui quickly spoke up. Wait, Gumu. What's wrong? I've decided to switch seats with Zhuanqin Shaochan later. Switch seats? Why? Gumu squinted his eyes. Because, Gumu, you must really dislike me, right? Gumu's head was filled with question marks. Looking at Uchiha Jing Shui, who was cornered by him, it's no wonder she thinks that way. It's understandable. Ignoring Uchiha Jing Shui's somewhat sad emotions, Gumu walked over to Zhuanqin Shaochan. I heard you plan to let Uchiha Jing Shui switch seats, right? Huh? Zhuanqin Shaochan felt uneasy hearing Gumu's questioning, especially with his seemingly smiling expression, making her feel something was off. Actually, it was Uchiha Jing Shui who suggested it, but I'm not planning to switch now. Your choice is wise. Gumu nodded, relaxing his clenched fist, thinking he should be considered friendly. See, isn't this problem solved? Indeed, sometimes when you encounter unpleasant situations, just smile, and it works, right? Back at his seat, Gumu recounted Zhuanqin Shaochan's words to Uchiha Jing Shui. Uchiha Jing Shui tilted her head, looking at Zhuanqin Shaochan's apologetic gesture with her hands together from afar. A helpless wry smile appeared on her face. Uchiha Jing Shui feels helpless. Earning 100 emotional points, are we starting to give up? After class, Gumu stretched comfortably. There was no helping it. Tobirama's lectures were somewhat hypnotic. But seeing Uchiha Jing Shui taking several large notes made him sigh. He didn't understand the world of top students. Want to grab a meal together? I'll pass. My mother brought some bento. Bento? Gumu realized. No wonder he saw Uchiha Jing Shui carrying something today. Gumu. Do you want to eat? Uchiha Jing Shui cautiously asked. Then I'll gladly accept. Gumu smiled lightly. He was almost forgetting what it felt like to eat with Jing Shui. After opening the lunchbox, there was just a rice ball and some seaweed garnish. Such a meager appearance surprised Gumu. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't learned about Uchiha Jing Shui's family environment. It seems not too good now. Gumu, you eat. I'm not hungry. Tomorrow I'll ask my mother to make an extra portion. Uchiha Jing Shui pushed the lunchbox in front of herself. Her flattering demeanor made Gumu feel a bit heartbroken. Don't be fooled by Jing Shui's slim figure. Gumu knew that his little girlfriend was a hidden foodie, eating so little every day. How could she feed a child in the future? Gumu casually picked up the rice ball and finished it in 2 bites. Not bad. It's quite delicious. You made this rice ball yourself, right? Hmm? How did you know, Gumu? Uchiha Jing Shuei swallowed nervously, quickly hypnotizing herself in her mind that she wasn't hungry, she was very full, and her stomach must not make a gurgle sound. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing. Uchiha Jing Shuei is feeling greedy, earning 100 emotional points. The flavor is so rich, it doesn't seem like something from this world. Gumu stroked his chin, casually making a guess. Little did he know, upon hearing Gumu's speculation, Uchiha Jing Shuei's heart instantly became flustered. Uchiha Jing Shuei is very flustered, earning 300 emotional points. I was just trying it out randomly. Huh. As soon as the words fell, Gumu grabbed Uchiha Jing Shuei's wrist and left the classroom under the curious gazes of the remaining students. Gumu, what are you doing? Where are you taking me? After the last time he held her wrist, Uchiha Jing Shuei wasn't as nervous. Of course, I'm taking you to lunch. I'm not hungry. Gurgle the sound of hunger interrupted Uchiha Jing Shuei's words. Her face stiffened, and she hung her head, only able to let Gumu lead her. This guy is just like the Gumu from my previous life. Could he also have crossed over? For some reason, a seed of doubt was already born in Uchiha Jing Shuei's heart. Oh, isn't this young Master Gumu? What wind blew you here? The noodle shop owner was surprised to see Gumu, a familiar face. However, when he noticed that Gumu was holding a girl's hand, he was even more surprised, especially since the girl seemed to be wearing the Uchiha clan's attire. 2 servings, the largest beef noodles you have. This must be arranged. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and prepare. The owner gave orders to his subordinates and then looked over here. Young Master Gumu, is there anything else you need? Extra beef, extra greens, oh, and no onions, make it a bit lighter in flavor. Sure, we'll get it ready right away. The owner smiled slightly and started heading towards the kitchen. Gumu-e. I don't have any money. Uchiha Jing Shuei felt a bit embarrassed. Especially when sensing the owner's obvious scrutiny, she felt very uncomfortable. It's okay. I don't need to pay for noodles. Gumu grabbed Uchiha Jing Shuei, who was about to leave. When she heard that it was free, Uchiha Jing Shuei had many guesses in her heart, especially regarding the owner's way of addressing him. Is this shop run by your family? Uchiha Jing Shuei reluctantly returned to her seat. No. Gumu shook his finger. I improved their noodle shop's recipe, so I got a lifelong free noodle privilege. Huh? Uchiha Jing Shuei feels surprised. Earning 100 emotional points, she began to wonder what kind of improvement it took to earn a lifetime free eating privilege at a noodle shop. Soon, the ramen was served. Uchiha Jing Shuei looked at the obviously Japanese-style broth ramen and glanced at Gumu a few more times. Wasn't this modern Japanese tonkatsu ramen? Moreover, how did he know her taste preference? Too many coincidences are simply unreasonable. Could it be that this bad guy deliberately didn't reveal his identity to play tricks on me? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Shizuka's playfully brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, using chopsticks to slowly eat her noodles, planning to test Gumu a bit as well. Unconsciously, Uchiha Shizuka's let out a soft hum, making a very satisfied expression. Oh. When she realized it, she found that her demeanor seemed a bit out of place and quietly glanced at Gumu a few times. She discovered that he was indeed secretly paying attention to her, and her inner thoughts became somewhat certain. If Gumu really did cross over, then everything he had done before would make a lot of sense. Since that's the case, I'll just play along with him for a while. Uchiha Shizuka's feels satisfied. Gained 300 emotional points. Current emotional points. 1,500, 300 points at once. Gumu felt delighted. To hell with training. True strength comes from taking advantage of my little girlfriend. After leaving the noodle shop, Uchiha Shizuka's quite contentedly wiped her lips. Thank you, Gumu-kun, but I will still pay for this bowl of ramen. Forget about the money. If you really want to pay, just bring 2 rice balls tomorrow. Huh? Is that how it is? Uchiha Shizuka's nodded, somewhat unsure about what exactly Gumu was interested in. Oh no, it's time. Suddenly, Uchiha Shizuka's expression changed as she looked up at the position of the sun in the sky. She realized that she seemed to have missed her part-time job because she was too greedy. Sorry, Gumu-kun, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Watching Uchiha Shizuka's departing figure, Gumu did not follow her. Instead, he calmly focused on another location. Sure enough, a familiar figure slowly appeared. Gumu, you've made it hard for me to find you. The Hokage has something for you. Oh, I was really looking forward to this. Gumu's expression was silent. He had sensed Danzo nearby long ago. He initially thought this guy liked to spy, but it turned out to be because of this matter. Is it about the special treatment from the Second Hokage? Chapter 9. Toanzo, doubting life from abuse. Gumu, you seem quite close to that Uchiha. Cough. Uchiha person? On the way, Toanzo Shirjima asked curiously. Clearly, he had just seen Gumu smiling, so why was he suddenly so cold towards him? Can't you at least try to hide this obvious differential treatment a bit? Toanzo, why are you asking so much? Are you looking to be abused? Gumu shot him a sideways glance. Although Toanzo hadn't evolved into a schemer yet, it didn't stop Gumu from treating him with disdain. It's nothing. However, I would advise you not to get too close to that Uchiha person. Toanzo's expression stiffened. He didn't expect his good intentions to be met with such treatment from Gumu. Well, then thank you very much. Gumu rolled his eyes. If it weren't for his little girlfriend appearing, he would probably still be in a state of lethargy. How can one live without some motivation in life? Starting the lottery. 15 consecutive draws. Gumu looked at his remaining 1,500 emotional points and immediately decided to go all in. Thank you for the review 13. Congratulations, host. You have doubled your chakra amount. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary greatsword, the cursed blade, Muramasa. Gumu, who initially wanted a curse, felt somewhat better upon seeing that he had drawn the cursed blade, Muramasa. As a member of the Senju clan, his starting chakra amount was naturally not low, and after doubling, using large-scale ninjutsu would become much easier for him. Cursed blade Muramasa, a legendary weapon, top tier in appearance, sharpness, and hardness. It is rumored that this weapon seals a fierce ghost that may devour the user's mind. The cursed blade Muramasa was within the system space. To use it, only a thought was needed. Soon, Toanzo brought Gumu to a green plain. Under a large tree, he could already see the second Hokage Tobirama and several students. As Gumu expected, they were indeed having a private training session. Hokage-sama, I have brought Gumu, Toanzo said respectfully as he approached Tobirama. He had finally managed to complete the Hokage's task before Hiruzen. Well, since everyone is here, let's start the first special training. Tobirama continued. Everyone come over to draw lots to randomly match opponents. I will guide you based on your combat situations. There were exactly 8 students present, including Gumu, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Toanzo Shirjima, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Minyan, and others. Without a doubt, these individuals would be the backbone of Konoha in the future. As for why there was an Uchiha, it was to see if there was any potential for cultivation. I really hope I don't get matched with you. Haruno Kanaharu smiled slightly and teased Gumu, who was lining up behind her. Don't worry, Gumu replied. Worry about what? Kanaharu was puzzled. Did Gumu have a way to avoid being matched with her? Even if I get matched with you, I won't hold back, so you can rest easy. Kanaharu rolled her eyes. Well, thank you for that. Soon, the match results were announced. Sarutobi Hiruzen versus Uchiha Kagami. Haruno Kanaharu versus Mito Minyan. Who was number 2? Toanzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already been matched, and called out anxiously. I am. Gumu raised his arm, staring at Toanzo not far away. A faint smile on his face. He had just said he wanted to abuse him, and he didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Toanzo and Gumu locked eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. It felt like he was the prey being targeted. But who was afraid of whom? His head wasn't made of rice balls. Come on. The two arrived at an open area, and Toanzo tied black bandages around his wrists, his expression serious. Gumu. I'm not like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who likes to go easy, so you understand. The two faced off, forming battle seals, and the match began. Toanzo quickly created distance, leaping into the air to unleash several shurikens aimed at Gumu. However, Gumu, now facing these shuriken attacks again, casually jumped and dodged them effortlessly with his hands in his pockets. Toanzo, stop holding back, or else you won't have another chance to strike. Gumu slightly clenched one hand, and a beautifully crafted great sword appeared out of thin air. Is this a summoning ninja tool? But why is there no scroll as a medium? Toanzo squinted, somewhat confused. Not only him, but Senju Tobirama, who was secretly observing, was also surprised. This should be a new space-time ninjutsu. Could this kid really have developed his own flying thunder god technique? Gumu ignored Toanzo's astonishment. Just right for this guy to try out his sword. Slowly crouching down, Gumu narrowed his eyes and gradually assumed a sword-drawing posture. As the saying goes, when you see a swordsman who knows how to perform a sword-drawing strike lying down, you better run. Feeling Gumu's increasingly dangerous aura, Toanzo quickly formed seals and used his most proficient wind release ninjutsu. Wind release, vacuum wave. A sharp, sickle-like wind appeared in the air, resembling invisible blades rushing towards Gumu. Toanzo's combat experience was fairly rich. This wind release had almost sealed off all of Gumu's escape routes. But would Gumu run away? Furious breath, blade drawl boom, just as the wind release struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gumu's figure appeared like an afterimage, instantaneously materializing beside Toanzo. However, Just as the blade was about to touch Toanzo's neck, Gumu stopped. The blade mere centimeters away. Toanzo's eyes widened, his heart racing as he felt the pain on his neck. Toanzo, you have already lost. Gumu said expressionlessly as he sheathed the Muramasa. You actually got stronger again. Toanzo had been paying attention to Gumu's blade draw technique, initially thinking he could dodge it like Hiruzen did. However, this guy's speed surpassed his wind release. What's the problem? I'm a taijutsu ninja. What's wrong with being faster? Gumu shrugged casually. I don't accept this. I wasn't prepared just now. Let's do it again. Toanzo stammered, somewhat doubting life, unable to accept that he hadn't lasted even a round. All right, I'll indulge you. In this day and age, how could someone enjoy being abused? Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, shuriken. Toanzo swung the shurikens imbued with wind blades while simultaneously spitting out vacuum spheres like bullets from his mouth. Such a dense attack was impossible to dodge from the front. At least, that's what Toanzo thought. He knew he couldn't win this match. He was only trying to last a few more rounds. How troublesome. Gumu shook his head slightly, a massive amount of wind chakra swirling in his hand, continuously gathering on the great sword. Just as the attacks were about to reach him, Gumu instantly drew his sword, and in an instant, a massive wind tornado tore through the ground and roared out. This. Toanzo looked at the tornado that tore apart the earth, his expression shocked. This guy was truly a monster. The shurikens and wind release not only failed to become effective offensive means, but instead boosted Gumu's offensive power. Toanzo wanted to escape, but the tornado's immense pulling force hindered his movement. In the end, he was sent flying into the air. Gumu seemed to see the best moment to unleash his ultimate technique. However, it is better not to expose the Gale's death strike, as is the ultimate move of the ancient tree. Bang! In the storm, Danzo was brutally shredded by the shurikens, ultimately collapsing to the ground. His clothes in tatters, his somewhat hollow gaze, as if broken, had lost its brilliance. Chapter 10, First Practice Class. What a commotion. What level of ninjutsu is this? T-Rune Koharu looked towards the already concluded battle with Keimoku, the immense wind force even making her stop her movements. This is my first time seeing it too. Even Mito Gaiden, who is good at analysis, was somewhat at a loss at this moment. However, everyone's battles were more or less over. Aside from the tattered clothes and dirt-covered Danzo, everyone else seemed relatively normal. Well, although this was everyone's first battle, many issues could be observed. Senju Tobirama gathered everyone together, his expression serious. First, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you were too merciful. Will you treat your enemies like this in the future? Sorry, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, thinking that in a battle with teammates, it shouldn't lead to life-or-death struggles. Secondly, T-Rune Koharu, you're clearly skilled in medical ninjutsu. Why did you choose to confront Mito Gate indirectly? You should know that if you're on the battlefield without teammates, you need to avoid combat as much as possible. And Mito Gate you excel in space-time, summoning ninjutsu. If you discover that the opposing ninja is a medical ninja, you should use your full strength right away, not hesitate to test the waters. Understood, teacher. T-Rune Koharu and Mito Gate both lowered their heads, expressing their understanding. As for Akimichi Torif, you two did fairly well, but your combat skills still need improvement. Got it, teacher. The chubby boy in the group nodded seriously. So, this battle ends here. You all go back and summarize well. The second round of battles will begin next month. Seeing that Tobirama seemed ready to leave, Danzo immediately couldn't hold back. Why didn't he and Keimoku get guidance and feedback? Teacher, wait a moment. Was there anything lacking in my battle with Keimoku just now? Danzo's voice made Senju Tobirama turn around, and after meeting Keimoku's rather comical gaze, he felt a surge of anger. Well, Danzo, if you want to fight Keimoku, you need to practice more. Senju Tobirama initially didn't want to hurt Danzo's pride, but since he asked, he decided to express it tactfully. Okay. Danzo looked at Tobirama's disappearing figure, feeling a bit dejected. He hadn't expected the gap between him and Keimoku to be so large. Danzo, don't be discouraged. Keimoku petted Danzo's shoulder. Keimoku. Danzo felt a bit touched, not expecting Keimoku to have such a good character. He is truly a good person. If you can't play well, practice more. If you can't handle it, don't play. Didn't the teacher just say that clearly? All right, forget what I just said. Danzo, who was initially a bit moved, immediately turned red with fighting spirit, staring at Keimoku. Keimoku, stop right there. What's wrong? Are you still not convinced? Keimoku turned back, a confident smile on his face. Please teach me wind-release ninjutsu. Danzo bent at a 90-degree angle, his tone quite respectful. I thought you were just itching for a fight, but it turns out you want to apprentice and learn. However, I'm not a bad person, and when I teach you depends on your performance. After saying a couple of sentences, Keimoku did not linger any longer. Watching Keimoku's gradually disappearing back, Danzo's eyes were filled with an unusually serious fluctuation. He could clearly feel that Keimoku's mastery of wind release far surpassed his own. If he could improve his ninjutsu, what was the harm in apprenticing? Isn't there a saying that the capable teach? The next day, as soon as Keimoku entered the classroom, he saw Uchiha Shizuka's secretly observing him, and he felt a bit pleased. Good morning, Shizuka's. Good morning, Keimoku. Seeing the faint smile on Keimoku's face, Uchiha Shizuka's cheeks flushed. This bad guy, who is also a traveler, why didn't he tell me? Could it be that he discovered I was peeking at him? Uchiha Shizuka's feels nervous. Earning emotional points 100, that's right. From a moment Keimoku entered the school gate, Uchiha Shizuka's had been secretly watching him through the window. His habit of kicking small stones while walking made Uchiha Shizuka's smile helplessly, further confirming Keimoku's identity in her heart. However, just as Uchiha Shizuka's was contemplating how to confess her identity, a familiar voice suddenly came to her ear. Shizuka's, you look quite cute today. Huh? What were you talking about? Uchiha Shizuka's was startled, her gaze drifting, feeling somewhat flustered. This guy suddenly said something out of the blue. In her previous life, this bad guy would also hold her hand and occasionally say, Shizuka's, you're really cute. It seemed to recall some blushing memories, and Uchiha Shizuka's turned her head, her ears visibly reddening. Uchiha Shizuka's feels shy, earning emotional points 300, current emotional value for 100. Keimoku looked puzzled. This actually earned 300 coins? Turning to look at Uchiha Shizuka's, who seemed to show no signs, he wondered what this girl was thinking to have such a big emotional fluctuation. His identity was hidden so well that it shouldn't have been discovered, right? Yes, it was indeed hidden well, almost as if Traveler Keimoku was engraved on his face. It might work for others, but Keimoku somewhat underestimated Uchiha Shizuka's observational ability. Today is the practical class, so everyone is going to the outdoor playground for battle. The practical class will have rankings, and students who maintain a position in the top 5 will have a chance for early graduation. As Tobirama left, the classroom became lively. Great! Finally, we can fight. Indeed, the theoretical classes over the past 2 days were quite a headache. So, Shizuka's, do you have any strategies for the practical class? Keimoku looked at Uchiha Shizuka's, who was standing there a bit lost and lacking her usual shine, teasingly. Uchiha Shizuka's feels nervous. Earning emotional points 200, I don't know. Uchiha Shizuka's lowered her head. She had never participated in a fight, let alone a battle. As for the combat experience in her memories, she had never practiced it. It's okay, I'll help you. Really? A hint of expectation flashed in Uchiha Shizuka's eyes. I'll be cheering for you from the sidelines. Keimoku gave a thumbs up, instantly causing Uchiha Shizuka's to droop, resembling a defeated koala. Sure enough, this guy enjoyed teasing people just like in his previous life. The two arrived at the square, and the rules for the practical class were already clear. In the future practical classes, a competition mechanism would be adopted. Random battles, with winners continuing and losers entering the loser group until the rankings of 39 students were determined. What's going on? I actually drew this troublemaker. Isn't this going to cost me my life? Hige Tetsu looked at his opponent, his small hands starting to tremble uncontrollably. Classmate, shall we start the battle? Keimoku, with a wooden sword hanging at his waist, stood with one hand in front of his chest, forming a battle seal. Let's begin. Almost at the moment Hige Tetsu trembled and formed the battle seal. Keimoku was already behind him. Wind breath. Blade draw the wooden sword in his hand, slowly returned to its sheath. Hige Tetsu, who was battling Keimoku, rolled his eyes back, unable to withstand such an impact, collapsing to the ground. He really didn't expect that he wouldn't even have time to activate his Byakugan before being defeated instantly. How strong am I right now? Gumu clenched his hand, feeling a bit uncertain. His gaze began to scan continuously, and finally, he saw a tall, straight figure being constantly suppressed from another direction. The one attacking Uchiha Shizuka seemed to be a little chubby guy. Gumu had seen that person yesterday. It was Akimichi Torike's, who was with him receiving special training from the Second Hokage. It seems that his little girlfriend is in a bit of a tough spot. Chapter 11. You brat. You like to hit hard, right? Classmate, why are you always dodging? Can you fight back? Akimichi Chiefeng used the multiplication technique to double his arms, and every punch he threw made the ground tremble. He stared at Uchiha Shinsui, who was constantly dodging without a hint of retaliation, feeling very speechless. I'm afraid of pain, Uchiha Shinsui said shyly, trembling as she revealed her reason for not daring to engage. Afraid of pain? Akimichi Chiefeng looked at Uchiha Shinsui with a puzzled expression, as if he were looking at a monster. He began to suspect that this guy might be a weirdo. What kind of ninja says they're afraid of pain? If you're afraid of pain, then just admit defeat. Akimichi Chiefeng temporarily stopped his attack. But I don't want to lose and come in last. You can keep attacking, I will fight properly. Uchiha Shinsui took a deep breath. The concept from her past life made it hard for her to accept being at the bottom of her class. Since that's the case, I'll continue. Akimichi Chiefeng seized the moment when Uchiha Shinsui was distracted. He wouldn't care about her mental state. The sudden acceleration made Uchiha Shinsui's pupils shrink sharply. She realized that Akimichi Chiefeng had been hiding his true speed all along. He had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Watching the gradually enlarging fist coming straight for her face, Uchiha Shinsui was scared to close her eyes, her face turning pale. In her mind, she unconsciously imagined herself being punched away and then disfigured. There was no way. This little fat guy's strength was just too great, and every punch shook the earth. If this were in her past life, Uchiha Shinsui even thought that he could probably kill someone with a single punch. Whoosh! The imagined pain did not come. Uchiha Shinsui only felt her body sway, and as the wind rushed past her face, she trembled and opened her eyes to find herself being held in the arms of that familiar bad guy. In an instant, she felt her eyes misting with fear. Uchiha Shinsui in fear gained 300 emotional points. Akimichi Chiefeng, you can clearly see this girl has no combat experience, and you still want to fight her? If you like fighting, you can spar with me. Perhaps we could become good rivals. Gumu, holding Uchiha Shinsui, smiled kindly as he moved to another position. Ahem. Since she is not surrendering, I naturally have to make her surrender. Akimichi Chiefeng cleared his throat, and the multiplication technique disappeared from his hands. He wasn't foolish enough to seek out punishment. Shinsui, why don't you just admit defeat? Gumu looked down at the trembling Uchiha Shinsui in his arms. Knowing that getting a top student to admit their grades were lower than others was indeed a blow to their pride. I will teach you how to fight. Gumu wiped the tears from the corner of Uchiha Shinsui's eyes. You can only say that it's the fault of the times. Uchiha Shinsui, feeling embarrassed, gained 300 emotional points at him. The system's prompt made Gumu cough lightly and actively set Uchiha Shinsui down. Akimichi, I admit defeat, even though she felt very reluctant. Uchiha Shinsui still proactively admitted defeat. Gumu had helped her so much, so she naturally wanted to take a step forward. Uchiha Shinsui was becoming increasingly certain that Gumu was also a transmigrator. Otherwise, he wouldn't care for her like this. Moreover, Gumu's personality was almost exactly the same as the Gumu from her past life. She was just lacking a chance to confront him. Well, admitting defeat is fine. Actually, I don't like fighting women. It's too troublesome. So, Gumu, don't take it to heart. Akimichi Chiefeng smiled foolishly, scratching his head, feeling a bit shy. Of course, the most important thing was that he seemed to have noticed that this Uchiha girl held a significant place in Gumu's heart. There was no helping it. These little kids in the ninja world were all precocious. If you didn't have some insight, you really wouldn't get far. Gumu seemed to understand this, but he didn't care much about it. After all, he hadn't offended anyone. Now, let us begin the battle between the winners and the losers. In the distance, Tobirama, who had been watching the students' battles, spoke coldly. His gaze unintentionally shifted toward Gumu, thinking that brat, why is he mixed up with that Uchiha girl again? Could it be that he wants to use this evil little girl to gain information about the Uchiha clan? What a coincidence! Gumu, we're going to battle again. There was no helping it. With so few people, they would run into each other sooner or later. Gumu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was eager to fight, thinking, these little brats can't possibly want to treat me like a boss to grind, right? Then let the battle begin. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed the hand seals for battle. As his words fell, Gumu grasped Muramasa with one hand, intending to finish quickly. After all, Gumu had already discovered who it was that had fought Uchiha Shinsui. It was Hyuga Iron, the guy whom Gumu had killed in seconds, and that kid was now full of resentment, bound to lash out at a weak opponent. If he were to bully his little girlfriend into a depression, how would he ever take advantage of her again? Sarutobi, let us settle this with one blow. Huh? Sarutobi was surprised. As a nice guy, he didn't know how to refuse, even though he realized that deciding the outcome with one blow was somewhat unfair to him. But if he had to take a loss, so be it. After all, they were from the same village. All right. Sarutobi's expression turned serious as he quickly formed seals, and 2 shadow clones appeared behind him. This was already the limit of his clones now. It's over. Before he could finish forming seals with a crack, Gumu's figure appeared behind him. Flying Thunder God, Frenzied Slash. Utilizing the elusive Flying Thunder God technique, Gumu easily dealt with Sarutobi Hiruzen's 2 shadow clones. As for the Flying Thunder God mark, Gumu had prepared it in advance, deliberately leading Sarutobi Hiruzen to the mark's location. There was no helping it. Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't Danzo. If he wanted a quick kill, he had to play some tactics. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, unable to react for a long time. By the time he came to his senses, Gumu had already disappeared. Ah, finally, I've met someone who could fight. Damn it. If it weren't for facing the chaotic demon first, how could I have ended up in the loser S group? Hyuga Iron S veins bulged. His Byakugan fully activated, clearly seeing Uchiha Shinsui trying to evade his attack. Damn it. If it weren't for encountering that guy, how could my ranking possibly be low? With another strike of the 8 trigrams palm hitting Uchiha Shinsui, Hyuga Iron S expression turned somewhat sinister. But forget it, classmate. You should still be able to fight, right? Hyuga Iron looked at Uchiha Shinsui, who was lying on the ground, secretly wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Still not surrendering, his tone quite comical. This guy, clearly from the Uchiha clan, not only was he strong, but also insisted on saving face. I can still fight. Uchiha Shinsui, with disheveled hair, struggled to get up. She knew she had to make a change. If she was still afraid of pain, she would really find it hard to survive in this world. All right, as long as you can still fight, shall we continue? Hyuga Iron S' tone was playful, his joyful gaze resembling that of someone looking at a toy. He was just filled with anger and needed an outlet. This free punching bag was too good to pass up. The key point was that this girl was quite cute. This cute girl, if she could be made to beg for mercy by herself, would be quite wonderful. So, classmate, let us see you try the technique I just learned. Hinata Tetsu revealed a smile he thought was cool and quickly approached. 8 trigrams, mountain breaking palm. A large amount of chakra gathered and formed a blue wave on his palm. Just as Hinata Tetsu had a perverted look on his face and was about to make contact with Uchiha Shizumi, a kunai suddenly stabbed into the ground beside her. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared out of nowhere and kicked Hinata Tetsu in the face, knocking him over brutally. You little brat, is this how you hurt your classmates? As Gumu spoke, he realized something was wrong. Sure enough, Gumu turned around and saw Uchiha Shizumi behind him, her dusty face showing some paleness. As his gaze lowered and he saw the bloodstains at the corners of her mouth, Gumu suddenly fell silent. Chapter 12. Call to the Office for Individual Education Sunzai. You really went hard, huh? Gumu slowly turned his head to look at Hinata Tetsu, who was getting up not far away, his expression somewhat subtle. Gumu, I admit defeat. I can't beat him. Uchiha Shizui tidied his messy hair and slowly spoke. It's fine, you can go rest over there. Gumu patted Uchiha Shizui's head and walked towards Hinata Tetsu, thinking it's not right not to teach him a lesson. They really didn't know that Uchiha Shizui was someone he was protecting. As for future battle experiences, he could leave that to him. Gumu, what do you plan to do? My opponent is not you. Hinata Tetsu looked at Gumu, who was approaching with a dark expression. Frightened, he collapsed to the ground, crawling backward frantically. You brat, now you know fear? What were you doing just now? Weren't you quite proud? Don't you enjoy bullying the weak? Gumu squatted down and tightly grabbed Hinata Tetsu's sleeve. Gumu, big brother, I was wrong. I didn't know Uchiha Shizui was so close to you. Please let me go this once. Hinata Tetsu spoke with considerable fear. After all, this guy dared to confront the Hokage. What else was he afraid of? Make your move. Gumu ignored Hinata Tetsu's pleas for mercy and lifted him with one hand, signaling him to act. Gumu, I really made a mistake. I told you to make your move. Do you not understand? Perhaps Gumu's oppressive aura was too strong, and Hinata Tetsu could only tremble as he extended his fist. Before he got close to Gumu, he felt a tremendous force coming from his body, and he was sent flying back with a punch. Such a huge commotion attracted the attention of most ninja students. What's going on? Someone got knocked away? It seems to be from Gumu's side. Which unlucky guy provoked this troublemaker? That person seems to be from the Hyuga clan. How sad. Is he unconscious? The surrounding discussions even caught the attention of Senju Tobirama. He immediately went over to check on Hinata Tetsu's injuries, but fortunately, he had only broken a few ribs. It was not life-threatening. Gumu, what does this mean? If I remember correctly, you should be in the winner's group. Why are you here? Senju Tobirama approached Gumu coldly and began to question what had happened. Seeing that Uchiha Seijui was about to intervene, Gumu immediately grabbed her hand. The sudden action caused Uchiha Seijui's mind to momentarily freeze. Uchiha Seijui feels grateful. Emotional points gained. 200. That guy was planning to harm a classmate, so I stepped in to stop him. Faced with Tobirama's intense gaze, Gumu showed no visible emotional fluctuations. Instead, Uchiha Seijui beside him was particularly tense. Gumu could even feel her delicate hand trembling. Unfortunately, the birth of this emotion was not due to him, so he could not harvest it. If that's the case, I will investigate thoroughly. I absolutely will not allow anyone in the village to harm their comrades. Senju Tobirama spoke coldly. As for Hinata Tetsu's injuries, if he was indeed at fault first, this level of injury was merely a minor punishment. During this time, Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Seijui a few more times. The intelligence he had previously gathered had appeared. This Uchiha Seijui was just an ordinary Uchiha. Senju Tobirama did not quite understand why his son was so concerned about this little girl. Let's leave it at that. The practical lesson will continue. With Gumu's intervention, the students all knew that they could not afford to provoke Uchiha Seijui. Around the afternoon, the practical lesson finally ended. Today's practical lesson results had been tallied, and everyone could check for themselves. After Tobirama posted the notice, he left the place. Seijui, let's not go check. Gumu looked at Uchiha Seijui, who still wanted to see the results, and tried to persuade her. No, I want to go. Uchiha Seijui's gaze was serious. She was not at the point of being unable to accept this little setback. Sure enough, Gumu ranked first with a perfect victory record. Sarutobi Hiruzen ranked second with 1 loss. As for Uchiha Seijui, she ranked last with a complete loss record. Gumu, I'll be leaving first. Uchiha Seijui said expressionlessly before leaving. She could vaguely hear people around her praising Gumu and some girls criticizing her. Seeing Uchiha Seijui leave, Gumu's gaze instantly turned cold. Turning back to the crowd that was criticizing, he said, "You guys better not bark at me. If I hear any bad rumors in the future, I'll take you down first." The frightened female ninja nodded furiously, like chicks pecking at rice, not daring to say anything else. "Leave it to me, I'll make those people shut up." Just as Gumu was about to leave, Danzo came to his side and spoke softly. Gumu did not express any gratitude. After glancing at Danzo, he also left the place. He could guess what Danzo was thinking even with his eyes closed. However, he didn't care about that. He needed to check on Uchiha Seijui to make sure that girl didn't do anything foolish. After all, without a cheat, facing this world could be quite brutal. Fortunately, Uchiha Seijui didn't do anything foolish. She simply wiped her tears quietly, adjusted her state, and returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. The next day, Gumu attended class as usual. The students who were discussing earlier fell silent upon seeing Gumu arrive. The whole classroom became a bit oppressive due to Gumu's presence. "Good morning, Seijui." Gumu skillfully made his way to the back row. "Good morning, Gumu." Uchiha Seijui greeted briefly before resting her head on the desk, looking very unspirited. Unfortunately, Gumu didn't manage to harvest any emotions related to fear this time. It was uncertain whether this was a good or bad thing. This girl surprisingly was not afraid of him. "Seijui, it's okay. Failure is the mother of success." Uchiha Seijui turned her head to look at Gumu as he spoke, her big eyes fixed on him with a hint of confusion. "Gumu, I'm not too discouraged, but I feel like you seem very familiar. Is that just my illusion?" Last night, Uchiha Seijui thought about it all night, recalling Gumu's style of doing things. His poor disguise was simply too easy to see through. After all, they had lived together for 7 years in their past life. Many habits and details were almost ingrained in each other. Moreover, this world seemed to pursue the strong more. And someone like her at the bottom shouldn't be worth attention unless Gumu had known her for a long time and was also a transmigrator. After spending a few days together, feeling familiar is quite normal, right? Gumu wouldn't reveal his true identity yet. He was counting on this little bit to grow stronger. And let us not be familiar. Uchiha Seijui's expression was dissatisfied. This bad guy still wouldn't confess his identity. Did he want her to expose herself? Yesterday, we had practical training, so today we will have a written test. Everyone, get ready, we'll start soon. Soon. Senju Tobirama walked into the classroom holding a stack of test papers and began distributing them without any explanation. Ugh, I forgot about this. Gumu looked at the test paper handed to him and felt a headache coming on. Even after transmigrating to another world, he still couldn't escape the fate of taking tests. After grading on the spot, the results quickly came out. Gumu ranked last. As for Uchiha Shizuka, he ranks in the top 5. Why isn't he first? Of course, the written exam is entirely up to Tobirama's discretion. His subconscious will not easily allow a Uchiha kid to take the first place, even if some of her viewpoints resonate with him. After class, Uchiha Shizuka, come to my office for a moment. Senju Tobirama glanced over at the ancient trees, his tone indifferent. Chapter 13. Oh no. It seems like my identity has been exposed after class. It was already almost evening. Gumu, what are you doing following me? Uchiha Shinsui turned around, looking curiously at Gumu, who was trailing behind. Nothing much. I'm just curious about what the teacher asked you to do, Gumu replied, his hands behind his head, his expression neutral. He wouldn't allow anyone to bully his little girlfriend, especially not the second Hokage, who disliked the Uchiha clan. Soon, the two arrived at Tobirama's office. Tobirama was still writing something, not even lifting his head when he saw Uchiha Shinsui enter. It was clear he intended to leave her hanging for a while. However, upon noticing Gumu following closely behind Uchiha Shinsui, Tobirama couldn't help but frown slightly. Gumu, what are you doing here? I don't recall calling you. Senju Tobirama said with a somewhat displeased expression. Just killing time, taking a look around. Gumu casually sat down in a chair as if he were back at home. Seeing this kid treat his office like his own, Tobirama was used to it. This brat had always been thick-skinned since childhood. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. Uchiha Shinsui, right? Tobirama took out a document that looked like a report, glanced at Uchiha Shinsui, and emanated a heavy pressure. Yes, teacher. Uchiha Shinsui sat in front of Tobirama, her expression somewhat unnatural. After observing you for the past few days, I believe you lack the potential to be a ninja, so you can withdraw from the academy. Tobirama's words struck like a sharp knife, instantly turning Uchiha Shinsui's delicate face pale. Why? The one who asked was not Uchiha Shinsui, but Gumu, who was fiddling with his fingers behind her. Gumu, do I need to report to you when I handle my affairs? Tobirama's expression was quite cold. Oh, in that case, teacher, I also intend to withdraw from the academy. Gumu slowly stood up, his expression calm as he stared at Tobirama, his tone quite serious. Huh, Gumu, there's no need for you to withdraw. You don't have to. Uchiha Shinsui wanted to persuade him to stay. However, before she could finish, Gumu waved his hand to stop her. The reason Gumu attended the academy was to take advantage of his little girlfriend. If she withdrew, then what was the point of him staying? He didn't care much, but his little girlfriend wanted to quickly adapt to this world, and attending school was the fastest way. After all, they didn't have much time left. There was still the Ninja World War waiting for them. At that time, if they didn't have some strength, they could easily be treated as cannon fodder. Gumu, are you serious? Tobirama's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on the young Gumu, realizing that this kid had touched his sensitive spot. Of course, teacher, you can refuse to give any reason and just expel a student. So I also see no reason to stay in the academy. Who knows when I might be treated the same way. Gumu wasn't intimidated by Tobirama's stare. In that case, I have no problem telling you this. Based on feedback from some classmates, Uchiha Shinsui's performance in practical combat differs from her performance in the entrance exam, indicating that she lacks the potential to be a ninja. Who said that? Gumu's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous aura surrounding him. Seeing his son showing signs of anger for the first time, Tobirama felt an interesting shift in his heart. That's none of your concern. Fine, I won't meddle. But regarding Shinsui's practical issues, I will handle it. You'll handle it? Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Shinsui, who was keeping her head down next to Gumu. What's going on with this kid that makes you so concerned? Next time in the practical class, I will make Uchiha Shinsui truly start fighting. Okay, since Gumu is so confident, I'll evaluate her based on the next practical class to decide whether she should withdraw. Tobirama nodded. However, his main concern was to prevent Gumu from withdrawing. He had finally seen the potential in his son and didn't want him to revert to his previous lazy state. Walking out of the office, Uchiha Shinsui, who had been silent the whole time, quietly observed Gumu beside her. This was her first time feeling such a strong sense of security in this foreign world. The last time she felt this way was in her past life, facing that bad guy Gumu. Speaking of which, both of their names were Gumu. Could there be a connection? Uchiha Shinsui understood in her heart that she already had an answer. Unless someone genuinely cared for her, how could they treat her this way, even going so far as to withdraw with her? Cue Uchiha Shinsui's confusion. Emotional points collected. 300 ahem, I just can't stand unfair things. Shinsui. Don't take it to heart, Gumu said with a slight cough. Fu would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Shinsui covering her mouth. Her eyes filled with laughter. Is that so? This bad guy, when lying, still likes to cover it up with a cough, just like in the past. Now, in Uchiha Shinsui's heart, she was already about 80 to 90 sure that Gumu was also someone who had crossed over like her. What was lacking was just an opportunity to be honest. What are you laughing at? Gumu looked down, making eye contact with Uchiha Shinsui, suddenly feeling as if his secrets had been exposed. Nothing, just thinking of something happy. Oh, as soon as she finished speaking, Uchiha Shinsui received a chop from Gumu. You're happy? You almost withdrew from school. Gumu knew that withdrawing from the ninja academy meant he could no longer become a ninja. After that, he would have nothing to do with future missions and benefits. If he wanted to make a name for himself, he could only become a rogue ninja. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was a clan that respected the strong. If they knew that Uchiha Shinsui was expelled, her treatment would only worsen. Isn't it still not withdrawn? Uchiha Shinsui's eyes were serious. She guessed that Gumu's reluctance to reveal his identity must have some important reason. Or perhaps he liked this refreshing dynamic. Gumu, I hope to rely on you more in the future. Uchiha Shinsui smiled slightly. In the previous days, she had been living in confusion and panic. Until today, her heart finally felt a sense of stability. Wherever you are, that's home. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shinsui took the initiative to hold Gumu's hand. This sudden action startled Gumu. What are you doing? He flinched, immediately pulling his hand back. I want to check if there's something special about your hand, Gumu, since your swordsmanship is excellent. Is that not okay? Uchiha Shinsui covered her mouth with a thoughtful expression. However, her squinted eyes and upward curving lips made Gumu's heart race, as if he were being eyed as prey. Oh no, did he accidentally expose something? Recalling how Uchiha Shinsui's personality had changed after they started dating in his past life, Gumu uncontrollably swallowed hard. He remembered correctly that during his second year, a junior girl wanted to ask him out, but under Uchiha Shinsui's interference, he almost became reclusive. Since then, he hadn't seen her even once. Chapter 14. How is the autistic girl formed? Start the lottery, all in. All in is a kind of wisdom. Either you have nothing, or you win everything. Thank you for your patronage. 15. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Wet Bone Force Age mode. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the basic Wind Release Ninjutsu. Wind Release again? Gumu looked at Uchiha Shinsui, who was attacking the target not far away, with a speechless expression. Is this system really planning to make him the Wind Shadow? Gumu said yesterday that he would help Uchiha Shinsui in battle, so today after class, he took her to this deserted grove. He thought that Uchiha Shinsui would refuse, but unexpectedly, she agreed quite quickly. This girl, why is she suddenly trusting herself so much? Gumu, how about we have a match? Training alone is so boring. In the distance, Uchiha Shinsui, gradually becoming proficient, was able to accurately hit the target on the tree with her shuriken. Watching Uchiha Shinsui casually airing out her shirt, Gumu looked puzzled. Come on, let me give you a good beating. Gumu also planned to see how strong Uchiha Shinsui really was. Well then, I'm coming. A kunai appeared in Uchiha Shinsui's hand, and her relaxed expression disappeared. Instead, she became particularly serious. Whoosh! Uchiha Shinsui, who knew some combat skills, started to close in, but her speed was really a bit slow, probably in the range of an ordinary ninja student. Several shurikens came flying, easily dodged by Gumu. Fire release, great fireball technique. After forming the hand seals, a fireball roared toward her. Little did he know, before the fireball could get close, it was instantly shattered by Gumu's wind release. Boom! The massive shockwave sent Uchiha Shinsui flying through the air. Her hairstyle was blown around as she flew dozens of meters before stabilizing. Spit, 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 I can't fight, I can't fight. Uchiha Shinsui spat out the dust in her mouth, looking quite resentful. This guy doesn't know how to hold back. Uchiha Shinsui, feeling resentful, collected 100 emotional points. Ahem, let us continue. Gumu felt a bit uneasy under Uchiha Shinsui's gaze, as if her expression attack had become a bit stronger. Thus, during the day, while farming, and in the evening, training together, Uchiha Shinsui gradually adapted to fighting. Finally, that day, the second practical class began again. Shinsui, relax. You're already last, it can't get worse. Gumu, your way of comforting people is quite unique. Uchiha Shinsui looked speechless. Ahem, just tell me if it relieves your stress. It does. After you said that, I actually feel less nervous. The things that need to be practiced have already been practiced. As for how the practical battle goes later, we can only leave it to fate. Well then, the second practical class starts. Everyone come up to draw lots. Soon, under the watchful gaze of Senju Tobirama, the first round of battle slots appeared. Gumu drew a name he wasn't too familiar with, while Uchiha Shinsui drew Uchiha Kagami, who was also from the Uchiha clan. Hello, Gumu. Let the battle begin. Whoosh. Draw the sword, sheath the sword. The opponent lost combat ability, the battle ended, all within 3 seconds. After finishing off his opponent, Gumu went over to observe Uchiha Kagami's side. However, He clearly noticed that Uchiha Shinsui's performance was very poor. Being continuously suppressed like this, she and T even displayed half of her usual level in their sparring. What on earth happened? Gumu furrowed his brows. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Uchiha Kageme's eyes were blood red, with a Sharingan spinning within. This guy, could it be that he used Jinjutsu? Sure enough, as the words fell, Gumu saw Uchiha Kageme holding a long knife, coldly pointed at Uchiha Shinsui's neck. You lost. The long knife was sheathed, indicating Uchiha Shinsui's defeat in battle. Uchiha Shinsui smiled wryly. She indeed lost, and was crushed in the defeat. Are you okay? Gumu came to Uchiha Shinsui's side and helped her up, noticing that she was quite exhausted. It was clear that she had fought with all her might. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kageme not only had rich combat experience, but also activated the Uchiha clan's exclusive Sharingan. Sorry, Gumu, I lost. I let down your special training. It's fine. The practical class isn't over yet. You haven't lost. I will do my best. Uchiha Shinsui hid her trembling, exhausted hand behind her back. She definitely wouldn't easily admit defeat. But what happened next was not as one would wish. The partners Uchiha Shinsui was paired with were almost all from the top ranks of the class's practical course. This resulted in her performance being very poor. She became the last in the class. Finally, after the last battle ended, Gumu ranked first with a clean sweep, while Uchiha Shinsui was last with all losses. Gumu's expression was not good. He suspected that someone had tampered with the lottery. Otherwise, how could someone have such bad luck? As for who it was first, Tobirama could be ruled out. As the second Hokage, he naturally wouldn't stoop to doing such a thing. Probably no one could cause trouble under the second Hokage's nose. That said, it really could be that his little girlfriend had bad luck. It seems I really don't have the talent to be a ninja. Even the heavens are against me like this. Uchiha Shinsui's expression was helpless. It's okay. Shinsui, your performance today completely has a chance to convince the teacher. Gumu comforted her from his side. Uchiha Shinsui shook her head. Sorry, Gumu, I think I will take a break from school for a while. I want some quiet time. Uchiha Shinsui, feeling intensely unwilling, collected 300 emotional points, huh? Alright, I will explain to the teacher. Gumu knew that Uchiha Shinsui was a person with a lot of pride, 2 times in a row being last. It probably left a significant emotional scar in her heart. This indeed required some time to recover. It's just a pity that during this time, it will be difficult to farm any wool. Gumu originally thought that Uchiha Shinsui's recovery time wouldn't be long. At most no more than half a month. According to this girl's personality, she would probably engage in devilish training during this half-month time. Until she completely improved her combat level, she would return to the academy again. However, Gumu waited for almost a month. He hadn't even seen Uchiha Shinsui once. Could something have happened to this girl? That afternoon, after class, Gumu's expression was somewhat solemn. According to common sense, Konoha should be very safe now. At least until Senju Hashirama's incident, it was 100 safe. So Uchiha Shinsui being in trouble could be ruled out. The only explanation is that some other factors led her to give up on school. Should I go take a look? Gumu found himself unconsciously arriving at the Uchiha clan's residence. He still decided to check it out himself. No way. Gumu hesitated a bit because he was afraid of some of Uchiha Izuna's fanatic followers in the Uchiha clan. Who knows? Seeing him as the son of the second Hokage, they might just go all out in retaliation. Chapter 15. The Introverted Girl and the Redemption of Gumu to Gumu's surprise. He easily entered the area managed by the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was still under the sugar-coated shell built by the first Hokage. Naturally, they would not casually reject others from the village. At least, they still sadly believed that they could live peacefully with the other clans in the village. You shouldn't be from the Uchiha clan, right? I don't know what brings you here. Gumu turned around and saw a ninja in a green guard uniform. It seemed that Tobirama had started to attempt to establish the Konoha guard. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? What's their name? Maybe I know them. Gumu took a closer look at this unfamiliar Uchiha and replied, I'm looking for Uchiha Kageme. We are classmates, and I have something to discuss with him. Uchiha Kageme? He's a genius of our clan. The Uchiha member spoke with a hint of pride. I'll take you there. A genius? If that's considered a genius, then the standards are indeed a bit low. It was true that aside from Uchiha Madara, there really wasn't anyone else from the Uchiha clan who could stand out. Soon, this Uchiha led Gumu to a relatively prosperous house. To Gumu's surprise, Uchiha Kageme seemed to have a decent status within the Uchiha clan. Do you need something from me? Before Gumu could knock on the door, Uchiha Kageme had already appeared in front of him. I wanted to ask where Uchiha Shizuka lives. Aren't you from the same clan? Oh, I see. It's over there. Uchiha Kageme seemed to have already known that Gumu would ask this question. So he pointed in a direction and returned to his expressionless demeanor. Thank you. Gumu expressed his gratitude and walked in the indicated direction. However, he clearly noticed that this guy's gaze towards him was a bit off. Could it be that something really happened? Finally, after some inquiries, Gumu successfully arrived at the residence of Uchiha Shizuka. The house was not large, just an ordinary two-story building. What was this strange sense of tension? Gumu seemed to recall the nervous scene of meeting his girlfriend's parents for the first time in his past life. After carefully knocking on the door, Gumu waited for a moment but received no response. Sorry to disturb. To prevent any mishap, Gumu had no choice but to force the door open. Fortunately, it wasn't locked. What came into view were a pair of slippers and a somewhat quiet hall. The excessive tidiness made Gumu raise an eyebrow. This didn't seem like someone lived here. Shizuka, I'm here to see you. Is anyone home? Gumu looked around and quickly finished checking the first floor. In the kitchen, there were some unwashed plates that seemed to have been left there for a while. The unease in his heart made Gumu head straight for the second floor. If there was really no one home, it could only mean that Uchiha Shizuka was missing. Fortunately, upon opening another room, Gumu finally saw a lump covered by a bedsheet. The curtains were tightly drawn, making the room quite dim, and that unmoving figure made Gumu's heart clench. He could only try not to think too much about it. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy, even more so than Obito. If Shizuka really was in trouble, he would have to let the whole world accompany her in death. Stretching out a trembling hand, he lifted the bedsheet. What came into view was a white-clad girl lying on the bed, her eyes vacant, with messy hair that looked like it hadn't been washed for days. Fortunately, there were no visible injuries, and her breathing was steady. This was the best outcome he could hope for. Shizuka, I'm here. It's Gumu. Gumu sat by the bed, suppressing his emotional turmoil. He needed to figure out what had happened during this time. Gee, Gumu? Uchiha Shizuka's originally hollow gaze seemed to react slightly, and tears began to well up in her large eyes. She usually wouldn't cry unless something truly unbearable happened. Can you tell me what happened? Gumu's voice trembled as he wiped the tears from Uchiha Shizuka's face. Taking a deep breath, he helped Uchiha Shizuka sit up, trying to make himself appear more normal. Gumu, it's really you. Sob, sob, sob. Uchiha Shizuka tightly hugged Gumu, her arms trembling as she began to cry freely. Uchiha Shizuka, in intense panic, earned 500 emotional points. She finally regained her senses, feeling the fluctuations in the breath beside her, confirming that she was not dreaming. She had dreamed of this scene many times during these days. Okay, I'm here. Don't worry, no one can hurt you. Gumu patted Uchiha Shizuka's back, his expression becoming extraordinarily terrifying. Thank you. Thank you, Gumu-kun. I'm so glad to have you. Uchiha Shizuka buried her face in Gumu's chest. Her voice choked with emotion. Uchiha Shizuka, feeling at ease, earned 300 emotional points. After about half an hour, Uchiha Shizuka, whose emotions had stabilized, voluntarily released her arms. Looking at Gumu's clothes, which were stained with snot and tears, she felt a bit embarrassed. It's fine. You should tell me what exactly happened. Gumu wore a gentle smile on his face. It was them. They wanted to kill me. Uchiha Shizuka seemed to organize her words and finally reached a conclusion. Kill you? Who? Gumu's brow furrowed slightly. I don't know. At first, I didn't believe it until a head was left at my doorstep. That was There's no need to recall that memory. Gumu looked around the empty room and already had a guess. Can you tell me the specific details of what happened? I mean, the details before it all started. That night, I had just finished training when I received the letter. The content told me not to train and not to return to the ninja academy. Otherwise, they would kill me. At first, I thought it was a prank until the next evening when I came back. It's all my fault. If I had listened, my mother wouldn't have. Uchiha Shizuka's gaze shattered. In this world, the only two people who had truly made her feel tenderness were Gumu and her mother. Experiencing such a cruel event for the first time had left Shizuka nearly on the brink of a breakdown. If Gumu had come just a little later to find Shizuka, she might have really collapsed and committed suicide at home. It's not your fault. You did nothing wrong. Gumu gently touched Uchiha Shizuka's face, speaking in the softest tone. From now on, come stay with me. With me around, no one can hurt you. Gumu-kun, you're that Gumu, right? Uchiha Shizuka looked up, her large eyes glistening with moisture, asking the question that mattered most to her. Yes, I'm also a traveler. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Gumu smiled slightly, reaching out to stroke Uchiha Shizuka's head. To hell with the system. He couldn't care less about it right now. Thank you. I'm so glad I have you. Uchiha Shizuka hugged Gumu again, her petite body trembling a bit, but Gumu could feel that she seemed much more at ease. He had fully taken in Uchiha Shizue's weariness and emptiness, and he deeply regretted not coming over a few days earlier. That's right, Konoha village has just been established, and it's important to know that the major clans were previously in a hostile relationship, making such grudges difficult to avoid. However, is this really a case of enemies looking for trouble, or are there other factors at play? Komoka doesn't know, but he is certain that he will make those behind the scenes pay their debts in blood and flesh. Chapter 16, The Midnight Struggle Returning to His Residence. It was already nighttime, and behind Gumu was a timid girl holding onto the corner of his clothes. Gumu Xiaozhu, who is this person? In hall, Senju Inglu, who was about to come greet Gumu, looked confused at the sight of an unfamiliar woman. She's my classmate. She'll be living here from now on. Right next to me. Inglu Jia, can you help tidy up a bit? Okay. Senju Inglu wanted to say that casually letting someone live here might upset the family head, but upon meeting Gumu's hollow gaze, she wisely chose to remain silent. Tonight, the look in Xiaozhu's eyes was particularly frightening and terrifying. Jingshui, you can sleep peacefully. It's very safe here. After a moment, Gumu added, Inglu Jia, she's a Jainin, so you can rest assured. Uchiha Jingshui seemed to understand the significance of being a Jainin. After glancing at Senju Inglu a few more times, she slightly spoke, thank you for your trouble. No problem, it's a small issue. I'll be sleeping right next to you tonight. Nothing will happen. Senju Inglu said with a slight smile, sensing that something must have happened to Uchiha Jingshui. It wasn't until Gumu used his wind-based perception to realize there were some even breaths coming from next door that he got up, leaped out of the window, and arrived in the backyard. He definitely couldn't sleep after what happened to his little girlfriend. Xiaozhu, where are you going? Before leaving, Gumu heard Senju Inglu's curious inquiry from behind. In a bad mood, just going for a walk. Xiaozhu, this is your first time going out at night. You should know that Konoha at night is not as beautiful as it seems during the day. Senju Inglu's expression was serious. Her task was not only to take care of Gumu, but most importantly to ensure his safety. This was the only mission entrusted to her by the Second Hokage. Yeah, I know. Gumu replied expressionlessly, but the fierceness and determination in his eyes made Senju Inglu realize he was resolute. Ingluye, I hope you want to leave here tonight. This is my only request, and will be the last. Sorry, Xiaozhu, but I can't do that. Senju Inglu rarely refuted him. She couldn't let Gumu be in a dangerous place alone. I know what you're worried about, but I have the ability to protect myself now. As he spoke, Gumu, holding a katana, stood behind Senju Inglu. His speed was as fast as a black lightning bolt. Even Senju Inglu, a perception ninja, didn't react in time, feeling a katana pressed against her neck. Senju Inglu smiled helplessly. All right, Xiaozhu, I will take good care of that girl. Thank you. Gumu thanked her, and with a few jumps, he left the courtyard. Let me see just how dark Konoha really is. Gumu changed into a black stealth outfit and crouched on a rooftop. Due to the current lack of advanced technology, there were no power poles. His vision swept below, mainly focusing on the Uchiha clan's area. Before Konoha was established, various clans fought each other, with the Senju and Uchiha clans being the strongest. However, the Senju clan was good at accepting vassals from smaller families, while the Uchiha clan, being proud, would not easily accept others as vassals. This led to the Uchiha clan having the most enemies in Konoha, with almost every clan having some grievances, laying the groundwork for their future decline. It was likely that Uchiha Madara noticed this and wanted to lead his clan away, but no one was willing to follow him. As Inglu Jie said, Konoha at night is indeed restless. After only observing for a little over 10 minutes, Gumu had already detected two different groups of ninja movements, one from the Hyuga clan and the other from the Uchiha clan. Since Hashirama intended for the Senju clan to integrate with the commoners, there was no clear clan territory for them. Thus, on the surface, the two most powerful clans in Konoha were the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. After pondering for a moment, Gumu decided to check out the Uchiha clan. After all, he had the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as he could react in time, he wouldn't get caught. With the experience from the first time, the second time would be easy, and he quickly found the entrance he needed. Following that group of people, Gumu quietly infiltrated the Uchiha clan stronghold. They were heading towards the edge of the Uchiha territory, where Uchiha Jingshui's residence was also located. It was hard not to connect the two. With this thought, Gumu's gaze turned cold as he used his unique wind perception ability to maintain distance. As long as there were no perception ninjas in that group, they wouldn't be able to discover him. There were 3 people in total. Gumu temporarily didn't know which clan they belonged to, but it looked like they were carrying out some assassination mission. Gumu leaned against a wall and watched as the 3 quietly entered a small room not far away. A few minutes later, He heard sounds of fighting from inside. Had the assassination failed? Or was this a trap to begin with? Boom! Accompanied by the sound of breaking glass, a figure flew past Gumu. The person's face was cut by the shattered window, and there was a large hole in their chest, looking quite tragic. Who are you, and why did you sneak into the Uchiha clan? Gumu quickly approached the person, unhesitatingly tearing the black cloth off their face. They appeared to be older, and Gumu didn't recognize them. Ah, you. The ninja barely managed to speak before spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and then their head lolled to the side dead. No. Can you finish speaking before dying? Gumu looked exasperated. If there was a next time, he would definitely give someone first aid first. Wasan, we need to go. Damn it. This is a trap set by the Uchiha clan. Sounds came from behind. The 2 ninjas spoke urgently, rushing past Gumu, instinctively treating him as a companion. You bastards. Gumu cursed inwardly, looking at the Uchiha ninjas chasing him from behind. Now he was in a situation where even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear his name. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in the Uchiha clan? Gumu was forced to follow behind the 2. Although he could use the Flying Thunder God to escape directly, he was more curious to know whether these 2 were connected to Uchiha Jingshue's incident. Shimura Tanyu seemed to realize that the person next to him was clearly not a companion, as this kid looked rather young. But soon, his thoughts were interrupted as several Uchiha ninjas appeared not far away. These ninjas were dressed in green security uniforms, likely having heard the commotion and immediately surrounding the area. Interesting, it seems I can finally have a real fight. Gumu felt no pressure. Instead, there was a hint of joy on his face. This naive demeanor made Shimura Tanyu look down on him. This kid was definitely not very old. If he knew he was about to face not a game, but a true fight for life and death, he might not be so carefree anymore. Chapter 17, Escaped. But not completely in total. There were 6 people, with a chunin at the back and 3 members of the security team in front. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be genin, not even team leaders. Shimura Yamashita quickly began to analyze the current situation. In other words, we were facing 1 chunin and 5 genin, and all of them were from the Uchiha clan. Brother Tanyao, can we handle this? Shimura Tanyao did not respond immediately, watching the Uchiha ninja rushing towards them. He turned to the nearby Komoku and said, Little brother, I don't know who you are, but in this situation, if we want to escape safely, we can only join forces. Join forces? Who said I wanted to join forces? Komoku replied, his tone somewhat mocking. You'll regret this. Tanyao thought to himself, seeing this kid being so stubborn at such a critical moment. He figured that once they faced the threat of death, Komoku would be the one crying. Contrary to the intel, there was an additional support. The Uchiha ninja pursuing them, upon spotting Komoku, spoke seriously. It's fine, leave the chunin to me. The rest of you, assist the security team and take down the remaining 2. Then, come support me. As long as we can hold them off, we win. The Uchiha chunin, experienced in battle, quickly issued the most effective combat plan. Damn it, it seems we really might fall here. Yamashita, look for an opportunity to get out of here. Shimura Tanyao glared at Komoku and charged ahead, intending to take on 3 opponents and buy some time. As for Komoku, he moved alongside Yamashita to confront the security team. They could only aim for a quick resolution. The longer they dragged it out, the more unfavorable it would be for them. Who told them to act recklessly under others' noses? Real ninjas who have truly experienced life and death. Let me see what makes them different. Unlike the young Sarutobi Hiruzen, these ninjas had been tempered by the battlefield. The bloodlust surrounding them made it clear that they had taken lives. Swish, swish, swish. The air was filled with the sound of whistling projectiles. Although the environment was dark, Komoku could still clearly perceive that these were shurikens spinning at high speeds. With such force, they truly intended to kill. No wonder the warlike Uchiha were relentless in their attacks. Thinking of this, Komoku felt no pressure. If they wanted to kill him, there was no need for further explanations. He knew that explanations would probably be useless at this point. It was all about who could draw their blade faster. The 3 members of the security team coordinated closely. At the moment the shuriken were launched, they formed hand signs for a fire release, sealing off the escape routes of 2 of them. Damn it, those bastards. Shimura Yamashita, clearly inexperienced in battle, found it difficult to judge the dense barrage of attacks and could only frantically dodge to the side. In contrast, Komoku appeared quite elegant. Wielding the cursed blade, Muramasa with one hand, he casually swung the sword, accurately slicing through the shuriken aimed at him. What the hell is going on with this kid? After hearing Tanyao's address, Yamashita realized that Komoku was likely quite young, yet he could react to such a barrage of shuriken. Yamashita began to suspect that this guy might also have the Sharingan. Hey, don't get distracted. Komoka came to Yamashita's side and kicked him away, just as a flurry of shuriken pierced the ground where Yamashita had been standing. Forget it, just stay far away. In an instant, Yamashita felt his vision flip, and before he could react, he found himself in a strange corner with Komoku. What has happened? Yamashita was bewildered and wanted to ask, but Komoku's figure had already disappeared. At the position where Yamashita had been unaware, a unique flying thunder god mark belonging to Komoku was quietly hidden away. What's going on? Not only was Yamashita confused, but the security team members surrounding the two were equally baffled. They had formed a triangular encirclement and only needed to hold these two to win. Yet, in the blink of an eye, one of them had suddenly vanished. One after another. How could they be so distracted? They should know that getting distracted in battle is a very dangerous thing. As Komoku's voice fell, of the originally standing three, two were already lying down. What's going on? What did you do? The remaining security member looked at the blood dripping from Komoku's blade, his tone laced with panic. This must have hit a titanium alloy plate. Komoku remained silent, not responding to the guy's confusion. Crack! The sound of the blade being drawn echoed, and then a head flew off into the air. After killing the three, Komoku felt no particular emotion. Thinking of his girlfriend possibly committing suicide because of these reasons made him unusually calm. If the world was like this, then it could only be he who instigated a revolution. After all, ninjas like Sarutobi Hiruzen and other academy geniuses were already capable of battling Chunin. And since Komoku could kill them in an instant, he could easily take down Genin. Moreover, with all the advantages he currently had, it was practically impossible for him to fail. What is happening? Did he really finish them off? Shimura Tanyao's eyes widened in shock. Even he couldn't possibly resolve 3 Genin so quickly, considering they were from the Uchiha clan who could fight multiple opponents. And why had that kid Yamashita vanished without a trace? Quickly, finish off this guy. The Uchiha Chunin sensed something was wrong and immediately ordered his subordinates to attack swiftly. They indeed acted, fighting with their lives, but after just 2 encounters, Tanyao bore several wounds. Unfortunately, the power gap between them was not significant. Quickly killing him remained a challenge. Damn it, am I really going to die here? Tanyao was knocked down to the ground, despair showing on his face. Just as he was losing hope, he heard a faint voice beside him. Hey, the fight isn't over yet. Looking up, he saw Komoku casually holding his sword on his shoulder, appearing quite relaxed. Aren't you, cough cough, escaping? Escape? Shouldn't they be the ones escaping? Komoku smirked coldly. Just as Tanyao stared in shock, a fierce wind howled past him. The powerful wave lifted the ground, and amidst the wind's roar, the light of the blade was chaotic. By the time Tanyao reacted, the 2 approaching Uchiha ninjas had already collapsed, lifeless on the ground. As for the last Uchiha Chunin still standing, he was being violently torn apart by the airwaves, twitching helplessly before falling to the ground. Who the hell is this guy? Shimura Tanyao was in a daze, and under the fierce wind, the young man slowly sheathed his katana. This was the first time he had seen wind release combined with a katana. Stop dazing around. Next, it's our turn to have a good talk. Komoku instantly appeared beside the still stunned Tanyao, grabbing him and using Flying Thunder God to bring them to the front of Shimura Yamashita, who was trying to leave the Uchiha stronghold. It's you. And, Brother Tanyao, you're still alive. That's really great. Yamashita's face was filled with surprise. But soon, the events that unfolded made his expression turn to one of terror. At the moment Shimura Tanino wanted to get up, the ancient tree suddenly drew its blade and ruthlessly pinned him to the ground. They did not manage to escape. They merely fell into the hands of an even more terrifying foe. Chapter 18, is it true? Foster father, what? What are you doing? The young Shimizu Yamashita looked flustered, clearly unaware of the severity of the situation. What am I doing? Can't you understand this? Gumu stepped on Shimizu Tano's body, his tone icy. Cough cough. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Shimizu Tano was obviously more experienced than Yamashita, and the reason he hadn't killed the 2 of them yet was simply to gather some intelligence. What clan are you 2 from? And why are you trying to assassinate the Uchiha clan? We are from the Shimizu clan, and the reason for targeting the Uchiha is due to irreconcilable conflicts. The Shimizu clan, huh? Gumu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. A second-tier clan daring to bully the Uchiha. It seems that after Uchiha Madara left, anyone could come and step on them. How many times have you acted? And do you have accomplices? Seeing Shimizu Tano starting to answer, Gumu also drew his blade, signaling Yamashita to bandage his wounds. This is our first operation. As for accomplices, most people in the clan do not wish to have conflict with the Uchiha. They have no grievances, so naturally, they can speak calmly. If they understood the pain of losing loved ones, they probably wouldn't be so indifferent. Shimizu Tano gritted through the pain, his tone laced with sarcasm. Gumu narrowed his eyes. First operation, huh? So, they were not the ones who assassinated Shizuka's mother. As for whether he was lying, typically, an assassin wouldn't easily attempt a second assassination unless they were a fool after succeeding once. I see. It's clear that you two are willing to risk your lives for revenge. However, you fell into a trap tonight, which indicates that the Uchiha clan has noticed this and has been on guard for a long time, even starting to spread some false information, just waiting for you to walk into a net. Therefore, your chances for revenge in the future are almost non-existent. Gumu's tone carried a hint of mockery. Sir, if you are willing to help us with our revenge, we are willing to serve you. Shimizu Tano, having lived for so long, naturally understood the underlying meaning of Gumu's words. He immediately knelt down with Yamashita beside him, expressing loyalty. Their resolute gazes seemed unyielding even at the edge of a knife. I can help you with revenge, but whether you truly submit to me is still to be assessed. First, tell me about the current situation of your Shimizu clan. Gumu knew that if he wanted to develop in the future, he naturally needed something in hand, and having influence was one part of it. Moreover, a family investigating something would definitely be more efficient than doing it alone. Brother Tano, Yamashita next to him, showed some hesitation. This man in black seemed to have a clear agenda. Yamashita, think of your fiancée. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to survive like this. Shimizu Tano's words successfully dispelled Yamashita's last trace of doubt. Indeed, relying on that bunch of cowards in the clan is worse than dreaming in broad daylight. Currently, our Shimizu clan has 3 upper ninjas, the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder. Among them, the second elder has a considerable feud with the Uchiha clan, but unfortunately, his influence within the clan is not high, and he is also the weakest among the 3. This results in aggressive individuals not easily revealing their thoughts. Shimizu Tano roughly summarized the internal situation of the clan. Why didn't he, the second elder, participate in this operation despite having a feud with the Uchiha? Simply put, he is cowardly. As the saying goes, a coward is one, and the general is a whole nest of cowards. During this time, you two should secretly gather some spirited ninjas within the clan. If possible, I hope you can do this in the name of the second elder. What if the second elder questions us? Questions? Why would he question you? You are helping him gather people. Gumu sneered. As long as the second elder of the Shimizu clan isn't stupid, he wouldn't stop it. If the elder or the clan leader finds out later, he can always say he was unaware. If, in the end, the clan leader comes to talk to you, you just need to send a letter to the relay station, which will then be sent to the Hyuga clan, and the content should simply say the melons are ripe. Hyuga? Shimizu Tano was somewhat unclear about the significance of this, but he felt that the future of Konoha would definitely be more chaotic. One last question. What is the name of your clan leader's son? Shimizu Aoyama. That is all for now. You can go back. As for whether your revenge will succeed, it depends on your efforts. All right, sir. We will definitely accomplish the task. Shimizu Tano and Shimizu Yamashita knelt on one knee. The death of their loved ones had turned them into walking corpses. The only motivation for living was revenge, and for that, they were willing to do anything. The Shimizu clan, that is quite an unexpected gain. Gumu watched the two leave, his eyes silent, and with a flash of the flying thunder god technique, he disappeared from a spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the roof of his home courtyard. Gumu clearly sensed that Senju Hikari had awoken instantly due to his presence. It seems you need to ask Sister Hikari later how to guard against sensory ninjas. The night was already short, and Gumu looked at the gradually lightening horizon in the distance, choosing to sit cross-legged on the ground. He wanted to fully experience his sage mode of wet bone forest. Upon opening his eyes again, black stripes appeared on Gumu's face, as if a demon possessed him, carrying immense pressure. Is this sage mode? Gumu felt a significant boost in his perception and power. In terms of perception, he could easily see the grass in the courtyard, while in terms of power, he felt as if he could punch and kill a cow. Moreover, the wind release in this form had definitely undergone a qualitative change. However, sage mode required a massive amount of chakra to support it. Even with Gumu's doubled chakra, he could only maintain it for a minute. One can only imagine how immense Senju Hashirama's chakra must be. With a clap of his hands, whatever he calls for comes. This is no joke. After training for a while, Gumu went into his room, sensing that Uchiha Shizuka was still sleeping. After greeting Senju Hikari, he headed to the academy. That girl probably hasn't had a good rest these days. Indeed, worrying about assassins every day Even Gumu would find it hard to sleep without absolute trump cards. Damn, thinking of this, Gumu's eyes filled with killing intent. Even if he had to overthrow Konoha in the future, he had to find those murderers. What's going on? Why does the chaotic king feel so terrifying today? Indeed, he still seemed expressionless as usual, but why did it feel suffocating? I hope I don't have to face this guy in today's practical class. Soon, under the guidance of Senju Tobirama, a group of academy ninjas began to gather in the square. The results of the matches were undeniable. Gumu was still undefeated. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, perennial second place, and Shimizu Danzo, perennial third place. Damn, why is this guy getting stronger and stronger? Among the crowd, Shimizu Danzo looked at the announcement results with a resentful tone. Now, he couldn't even see Gumu's starting movements clearly. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could still compete with him. But this guy felt like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Shimizu Danzo, don't you want to get stronger? Let me teach you. Just as Danzo was lost in thought, the voice of Komugi made his expression instantly turn to surprise. Is it true, Komugi? Rather than by name, I hope you can call me father. Isn't there a saying, once a teacher, always a father? Komugi smiled lightly. He intended to use Danzo to completely control the Uchiha clan. Komugi, don't play with me. Danzo's eyes became serious. Play with you? I'm not joking. I believe you know that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Is it unreasonable for me to ask you to call me father? Should I leave? Seeing that Komugi was really about to leave without looking back, Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away and immediately spoke up. Wait. Father, please teach me the secrets of wind release. Fearing that Komugi had heard him, he even called out twice. However, as long as he could defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, what was a little grievance? Today's humiliation is just for the sake of future glory. Danzo comforted himself like this in his heart. Very well. Today I have gained a son. My child, come with your father. Komugi's words left Danzo blushing, but fortunately, there were not many people around. Otherwise, this would purely be a dark history. Chapter 19, Why Not Hungry? Of course, it's dog food until full in the small woods behind the mountain. The ancient tree looked at the eager-to-learn Danzo in front of him and softly said, Wind release is all about speed and swiftness. Danzo, show me your strongest wind release jutsu. Danzo Shimura was somewhat surprised by the way the ancient tree addressed him. Does this count as a form of recognition? Then be careful, Danzo reminded, quickly forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. In an instant, a massive wind blade appeared from Danzo's hand. Such a powerful jutsu could potentially injure an average genin severely if they weren't careful. Crack! Just as it was about to reach the ancient tree, a sound of a wooden sword being drawn echoed in the air. Subsequently, the wind blade was easily sliced apart by the ancient tree. Upon closer inspection, one could see that fine threads of wind chakra were entwined around the wooden sword. Not enough power. Next time you use a jutsu, increase your chakra until you can break my wooden sword. I see, Danzo thought, feeling somewhat speechless. He couldn't even break the ancient tree's wooden sword. However, he was quite pleasantly surprised to learn that there were such techniques in ninjutsu. This kind of skill, Danzo would surely understand in the future. The ancient tree was just letting him know in advance. Thus, they chatted aimlessly for an entire afternoon, and it was nearing evening. My child, have you felt an increase in your strength? The ancient tree asked. Faced with the ancient tree's questioning gaze, Danzo felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. However, he indeed learned some things today, albeit not much. Ahem. Father, thank you. No problem. I see you living like a young master every day. Your family's elders must hold a significant position in the clan, right? Leaning against a tree, the ancient tree finally revealed his true nature. By the way, I still don't know your surname or family name, Father. Danzo, suppressing his inner frustration, asked. Fortunately, as long as there was no one else around, it was fine. As long as no one knew he had called the ancient tree father, he would still be the genius Danzo. Me? I'm just a commoner, and you, my child. Why are you changing the subject? Your elders aren't the clan leader, are they? Clan leader? Upon hearing this term, Danzo's eyes narrowed. And once he confirmed there was indeed no one around, he let out a sigh of relief. My family elder is not the clan leader. Their status in the family is not high either. Although Danzo didn't know what the ancient tree intended to do, he would not easily expose his identity or background. Not high status? Why are you so nervous then? Are you trying to seize power? Upon hearing the word seize power, the ancient tree keenly sensed Danzo's breathing suddenly quicken. Father, please don't joke about that. Especially don't spread rumors outside. I can't handle that kind of pressure. Danzo gave a bitter smile. Then when will you take me to meet your brothers? After all, I am your father. The ancient tree's joking words indeed made Danzo somewhat irritated. However, he couldn't win against the ancient tree, so he could only hold back his frustration. Next time, when I have time. All right then, let's leave it at that for today. Next time, let's schedule a time for me to teach you how to attach wind release to weapons. Hearing the ancient tree's words, Danzo's eyes brightened instantly. If he had such a means, could he also use the ancient tree's elusive wind release slashing technique? Undoubtedly, that was impossible. What the ancient tree used was a unique secret technique called Iato slash, not just any wind release. Father, take care, I'll practice a bit longer. Under Danzo's watch, the ancient tree's figure gradually disappeared. In a place without people, the ancient tree confirmed that no one was watching, and his smiling expression instantly turned cold. Danzo was indeed cautious, but he still revealed some key information. His direct family line, seeing Danzo's talent, was probably already planning a power grab. As for this opportunity, he would add fuel to the fire. When the ancient tree activated the flying thunder god and arrived on the rooftop of the courtyard, the sky had almost completely darkened. As for why he chose the rooftop as the flying thunder god marking location, it was of course because this position allowed him to perceive the entire courtyard at once. Just like now, the ancient tree could see Uchiha Shizuka sitting under the big tree in the courtyard, looking somewhat dazed. Fool, what are you thinking about? The ancient tree jumped and landed behind Uchiha Shizuka. You're back. Uchiha Shizuka's originally vacant gaze instantly lit up upon hearing the ancient tree's voice. Uchiha Shizuka is satisfied. Gained 200 emotional points. Current emotional points, 1,400. Feeling better? Not too bad. With Sister Hinagiku helping me, I feel much lighter, and she really is very strong. Uchiha Shizuka's eyes carried a hint of envy. If only she were as strong as Sister Hinagiku, such tragedies would definitely not happen. It's my fault if I had. Before the ancient tree could finish speaking, Uchiha Shizuka waved her hand to interrupt. It's all right. Ancient Tree-kun, I'm very happy to have you around. Uchiha Shizuka pursed her lips, seemingly recalling something. By the way, I'm going to school tomorrow. I've decided I want to become strong like Sister Hinagiku. All right, but before that, let's eat. Just look at you, you become so thin. The ancient tree patted Uchiha Shizuka's little head. This was the time for growth. And he certainly didn't want the future Uchiha Shizuka to be unable to feed her children. Got it. Uchiha Shizuka slightly lowered her head, her pretty face turning red. She of course knew why the ancient tree would say that. In his previous life, he liked bigger ones. He really didn't know if the future could satisfy him. I'll have the little couple finish talking, preparing dinner. Senju Hinagiku looked at the ancient tree and Uchiha Shizuka entering together, wearing a smile of an ant. Sister Hinagiku, don't talk nonsense. We have a serious relationship. Uchiha Shizuka is displeased. Gained 100 emotional points. Just after saying that, the system's prompt made the ancient tree turn in shock, and sure enough, he saw Uchiha Shizuka's mouth twitch slightly. This guy was 9 out of 10 not right. Let's eat first. There are good things tonight. The ancient tree and Uchiha Shizuka sat beside the dining table. It turned out to be salmon. They could even get such seafood. It seems Sister Hinagiku still had some connections. Then I'll dig in. Uchiha Shizuka flicked her hair, opened her delicate lips, and took a small bite. The tender fish meat burst with a primal flavor in her mouth, leaving a lingering taste. What is wrong? Is it not tasty? Senju Hinagiku looked at Uchiha Shizuka's serious expression, thinking she hadn't prepared it well. And no, it's pretty good. Uchiha Shizuka quickly waved her hands. Her serious demeanor was just to avoid showing a happy expression. After all, her mother had passed away not long ago, and if she started enjoying herself, it was indeed hard for Uchiha Shizuka to accept. I'll give you my share. I don't really like eating seafood. The ancient tree propped his face with one hand and pushed his plate in front of Uchiha Shizuka. Mifine. Uchiha Shizuka did not accept it. Didn't you just say you want to eat well? All right. Uchiha Shizuka shot the ancient tree a resentful glance. Did this guy really dislike her current figure that much? She wasn't incapable of developing. I can't take it anymore. I'm suddenly feeling like I want to be alone in peace. Chinsho Inglu was shown up, which dealt her 1,000 points of damage as a single woman. Chapter 20. Assassination Operation in the Dead of Night. Gumu sat at the edge of the window. He still couldn't fall asleep and could clearly hear the steady breathing of Uchiha Shinsui next door. The harvest of today was good, and he was ready to go all in. Thank you for your patronage, 13. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the stealth breathing technique, breath concealment, can hide most of the breath, unless encountering an external player. It was somewhat similar to the second Hokage Mu's invisibility technique, but unfortunately, it couldn't make him invisible. After changing into a Black Knight suit, Gumu instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at the previously hidden rooftop of a tall building. This location was not only concealed, but also allowed a view of the entire Konoha. Gumu squinted his eyes and began to use a special wind-based perception to investigate the surroundings. Soon, he noticed an interesting movement. Those people were well-trained and moved at an incredibly fast speed, with their lowest strength being that of Nin. They were all Umbu ninjas. Were they executing some secret plan? Curious, Gumu quietly pulled back some distance and followed them. The more he followed, the more curious he became. Their actions had already reached the edge of Konoha. Who were they planning to deal with? Gumu felt somewhat puzzled. Before long, the three-man Umbu team, wearing animal masks, stopped in front of an abandoned wooden house. Captain, the intel was correct, right? It's right here. The Hokage-sama entrusted us with a mission to eliminate the terrorists hiding in this wooden house tonight. Let's get started. With that, the three Umbu ninjas instantly vanished, coordinating their entry into the abandoned wooden house. After thinking for a moment, Gumu decided to follow them. His intuition told him that this operation might not be as simple as it appeared. The wooden house was large and had been abandoned for a long time. Since it was located at the edge of Konoha, not many people paid attention to it. Upon entering the wooden house, the surroundings were pitch black, but Gumu could still sense some fighting sounds coming from upstairs. With that thought, Gumu immediately headed upstairs. Just as he reached the doorway, he saw a ninja crash through the wooden door and shoot out past him. The powerful force caused this Umbu ninja to smash into the wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. Is he dead? Gumu's pupils constricted. The Umbu ninja was already dead in midair. Get out of here. The intel is wrong. This terrorist has the strength of an elite Nin, being able to become the captain of the Umbu. There's no doubt that his strength is comparable to a Nin. However, there's still a gap when facing an elite Nin. You have to understand that elite Nin are those who can fight against Kage-level ninja. Fine. Suddenly, the Umbu member beside him, who just thought of retreating, was instantly bound by several black threads and, under the shocked gaze of the captain, was sliced into pieces. Damn it, who the hell are you? The Umbu captain felt immense pressure, staring hard at the masked ninja in the distance who remained silent. Heh, I thought the one coming might be Senju Hashirama, but I didn't expect just some fodder to be sent. This was Kakuzu, his eyes filled with mockery. He was tall and had stitched seams all over his body. He had come for revenge. Years ago, he had received a mission from the higher-ups of Takigakure to assassinate the first Hokage. Little did he know that after infiltrating the Land of Fire, he would end up in a battle with Hashirama. Ultimately, he was defeated under Hashirama's wood-release technique. Returning to his village, he received no comfort. Instead, he became a prisoner, unable to endure such treatment. Kakuzu killed the high-ranking members of the village and seized the forbidden technique, Earth Grudge Fear. Now, he was nearly immortal, and he planned to confront Hashirama once more to avenge his previous humiliation. Your heart should be quite good, so I'll take it. Kakuzu's face twisted into a perverse smile. Under the shocked gaze of the Umbu captain, his arms suddenly detached. Extending arm punch. The detached arm, carrying black tendrils, had immense penetrating power and could undoubtedly pierce through the chest of this Umbu Nin. Just as this Umbu ninja was filled with despair. A compressed wind release instantly severed the extending tendrils. Another expert? Kakuzu squinted his eyes. The ninja, hiding in the shadows, was likely not weak, as he had evaded his perception. Unbeknownst to him, Gumu didn't want to expose himself and had not used his sword techniques. Instead, he activated Sage Mode and used Wind Release to save the Umbu Nin. Who are you? Seizing the opportunity, the Umbu Nin approached Gumu, both of them hiding their true appearances, one wearing a mask and the other veiled. Thus, neither knew who the other was. However, it was apparent that Gumu was of a smaller stature. Are you not leaving? Are you waiting to die? Gumu's tone was calm. His Sage Mode could only last for 1 minute, after which he would use Flying Thunder God to escape. Want to leave? Who do you think you're looking down on? Kakuzu's voice was filled with rage. The masked monster hiding in the corner slowly began to reveal itself, and there were 3 of them. Wind Release, Pressure Damage, Lightning Release, Fake Darkness, Fire Release, Head Hardship. 3 different elemental ninjutsu came from all directions, instantly surrounding Gumu. Oh, The uninformed Nin was heavily injured in the face of his combined ninjutsu assault, swaying unsteadily. As for Gumu, he easily dodged using Flying Thunder God, thankful that he had been cautious enough to place a mark outside the room in advance. What is happening? Even Kakuzu had never seen a ninjutsu that suddenly disappeared. He rubbed his eyes, even doubting whether he had fallen under an illusion. Is this the power of an elite Nin? I almost got into trouble. Gumu initially thought Kakuzu wouldn't be strong, but after witnessing the 3 ninjutsu attacks, the massive wooden house had turned to ashes, making him click his tongue in secret. Good thing I didn't hesitate. If I had been slower, not only would I have failed to save the ninja beside me, but I would have been caught up in it myself. The shockwaves spread outward. Before Gumu could leave, several black shadows surged from the dust. Their speed was the fastest Gumu had ever seen. Fortunately, now that he was in sage mode, he had become accustomed to predicting and dodging. You want to escape too? Kakuzu emerged from the ruins with a dark expression, holding the corpse of the Nin in his hand, mercilessly punching through its chest and extracting its heart. When blood is low, the heart must be taken. Escape? Gumu felt the last moments of sage mode ticking down. His eyes filled with a playful glint. Think carefully about how you will escape next. Suddenly, a massive amount of wind chakra surged in Gumu's hand, causing Kakuzu's eyes to narrow. This ninjutsu is not right. Wind release, dead prison cage. Gumu leaped into the air and slammed down onto the ground, causing the earth to crack open with debris flying everywhere. A massive tornado, accompanied by dust, rose from all sides, forming a cage that imprisoned the 2 within. What do you mean? You want to duel with me? Kakuzu momentarily failed to react, feeling his body being shredded by numerous wind blades. He thought Gumu wanted to duel him, but in that fleeting moment of distraction, he realized Gumu's figure had vanished. Meanwhile, the massive wind tornado did not dissipate. Its growing size undoubtedly attracted the attention of Konoha ninjas. Damn it, that bastard. Jiaodu finally understood why Gumu wanted him to escape. This guy planned to trap himself inside, and then let other Konoha ninjas deal with him. As expected, Senju Hashirama sensed the enormous disturbance from the jutsu and immediately rushed over. He stood on a rooftop, watching Jiaodu below who was trying to break through the tornado, his gaze sharpening. It looks like there's going to be a good show. In the distance, on the rooftop, Gumu stood far away, clearly aware that Jiaodu had not escaped from his jutsu. After all, this wind release technique had consumed about 1/3 of his chakra in sage mode. A good show. What kind of show? Before Gumu could enjoy the spectacle, a sudden voice from behind made him tense up instantly. He immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to create distance, and saw a ninja with silver hair and red eyes, bearing 3 red marks on his cheeks, appear where he had just been. That cool and aloof face was looking at him with an indifferent expression. Senju Tobirama, how did this old man discover me? Moreover, his gaze seemed a bit off. Could it be that he regarded me as an intruder? Chapter 21. The battle against Hinata Tetsu again. The Flying Thunder God technique used by Kuki-shun made Senju Tobirama narrow his eyes slightly. The familiar spatial fluctuations made him start to speculate about Kuki's identity. However, at this moment, Kuki was using a concealed aura, making it somewhat difficult for Tobirama to lock onto him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought there was just a mass of air in front of him. Swish! Sure enough, as he watched Kuki use the Flying Thunder God to leave, Tobirama's eyes narrowed. Did he really think he had no way to counter the Flying Thunder God? Kuki arrived at the location of the previous small grove, and before he could catch his breath, he heard Tobirama's cold voice from behind. Kid, who are you? Why are you hiding your face? And that commotion over there, was it caused by you? This was the first time Tobirama had spoken so much in front of an unknown person. There was no way around it. The kid's physique was exactly like Kuki's, and he could also use space-time ninjutsu. It was hard not to make a connection. However, without uncovering the mask on Kuki's face, Tobirama wouldn't easily jump to conclusions. What the hell? You could follow me here? Kuki had no idea that Tobirama had quickly moved within Konoha using the Flying Thunder God during this brief moment. It should be noted that Tobirama's Flying Thunder God marks were almost spread throughout the entire village. Ignoring Tobirama's words, Kuki immediately teleported to another location. He didn't want his identity to be revealed yet. Kid, where do you think you're running to? After just a few steps, Kuki found Tobirama blocking his path. Even without using the Flying Thunder God, Tobirama's terrifying speed made it nearly impossible for Kuki to perceive him with the naked eye. Tobirama's expression was serious. This kid was clearly born for assassination. Water style, water shockwave. The sudden ninjutsu attack made Kuki's pupils constrict as a massive water column surged up from all directions, covering the space around Kuki. The commotion was even larger than his previous S-rank wind-style technique. "Father, are you trying to kill me? So it's really you, this brat?" Upon hearing Kuki's familiar voice, Tobirama also withdrew the kunai in his hand. He had originally planned to use the cover of the water ninjutsu to execute a flying thunder god slash and punish him again. Kuki didn't know that Tobirama had already let his guard down. If he hadn't suspected Kuki's identity, he would have been severely injured the moment Kuki landed on the rooftop. "What were you doing earlier?" Tobirama approached Kuki, and when he saw him take off the mask from his face, he finally felt at ease. "I wasn't doing anything. I just happened to encounter a ninja from another country who injured a few masked ninjas, so I helped out. By the way, father, are those masked ninjas from our Konoha?" Tobirama raised an eyebrow. Kuki's ability to conceal his aura was entirely born for assassination missions. "I'm not graduated yet. Brat, your strength is already enough for early graduation." "No, I don't want to. I still want to attend classes." Kuki vaguely sensed the commotion on the other side of the village and silently mourned for Kakuzu for a second. "Whatever you want, but I heard that there's a Uchiha living at home recently?" Tobirama asked casually. In reality, Kuki knew this was what he cared about the most. "Father, to be honest, I'm getting close to that little girl to take her down and then use her to control the Uchiha clan." Kuki replied with a smile. "You're not kidding, are you?" Tobirama looked at Kuki a few more times, wondering why he hadn't noticed this kid's ambition before. "This is not for you, father. Don't you hate the Uchiha clan the most?" "Who told you that?" Tobirama's mouth twitched. He didn't want anyone to say behind his back that he was targeting the Uchiha clan. If his elder brother found out, he would be criticized again. "If I'm wrong, then I apologize, but leave that little girl to me. I'll make sure to bully her well." "Well, bullying is too much. You should help each other as classmates." Tobirama nodded expressionlessly, but he was quite satisfied with Kuki's response. When dealing with the evil little Uchiha, one must strike hard. "Haha, what are you two chatting about? So happy." The sudden voice of Hashirama caused Tobirama's expression to stiffen, hoping his elder brother hadn't heard Kuki's earlier speculation. "Uncle." Kuki greeted Senju Hashirama as he approached. This was his first time having such close contact with Hashirama. The red layered armor, full of sword and blade marks, represented the countless battles he had experienced and was absolutely terrifying. However, he didn't feel much pressure. Hashirama looked like a big silly with a smile on his face. Second brother, is this your son? It's our first meeting, and I have no gifts to give. It's truly troublesome." Senju Hashirama reached out and patted Kuki's head under Kuki's speechless gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Elder brother, has the battle been resolved? What about that ninja?" Tobirama's expression was serious. "It's resolved. Don't worry. By the way, what were you two just talking about?" "I think I heard something about Uchiha." "It's nothing. Just about this kid's classmates." Tobirama maintained an expressionless demeanor. "It's getting late. Elder brother, you should go back and rest first. I still have things to handle." "Indeed, Kuki. You should also go back and rest. You have class tomorrow." "Okay, uncle." The next day, Kuki got up, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Uchiha Shizuki leaning against the corridor, carrying a small backpack, appearing like a girl from a painting in front of him. Her long black hair danced in the wind, and a kind smile adorned her delicate and cute face. Her eyes sparkled when she looked at Kuki. "Good morning, Kuki-kun." Uchiha Shizuki feels satisfied. Emotional point 100 satisfied? What is this girl satisfied about? "Good morning, Shizuki-san." After 2 days of rest, Uchiha Shizuki had almost fully recovered, and her complexion was much rosier. "Let's go, it's time for class." Uchiha Shizuki nodded and obediently followed Kuki's side. Before class, he still needed to inform Tobirama, otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that Tobirama wouldn't do something to embarrass Uchiha Shizuki. "Kuki, do you need something from me?" In the teacher's office, Tobirama looked curious. This was the first time Kuki had taken the initiative to find him. "Does Uchiha Shizuki need any conditions to return to school?" As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Shizuki, who was at the door, shyly walked into the room. "Returning to school?" Tobirama looked at Uchiha Shizuki again. "There's no problem with returning to school. But the premise is that I need to see that she has the potential value to become a ninja. Teacher, I am willing to accept the entrance examination." Before Kuki could speak, Uchiha Shizuki proactively responded. "Good." Tobirama maintained an expressionless demeanor and began to check the combat performance report in his hand. "Then let's go with this one, Hinata Tetsu. Just in time, you two had a conflict before, so let's use this opportunity to settle it." Kuki's tone was puzzled. This was clearly looking for trouble, right? "I have no problem." Uchiha Shizuki nodded firmly. which made Kuki see some confidence in her for the first time. I hope nothing goes wrong later. Chapter 22, The Move. The start of the game in Konoha Square. Senju Tobirama gathered everyone together and briefly explained what was about to happen. Hinata Tetsu, Uchiha Shirzue, you two can fight without worry. With me here, no one will trouble you in the future. Originally, Hinata Tetsu was considering holding back, but upon hearing the Second Hokage's promise, his eyes lit up with excitement. Could this mean he could redeem himself? With the Hokage's guarantee, even the likes of Guki should think twice before seeking revenge. Sure enough, Guki could clearly feel Hinata Tetsu glancing over at him from time to time. Hey, this kid really has a short memory. Shirzue, are you going to continue? Guki, trust me, I will do my best. Uchiha Shirzue, with her high ponytail, made a gesture of encouragement, her serious expression indicating she would not easily concede. Just don't overdo it. Guki pinched her cheek, his tone helpless. Well, then I'll go. Uchiha Shirzue did not stop Guki's action, holding her long knife with a sense of determination. What a coincidence, we're going to fight again, Uchiha Shirzue. Hinata Tetsu smiled kindly at Uchiha Shirzue as she stepped onto the stage. His gaze, however, was assessing Guki below. Since you care so much about this woman, I'll make sure to torment her. Let us begin. Uchiha Shirzue knew that the person in front of her was not a good opponent and did not give him a favorable look. The two faced each other, forming their battle seals, and Uchiha Shirzue actively created distance between them. In contrast, Hinata Tetsu did not retreat, but instead took the initiative to attack. Swish! Seeing Hinata Tetsu attack so eagerly, Uchiha Shirzue swiftly threw shurikens, blocking his advance. Oh, your battle experience has improved. Huh. But you're not the only one growing. Hinata Tetsu's eyes carried a hint of sarcasm. 8 trigrams. Heavenly spin. His body spun like a top, a massive surge of chakra erupting from within, instantly forming an absolute defense. Moreover, this defense was like an elastic wall, capable of rebounding all enemy attacks. Confident in his technique, Hinata Tetsu believed that against Uchiha Shirzue, who was at the bottom of the rankings, he would definitely be invincible. Haha, surrender. Hinata Tetsu watched as Uchiha Shirzue dodged his rebounding shuriken attacks, launching another strike. 8 trigrams, air palm. As he approached Uchiha Shirzue, he immediately unleashed his technique. The blue chakra gathered in his hand, preparing to strike Uchiha Shirzue down. With this, he could enjoy tormenting her. Thinking this, Hinata Tetsu glanced mockingly at the indifferent Guki below. I hope to see your expression when you fail. Huh. Just when Hinata Tetsu thought he had succeeded, he felt his attack miss completely. Uchiha Shirzue's unexpected retreat dissipated all his force and even pushed him forward. As he watched a slender leg approaching his face, a trace of fear crossed Hinata Tetsu's face. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Hinata Tetsu's face, sending him flying several meters away with a tremendous impact. Damn it, why did my attack miss? Hinata Tetsu felt the distortion of his face, wiping away the blood flowing from his nose, his tone resentful. Oh, below, Guki seemed to sense something, his expression relaxing slightly. Again, Uchiha Shirzue expressionlessly drew her long knife, gesturing as she assumed a combat stance. Just a bottom feeder, how dare you mock me? Hinata Tetsu's twisted face showed anger. Their past grievances, combined with her provocative actions, only intensified his resentment. This time, he would attack with full force. He did not believe Uchiha Shirzue could evade again. Charging forward once more, Uchiha Shirzue did not wait in place, but instead actively advanced with her knife. Just as the two were about to clash, Uchiha Shirzue's eyes suddenly turned red. The two spinning black tomo within stunning Hinata Tetsu for a brief moment. In that instant, like a kite with its string cut, he was forcefully slammed to the ground by Uchiha Shirzue's punch. Hinata Tetsu let out a scream of despair, and by the time he regained his senses, he was sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, his neck pinned firmly by the long knife. You lost. Uchiha Shirzue's gaze was calm. She knew that her eye mutation had awakened when she saw her mother's corpse evolving into the Sharingan, and she had opened her eyes with the two tomo. She believed this was a punishment from heaven for their clan. Only in extreme sorrow could they achieve true power. How could this be, you bottom feeder? Hinata Tetsu clearly could not believe that in just a month, this girl had awakened the Uchiha clan's exclusive Sharingan. To note, Uchiha Kagami, who ranked high in practical classes, had only awakened two tomo. Uchiha Shirzue seemed unfazed, calmly turning to leave the stage. Just as she turned, A shadow of gloom covered Hinata Tetsu's face, a hint of darkness in his expression. Haha, I never said I concede. You will pay for your carelessness. Boom. Before he could finish his words, Guki's figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Shizuka, delivering a powerful kick that sent Hinata Tetsu flying off the stage. The terrifying force whipped up like a hurricane in the air, and Hinata Tetsu crashed into the wall like a cannonball. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Guki had secretly placed a flying thunder god mark on his girlfriend, ensuring that no one could harm Uchiha Shizuka in front of him. Guki, are you sure this won't cause trouble? No worries. That kid didn't concede, so I'll make sure he understands reality. Cough, cough. With that, Uchiha Shizuka, you are now qualified to enter the Ninja Academy. Senju Tobirama cleared his throat and expressionlessly left the scene. As the crowd watched Hinata Tetsu being carried into the infirmary like a dead dog, their wariness towards Guki increased further. Has he become stronger again? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Guki on the stage, unknowingly becoming a backdrop for others, slowly falling like autumn leaves. About a week later, the pieces Guki had set up earlier finally began to stir. It was nighttime, and Guki, like a ghost, dressed in black, crouched on the rooftop, his eyes scanning below like a hawk, seemingly searching for his prey. A pitch-black katana, named Onigiri, hung at his waist, a blade that could cut through iron like mud. Moreover, he had also mastered the fundamental dual-wielding combat technique. In a flash of the flying thunder god, Guki arrived at the designated spot in the corner of Konoha, where Shimura Yamashita was waiting. Sir, you finally came. Shimura Yamashita knelt on one knee, feeling a surge of admiration for Guki's ability to appear and disappear at will. Guki had previously told him to come to a specified location if anything happened, and he would likely appear. Chapter 23. You are human, and so am I. What is there to fear? Down the mountain. Do you have something to discuss with me? Gomoku altered his voice using chakra, along with a breath concealment technique. Essentially, no one could identify him. Sir, we have sent the letter to the Hyuga clan as you instructed. Moreover, I can clearly sense some unrest within the clan, especially regarding our recruitment of certain individuals. Gomoku understood in his heart and calmly spoke. Go on. The main movement does not involve the clan leader. Instead, it is the elder who seeks to speak with Brother T and I. He seems to intend to recruit us and has promised to avenge us. However, Brother T and I said he would consider it and would send the letter you mentioned to the Hyuga clan this afternoon. Well, that's not a big problem. Gomoku nodded. The clan leader and the elder are the same. As long as they are high-ranking members of the Shimura clan, it will be fine. What do you think? If we side with the elder, there is a high probability of revenge. Sir, please don't joke. We know what those people in the clan are like. Don't we? Shimura Yamashita immediately expressed his loyalty. Compared to the hypocritical individuals in the clan, Tianai and Yamashita trusted the mysterious man before them even more. After all, this mysterious man was not only powerful, but also showed no hesitation when dealing with the Uchiha clan. Since that's the case, you both agreed to join the Elder's camp tonight. Also, keep your spirits up. Don't die for no reason. Gomoku's tone was rather stern. Hearing the word death, Shimura Yamashita's expression turned tense. By the way, is the Elder's son named Danzo? Yes, sir. You know about the genius of our clan? Shimura Yamashita was somewhat surprised. Just asking casually. Remind T and I when you return to not sleep too deeply tonight. Understood, sir. Shimura Yamashita nodded seriously and immediately left. The moment Shimura Yamashita left, Gomoku instantly used Flying Thunder God to arrive at the Uchiha clan's residence. It was still the house that T and I and the others had chosen for the assassination. However, it was now clear that many ninjas were hidden in the shadows, under the cover of night. Several patrolling Uchiha members tensed up upon seeing a man in black leaning against the wall. Who are you? Why are you at the Uchiha clan's residence in the middle of the night? There was no way around it. Gomoku was wrapped tightly, wearing a black cloak. At first glance, it was obvious he was not a member of their clan. Why are you here? To take revenge, of course. Gomoku's tone carried a chilling, murderous intent. Under the cautious gaze of the few, he revealed the demon blade at his waist. Crack! The demon blade was drawn, instantly bursting forth with a cold light. Fury, blade drawl in an instant. The knife light was chaotic. The three patrolling members were struck by a violent aura and sent into the air. In just a moment, this CH-9 level squad was ruthlessly pierced by the blade shockwave, ultimately falling lifelessly to the ground. The ninjas hidden in the shadows were shocked and rushed over to help. However, by the time they arrived, Gomoku's figure had long vanished. Looking at the residual wind chakra on the ground, the Uchiha members' expressions turned grim. Damn it, how dare they provoke our clan? Do they think we're soft targets? The elite ninja of the Uchiha clan spoke angrily, and in his blood-red eyes, the three Tomo began to spin wildly, like a demon of death. Captain, is this really the Shimura clan's doing? What else? Didn't Tiwi confirm it at the last clan meeting? Yet the deputy clan leader has not ordered a counterattack. Indeed, if Lord Madara were still here, wouldn't the Shimura clan be wiped out with a snap of his fingers? First, treat these severely injured clan members. Don't let the situation here leak out. I'll go out for a while. The elite ninja of the Uchiha clan's eyes were filled with coldness. Since the clan leader disagreed, he would take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Gomoku used Flying Thunder God to arrive beside Shimura Yamashita. At this moment, he had just returned to the Shimura clan's residence and did not notice the concealed Gomoku. Shimura Yamashita did not betray Gomoku. He immediately found Shimura Tianai and conveyed Gomoku's orders. The two of them headed towards the elder's residence of the Shimura clan, intending to pledge allegiance. It should be noted that in recent days, Shimura Tianai had recruited nearly 10 people, including 2 nin. This shows that the Shimura clan had significant grievances against the Uchiha clan. On the rooftop, Gomoku watched as Shimura Tianai and the elder of the Shimura clan entered the conference hall. He instantly used Flying Thunder God to leave that place. When he reappeared, he was already in a strange room. Looking at the still sleeping Danzo, Gomoku's eyes carried a hint of silence. Activated his breath concealment. Gomoku would not be discovered unless he voluntarily exposed himself. Of course, this was assuming the other party was not vigilant. Who is it? Danzo, who was in a dream, was startled awake by the sudden noise outside the window. Swish, swish, swish. What answered Danzo was not words, but a barrage of shuriken attacks. The whistling in the air startled Danzo awake, shaking off the last remnants of sleep. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shuriken struck deep into the wood, their powerful force clearly aimed to kill. Just as Danzo was about to jump out of the window, he suddenly felt a violent slash to his back. The intense pain, coupled with a massive impact, sent Danzo flying out of the room. Damn it! Danzo looked up at the figure in black on the roof, thinking it was a group attack. He immediately rushed towards the center of the Shimura clan. You little brat, since you like to humiliate our clan, let your blood pay the price next. Gomoku's eyes gleamed coldly as he charged towards Danzo with his long knife. This rapid speed undoubtedly put immense pressure on Danzo. He felt as if his head could be severed in an instant. Damn it! Stop! Just when Danzo thought he was doomed, a massive wind technique unfolded behind him. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo's father, upon hearing the commotion from his son's side, immediately halted his current actions and rushed towards Danzo. The wind release attack created a wide range, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. Danzo, are you alright? Shimura T-Dai picked up Danzo, and upon seeing the bloody wound on his back, his breathing became heavy. Elder, is young Master Danzo okay? Shimura Tianai also rushed over immediately, asking with concern. It's nothing. He must have been attacked. Attacked? Hearing this term, Shimura Tianai's eyes immediately narrowed. Just earlier, Yamashita had warned him not to sleep too deeply, saying it was a reminder from Sir. Tianai, do you know something? Sorry, Elder, it's all my fault. The attacker is very likely from the Uchiha clan. Shimura Tianai spoke with considerable regret. The Uchiha clan. Shimura T-Dai's expression darkened. Quickly call for people and secure the clan's territory. Tianai, go call the clan leader and the second elder. Just say there has been an attack. That person is already injured and cannot escape far. Even if he is from the Uchiha clan, I will demand an explanation. We all bleed. We are all human. Who is afraid of whom? Shimura troop knows that Dan's is a disciple highly regarded by the Second Hokage. They have the backing of the Hokage's power. Even the Uchiha clan does not intimidate them. Chapter 24. 3 against 1. Almost killed in revenge. Can you play? Just as the Shimura clan, feeling threatened, was conducting a thorough search of the ancient woods, the Uchiha clan's jonin had stealthily infiltrated their territory. Damn it, tonight I will make your clan pay the price. In a flash, he leaped into the territory of the Shimura clan. But soon he sensed something was off. Why were there so many people wandering the streets at this hour? Are you all not sleeping? Found him, found him. Call for backup. We'll hold this guy off. A few chunin from the Shimura clan noticed Uchiha Tieshin's arrival and immediately called for help. What is going on? Uchiha Tieshin watched as ninjutsu attacks came rushing at him, instantly activating his Sharingan with 3 Tomo, easily dodging the attacks. You bunch of trash, so you've been lying in wait here all along? He laughed coldly. Today, I'll let you Shimura clan know the cost of provoking the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tieshin's mind was flooded with killing intent, his anger igniting everything around him. He had only one thought in his mind: to kill everyone here without leaving a single trace. As for the consequences, he didn't care. Recklessness was justified. The honor of the Uchiha clan could not be provoked. Crack! Uchiha Tieshin drew a long knife from his back, his blood-red Sharingan glowing ominously in the night as he charged into the crowd like a hellish demon. The overall combat ability of Uchiha clan ninjas was naturally superior to that of ordinary ninjas, like a crane among chickens. Plus, Uchiha Tieshin was a genuine jonin. Charging into a group of chunin and even genin from the Shimura clan was like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep. A one-sided massacre. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Everyone retreat for now. In just a few exchanges, Uchiha Tieshin not only easily dodged various wind techniques and shuriken sneak attacks, but also countered with genjutsu and fire techniques, effortlessly killing his opponents. Wanna run? It's too late. Uchiha Tieshin was already blinded by rage, the scent of blood in the air intoxicating him like fine aged wine. He felt that this was where he truly belonged, like a fish in water, like a bird in the forest. Evil Uchiha! Stop! Before Uchiha Tieshin could pursue further, three figures quickly approached. These were the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder of the Shimura clan. Together, they formed a triangular formation to surround Uchiha Tieshin, all possessing jonin-level strength. Not far away, a silver-haired ninja in a tight black combat suit and blue armor quietly stood on a rooftop, his cold gaze observing the chaos below. Damn it, this guy has killed so many of my clansmen. Today, we three will ensure he doesn't return alive. The clan leader's eyes burned with rage as he coordinated with the other two jonin to launch a combined attack. Wind release, wind pressure, wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, air slash. Haha, a mere Shimura clan. Not even worth my attention. Facing the ninjutsu barrage, Uchiha Tieshin laughed heartily as bloodlines began to ooze from his three-tomo Sharingan. He was fully unlocking the abilities of his Sharingan. In an instant, the attacks from the three opponents appeared to him as if in slow motion, easily observable. Let me show you the Uchiha-style swordsmanship passed down through our clan. With a hint of arrogance in his eyes, Uchiha Tieshin unleashed a terrifying killing technique evolved from the continuous refinement of Uchiha ninjas through the trials of war. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Tieshin leaped into the air, effortlessly dodging the ninjutsu attacks, quickly forming hand seals to counterattack. Flames accompanied by shurikens tore through the night sky, targeting the three attackers. To capture the thief, first capture the king. The first person Uchiha Tieshin aimed to kill was the clan leader of the Shimura clan. You love to assassinate my Uchiha clan. Then let your head be the offering for my clan as sacrifices. The clan leader, intending to dodge, suddenly caught a glimpse of the three-tomo Sharingan manifesting before him. Damn, Jinjutsu. The clan leader realized he was targeted. He immediately tried to break free from the Jinjutsu, but by the time he came to his senses, Uchiha Tieshin was already standing right in front of him, raising his long knife high. The murderous intent and silence filled his blood-red eyes. A sound of flesh tearing echoed in the air. Boom! The clan leader was sent flying like a cannonball, blood spraying into the air, tracing a beautiful arc leader. Shimura Twanjia saw the clan leader being thrown away, forcing down the rising corners of his mouth, his face tense as he rushed toward him. It was already night. Let it quietly disappear. Uchiha Tieshin raised his long knife, glancing at the two other approaching jonin of the Shimura clan. In the clan leader's desperate gaze, he swung his blade fiercely. Just as the long knife was about to sever the clan leader's head, a kunai suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Tieshin. Then, with a whoosh, Senju Tobirama appeared beside Uchiha Tieshin, ruthlessly grabbing his wrist, preventing him from delivering another strike. Crack! Just a slight exertion. Uchiha Tieshin's forearm bone was instantly shattered. His long knife fell to the ground in pain. Second Hokage. The clan leader trembled in his voice. Deeply exhaling upon recognizing the visitor was the second Hokage. That evil little Uchiha. Is he really that ruthless? Originally thinking Uchiha Tieshin would just retaliate and leave. But this guy actually intended to kill the jonin within the village, which he could not allow. Hokage. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Tieshin's voice trembled, feeling the blue-purple oppressive aura emanating from Tobirama, making him feel as if he were being crushed by a mountain, unable to move even a bit. What kind of chakra is this? If his chakra was a lake, Then the chakra pressure radiating from Senju Tobirama at this moment was like the ocean. Take him away, interrogate him properly. As Senju Tobirama's words fell, several masked ninjas suddenly appeared from the shadows, joining forces to subdue Uchiha Tieshin and take him away from the scene. Do not publicize what happened today. If anyone asks, just say that the three of you jointly killed this person. I want to see what tricks the Uchiha clan is planning. Senju Tobirama's expression was calm. With Uchiha Madara gone, he didn't believe the Uchiha clan could stir up any more trouble. Out of the corner of his eye, Tobirama noticed the clan leader's severely injured body, and his wariness of the Uchiha clan heightened even further. Even 3 against 1 could be countered. It seems the Uchiha clan was indeed born to be evil executioners. Chapter 25. The Angry Uchiha. All Jonin mobilized from a distance. The ancient trees observed everything happening here before quietly departing. The next day, Gumu got up as usual. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Senju Hyuka and Uchiha Shizuka preparing breakfast together. Good morning, Shizuka. Good morning, Hyuka. Morning, Gumu. Upon seeing Gumu awake, Uchiha Shizuka waved her small hand, her pretty face instantly breaking into a cheerful smile. Uchiha Shizuka was wearing a small apron, her hair cascading like a black waterfall behind her, her slender figure standing gracefully like a budding flower, destined to become a goddess in the future. You guys are up so early, what are you making? Gumu usually woke up early to practice absorbing the natural energy in the air, allowing him to quickly enter sage mode and extend its duration. Young master, we're making buns. This is an idea Shizuka came up with, using fermented flour to wrap fresh meat for steaming. I think it's pretty good, said Senju Hyuka, her eyes sparkling as if she saw a path to wealth waving at her. Uchiha Shizuka touched her head, laughing shyly. Then with a hint of anticipation in her eyes, she asked, Gumu, do you want to eat buns? Of course, I have always loved buns, you know that. Gumu replied with a mischievous smile as he approached Uchiha Shizuka and brushed the flour off her hair. Uchiha Shizuka feels embarrassed. Emotion point harvested 100. You rascal, always messing around. Uchiha Shizuka's face turned red as she secretly glanced at Senju Hyuka, relieved that she did not react to the underlying meaning of his words. After about an hour of busy work, Gumu heard the sounds of breakfast being served in the room. Looking at the buns on the plate, steaming and inviting, he honestly didn't expect to taste the flavors of home so quickly in this other world. Delicious. Shizuka, this is really a nice breakfast. Senju Hyuka savored the wonderful blend of meat juice and dough, wearing a satisfied expression. Shizuka, how about we open a bun shop together sometime? What do you think? Huh? Uchiha Shizuka, holding a bun and blowing on it, was momentarily stunned by the sudden question, resembling a startled little hamster. She looked across the table at Gumu, seeking confirmation. Upon receiving his subtle nod, Uchiha Shizuka felt a bit disappointed. But I don't have any startup capital. Don't worry, Shizuka, I have some. Hyuka, let's use the gold coins I've saved as the startup fund, Gumu said, taking another bite of a bun, realizing that this girl had a knack for cooking. It's fine, Shizuka. Your ideas about flavors and ingredients are also very important for the shop. With Senju Hyuka's explanation, Uchiha Shizuka began to think. If that were the case, she might not have to work part-time jobs anymore. I will work hard. Uchiha Shizuka nodded, her expression very serious. About a week passed like this. Gumu had been at the Ninja Academy for almost 2 months, and he estimated that he was close to graduating early. Just as Gumu was resting his head on the table, staring blankly at Uchiha Shizuka beside him, far on the other side of Konoha, the Uchiha clan was holding its monthly clan meeting as usual. The vice clan leader of the Uchiha clan looked at the family members below, sensing the heavy atmosphere, and asked, Does anyone have any questions? Where's Uchiha Tetsushin? Why isn't he here? Uchiha Tetsushin's strength ranked among the top in the clan, naturally drawing the vice clan leader's attention. Captain Tetsushin. He hasn't shown any signs for a week, Uchiha Shakugan said helplessly, looking young. In Tetsushin's absence, I came to represent him, which is why I'm able to join the clan meeting despite being a chunin. Tetsushin is missing? What on earth happened? The vice clan leader's expression grew serious. Uchiha Tetsushin was a pillar of their clan. His sudden disappearance was not only a loss for the family, but also for Konoha. I think it might be the Shimura clan. The Shimura clan? That second-tier little clan? The vice clan leader's tone was somewhat subtle. A mere second-tier little clan dares to act against their jonin? As expected, as the vice clan leader's words fell, the surrounding Uchiha clan members' expressions darkened. If it were the Hyuga or Senju clans, it would be fine. A mere Shimura, in times of war, they could be wiped out with a snap of the fingers. If it weren't for this family having long allied with the Senju clan, they would probably have been exterminated by now. Vice clan leader, let's go find out the truth. Yeah, Tetsushin is our clan's elite. If he really went missing because of the Shimura clan, wouldn't that be a blatant provocation against us? Damn, how dare they defecate on our faces? This is intolerable. If something happens to Brother Tetsushin, I want the Shimura clan to pay the price. Listening to the various discussions among the Jonin in front of him, the vice clan leader felt a headache coming on. He knew he couldn't stop this. After all, he didn't have Madara's formidable strength to suppress everyone. All right, but let's not make too much noise. After all, we are all ninjas of Konoha now. As soon as the vice clan leader's words fell, he saw these Jonin immediately leave. Seeing the situation, it seemed unlikely that things would resolve easily. Meanwhile, Gumu was walking with Uchiha Shizuka, deciding where to set up their bun shop. Gumu, how about we open it on the commercial street? It's just being built, and I believe the Hokage would also welcome our addition. When they were alone, Uchiha Shizuka stopped calling him Gumu and simply addressed him by his name. After all, their previous identities were already mutually recognized, and Uchiha Shizuka had no barriers in her heart. But if that's the case, the opening time for the bun shop will have to be delayed quite a bit. Geu munadid, his eyes narrowing slightly as he noticed a massive chakra fluctuation behind them. The amount of chakra from this group was substantial, and they seemed to be moving quickly in one direction. It's all right, we still have plenty of time in the future, don't we? Uchiha Shizuka, like a cute little rabbit, raised her head, blinking her big eyes at Gumu, a satisfied smile blooming on her face like spring flowers. If we can stay like this, that would be great. Let's do it your way. In an instant, Gumu acted, pulling her slender waist into his arms as Uchiha Shizuka looked on in bewilderment. As expected, a gust of wind rushed past them, and nearly 10 swiftly moving shadows made Uchiha Shizuka's face show a hint of fear. There was no doubt that these nearly 10 ninjas were all Jonin. Let's go. We need to see what's happening. The show is about to start, Gumu said excitedly, holding her wrist as they ran toward the direction of the Shimura clan. Chapter 26. Shimizu Tandai. I was sweating profusely within the Shimizu clan. Due to the clan leader being seriously injured a week ago, the position of clan leader is temporarily held by Tandai Shimizu, the father of Danzo. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking on the door made Tandai Shimizu, who was in the clan leader's office, frown slightly. Gulf, gomein. Tandai Shimizu cleared his throat and composed himself. Big. No, clone leader. It's bad. We are surrounded by the Uchiha clan's ninjas. Shimizu Tanyu reported the situation outside with a worried expression. Thanks to Shimizu Tanyu's secret assistance, Tandai Shimizu quickly outcompete the second elder and became the acting clan leader of the Shimizu clan. This led to Tandai Shimizu placing great trust in Shimizu Tanyu. The Uchiha clan? They still dare to cause trouble? Tandai Shimizu frowned, believing that the situation wasn't that simple. Let's go out and take a look. Clan leader. Don't be impulsive. According to the information we received earlier, the Uchiha ninjas surrounding our Shimizu clan seem to all be Jonin. Moreover, there are more than 10 of them. Hearing Tanyu's intelligence, Tandai Shimizu's expression stiffened, and the foot he was about to step out with suddenly froze in midair. Cough, cough. After clearing his throat again, Tandai Shimizu said seriously, this matter needs to be carefully considered. Let's notify Lord Hokage first. In reality, he was cursing internally and starting to panic. With more than 10 Jonin coming, did the Uchiha clan plan to beat him to death here? Not to mention 10, even 1 Jonin. The 3 of them couldn't win against. Suddenly, Tandai Shimizu felt that taking on the position of acting clan leader was a wrong choice. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Shimizu clan's territory, most of the Uchiha clan's Jonin had impatient expressions. It's been so long. When will your clan leader show up? If he doesn't come out soon, we'll force our way in. Yeah, Uchiha Taikshin is missing. Is it your clan's doing? If it is, then prepare to wash your neck clean. The Shimizu clan ninjas guarding the border looked at the Uchiha Jonin on the road, on rooftops, and in the trees. The massive formation created intense pressure, making these Chunin feel what it means to sweat profusely. It could be said that as soon as the Uchiha clan's Jonin attacked, they definitely wouldn't last 10 seconds. Deputy clan leader, for your sake, we'll wait another 30 seconds. If the Shimizu clan's leader hasn't come out by then, we'll attack. The elite Uchiha Jonin looked at the deputy clan leader at the front of the line, their tones silent. All right, but don't kill recklessly. That's natural. As long as Taikshin isn't in trouble, everything is negotiable. The elite jonin carried a long knife on his back and had only one eye, with the other covered by a large scar. This made him look particularly fierce. Elite jonin have the capability to fight even with shadow-level powerhouses, which shows that the Uchiha clan is still a powerful clan in Konoha. Gomoku, what on earth is happening? Do we really have to watch? Uchiha Shizuka, who was next to Gomoku, felt a bit scared. It was like those delinquent students fighting in groups in a previous life. Curiosity can kill the cat. Uchiha Shizuka was indeed worried that they would be caught up in it. It's fine, we're not the only ones watching. Gomoku released his grip on Uchiha Shizuka's wrist and instead held her small hand, giving her a sense of security. All right, Uchiha Shizuka's pretty face flushed red, suddenly held by the small hand, leaving her a bit taken aback. 30 seconds have passed, brothers attack. The elite Uchiha jonin had indifferent expressions as they swung their long knives. In an instant, the jonin acted swiftly. Their rapid speed was like shadows, quickly breaking through the Shimizu clan's defenses. No. Some people inevitably fell to the ground, severely injured by the Uchiha jonin. In an instant, the tragic cries caused the expressions of other clans around to change. Where's Lord Hokage? Are we just going to let the Uchiha clan run rampant like this? Yeah. How can they act so lawlessly? Who would dare to associate with the Uchiha clan in the future? This is just how the Uchiha clan is. They start killing at the slightest disagreement. These guys act like this during wartime. What do you expect them to change? Listening to the discussions around her, Uchiha Shizuka finally realized that the ninjas surrounding the Shimizu clan were all from her own clan. She even noticed that many ninjas from other clans were looking at her with disgust. Let's leave. Don't pay attention to their gazes. Gomoku, seeing that his goal had been achieved, took Uchiha Shizuka's small hand and left the place. Gomoku, are those really all Uchiha clan members? On the way, Uchiha Shizuka spoke with some uncertainty. What's wrong? Is our clan really this belligerent? Uchiha Shizuka had a wry smile on her face, realizing that her being threatened and her mother being assassinated could be explained. The people offended were probably not just a few. It's fine. They are them, you are you. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell me, and I will turn their ancestors' graves upside down. Gomoku, that's too exaggerated, right? Originally a bit sad, Uchiha Shizuka chuckled lightly while covering her mouth upon hearing Gomoku's promise. Uchiha Shizuka feels relieved. Gained 200 emotional points. Gomoku chuckled and shook his head, not explaining much. What he said earlier was serious. Not only did he plan to find the murderer of Uchiha Shizuka's family, but he also intended to eradicate that guy's lineage. However, Gomoku hoped that it would not turn out to be the second Hokage Tobirama's doing. Otherwise, wouldn't he be harming himself? That was impossible. Senju Tobirama wouldn't target a mere Genin family. Even for the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama wouldn't clearly target them. After all, the Uchiha clan was still at its peak. Just like a mad dog, it would bite anyone it caught. Soon, under the leadership of the elite jonin, the Uchiha clan members had already killed their way to the central area of the Shimizu clan. Damn it, why isn't the Shimizu clan leader showing up? Could it be that Taikatsu really got into trouble? If Taikatsu really gets into trouble, I will use the Shimizu clan leader's head to honor him. The elite Uchiha jonin's expression was grim. There is no doubt that Uchiha Taikatsu has the potential to become an elite jonin. For such a powerhouse, he is not only the pride of the clan, but also the face of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the two of them had a deep bond on the battlefield. There it is, the chakra fluctuations over there. It seems there are two jonin. They should be the leaders of the Shimizu clan. Just one sentence. The more than 10 Uchiha jonin all turned their gaze forward. With fierce expressions, many even directly activated their Sharingan, and the immense pressure made Tande, Shimizu, who came over to mediate, break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 27. The evil little ghost of the Uchiha. Capture them all, patriarch. Are we really not going to get in trouble? Shimizu Tane's voice trembled slightly. Even before approaching the group of bloodthirsty executioners, he already felt a sense of dread. The bloody aura emanating from them felt like a malevolent spirit from the abyss, making his soul tremble. In that moment, he recalled the terror of being dominated by the Uchiha clan during the war, like a nightmare from which one could never awaken. Get in trouble? We have to go, or else they'll break through our Shimizu clan. Shimizu T-Dai said helplessly, looking at the expressionless second elder beside him, secretly cursing. This old fox must be overjoyed inside. After all, if trouble was to be found, it had to be the patriarch who made the first move. But they were clearly here to look for someone. Yet Uchiha Tetsuharu had been taken away by the Hokage. What should they do? Then we should just tell the truth. Otherwise, our clan really will be in trouble. By the way, has the Hokage been informed? Shimizu T-Dai recalled that night when he encountered some masked black-robed ninjas. Those guys should be direct subordinates of the Hokage, capable of easily subduing Uchiha Tetsuharu, so their strength must be considerable. Yes, it's in place. Shimizu Tain nodded slightly, understanding in his heart why the mysterious lord had specifically reminded him to be alert that night. Now, they had angered the Uchiha clan. They were likely to personally experience what it meant to face a night of annihilation. All right, let's try to buy some time. Okay, after a discussion among a few people, Shimizu T-Dai and his group had arrived at the Uchiha clan's Jonin area. Hello, I am the current patriarch of the Shimizu clan. May I ask what the Uchiha are doing intruding into our territory? Shimizu T-Dai felt several sharp, cold gazes locking onto him, forcing himself to remain calm. We are here to find Uchiha Tetsuharu. We heard he went missing here. Is the rumor true? The Uchiha clan's vice-patriarch smiled faintly, appearing very amiable, like the gentle spring breeze of March, making one feel incredibly comfortable. Oh, I see. We did encounter a Jonin from the Uchiha clan before. Shimizu T-Dai's words instantly made the atmosphere tense. He even felt an illusion that if he said something wrong, he would die on the spot. However, he was taken away by the Hokage. Taken away by the Hokage? Why? The Uchiha clan's vice-patriarch asked, puzzled. Cough, cough. He came to our clan to cause trouble. So he was taken away. Let's go find the Hokage and ask for him. Seeing that Uchiha Tetsuharu was not here, several elite Jonin from the Uchiha clan planned to head to the Hokage. No need. I'm already here. Just as the words fell, Senju Tobirama appeared behind more than a dozen Uchiha Jonin. With just one sentence, it was like a stabilizing needle, calming the restless Uchiha clan. There was no choice. The Uchiha clan inherently revered the strong, and to them, Senju Tobirama, who possessed a vast amount of chakra, was like moths drawn to a flame, instinctively feeling a sense of recognition. So what do you want from me? Senju Tobirama asked, looking at the approaching Uchiha vice-patriarch, his face devoid of expression, like a still pond. If Uchiha Madara were here, he might have looked a few more times. But now, they were just a group of overconfident little devils, and he believed he had a way to quell this riot. Hokage, one of our clan's Jonin, Uchiha Tetsuharu, has suddenly disappeared for a week. We heard he was taken away by you. May I ask, what crime did Uchiha Tetsuharu commit? The Uchiha clan's vice-patriarch spoke respectfully. However, he felt the gazes of many clan members behind him suddenly turn cold. There was no choice. Senju Tobirama had personally killed Uchiha Zuna, the former vice-patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Among those behind him, several were friends with Uchiha Zuna, and many had been personally saved by him on the battlefield. Senju Tobirama naturally sensed the emotional shifts of those Uchiha ninjas and remained silent, his expression stoic. I capture people for a reason. Uchiha Tetsuharu infiltrated the Shimizu clan, went on a killing spree, and attempted to assassinate the patriarch of the Shimizu clan. Currently, the patriarch of the Shimizu clan is temporarily replaced by their elder. Isn't that reason enough? Upon hearing about the assassination of the Shimizu clan's patriarch, the Uchiha clan's vice-patriarch's face turned awkward. After Senju Tobirama took office, he issued many orders, one of which absolutely forbade the killing of Jonin from the same village. And their Uchiha clan had just been appointed as a candidate for the security team, so they naturally could not break the law. Hokage Tetsuharu must have had a reason for attempting to assassinate the Shimizu clan. He would not act without cause. I wonder if the Hokage has investigated it thoroughly? An elite Jonin from the Uchiha clan approached the vice-patriarch, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. He had always been dissatisfied with Senju Hashirama becoming the first Hokage, so naturally, he did not care much about the Hokage, let alone the second Hokage, who had killed the former vice-patriarch, Senju Tobirama. What? Do I need to report to you when I handle matters? Senju Tobirama's gaze turned cold, and a hint of killing intent could be sensed. As soon as his words fell, shadowy figures appeared around them, cloaked in black robes and wearing animal masks, surrounding the Uchiha Jonin who had intruded into the Shimizu clan. The chakra fluctuations radiating from each of them were enough to warrant attention. Let's not talk about whether to report to you or not. Just the fact that you attacked the Shimizu clan in broad daylight and killed your comrades. Ascent, this completely disregarding the laws of Konoha. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha vice-patriarch immediately tried to mediate. Cough, cough, Hokage, it's all a misunderstanding. We didn't kill anyone, and we were just worried about our comrade's safety. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms, not responding, but slightly relaxed one finger, unleashing a massive chakra pressure towards the Uchiha elite Jonin. As long as this little devil dared to retort, he would have reason to capture them all. Even if you're the Hokage, you have no reason to act as a dictator. We need to know the reason for this situation. Accompanied by the Uchiha elite Jonin trembling under the pressure, the vice patriarch standing beside him silently cursed, finally understanding the difficulties faced by Lord Madara. Those with a bit of power within the clan were basically all rebellious. Without overwhelming strength, it was impossible for anyone to obey. Capture them all. I now suspect that these people may be traitors. If anyone stubbornly resists, kill them all. Senju Tobirama's lips curled into a cold smile. He was not afraid of any complaints about how he treated the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, most clans should support his actions. Just as the tension reached its peak, a resigned voice came from above. Second brother, don't get agitated. Just tell them what happened. Madara has left, and we should treat their clan members with patience. Chapter 28, Assassination Again. Let the water get a little murkier. The familiar voice of Senju Hashirama made Tobirama feel helpless inside. He knew that with his brother around, his plans against the Uchiha clan would never succeed. Poor big brother, deceived by the Uchiha, completely unaware of the evil of this clan. It's the first Hokage, the ninja god who can match Madara in battle. The expressions of those around were shocked, and in an instant, it became exceptionally quiet. The Uchiha clan members also began to calm down. Even the elite J-nin, who were somewhat unconvinced, fell silent. The power was evident. Senju Hashirama was like a mountain, pressing down on the entire ninja world, making it hard to breathe. Since my brother insists, let me explain briefly. According to my investigation, Uchiha Tetsushin is secretly planning to assassinate the Shimura clan, primarily for revenge. I understand that during wartime, everyone has grievances, so I've turned a blind eye to minor skirmishes. However, Uchiha Tetsushin actually intends to kill J-nin within Konoha. This seriously threatens Konoha's military strength. So is there a problem with me capturing him? Senju Tobirama's gaze was rather indifferent. In fact, he hadn't finished speaking. He had already investigated matters regarding the Shimura clan. According to Uchiha Tetsushin, the Shimura clan was the first to strike. Hokage-sama, Tetsushin has no conflict with the Shimura clan, unless the Shimura clan initiates an assassination. Recently, several of our lower ninjas have died mysteriously. The Uchiha clan's deputy clan leader explained the recent events, including the assassination incident involving Uchiha Shizuka's mother. I know about this, and I'm also investigating it in secret. So, Shimura clan leader, you should investigate who is disturbing the peace of Konoha. Today, consider it a lesson for you. As for Uchiha Tetsushin, he cannot kill a J-nin. That is the bottom line. After a month of detention, I will naturally release him back to the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama glanced at Shimura Danzo, even suspecting whether this was all orchestrated by him. After all, the injury to the Shimura clan leader benefited Danzo the most. Yes, Hokage-sama, I guarantee to investigate thoroughly. Shimura Danzo bowed his head, his tone respectful. Since Hokage-sama has said this, we will all leave. Sorry, we were too impulsive. The Uchiha deputy clan leader spoke helplessly, but at least they knew Uchiha Tetsushin was still alive. Let's go. With the Uchiha deputy clan leader's order, the surrounding Uchiha J-nin disappeared quickly, like rats scurrying away. After seeing the Uchiha members leave completely, Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes and finally spoke again. So, Danzo, do you know who in your clan is provoking the Uchiha clan? Hearing this, Shimura Taniya, standing next to Danzo, immediately felt a rush of panic. If he exposed himself, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment and could even die. Hokage-sama, I'm sorry, I don't know for now. Everything happened too suddenly. But don't worry, Hokage-sama. I will definitely find out the true culprit behind all this. Shimura Danzo's face showed an apologetic expression. Taniya was his confidant. How could he easily betray him? Don't know. Senju Tobirama looked at Danzo a few more times, paused for a few breaths, and then spoke again. Danzo, you should know that sometimes playing with fire can lead to self-immolation. These few times I was still nearby. Next time, you might really face extermination. Haha, little brother. It's not as serious as you say. How could the Uchiha clan be so ruthless? Senju Hashirama immediately refuted. To this, Tobirama didn't elaborate. Just pray for your own good. At least you should consider Danzo. I still have high hopes for his potential. After finishing speaking, Senju Tobirama left with Hashirama. As the people around them disappeared, Shimura Danzo's expression immediately turned cold, like a poisonous snake hidden in the shadows. You all go treat the injured. As for you, Taniya, come with me. Leader, Are you worried about what you said to Hokage-sama? In the conference hall, Shimura Taniya asked Danzo, seated in his chair. Of course. If it weren't for our good luck, our Shimura clan might have been severely crippled by the Uchiha clan. What exactly did you do to provoke the Uchiha clan's elite Jonin to attempt an assassination, and even target my son? Shimura Danzo's gaze held a hint of curiosity. It was just a previous conflict, but now I want to easily provoke the Uchiha clan. Shimura Taniya expressed his intentions. His expression seemed serious, but inside, his heart was already as cold as winter. Indeed, if you want revenge, relying on the clan is impossible. That's fine. Go down and comfort the injured clansmen. I plan to establish a good image during this time, striving to gain control over the entire clan's power before the clan leader's injury heals. As the saying goes, the young inherit from the old. As Danzo's father, he naturally had grand ambitions and was unwilling to be lower than others. He was confident that under his leadership, the Shimura clan would become even stronger. Yes, leader, I will arrange it well. Shimura Taniya slightly lowered his head, slowly withdrawing, making it difficult to see his expression. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the second Hokage Tobirama looked at the mountain of documents in front of him, his expression speechless. He seemed to understand why his brother had abdicated. Knock, knock. Knock. Hearing the knock outside the door, Senju Tobirama's expression immediately became serious. Come in. The visitor was the Umbu captain wearing an animal mask. Is there something? The Umbu captain knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, reporting to Hokage-sama. We have focused on investigating the Shimura clan's recent communication intelligence. Notably, there is a letter that was first sent to the relay station and then forwarded to the Hyuga clan. Senju Tobirama's eyes widened. Could this matter be related to the Hyuga clan? Regarding the Hyuga clan, Senju Tobirama's wariness was not as high. At least on the surface, they did not seem to have any ambitions. However, sometimes those who seem harmless can be the most deadly. Have you found out the specific content? Sorry, Hokage-sama, we haven't. Well, you can go down now. Senju Tobirama waved his hand. Indeed, if there really was correspondence, it would have probably been destroyed long ago. Rubbing his temples, Senju Tobirama knew he needed to accelerate his consolidation of power. At the very least, control over Konoha's main military strength had to be in his hands. That night, the bright moon hung high like a silver plate. A figure in black robes moved like a ghost, appearing on the rooftops of the Shimura clan territory. Under the gentle breeze, the black cloak and blade flickered in and out of sight, resembling a specter in the shadows. The sudden intrusion of the Uchiha clan was like a sharp blade, deeply piercing the heart of the Shimura clan and leaving them severely weakened. As a result, the night patrols became lax, as if they were merely a formality. At least, they believed that the Uchiha clan would definitely not attempt another assassination. Chapter 29. Having a wife is too cheating as expected. Gumu crouched on the rooftop, noticing that the dark ninjas who had been hiding during the day had quietly retreated with the arrival of night. Was this a trap? Or was Senju Tobirama intentionally doing this? Was it a case of using someone as a pawn, or luring the snake out of its hole? Gumu was uncertain, but it didn't impact him much. Even if it was a trap, Gumu was confident he could leave in an instant. Still in the Shimizu clan's council hall, Gumu quietly lurked on the roof, listening to some exchanges below. Tianyi, how are the injuries of our clan members? Clan leader, most of our Nin have suffered serious injuries from blade wounds. They won't recover in less than a month. Shimizu Tianyi respectfully began to report the information he had gathered. Bang! Hearing this, Shimizu Tuandai slammed his hand on the nearby table, his tone filled with anger. Damn Uchiha clan, they're like rabid dogs. Clan leader, I don't think this is a bad thing. As long as we take good care of our clan members during this time, more people will choose to support you. Even if the old clan leader recovers later, he will likely lose a lot of support. Shimizu Tianyi's expression was serious. Yes, Tianyi, you're quite good. I'll leave everything to you. As the clan leader, it would be a bit inappropriate for me to actively recruit clan members. Shimizu Tuandi nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't realized before that this guy was so sharp. Moreover, Shimizu Tianyi wasn't weak. He could rank among the top, even among Nin. Indeed, being able to hold off 3 Uchiha alone spoke volumes about his strength. All right, let's go back and rest for now. You'll have to work hard next. No problem. I'm willing to help the clan leader. Shimizu Tianyi lowered his head, his expression neutral. Unfortunately, he couldn't defeat this guy. Otherwise, Shimizu Tianyi would really want to usurp the position. During this time, he had made quite a few good connections within the clan. The two walked towards the door, and perhaps due to their status, Shimizu Tuandai walked ahead. Clan leader, be careful. It was as if he had predicted the danger. Just as Shimizu Tuandai stepped out the door, Tianyi immediately pushed him out of the way. Puff! A sound of flesh and blood being crushed came from behind, and Shimizu Tianyi was instantly thrown back, falling to the ground. What happened? Shimizu Tuandai's eyes narrowed, but he found nothing behind him. Looking at Shimizu Tianyi, who seemed to be severely injured not far away, he quickly scanned his surroundings. But soon, he realized that endless waves of energy were surging around him, making it difficult to evade. It felt as if he had been locked onto. A chilling sensation surged in his mind. Almost at the moment Shimizu Tuandai was blown away by the gust, countless shadowy figures suddenly appeared around him. And these figures wielding great swords unleashed lightning-fast slashes. Ultimate technique, gaz severing slash. Oh! The space was filled with the sounds of blood splattering and chaotic screams. Due to the information gap, Shimizu Tuandai was struck in mid-air, convulsing as the blood mist erupted, instantly turning him into a bloodied mess. Bang! He fainted from the pain, crashing to the ground. What? What is happening? Shimizu Tianyi was shocked as he looked at Shimizu Tuandai, who seemed to have been cut by countless people, and he immediately rushed over. He had received prior information from a mysterious figure, warning him to be cautious as an assassination might occur tonight. It seemed like a group of people had come. Clan leader, are you okay? Shimizu Tianyi looked at Shimizu Tuandai, and his expression turned cold in an instant. However, in just a breath, he concealed this aura. He knew that if Nin fell, the impact of this matter would expand again, drawing unnecessary attention. So, he immediately carried Shimizu Tuandai and ran towards the infirmary. Fortunately, those people did not attack him. It seemed to align with what the mysterious figure had said, that it was a retaliatory attack. Could it be that so many from the Uchiha clan came at once? Reflecting on the chaotic wounds on Shimizu Tuandai, Tianyi instinctively regarded the attackers as many. Meanwhile, Gumu had instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the rooftop of the courtyard. The tasks he needed to complete were done, and there was no doubt that the future of the Shimizu clan would be dictated by Shimizu Tianyi. In other words, the Shimizu clan was now under his control. As for why the second elder of the Shimizu clan was not the clan leader, that guy was just a coward and would definitely not take on this hot potato. Indeed, hatred could make a person give up everything. Thinking of this, Gumu stored his night clothes back in the system space. Wasn't he the same? Fortunately, Uchiha Shizuka had not encountered any trouble. Otherwise, Gumu felt he would go even crazier. Back in his room, Gumu saw an extra person inside. That person was quietly sitting on the edge of the window, her black hair shimmering under the moonlight, as if dyed with a layer of silver, cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her angelic face was currently filled with sorrow, as if she were deep in thought, evoking a sense of pity. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Gumu smiled slightly and walked over to Uchiha Shizuka. Gumu, you finally came back. Uchiha Shizuka looked up, patting her chest, which was like a small drum. Her previously worried expression dissipated like clouds parting from the sky. Uchiha Shizuka feels relieved, gaining 200 emotion points. Why are you in my room in the middle of the night? Gumu casually placed his hands on the window. Little did he know, without him noticing, Uchiha Shizuka stood up and grabbed his face. You dare ask me? Where have you been? I was very worried. Uchiha Shizuka exerted force with one hand, showing no mercy. Ouch, you little girl, how dare you bully me? Gumu was unyielding and began to fight back, using both hands to pinch Uchiha Shizuka's face. Soft and smooth, it felt quite delightful. I surrender. Uchiha Shizuka, unable to defend herself, immediately raised her hands in surrender. After fixing her hair, Uchiha Shizuka's expression became exceptionally serious. Gumu, I really worry about you. Silly girl, I'll be back faster next time. Gumu gently patted Uchiha Shizuka's head, his tone warm. Fine, just be more careful in the future. Uchiha Shizuka turned her head, pouting. She wanted to say she didn't believe him, but when she thought about how this world was no longer the same, she still reminded him, knowing that Gumu must have important matters when he went out. Long live understanding. You're the best, my wife. Gumu said, wanting to give Uchiha Shizuka a hug. This familiar gesture made Uchiha Shizuka's cheeks flush, and she quickly stretched out her hands to push his face away. No, let's talk about it later. And, cough cough, when did I become your wife? Uchiha Shizumi tilted her head, like a shy little rabbit, not daring to look directly at Gumu. Underneath her black hair, her ears were gradually turning red, and that adorable face, blushing like an unripe apple, radiated an enticing glow under the moonlight, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. It's only a matter of time. Are we already engaged? Engaged? I'll be leaving now. Uchiha Shizumi stuttered, her voice trembling like a startled fawn. The bare confession made her a bit overwhelmed, her big eyes blinking like two twinkling stars, and she immediately struggled with her small hands, escaping from the scene as if fleeing. This bad guy can't be allowed to do anything bad right now. Uchiha Shizumi is nervous. Harvesting emotional points, 300 sai. Ascent, this just a joke? Gumu smiled helplessly, looking out at the calm courtyard. He wouldn't be so anxious, considering his little girlfriend was still in her growing stage. Chapter 30 Confession? Early graduation the next day, Gumu woke up early as usual. Good morning, Shinsui. Why are you up so early again? Gumu greeted Uchiha Shinsui, who was still making dumplings. Uchiha Shinsui's eyes flashed with panic as she turned her head, ignoring Gumu. Uchiha Shinsui, feeling flustered. Emotion harvested 100 this. The system's prompt left Gumu speechless. After all, they were like an old married couple. What was there to be flustered about? Good morning, young master. Today we're developing a new flavor of dumplings. This soup-filled idea is really good, Senju Gumu said, not noticing Uchiha Shinsui's expression. Instead, she seemed like she saw gold coins waving at her. Hiryu, I'll leave Shinsui in your care then. Don't worry, Shinsui is also considered boss. We are co-owning the shop, so you'll get 4, and I and Shinsui will each take 3. Me? I get that much? Gumu was surprised, not expecting to have a 40 share. Of course, after all, you provided the startup funds. Is mine a bit too much? Uchiha Shinsui initially just wanted to work, but unexpectedly found herself becoming a boss. Not too much. The idea for the dumpling shop actually came from you, and these dumplings were invented by you. Hearing that the dumplings were her invention, Uchiha Shinsui's face turned red, feeling a bit shy. Then it settled. Shinsui, you take 3. Gumu had a mischievous smile. And no, that is not right. I'm still living here, so little old. Ahem, I agree. Thank you, Hiryu. Uchiha Shinsui blushed and hurriedly waved her hands to interrupt Gumu's teasing. Okay, it's settled then. Senju Gumu looked puzzled. It seemed she heard young master mention something, but didn't finish. After breakfast, Uchiha Shinsui followed Gumu, looking gloomy, her eyes resembling a little kitten wanting to be picked up. Gumu glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. What is wrong, Shinsui? Are you angry? Gumu, didn't we agree that in front of outsiders, we are classmates? Uchiha Shinsui pouted, a bit dissatisfied. It's fine, Hiryu, isn't an outsider. Gumu was very confident that in front of Senju Tobirama, Hiryu would choose him without hesitation. After all, in their childhood, she had disregarded the Hokage's orders to stay by his side and protect him. It could even be said that Senju Gumu took on the role of his mother during his childhood. So that is how it is. Uchiha Shinsui's mouth dropped open in surprise, looking silly, realizing that her contradiction was entirely self-inflicted. Look at how anxious you were just now. Gumu chuckled, recalling Uchiha Shinsui's eagerness to answer earlier, finding it amusing. How despicable. Bad Gumu just knows how to bully me. Uchiha Shinsui was dissatisfied and decided to ignore him for the day. However, after thinking a whole day seemed too long, maybe just half a day, never mind. She decided to ignore him until they reached the classroom. Good morning, Gumu. Good morning, Uchiha Shinsui. Just as Uchiha Shinsui was feeling cute and secretly sulking, a familiar voice came from behind. My son, are you alright? Gumu looked at Shimura Danzo, who was bandaged up but still ready to go to school. With a puzzled expression, Uchiha Shinsui glanced at Shimura Danzo, but did not pay him much mind. There were some issues at home, and I have important matters today. Shimura Danzo didn't elaborate, but Gumu could clearly see the strong desire in his eyes and the subtle resentment when looking at Uchiha Shinsui. What is with that guy looking so restless? Uchiha Shinsui, like a curious cat, stared at Shimura Danzo, then quickly walked in front of the two, her tone filled with curiosity. I don't know, maybe he has hemorrhoids. Gumu, how cruel. Ahem. Uchiha Shinsui burst into laughter at Gumu's joke, her laughter like silver bells. But then she suddenly remembered she shouldn't pay him any attention during this time. So she huffed lightly, turning her head away like a proud swan. Gumu was puzzled, not understanding Uchiha Shinsui's conflicting expression. Soon, the two arrived at the classroom. In these past few months, rumors had gradually spread about Gumu and Uchiha Shinsui being together. Many people believed that the two were dating, and some even rumored that they had slept together. Oh, what is this? Gumu looked curiously at a letter on Uchiha Shinsui's desk. I don't know. Uchiha Shinsui shook her head, indicating she didn't understand. After opening the letter, Gumu noticed that Uchiha Shinsue's brow slightly furrowed. This familiar subtle expression made Gumu instantly understand that someone was confessing to her. To be honest, his little girlfriend was quite charming. Nowadays, not only did she rank high in written exams, but she also excelled in practical classes. Coupled with her gradually revealed, stunning beauty, she could easily overshadow those little boys. It seems like it's something good. Gumu propped his chin with one hand, looking amusingly. In the afternoon, under that big tree in practical class. Can you help me reject him? Uchiha Shinsue said blandly, as if she were expressionless, skillfully informing Gumu of the location. In her previous life in high school, Gumu had helped Uchiha Shinsue deal with many suitors. This little girl, when she gets serious, is quite aloof. Gumu reached out, rubbing Uchiha Shinsue's face repeatedly. Indeed, to others, Uchiha Shinsue seemed like an iceberg, not fond of talking, focused on studying, a typical aloof goddess. Hey, Gumu is bullying me again. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Uchiha Shinsue kept waving her hands, struggling, feeling a bit embarrassed under the gazes of their classmates. Ahem, everyone quiet down. I have an important announcement today. Senju Tobirama entered the classroom, looking at Gumu and Uchiha Shinsue, who were playfully bickering in the back, with a dark expression. He felt that his precious son might have been seduced by Uchiha Shinsue. Since that's the case, it's time to teach you a lesson. If studying is boring, then let us graduate early. Teacher, what is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting below, asked curiously, but his eyes were still on his deskmate, Shimura Danzo. What happened to him? He hasn't been to school these days. Did he get seriously injured? Danzo, what on earth happened to you? As I mentioned before, I will select outstanding students for early graduation based on their practical class rankings and some comprehensive evaluations. Today, I am here to announce that list. Furthermore, a new teacher will take over your classes from now on, as I've been a bit busy lately. As Senju Tobirama finished speaking, the students below were filled with anticipation, but also a bit regretful that the Hokage would no longer be teaching them. Although the theory classes he attended were somewhat boring, the practical classes were truly informative. After graduation, students will be grouped into teams of 3, with a Jonin teacher assigned to provide specialized guidance. At that time, they just need to follow the assignments. Senju Tobirama briefly introduced the upcoming arrangements and then took out the list of outstanding graduates, preparing to announce it. Chapter 31. Uchiha Shimizu was stunned. Gumu's father was actually the Hokage. Early graduation, Gumu supported his face with one hand, looking at Uchiha Shimizu, who was sitting upright beside him, with a playful expression. Every time she was nervous, this girl would sit especially straight. Hey, what are you doing, Gumu? Uchiha Shimizu's voice was soft, feeling her waist being squeezed, and her pretty face immediately turned red, bending down shyly. Nothing, just wanted to tease you. Gumu smiled mischievously. In his previous life, he often played tricks on Uchiha Shimizu. You bad person. Uchiha Shimizu's eyes were filled with discontent as she covered her clothes, preventing Gumu from launching any further attacks. Before Gumu could make another move, a serious voice came from the stage. Gumu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Mito Gate In, Tenkai Koharu, and finally Uchiha Shimizu. Those whose names I called, please come to the stage to receive your ninja headbands. With Senju Tobirama's announcement, envious glances were cast from those around. Early graduation was undoubtedly a privilege for exceptional students. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen and Gumu's group had already reached Nin level, they still had to go through the graduation process of the Ninja Academy. From today onwards, you will be true ninjas. I have only one thing to say, which is that where the leaves dance, the fire shall continue to burn. Yes, teacher, we will definitely firmly uphold the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo responded in unison, their expressions excited. Since that's the case, regarding the distribution of Nin teachers, we can discuss it here. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to express it. Senju Tobirama handed out a list to each person. When Uchiha Shimizu discovered that she and Gumu were not assigned to the same Nin teacher, a hint of despondency flashed in her eyes. Teacher, I must express my dissatisfaction. The students nearby couldn't help but tremble at Gumu's audacious words. This troublemaker was indeed terrifying. Even questioning the Hokage's personnel distribution, didn't he realize this was the courteous words of the second Hokage? Dissatisfied? Come to my office. And the others? Senju Tobirama remained expressionless, knowing this brat wouldn't come up with anything productive. Since no one else reacted, the arrangements would stay as they were. After saying that, Senju Tobirama left. Gumu, do you have any questions? Seeing Senju Tobirama leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. His two companions were Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Shimizu. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Uchiha Shimizu, probably having some guesses about Gumu's issue. Telling you is useless. I'm going to find the teacher. Gumu shrugged. He couldn't rest assured leaving his girlfriend in another team, especially with Shimura Danzo, who was filled with hostility towards the Uchiha clan in that team. Shimizu, why are you following me? I also have something to discuss with the teacher. Uchiha Shimizu blinked her big eyes, temporarily unsure of what Gumu wanted with Tobirama, so she could only try to negotiate for herself. Oh, in that case, let's go together. Gumu shrugged indifferently. He didn't know what this girl wanted from Tobirama. Soon, the two arrived at the teacher's office. After knocking, a voice from inside, devoid of emotion, said, "Come in." Upon seeing the two enter, Senju Tobirama probably understood what they wanted to ask. If you two have something to say, just say it. I will no longer manage the affairs of the Ninja Academy. Ahem. Teacher, I'm here regarding the group distribution. Although I don't know on what basis you made the assignments. I think it would be better to place me and Shimizu in the same group. Gumu coughed lightly, his expression especially serious. And you? Senju Tobirama didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Uchiha Shimizu beside Gumu. Teacher, I also have doubts about the group distribution, just like Gumu. Uchiha Shimizu might still be unable to accept Tobirama's scrutinizing gaze, feeling much more pressure from him than from her previous teachers. Both of you have doubts? How about I place you two in the same group then? Senju Tobirama wore a slightly amused smile. Really? If that's the case, that would be great. Gumu seemed to catch the underlying meaning in Tobirama's words, deliberately showing a pleased expression. And you? I think it's fine too. Uchiha Shimizu's expression was serious. But I disagree. It'll be good training for you. Senju Tobirama waved his hand decisively, seeming to have made up his mind. Uchiha Shimizu's eyelids twitched at his words, her face expressionless, but internally, the disappointment grew even larger. She found it hard to imagine how dull and uninteresting her days would be without Gumu. Gumu seemed to notice Uchiha Shimizu's unusualness and spoke plainly. Teacher, give me a reason. A reason? I heard that you two not only live together, but are also dating? Do you understand that being emotional is a taboo for ninjas? Senju Tobirama recalled how his elder brother secretly courted Uchiha Madara when they were young, which led him to still have goodwill towards the Uchiha clan. Teacher, your words have issues. After all, if a ninja doesn't care about their companions, how can they truly uphold the will of fire? As for the rumors you mentioned, Shimizu and I only have a simple classmate relationship. Besides, the most important thing is that Shimizu and I have already developed a certain level of cooperation. Wouldn't it be a hassle to adapt again with someone else? To be honest, Senju Tobirama was already convinced by Gumu's reasoning. But he wouldn't give Uchiha Shimizu another chance. He wouldn't let his favorite apprentice fall into the gentle trap of the Uchiha clan. You have a point. But what you lack the most now is time. Each village is currently being rebuilt, and conflicts won't occur for the time being. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes, starting to act unreasonable for the first time. No, old man, are you forcing me? Seeing Tobirama unyielding, Gumu's expression turned sour as he laid it all on the table. Huh? Uchiha Shimizu was bewildered, blinking her big eyes as her gaze shifted between Gumu and Senju Tobirama. Suddenly, she understood why Gumu didn't seem afraid of the Hokage at all. No wonder Uchiha Shimizu felt some pressure from Tobirama. It turned out he bore some resemblance to Gumu. Uchiha Shimizu felt shocked. Emotion harvest 300 so? Her future father-in-law would be the second Hokage. At this thought, Uchiha Shimizu suddenly felt particularly nervous. She realized why the second Hokage's gaze sometimes held a few more scrutinizing glances. Was he assessing his future daughter-in-law? PFFT. What is Shimizu thinking? She hasn't even established a relationship yet, and she is already thinking about being a daughter-in-law. Just as Uchiha Shimizu was lost in thought, Senju Tobirama looked speechless as the brat flipped the table and stopped playing along. Ahem, Gumu, don't rush. I'm doing this for your own good. That won't do. Just say one word, okay or not. Gumu no longer wanted to argue with Senju Tobirama. After all, his relationship with him wasn't very good. So let's leave it at that. However, I have one request. Once you become a CH Nin, you must join my elite guard team. Senju Tobirama helplessly rubbed his brow. He knew that when this brat was serious, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back. The potential that Uchiha Shinsui was showing now would definitely make him a master of the Uchiha clan in the future. He had been thinking that with the likes of Hiruzen and Danzo, he could pull her into his camp. However, if Komu could recruit Uchiha Shinsui, that would be just as good. An elite guard team, huh? Komu turned to Uchiha Shinsui beside him. Seeing her blinking repeatedly, he knew she must agree. All right then. Komu understood what the second generation's elite guard team was. It was nothing more than following him in the future to carry out various tasks. It seemed Tobirama had already anticipated the various conflicts to come and was starting to cultivate his trusted team in advance. Chapter 32. Not a buddy. Am I on the same team as the Thigh? After stepping out, Uchiha Shirve seemed to not have realized yet that the father of Kamuki was actually the second Hokage. What's wrong, silly girl? Are you so happy about having to carry out missions with me in the future that you can't speak? Kamuki had a content smile on his face. You bad guy. Why didn't you say earlier that the second Hokage is your father? Uchiha Shirve rolled her eyes charmingly, really unsure of what her evaluation was over by Tobirama. Kamuki knew what Uchiha Shirve was worried about and casually said, It's fine. That old man doesn't affect me at all. Even if he disagrees, I'm still going to have you. Uchiha Shirzue's face flushed at his words. This bad guy suddenly said something so shameful. Fine. I haven't agreed yet. To cover her fluster, Uchiha Shirve's eyes darted around like a startled deer, and she let out a light hum, as if to say she wasn't that easy to take down. Oh, if you don't agree, then I can only reluctantly open a harem. That little sister, T-Rin-Sh Rin, seems pretty good. She looks very interesting and cute. You dare. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shirzue immediately reached out her delicate hand and targeted the soft flesh around Kamuki's waist, launching an attack. Her adorable face turned as red as a ripe apple, looking all puffed up, quite like the Vinegar King of East Asia. Ouch, I was just joking. How could I open a harem? In the future, I won't even say a word to T-Rin-Sh Rin, and how could she possibly be cuter than you? My Shirzue is the cutest in the world. You're just boasting. There's no way. I'm that prettiest smile spread across Uchiha Shirzue's lips like ripples, glancing at Kamuki's exaggerated actions. Her gaze flitted around in a bit of panic. This guy really isn't afraid of others knowing their identities. Uchiha Shirzue feels happy. Gained 200 emotional points while she spoke rebuttals. Her heart was actually blooming with joy. Kamuki also looked around, and when they got closer to where people were, he stopped teasing Uchiha Shirzue. Now wasn't the time to expose their identities. At least until Kamuki thought he had grown up, he wouldn't actively reveal their relationship. Otherwise, if Tobirama targeted him, there was no telling what kind of accidents might occur. That old man would absolutely not allow his son to marry a member of the Uchiha clan. Hey, Kamuki-kun, Shirzue-chan, I think I just heard you talking about me. Is there something going on? T-Rin-Sh Rin, who was about to leave the academy, came over with a puzzled expression after hearing some voices. Kamuki opened his mouth, but feeling a delicate hand continuously applying pressure on his waist, he could only wisely shut up. This girl, a vinegar jar that spills over at any moment. It's nothing, we were just discussing the grouping. By the way, Sh Rin-chan, which group are you in? Uchiha Shirzue wore a friendly smile on her face. However, this smile made T-Rin-Sh Rin feel a bit of an inexplicable chill down her back. Me? It seems I'm in a group with Kamuki-kun. Please take care of me in the future. T-Rin-Sh Rin's gaze darted between Kamuki and Uchiha Shirzue, seemingly realizing that some rumors were unfounded. These two still kept some distance. Uchiha Shirzue's eyes seemed to lose their sparkle in an instant. If Tobirama didn't agree to change groups, wouldn't these two really have to train together? A glitch drama played out in Uchiha Shirzue's mind, imagining the two growing feelings over time and ultimately abandoning her. Bang! Hey, Uchiha Shirzue, who had her head attacked by the sudden thought, looked at Kamuki with dissatisfaction in her eyes. What are you thinking about? We just asked the teacher, and we told him that we want to regroup. So the future is still uncertain. Kamuki replied flatly, showing no attachment. Oh, I see, then that's fine. T-Rin-Sh Rin's mood clearly dropped a bit. So I'll be leaving first. Maybe we'll meet again by chance. Would you buy? After Kamuki said this expressionlessly, he planned to take Uchiha Shirzue and leave. Kamuki-kun, you're quite popular. It seems Sh Rin has feelings for you? Of course, I'm the man of the world's cutest Uchiha Shirzue. I'm leaving. Uchiha Shirzue let out a light huff, the sound seeming to squeeze out from her nasal cavity, a bit weak. Then she walked ahead quite proudly. If those boys from a ninja academy saw this, they would probably be shocked. Is this still the usually aloof top student? Soon, it was afternoon. Kamuki and Uchiha Shirzue sat together in the usual practical class square, staring at a big tree in the distance, expressionless. I really don't know which little brat wrote a love letter to Uchiha Shirzue. Oh, here he comes. Kamuki watched a man slowly walk under the big tree, seemingly waiting for something. The man looked quite good, with a delicate appearance, but compared to Kamuki, he still fell short. Hey, classmate, don't wait. Shizuka-chan, 1TB coming. Huh? Why, it's you. The delicate man trembled and swallowed hard upon seeing Kamuki arrive. He clearly stated in the letter that he hoped Uchiha Shizuka wouldn't tell anyone. Why did she immediately tell this unruly guy? Why isnt at me? Kid, your taste isn't bad, but that woman is already taken, so please don't disturb her in the future. At least, I'm still easy to talk to right now. Kamuki's expression was indifferent, and the aura he vaguely exuded scared the delicate man into a paralysis on the ground. In the eyes of these classmates, Kamuki was like a bully, and almost no one dared to provoke him. The last one who had a little crush, Hinata Tetsu, was still lying in the infirmary, unconscious. Okay, I won't disturb Uchiha Shizuka anymore. The delicate man said hurriedly, planning to leave in despair. Wait, did I let you go? The delicate man, who had just taken a few steps, suddenly stiffened, unruly. Cough, Kamuki-kun, do you have something else? About the recent rumors, do you know who spread them? Kamuki's expression was somewhat cold. I don't know. The delicate man's gaze was a bit evasive. I've been a bit itchy lately. I just need a few sandbags. Upon hearing this, the delicate man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I suddenly remembered. It seems to be some girls in the class. Girls? Kamuki's eyes narrowed slightly. He basically had no entanglements with his classmates, because Kamuki knew that most would become cannon fodder in the future. I'm giving you a task. Find out who spread those rumors and tell them that I've noticed. If I hear those rumors again in the future, regardless of whether they spread them or not, I'll be the first to deal with them. Sure, I'll convey it. Kamuki-kun, is there anything else? The delicate man nodded hurriedly, sweating profusely. TSK, look at this weather, making the kid sweat so much. Go back and wash up properly. Kamuki saw that the man's back was already soaked and shook his head in disapproval. Thank you for your concern, Kamuki-kun. The delicate man said and immediately fled the scene. Did you bully someone again? Uchiha Shinsui saw the man and fled frantically as if encountering a Grim Reaper. His eyes filled with confusion. What bullying? I'm a good person. I even reminded him to go back and rest well. Gumu pouted in dissatisfaction. All right, let's go. It's time to meet our Jonin teacher. I'm a bit excited to see who our other companion will be. I hope it's not a boy. Why? Uchiha Shinsui narrowed her eyes, a hint of a dangerous smile on her cute face. Ahem, of course. It's because I'm afraid you'll be taken away by another boy. Gumu felt the delicate hand on his waist. This little girl just wouldn't let go of this, right? That's impossible. Uchiha Shinsui gently shook her head. Her heart was big enough to allow various opinions about her, but it was also small enough to only accommodate Gumu. Chapter 33, Uchiha Shizumi was a bit angry. Soon, Kubo and Uchiha Shizumi arrived at the designated location. How could it be that guy? Kubo looked at the somewhat older man standing under the big tree, his expression speechless. What's wrong? Uchiha Shizumi asked curiously. Looking over, they saw a man with long hair tied back, dressed in a green ninja uniform, who appeared somewhat cold. It's nothing. I just hope this guy doesn't pull any tricks. What a coincidence. It seems we really are teammates. Haru looked at Kubo and Uchiha Shizumi arriving together. Smiling happily, no one would refuse to have some strong companions. As a medical ninja, she understood even more that her duty in the team was not to kill enemies, but to assist her teammates. What a coincidence, Haru. We'll be fighting together in the future. Uchiha Shizumi tilted her head with an inexplicable smile. Yes. Haru nodded, looking very pleased. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Naoto, and from now on you can call me Teacher Naoto. Since you all know each other, there's no need for further introductions. Senju Naoto's eyes subtly changed when he discovered that Senju Kubo was among the students he was educating. He even started to forget to ask his students' names. Let's be clear, I don't like my students slacking off. If there are any students who don't follow my requirements, I will request to change students. Then, I will guide you until you become CH Nin. Or, if one of you manages to grab a bell from me during this time, that will count as a successful graduation. Senju Naoto showed the 3 bells hanging from his waist to everyone. It seems this rule was indeed invented by Tobirama and has continued into the future. After all, they're the first batch of Ninja Academy students. Do you have any questions? Senju Naoto looked at the expressionless Kubo, whom he had seen a few times but was merely a low-ranking member of the Senju clan. Moreover, he was very fond of slacking off, which didn't seem like the son of the second Hokage at all. I have no questions. Me neither. Uchiha Shizumi and Haru responded first. What about you? Senju Naoto looked at Kubo. None. Kubo shrugged, and took a few more glances at the bells on Senju Naoto's waist. This person was the son of the elder of the Senju clan, strict and serious. During the previous family gatherings, he showed no interest in Kubo, saying that he had somewhat let down the name of the Senju clan of the forest. In that case, you two attack first. Let me see how strong you are now. Senju Naoto's expression was casual. At least in his view, dealing with a couple of kids was not a difficult task. He even thought he could handle them with one hand. You two go ahead, Kubo said to Uchiha Shizumi and Truk Haru beside him. Kubo, do you have a plan? Truk Haru looked at the relaxed Senju Naoto leaning against the big tree not far away, feeling a bit pressured. This was her first time fighting against AJ Nin. Kubo stroked his chin and said seriously, my plan is for you to go first, and I'll follow up. You. Keiharu, I believe in Kubo. Let's go first. Uchiha Shizumi nodded and proactively drew her long blade from her back, attacking Senju Naoto. All right, let's take it slow, Shizumi. Truk Haru reminded, following Uchiha Shizumi. It was very foolish to attack recklessly without knowing the information. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Uchiha Shizumi said seriously. The recent practical lessons had made her no longer timid in battle. What do you mean? Senju Naoto looked at the two girls attacking him, while Kubo was elegantly lying on a rock, quietly observing. His calm demeanor made one think he was the teacher. This guy really is, as the rumors say. A hint of displeasure appeared in Senju Naoto's eyes. As a Nin, he naturally had no time to pay attention to Ninja Academy affairs. So he didn't know that Kubo ranked first without a rival in the academy. In fact, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the Second Hokage assigning him to teach some little kids. Having a Nin teach a few genin was a complete waste of talent. Teacher Naoto, we're coming. Uchiha Shizumi threw shurikens for cover first, then jumped into the air, quickly forming hand seals. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Alage shuriken technique. Truk Haru also threw a giant shuriken, coordinating with Uchiha Shizumi's attack. However, the two's attacks were simply insufficient in front of Senju Naoto. With just a body flicker, he easily dodged their combined assault. Whoosh! Almost at the moment Senju Naoto landed, he suddenly felt a whistling wind by his ear. In his field of vision, a girl with blood-red eyes was wielding a long sword, slashing towards him. From the Uchiha clan, Senju Naoto concealed his inner surprise and immediately drew a kunai to respond with ease. It dawned on him that he hadn't even asked the names of the other two girls. His attention had been completely drawn to Kubo. Damn it, what does the Second Hokage mean by inserting someone from the Uchiha clan among his students? Senju Naoto had no expression, but inwardly he was cursing. Knowing that his brother had died at the hands of the Uchiha clan, why treat him like this? Bang, bang, bang. The long sword and black kunai collided in the air, like two dragons entangled in battle, creating sparks from the friction. In the distance, Truk Haru's explosive tags attacked like a storm, and Senju Naoto finally had a rough idea of the two's strength. Without a doubt, they were just genin. Among them, Uchiha Shizumi might be able to hold her own against the CH Nin for a few exchanges. At this moment, Senju Naoto could still think calmly. While Uchiha Shizumi was already sweating profusely, the dense attacks forced her to switch from the offensive to the defensive. Gradually, Uchiha Shizumi realized that her Sharingan seemed to be unable to keep up with Senju Naoto's rapid-fire attack frequency. Bang! With another powerful impact, Senju Naoto easily sent Uchiha Shizumi flying, watching her expressionlessly. Shizumi, wait for me to cover you. See if you can touch the bell. Truk Haru knew that blindly attacking had no chance of winning, and now they could only use some tactics. Okay, I'll give it a try. Wait, you two don't attack yet. Before Uchiha Shizumi could attack, Senju Naoto reached out to stop them first. Teacher Naoto, is there a problem? Truk Haru looked surprised. I've roughly figured out your strength, and now I will officially guide you, so please state your names. Oh, I'm Truk Haru. Uchiha Shizumi. The boy over there is called Kubo. Uchiha Shizumi pointed to the silver-haired boy lying on the rock not far away. I see. I remember. Senju Naoto nodded. Indeed, this woman was truly from the Uchiha clan. That pair of evil eyes, Naoto felt he would never forget in his life. If it weren't for his brother sacrificing himself to save him, he would have likely perished beneath the Uchiha clan's long knife. Gomoku, right? Shouldn't you come over for training? Senju Naoto turned and questioned Gomoku, who was yawning not far away. Teacher Naoto, you could train him first. I don't think I need to. Gomoku waved his hand, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Don't need to? Is that your excuse for slacking off? Although he didn't know how Gomoku graduated from the Ninja Academy early, he really thought that. As the clan member said, he was truly hopeless. Senju Naoto shot a sidelong glance, showing no mercy. He began to suspect that Gomoku's early graduation was due to Senju Tobirama pulling strings. Clan members? Sunaguchi Koharu looked confused. This teacher and Gomoku are from the same family? Speaking of which, she didn't even know Gomoku's surname or the teacher's surname. TSK say whatever you want. Gomoku clicked his tongue. Over the years, he had grown tired of the rumors about those in his family and had developed immunity. However, no one could force him to do things he didn't want to do. Shizumi, do you know what clan Gomoku is from? Sunaguchi Koharu asked curiously, with some bold guesses forming in her mind. How would I know? She turned to find that the previously mild-mannered Uchiha Shizumi now had an exceptionally fierce look in her eyes. Her cute but fierce expression seemed to indicate that something she cherished had been attacked. Chapter 34. The evil little demon is tempting my son again, Teacher Chihido. I won't allow you to say that about Gumu. He is very strong. Before Tsuken Koharu could speak up to remind him, Uchiha Shinsui's expression became serious, and he began to take the unprecedented step of confronting his teacher. Oh! The eyes of Senju Chihido and Uchiha Shinsui met, both carrying a hint of ferocity, as if they recalled some unpleasant memories, with a rare smirk at the corners of their mouths. This was not a pleasant smile, but one filled with mockery. So, Uchiha Shinsui, how do you intend to prove that? If the so-called Gumu you speak of possesses only the strength you've demonstrated, then I must say I'm quite disappointed. Senju Chihido shrugged his shoulders. He originally did not want to teach these lower ninjas, yet someone jumped out to be a thorn in his side right at the beginning. Shinsui, don't get too excited. Confronting the teacher is not beneficial for us. Seeing Uchiha Shinsui struggling to control himself, Tsuka and Koharu quickly spoke up to cool things down. I will prove it with my own strength. Forget it. Let me handle it myself. Before Uchiha Shinsui could move forward to attack, Gumu's voice suddenly came from behind. Gumu? Uchiha Shinsui's expression improved slightly upon seeing Gumu's arrival. Gumu, come on. Let me see what your arrogance is based on. Senju Chihido's expression remained silent. Oh, Teacher Chihido, you better be ready. Gumu scratched the back of his head, wearing a blank expression. You guys go over there. I want to have a private chat with Teacher Chihido. What? Do you still want to fight me alone? Senju Chihido seemed to chuckle. He was amused by Gumu's behavior. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Isn't that the case? Let's give it a try. Everything needs to be tested. As the saying goes, try it and you may die. Looking at Gumu's puzzled expression, Uchiha Shinsui nodded slightly. Koharu, let's go over there first. Shinsui, is this really okay? The teacher is A.J. Nin. Tsuken Koharu's eyes carried a hint of worry. You must know that there are not many J. Nin in the entire Konoha village. It could be said that becoming A.J. Nin is almost equivalent to being part of Konoha's top combat power. It's fine. Uchiha Shinsui actively took Tsuka and Koharu's hand and turned towards the big rock. Swish, swish, swish. In the moment they turned, they suddenly heard several gusts of wind rushing behind them. Uchiha Shinsui and Tsuka and Koharu sat on the rock, eagerly preparing to see how far Gumu could fight against Teacher Chihido. Gumu, when did you get behind us? Weren't you going to fight? Uchiha Shinsui's eyes carried a hint of confusion. Fight? When did I say I would fight? Didn't I just say I wanted to have a simple chat with Teacher Chihido? I've already finished talking. Gumu pointed at Senju Chihido, who seemed frozen in place and hadn't reacted yet. Huh? Gumu, what are you talking about? Why did Teacher Chihido suddenly not respond? Tsuka and Koharu looked at him speechlessly. I don't know. You can go over and take a look. Gumu casually shrugged his shoulders, lying back down next to Uchiha Shinsui with an amused expression. This girl, when she gets angry, looks quite good. Ahem, Koharu, let's go over and take a look first. Uchiha Shinsui cleared his throat lightly and led Koharu towards the frozen Senju Chihido. Teacher Chihido, are you okay? Uchiha Shinsui waved his hand in front of Senju Chihido. What did you two say? Tsuka and Koharu looked at Senju Chihido, who had a ghostly expression, unsure if Gumu had said something shocking. For example, your neighbor is Old Wong, and your son is actually not yours, etc. Ahem, today's training ends here for now. I need to leave for a bit. If there are any missions in the future, I will notify you. Senju Chihido's originally vacant gaze became clearer. That guy is definitely a monster. Just as Uchiha Shinsui and Tsuka and Koharu turned around, Gumu instantly appeared beside him. In just a second, dozens of chaotic slashes occurred. The terrifying blade force nearly severed the air around Senju Chihido. By the time Senju Chihido reacted, Gumu had already positioned himself behind Uchiha Shinsui and the others. How could this guy's strength be so terrifying? Without a doubt, if that aerial slash had landed on him, he would probably have been completely finished. This monster's strength is absolutely comparable to that of an elite Jonin. How old is he? Teenage elite Jonin. If this gets out, people would probably think I'm crazy. What kind of monster did Lord Hokage assign to me? Or rather, this is in line with that guy's identity as the young master. Senju Chihido left the area, glancing back at Gumu lying on the big rock. Undoubtedly, Gumu's formidable strength had already conquered him. There is no need for words in front of a strong person. Senju Chihido even believed that the old Gumu had been deliberately hiding his talents, with the purpose of discerning who truly cared for him. Damn it, how deep is this monster's scheming? Senju Chihido suddenly felt a cold sweat break out. He truly wondered if Lord Hokage knew about his son's terrifying strength. Gumu, what exactly did you say? Teacher Chihido looked like he had seen a ghost. It seemed really amusing. On the way home, Uchiha Shinsui moved like a light-footed deer, hands behind her back, her steps light, and a rare, pleasant smile graced her face, blooming like spring flowers. I told you, if you don't come home soon, old Wong next door will take advantage. Is that true? Uchiha Shinsui looked at him suspiciously. More real than pearls. Then I'll reluctantly believe you. Uchiha Shinsui's intuition told her that things weren't that simple, but she didn't ask further. If she really wanted to know, she thought Gumu would tell her. Knock, knock, knock. Gumin, in the Hokage office. Senju Tobirama looked at the somewhat pale Senju Chihido in front of him, his eyes curious. Chihido, is something wrong? Lord Hokage, you have really caused me trouble. Why didn't you tell me in advance that your son has the strength of an elite Jonin? Senju Chihido had already decided not to act as Gumu's guiding teacher. He felt that having to guide Gumu was simply an insult to himself. No wonder he wondered why Gumu always yawned. It turns out he was watching clown. Oh, an elite Jonin? Senju Tobirama's eyes widened. The reason he had allowed Senju Chihido to be Gumu and Uchiha Shinsui's guiding teacher was to test Gumu's strength through him. He never expected the result of this test would shock him. You must know that currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only last a few moves against ordinary Jonin. After all, the chakra amount contained in Jonin is vastly different from that of other ordinary ninjas. Besides honing skills, they can only rely on other powers. You can leave for now. I will handle this matter personally and will give you a response later. Then I'll trouble Lord Hokage. Senju Chihido nodded, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Soon, deep night approached. Due to Senju Kiryu being out of town to buy ingredients, he would not be returning home tonight. In other words, in the courtyard now, there are only Kumu and Uchiha Shirzue. Shirzue, what are we having for dinner tonight? I am hungry. Kumu lay on the tatami mat, looking at Uchiha Shirzue, who was still training in the courtyard, with a lazy expression. Hungry. Uchiha Shirzue wiped the sweat from his neck, a charming smile on his face. Do you want to eat first, take a shower, or me? You're playing with fire. You know. Before Kumu could finish his sentence, he suddenly perked up as he saw a familiar figure appear behind Uchiha Shirzue. Playing with fire? Anyway, you can't do anything, so what are you afraid of? Uchiha Shirzue had a mischievous smile on his face. However, before she could bask in her triumph for long, a sudden voice from behind made her freeze in place. What are you talking about? Kumu can't do anything? The serious and emotionless questioning voice was undoubtedly that of the Second Hokage. Senju Tobirama's gaze was silent. This little brat was indeed trying to tempt his precious son. Chapter 35. A gentleman is colorful but not lustful, arising from emotion but stopping at reason. Cough, cough. Hokage-sama, when did you come here? Uchiha Shizuka's expression stiffened slightly, feeling a bit nervous, not only because this was the Hokage, but also because he was the father of Gumu in this world. Let's not talk about that for now. First, tell me what you meant when you said Gumu is not capable. Senju Tobirama's face was expressionless, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. In reality, various speculations had already formed in his mind. Hey, old ding, you just came back and started bullying people. What does that mean? Gumu was still lying on the tatami, his tone questioning. He was not afraid of Senju Tobirama. Oh, you brat, this is my residence. Can I come back? Senju Tobirama's expression had a hint of amusement. He carefully observed Gumu, and indeed, the aura emanating from this kid had become a bit deeper. Could it be that he really is an elite Jonin? If so, then I need to issue a mission. It should be noted that there are not many elite Jonin in Konoha right now, and most of them are out on missions. Moreover, with recent events, it is inevitable that the Uchiha clan will react. Kid, my Umbu is currently short on personnel. Are you coming or not? Umbu, what is that? Hearing Senju Tobirama skip the build-up and get straight to the point, Gumu's expression was speechless. Senju Tobirama paused slightly. You can understand it as a secret organization that maintains the stability of Konoha. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Gumu showed a hint of interest on his face, but I want to go. Tobirama, who had some expectations, darkened his expression upon hearing Gumu's disinterested refusal. Why? Give me a reason. I haven't passed the assessment from my instructor yet? Gumu casually found a reason. Instructor? You mean Naoto, right? He has already decided not to be your Group S instructor anymore. What? Uchiha Shizuka blinked her cute eyes, looking a bit confused. Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Shizuka beside him, saying again, Gumu, your current strength is already capable of becoming an instructor. If you are willing, I can make you the captain of the Umbu. You can choose your own team members, but the final list must be submitted to me for review. Uchiha Shizuka hadn't had time to react, wondering when Gumu actually gained the ability to become an instructor. It should be noted that their instructor was AJ Nin. Oh, Gumu smiled with curiosity. It seems that many things have happened in the village recently, and someone is urgently needed to mediate. I think it's fine, but I have one condition. Uchiha Shizuka must become my team member. Uchiha Shizuka was a bit slow to react, until she saw Gumu's comical smile. She realized she had been tricked. Uchiha Shizuka, huh? Senju Tobirama paused slightly. Do you agree? Feeling the pressure in Tobirama's gaze, Uchiha Shizuka nodded. If Hokage-sama does not refuse, I am willing. Umbu, fully named the Assassination Tactics Special Forces, is a covert organization directly commanded by me. Gumu, I now appoint you as the captain of the 4th Division in Umbu. To clarify, each division consists of 17 members, including 4 classes, each class having 1 leader and 3 members. Besides the personnel I assign to you, you can also recruit your own, but everything must be reviewed by me. As for other specific details, someone will deliver them to you later. You two won't need to attend classes anymore. Just wait for the missions I assign. After Senju Tobirama finished speaking, he instantly vanished from his spot. Gumu, what is going on? Are we becoming spies? Uchiha Shizuka's eyes were filled with excitement, still trying to process it. She was clearly still a student just a moment ago. I guess so. Gumu nodded. In fact, he also had his own thoughts. Joining Umbu should help Uchiha Shizuka further understand the harshness of the ninja world. After all, Gumu needed his little girlfriend to have self-protection abilities. Otherwise, when the Ninja World War started, she could really become cannon fodder. Swish! As the words fell, a shadow appeared in Gumu's line of sight outside the courtyard. I'll leave your things here for now. If the clothes don't fit, just adjust them yourself. Come to the Umbu headquarters tomorrow morning to report in. You can receive missions assigned by Hokage-sama there on time. After delivering the message, the Umbu immediately left. Damn, do I have to get up early again? Upon hearing get up early, Gumu looked speechless. He missed his previous lazy days. Hey Gumu, there's a mask too. I want this fox mask. All right. Go try it on and see if it fits. Uchiha Shizuka nodded obediently, feeling like it was her first time in college, filled with curiosity about everything. What is going on? Why is it a dog? Gumu opened the bundle, looking at the remaining dog mask, internally cursing the Umbu from earlier. There's also a handbook about Umbu rules inside. Rule 1. For assassination missions, leave no corpses and eliminate traces of the body. Rule 2. Wear a mask and use code names during missions under normal circumstances. Rule 3. All orders are prioritized by the Hokage. Gumu, what does your mask look like? After changing into her clothes, Uchiha Shizuka came over wearing a fox mask with some red stripes. If it really suits you, you bad dog. You little girl, do you want to be bullied? Gumu looked up at Uchiha Shizuka, who was in a black bodysuit, his eyes lighting up slightly. Uchiha Shizuka had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, and a teasing smile hung on her cool face, resembling a cunning fox, especially with her blossoming figure standing tall, like a flower about to bloom. Gumu rested his chin on his hand, nodding in satisfaction. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Uchiha Shizuka's eyes showed a hint of confusion. It's nothing. Do you want me to prepare a glass of milk for you in the morning? The teasing words made Uchiha Shizuka immediately react. She hurriedly covered her chest. Flustered, you scoundrel so lewd. A gentleman is colorful but not lustful, arising from emotion but stopping at reason. You bad guy. You've even used it perfectly. Uchiha Shizuka looked at Gumu's face, a hint of nostalgia appearing on her face. If she remembered correctly, this phrase was something she had personally explained to Gumu while studying classical Chinese in her previous life. The meaning is that a gentleman loves the beauty of women but is not lustful. His admiration for women arises from emotion, but he restrains his behavior with propriety to keep it from being excessive. Of course, who told me I was sitting next to a top student? Gumu had a speechless expression, only speaking up to complain after confirming there was no one around. Are you still not satisfied? Are you still thinking about that elementary school girl who confessed to you when you graduated from high school in your previous life? That elementary school girl was great, sweet, and fragrant, and would call you big brother, completely enchanting you. Uchiha Shimizu muttered with a pout, like an annoyed cat, and as he spoke, his expression darkened. Ahem. Stop, stop. How can a junior sister be more attractive than my little wife? Upon hearing the word wife, a hint of panic immediately crossed Uchiha Shimizu's face. A man's words are deceitful. You'll have to cook for yourself today. After saying this, Uchiha Shimizu walked towards the room. But at the last moment, the barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth was like a lake gently stirred by the spring breeze, hard to suppress. Don't. What can I cook? Don't you know? Gumu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Apart from fried rice, there was only the versatile instant noodles. Chapter 36, Sundara. You want to eat me, right? In the kitchen. The two began to cook separately. One side was a delicious and fragrant Chinese stir-fry, while the other side was colorless boiled noodles. Gumu looked at the familiar braised pork in the pot, and couldn't help but swallow. If it weren't for Uchiha Shinsui also coming to this world, Gumu might have thought he would never taste delicious braised pork in his lifetime. It seemed that Uchiha Shinsui noticed Gumu's unusual behavior. The corner of her mouth slightly lifted, and she let out its thunderous snort. Like a yellow oriole coming out of the valley, crisp and pleasant to the ear. The smile at the corner of her mouth never faded. After being bullied for so long, she finally won against him once. Uchiha Shinsui feels happy. Harvested 200 emotional points, looking at the system's prompt. Gumu felt helpless. He knew her temperament all too well. Just a little expression could cheer up his little girlfriend. Here you go. I don't like eating meat. At the dining table, Uchiha Shinsui pushed the braised pork she made in front of Gumu. Bright red, shiny, and trembling, it looked very appetizing. It's not because I'm soft-hearted, it's just that this time my braised pork doesn't taste good. That's right, it doesn't taste good. Uchiha Shinsui snorted lightly, tilting her head like a tsundere kitten, looking particularly cute. I like to eat this kind. The food here is too bland. Gumu picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. It was sweet and fragrant, with a barbecue-like meat aroma. The meat was tender and melted in his mouth, truly wonderful. I knew it. My wife is the best. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Shinsui, who was drinking water, choked on Gumu's sudden address. Nonsense. You just know how to talk nonsense. When did I become your wife? Uchiha Shinsui's eyes were flustered. In her previous life, she was already looking forward to their married life. Unfortunately, just after getting engaged, she was taken away by a big truck. Can the regrets of the past life be made up in this life? Uchiha Shinsui didn't know. She just hoped she could grow up quickly, so she could perhaps accomplish what she couldn't in her past life. How is it? How does it taste? It's a pity there aren't many seasonings here. Uchiha Shinsui cradled her face with both hands, her eyes filled with a hint of satisfaction and anticipation. It must taste good. My little wife's cooking is simply the best. As the saying goes, this flavor should only exist in heaven. It's rare to see it in the human world. In the future, we should open a restaurant. It will definitely be a hit. You're just being silly. It's not that exaggerated. How could it be? I'm a good person. I never lie. Gumu ate bite after bite. At his age, he was naturally unable to resist such food. Here you go. I know you don't like greasy food. You little glutton, you must be secretly drooling. Gumu pushed the remaining lean meat in front of Uchiha Shinsui, wearing a comical smile. Nonsense, I'm not drooling. Uchiha Shinsui's eyes panicked. That annoying Gumu. Do I not have any dignity? I'll wash the bowl later. You just leave it in the kitchen. I'll go take a shower first. Gumu said as he walked upstairs. Watching Gumu's departing figure, Uchiha Shinsui opened her mouth but didn't make sound. She knew Gumu was probably going to do his own thing. Just as Uchiha Shinsui thought. Gumu came to his room and changed into a black cloak for night activities. With a quick use of the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the residence of the Shimura clan. Although Gumu knew that Shimura Taniya would probably take advantage of the Great Elder's severe injury to seize power, he still needed to confirm it himself. Shimura Yama seems to have sensed the movement behind him. Turning around, he saw the figure in the black cloak standing on the rooftop. He immediately tensed up. Don't worry, it's me. Gumu jumped down to Shimura Yama's side. The familiar voice made Shimura Yama breathe a sigh of relief. Sir, do you have something to discuss? Shimura Yama looked around to make sure no one was nearby before cautiously asking. Take me to see Taniya. I heard that many things have happened here recently. All right, sir, I'll take you there right now. Shimura Yama's eyes lit up. They were just troubled about how to make the second elder give up the acting clan leader position. Knock 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 komin. Yama? And Shimura Taniya was sitting at his usual office, thinking about how he should act in the future. After all, opportunities are right in front of him. If he can't seize them, then he really has a problem. Upon seeing the familiar figure in a black cloak behind Shimura Yama, he immediately stood up from his seat, looking at Gumu with some confusion. It's me. After receiving the affirmative answer, Shimura Taniya immediately stood up from his seat and respectfully approached Gumu. Sir, do you have any new instructions? Shimura Taniya's expression was serious. He knew that his key decisions had been subtly aided by this mysterious figure. For example, sending a letter to the Hyuga clan to successfully divert Hokage's attention, making him start to focus on the Hyuga clan. Also not long ago, preventing the assassination of the Great Elder. This earned him the Great Elder's trust, and he had even begun to manage clan affairs. How is the feedback from the Second Elder? No response. He seems willing to let me take over clan affairs. And you? How many people in the clan are willing to follow you? Shimura Taniya thought for a moment and slowly spoke. According to your instructions, most of those with grudges during the war are willing to follow me. Secondly, some ninjas from the Great Elder's faction, estimating about 2/3 of the ninjas in the clan support me as acting clan leader. Then let it be for now. I want to see the list of enemies regarding the Uchiha clan that I asked you to prepare earlier. Hearing Gumu's words, Shimura Taniya's eyes brightened. He immediately took out the prepared list of enemies from his pocket. To Jonin? Feeling Gumu's questioning gaze, Shimura Taniya smiled awkwardly. I had no choice, sir. Those people were all Chunin just a few years ago, but the Uchiha clan is born for battle. After the last Uchiha attack, I found that the enemies had already grown into Jonin. And the assassination incidents regarding the Uchiha clan that I asked you to investigate earlier. Do you have any leads? Gumu mentioned the matter he cared about the most. This we did investigate a bit. Besides us, there really are others targeting the Uchiha clan. It seems to be the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga? Who specifically? Shimura Taniya's eyes were curious. I don't know for now. I heard it from the patrolling brothers. Sir, is there a problem? As the saying goes, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Just keep doing that for now and build your reputation within the clan. As for the Second Elder, he definitely won to show up during this time. Gumu didn't expect Shimura Taniya to completely control the Shimura clan. After all, human hearts are hard to read, and what will happen in the future is still unknown. However, regarding the Hyuga clan, those who could infiltrate the Uchiha clan for assassination and retreat unscathed, the strength is definitely that of a Jonin or a Chunin with Jonin-level power. After confirming an important piece of information, Gumu abandoned the idea of trying to scare the Second Elder of the Uchiha clan. Currently, the Hokage's attention is mainly focused on the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. If another incident occurs here, it is likely that the Uchiha clan will also receive heightened scrutiny. No wonder Senju Tobirama said they are short on manpower. Monitoring both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans at the same time, it's strange that they lack talent. Back on the rooftop of the courtyard, Gumu clearly noticed that Uchiha Shizuka's was not sleeping. She was just quietly staying in her room like a well-behaved cat, as if the clamor of the world had nothing to do with her. You little girl, sneaking into my room again. Are you planning to ambush me at night? Gumu jumped in through the window. There was no way. The so-called door locks are practically useless in front of a ninja. Uchiha Shizuka's made a helpless expression. I'm going to sleep now. I have to get up early tomorrow. Good night. Seeing Gumu return safely, Uchiha Shizuka's let out a sigh of relief, then expressionlessly nodded, looking as cold as a fairy who does not partake in the affairs of the world, and returned to the adjacent room. Good night. Gumu stared at the closed wooden door, slightly lost in thought, the echo of the system's voice lingering in his mind, difficult to dissipate. Uchiha Shizuka's feels relaxed. Earned 300 emotional points. Chapter 37. The Rules of the Dark Core. The next day, Gumu woke up early, as usual. He pretended to want to sleep in, but ever since he learned that Uchiha Shimizu had also crossed over, he had never slept in again. He needed to get stronger until he could ignore the pressure from the Senju and Uchiha clans and successfully bring Uchiha Shimizu home as his bride. Little lazy bug. Time to get up. Gumu arrived at the door of Uchiha Shimizu's room and could faintly hear some sounds of her getting dressed inside. Shimizu, you're not in trouble. Are you? Damn it. I'm about to break down the door. A mischievous smile appeared on Gumu's face. Saying that, he placed his hand on the doorknob. Just as he was about to open the door, the wooden door opened on its own, revealing Uchiha Shimizu with her high ponytail tied up and a fox mask on her forehead. Beneath her black tight-fitting outfit, her figure was starting to take shape. With a seductive look, she glanced at Gumu, who was up to no good, and said with a resentful expression, "Tisk, you pervert. Cough. Can you look at me a few more times like that? Preferably with a bit of disdain on your face. I swear, I'm definitely not a BT." Gumu raised his hand to swear, his expression filled with anticipation. "You're really hopeless. Let us go report him first. It's the first day on the job. Don't be late." Uchiha Shimizu helplessly rubbed her forehead, but to satisfy his request, she ended up giving him a disdainful glance. "Cough, let us go. But from now on, you have to call me Captain Mu. In the Dark Corps, we all use code names. And what about you? Me? Just call me Water." Uchiha Shimizu stroked her chin, unable to think of a better code name for a moment. Outside, the sky was just starting to brighten, and the Dark Corps had an early start, with the sky still dimly lit. Additionally, since both Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu were wearing masks, it was unlikely anyone would recognize them. Following the instructions in the manual, the two quickly arrived at the entrance of the Dark Corps base. For the sake of secrecy, the Dark Corps usual communication base was established underground, right beneath the Hokage building. Gumu noticed quite a few people hidden in the shadows, watching the area, using the hidden entrance. The two arrived at the Dark Corps hall. Usually, when members of the Dark Corps had no missions, they would stay here on standby, ready to respond to special situations at any time. The hall was very spacious, equipped with training areas, mission zones, and leisure areas. Before entering, there were dedicated personnel sitting at the entrance like gatekeepers, recording information similar to security duty. Perhaps it's because Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu are too short. Many Dark Corps members training at the wooden posts turned their attention to them. Newcomers? Codenames? The Dark Corps member sitting at the entrance, with long hair, spoke in a cold tone upon seeing Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu arrive. "Wood. Water. Here are your identity tokens. Whatever squad you belong to, hang them at that squad's position. When executing missions, take the tokens with you to determine how many personnel are available at any time." The recording personnel tossed the tokens engraved with the words wood and water into Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu's hands. Following her instructions, they saw 4 bulletin boards not far away, each representing a squad. The captain's position was at the top, followed by the squad leader, and lastly the members below the squad leader. This way, the structure of the teams was clear. Tiger, Explosion, Bull. Gumu approached the bulletin board, looking at the top 3 names. Even without tokens, the names were still marked. These should be both the names of the captains and the squad names. Thinking of this, Gumu carved his code name onto the wooden board and hung his token at the top position of the 4th bulletin board. "Water, you just need to be below me. I'll be gentle." Pervert Uchiha Shimizu rolled her eyes charmingly, but still carved her code name and placed her token below Gumu's. The names on the other 3 bulletin boards were already filled, while there stood out as the only 2 solitary ones. "Why am I the pervert? Aren't you the one below me, just standing still? Clearly, you're the one who thought crookedly. I'm ignoring you." Uchiha Shimizu huffed lightly and walked towards the training area. As the two were chatting, the surrounding Dark Corps ninjas, upon seeing Gumu placing his token at the captain level, were all taken aback. They said, "Why is there an extra squad bulletin board? So there's a new squad?" Some Dark Corps ninjas began to speculate, noticing that the captain seemed a bit too young. This made some newly joined ninjas internally grateful that they didn't have to deal with a captain who looked about the same age as their own son. Uchiha Shimizu went to the training area, while Gumu headed to the leisure area. Naturally, Gumu wouldn't practice Sage Mode in public. "Are you a newcomer?" Captain Wood. Before Gumu could get comfortable, he heard a puzzled voice beside him. Looking up, he saw a burly man wearing a bear mask, standing like a tower with a massive sword on his back. His broad shoulders and muscular arms seemed to contain immense power, with defined muscle lines that appeared as hard as steel. "Do you need to familiarize yourself with the rules of the Dark Corps, Captain Wood?" the bear asked. "If you have something to say, hurry up. I want to catch up on sleep." Gumu didn't believe this Dark Corps ninja would come to greet him for no reason. "Haha, then I'd better obey and head to the training platform. I want to challenge you." The bear's tone carried a hint of brutality. "A challenge? Can I refuse?" Gumu glanced at the bear, his tone cold. "Refuse." The bear seemed to hear an exciting word. "If you refuse, then just give up your position as the captain of the 4th squad." "Captain Wood, let me tell you the first potential rule of the Dark Corps. Strength determines everything. It's more realistic and cruel here than outside. Power is linked to strength. The stronger you are, the more power you have." The bear's eyes were playful, as if he thought Gumu's question was a refusal to fight. "Well, I really can't refuse. Then let us do it." Gumu stretched lazily. His expression beneath the dog mask was particularly calm. Indeed, the principle of the survival of the fittest applies in any world. Chapter 38. A-Class Assassination Mission O? It seems that Bear is going to challenge someone again. I remember the last time Bear challenged someone was not long ago against the Explosion team. This guy is a complete battle maniac. I estimate that in his mind, there is nothing but challenges. Some Umbu ninjas who were training stopped their actions as they saw the muscular man walk onto the training platform. Since the Umbu was just recently established, this organization still retains a bit of humanity. Unlike the future Umbu, which, apart from executing missions, would be as still as a stagnant pool, devoid of life. It seems Uchiha Shizumi has also noticed what is happening on the training platform. Indeed, the Hokage allows healthy competition among Umbu ninjas. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shizumi also walked over there. Although in her heart, she believed that Komoku wouldn't lose. A sense of worry still involuntarily arose in her mind. Haha, let me formally introduce myself. I'm the squad leader of the second team, the Explosion team. Codename Bear. Please take care of me. Seeing that many people had come to watch, Bear couldn't help but laugh heartily. If this kid loses, he shouldn't think about making excuses. No need for more words. Let us finish this quickly. Komoku yawned, and beneath his mask, he appeared as calm as still water, without any signs of tension. This is the confidence that strength brings, as solid as steel. Here I come. As the words fell under Uchiha Shizumi's gaze, Bear's body vanished like a ghost, seemingly disappearing from the spot in an instant. When he reappeared, the two had already made contact. Boom! The moment they made contact, their unmatched strength caused the ground to shatter like a spider web. Komoku, holding the cursed blade Muramasa, effortlessly resisted Bear's downward strike, looking as if he were strolling leisurely. This kid, his strength is so terrifying. Don't be fooled by Bear's large size. He is indeed a ninja with full points in both strength and agility. Among ordinary Jainin, he is quite capable. You're pretty strong, huh, Komoku? Are you trying to reverse the heavens? Bear's tone was somewhat resentful. This line shouldn't have been said by him, right? A closer observation revealed that there was a faint whistling on the blade of Komoku's sword, carrying some wave of force that allowed him to block Bear's violent downward strike with just one hand, like an unshakable mountain. Bagua palm, breaking the void. Who would have thought that Bear would also use the technique of borrowing strength? He released his grip on the large knife, and like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he struck towards Komoku's chest. Wind release, cyclone. Komoku didn't even form any seals. With a shout, a whirlwind surrounded him, easily sending the suddenly attacking Bear flying away. Wind release? Upon seeing Komoku's ninjutsu, Bear's gaze sharpened. He couldn't guess which clan he belonged to. After all, there aren't any clans in Konoha that use wind release powerfully. Hyuga clan. Upon feeling the familiar Bagua palm, Komoku knew that this kid was from the Hyuga clan. With this in mind, Komoku also didn't plan to tease him. Amidst the puzzled gazes of those around, his aura gradually retracted, gently placing the cursed blade Muramasa at his waist, and then slowly crouched down. The continuously gathering aura seemed to form waves around Komoku, surging like a raging tide, causing the black robe on him to flutter like a flag in a storm. Damn! Bear seemed to sense an extremely strong threat. Immediately, he charged again, intending to disrupt Komoku's gathering aura. In fact, Komoku could have easily drawn his sword and killed him while he was sent flying. He did this merely to create the illusion that his sword draw required some time to charge. A white aura slowly drifted out from behind Komoku's dog-faced mask. Just as Bear was about to make contact with Komoku, the long sword was drawn. Furious breath, wind blade frenzy, boom, like the impact of a close-range cannonball. The ground was left with numerous knife marks as Komoku instantly arrived at another position on the training platform. As for Bear, he remained frozen in place, maintaining his sword-wielding posture, unable to move. Everyone seemed to hold their breath for a moment, and the space became eerily quiet. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of the sword being sheathed, it echoed in the air. Bear, who'd been stiff in place, suddenly found his shirt exploding into countless pieces that fell to the ground. Bear's eyes trembled continuously, finally letting out a sigh of relief in his heart. Beneath the mask, his Byakugan was fully activated, relieved that his observation was indeed correct. The swirling wind blades around him. If he had made any move earlier, it wouldn't have been his clothes that exploded, but his own flesh. Phew, I lost. As expected, someone who can be a captain cannot be easily defeated. Komoku, I admire you. If there are any tasks that require cooperation in the future, feel free to come find me. After losing the match, Bear scratched his head, appearing relaxed. It was clear that he was not new to being defeated. Little fool, you look stunned. How about it? Am I handsome? Komoku approached the isolated Uchiha Shizumi and playfully tousled his white short hair. You are quite handsome. Ahem, ahem. Initially thinking that Shizumi would retort, this sudden compliment left Komoku somewhat at a loss for words. Hee, I want to let you be satisfied. Uchiha Shizumi's lips curled slightly, revealing a proud smile. Her eyes narrowing, sparkling like a crescent moon. She knew well what kind of response Komoku was truly seeking. What a pity, being this handsome. There aren't any girls confessing to me. What? Do you still want someone to confess to you? Even though Uchiha Shizumi knew Komoku was joking, she still pouted like an annoyed little cat, somewhat dissatisfied. Clearly, I already have someone, and yet I'm still thinking about my little sister. Ugh. No, we haven't even gotten to that point yet. Uchiha Shizumi's cheeks flushed. How did she slip into the role of Komoku's wife? It must be that this bad guy, always calling me wife, has subconsciously made her identify with that idea. Uchiha Shizumi is feeling resentful. Gained 200 emotional points. Komoku wasn't aware of Uchiha Shizumi's rich psychological changes and thought his words were somewhat inappropriate. So he began to explain, compared to others, I hope for your confession even more. Don't worry, in my eyes, your favorability is maxed out. It's a done deal. Komoku's straightforward words made Uchiha Shizumi's ears turn slightly red. Who said I wanted to confess to you, you bad guy? Uchiha Shizumi's tone trembled slightly, but in reality, she was already contemplating the matter. In her previous life, it was always Komoku who took the initiative to confess. Why not take the initiative once herself now? What a pity. Then I can only find other little sisters. Komoku pretended to look very disappointed. You dare. Uchiha's face instantly darkened, and she once again reached out her seemingly magical hand towards Komoku's waist. I'm just joking in this world. Who still cares about love? Whether one can survive is another issue. Underneath the mask, Komoku's expression was exceptionally serious. He understood the plot and knew the cruelty of the ninja world. Therefore, if possible, he hoped Uchiha Shizumi could understand, as only by adapting to the environment could one survive. I understand. Uchiha Shizumi slightly opened her mouth. Even though Gumu couldn't see her expression, he still knew that the girl must be exceptionally serious. It made sense. The death of her mother in this world had likely transformed her state of mind, which was also why Uchiha Shizumi had been working so hard to cultivate. Her efforts and training were not only for self-preservation. Deep down, she hoped to become a significant support for Gumu in the future. Mookie Team, 4th Division's Mookie Team, please come out immediately. There is a task that requires your cooperation. An A-rank assassination mission. Before Uchiha Shizumi could prepare for training, the sudden announcement of the mission in the hall made both of them react immediately. Chapter 39. Uchiha Shizuka's lap pillow. Has it been that long already? Time to go to work? Gumu complained silently, feeling that even if he hadn't been taken away by a big truck, working in his previous life would probably have been like this. Alright, let's hurry up and head out. By the way, Mu Team, do you know about this A-rank mission? Uchiha Shizuka was already in the zone, at least in the Umbu. She had to call Gumu Mu Team. I don't know, but since it's an A-rank assassination mission, the target must be at least a Jonin. Gumu brought Uchiha Shizuka outside the base. Over there were already 4 ninjas wearing animal masks. Follow us. We will inform you of the specifics of the mission on the way. After saying that, the 4 of them instantly disappeared from sight. Such terrifying body flicker speed left Uchiha Shizuka dumbfounded. How could she keep up with that? Haha, are you stunned? Gumu chuckled lightly, picked up the bewildered Uchiha Shizuka, and swiftly followed behind those Umbu ninjas. Such actions will likely become more common in the future. You bad guy. Under the fox mask, Uchiha Shizuka's eyes trembled, showing some embarrassment. However, her desire to become stronger rose again. The leading Umbu Jonin seemed to have noticed something unusual behind him and felt a bit puzzled. In fact, he was already dissatisfied when he saw that his companions appeared to be 2 little kids. Therefore, he intentionally picked up the pace, wanting to see just how strong these 2 were. Now it seems that the ninja with the dog head mask and silver short hair is probably not weak. So, what exactly is our mission? Gumu, holding Uchiha Shizuka, jumped a few times on the big tree and arrived next to the commander of the operation. The code name for this operation is Annihilation. You don't need to worry about the specifics. Just follow us and assassinate a defected ninja. The ninja wearing a cat face mask glanced at Gumu and Uchiha Shizuka, his tone indifferent, clearly not wanting to talk too much. Thus, the 6 of them traveled for almost an entire morning before planning to take a short break in a forested area. Mu Team, are you tired? Uchiha Shizuka jumped down from Gumu's arms, looking at the Umbu ninjas who obviously did not plan to interact with him, and asked, "I am exhausted. Let me lie down for a while." Gumu sat cross-legged under the big tree and patted his thigh, making his intentions clear. "You, what do you want to do?" Uchiha Shizuka's eyes widened. Her heart began to race, thinking Gumu intended for her to sit on his thigh. "Sigh, is there anywhere soft to lie down? I really want to rest for a bit." All right, come here." Uchiha Shizuka looked helpless, and she understood Gumu's meaning. So she knelt on the ground, indicating for Gumu to lie on her thigh. "Indeed, my water teammate is the best." Gumu had a sly smile on his face, and without saying a word, he lay down on Uchiha Shizuka's thigh. Hey, what are you doing? Don't lie face down." Uchiha Shizuka was thrown into a panic by Gumu's actions, like a frightened little deer, her limbs flailing. Uchiha Shizuka panicked. Emotion points gained. 200. She immediately looked up and saw that the Umbu ninjas in the distance seemed not to have noticed this side. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You flip over. You pervert." Uchiha Shizuka pulled Gumu's body over, her eyes filled with a mist of excitement. It was evident that she was very flustered inside. "Aren't I too tired?" Gumu felt Uchiha Shizuka pulling at his face, struggling to speak clearly. "Tired?" Uchiha Shizuka's eyes were curious. "She shouldn't be that heavy, right?" At this moment, Gumu suddenly heard some gurgling sounds near his ear, turning his head in confusion. He looked at the upright Uchiha Shizuka. "Ahem. Well, you didn't hear that, did you?" "No, I didn't hear anything." Gumu pretended to hold back laughter, glancing at the other Umbu ninjas not far away. Those guys were clearly equipped with soldier pills, making the most of their time to replenish their energy. Thinking about the journey ahead, Gumu immediately stood up. "Wait for me a moment." Gumu noticed the birds occasionally circling in the sky, suddenly disappearing from sight. "What is going on?" The four Umbu ninjas seemed not to have noticed this side, but in reality, they were secretly paying attention. After all, what the team members do will be reported to Lord Hokage. "When, Captain, did that person escape?" "I don't know, go take a look. If you can't find him, just report it as it is later." The ninja wearing a cat face mask spoke in a flat tone, showing no emotional fluctuation at Gumu's sudden disappearance. As soon as he finished speaking, Gumu's figure reappeared. It turned out that Gumu's sword was now carrying a bunch of plucked birds. "Haha, so you went to catch something. These two must not have brought soldier pills, right? They're obviously newbies. But being able to execute an A-rank mission with us means their strength should not be low." The discussions from his teammates did not attract Win's attention. His expression under the mask hardened as he focused on why Gumu returned so quickly. Not only that, but how did he handle the birds so fast? Is his swordsmanship this terrifying? Furthermore, this sudden appearance. Could it be that he has developed the space-time ninjutsu of the Second Hokage? "Where did you get these birds?" Uchiha Shizuka asked helplessly. "Water teammate, bring me some fire. I happen to have cumin, natural barbecue. One bite is refreshing." Gumu handed the long knife to Uchiha Shizuka, as his system space indeed had quite a few of these long knives. As for the demon knife, Muramasa, and the ghost cut, he wouldn't waste them like that. "You, the ninjas over there are all watching." Remembering the lap pillow she just gave Gumu, Uchiha Shizuka's face turned red. She thought they weren't paying attention here, but as soon as Gumu left, she distinctly felt the sharp gazes of the four ninjas. "What are you afraid of? Hurry up and breathe fire. I need fire." Gumu waved his hand, like urging a fire-breathing Pokemon. Okay." Uchiha Shizuka didn't know how to control the temperature. As soon as she used fire release, the birds were instantly roasted. Gumu used wind release to control the temperature, ensuring they didn't get burnt too badly. Sprinkling some cumin, although it couldn't be called delicious, it was still barely edible. "Eat up, don't starve the kid." Hearing this, Uchiha Shizuka puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. "Bad Gumu, just know how to bully me." "I'm not hungry. Then I'll eat it all." "Ahem. Actually, I think I shouldn't waste your good intentions, so I'll begrudgingly eat a bit." Uchiha Shizuka lightly coughed, tearing off a roasted bird from the long knife. Her face almost stamped with the word proud. "Mu team, I have to say, this taste is not bad." Before Uchiha Shizuka could react, Gumu suddenly picked her up again. "You eat first." They seem to be getting ready to move again. "I really don't know who the target of this assassination is." Gumu roughly estimated the distance. They had already moved far away from the Hidden Leaf Village. Oh, all right," Uchiha Shizumi whispered softly, feeling the power coming from the ancient tree's arms, and a strong sense of security naturally arose within her heart. She felt that if there was an ancient tree by her side, she probably wouldn't be afraid, even when facing any danger. Chapter 40. The Dark Side Fails. Luckily supported by ancient wood as night approached, the sky was pitch black, with faint stars visible. After a day of traveling, Gumu and his group finally arrived at a small village. This was already considered the border of the Land of Fire. If they went further, they would reach a small country near the Land of Fire, the Land of Grass. This was our destination, according to intelligence. The rogue ninja seemed to have escaped into this village. Here is the rogue ninja's portrait. If you spot him, notify your comrades immediately. Remember not to act alone. This rogue ninja is at the level of a J-nin and is qualified to fight against elite J-nin. Feng distributed the assassination portrait to everyone. Gumu's expression froze when he saw the familiar face in the portrait. This guy, Ascent Uchiha Tieshin? Gumu had seen him before when he visited the Uchiha clan. He never expected this guy to not only survive the Second Hokage's attempts to kill him, but instead became a rogue ninja. To be precise, he should have been forced into becoming a rogue ninja by the Second Hokage. Although Gumu disliked the Second Hokage's methods, the terror of the Uchiha clan was indeed enough to instill fear, like a fierce tiger. Even without its fangs, it still makes humans wary. Everyone split up and act, Feng said before disappearing in an instant. The few people around him, all dressed in black, blended into the darkness like ghosts. Captain Mu, why are you following me? Uchiha Jingshui continuously jumped around the wooden house, sensing Gumu trailing behind at a distance, her tone filled with grievance. What's that supposed to mean, Shui? I'm here to see if you're slacking off. As your captain, I need to supervise my team to ensure they're executing the mission properly, Gumu replied, moving closer to Uchiha Jingshui. Fine, Uchiha Jingshui nodded helplessly, knowing that Gumu was just worried about her. However, she thought that such a mission to assassinate one person shouldn't pose much of a problem, especially with so many of them. At least, that's what Uchiha Jingshui thought deep down. Just as her thoughts settled, a massive booming sound echoed not far away. The enormous noise attracted the attention of the villagers living in the area, and many civilians noticed that it seemed like ninjas were fighting nearby. One by one, they fled the village as if encountering a plague. They understood that when ninjas clashed, civilians would suffer. In their eyes, ninjas were weapons of war, wherever they went. There was conflict. Something's not right. This level of firepower doesn't seem like just one person. Gumu's expression subtly changed as he used his wind-based perception. Captain Mu, do we need help? What would a weakling like you do? Just stay put, Gumu retorted. Uchiha Jingshui frowned at being called a weakling, feeling dissatisfied. If she could, she really wanted to punch Gumu in the chest. However, she also knew that she wouldn't be able to contribute much in a fight between J-nin, so she could only stay back and observe. Gumu quickly moved to the rooftop at the center of the battle. Looking down, he saw several black-robed ninjas and two dark-side ninjas lying in a pool of blood. His eyes narrowed. Uchiha Tieshin, you have injured the supervising J-nin and escaped to this border area. Now you're killing ninjas from your own village. Are you really planning to go even further down this path? Feng covered his injured arm, glaring at the two black-robed ninjas standing beside Uchiha Tieshin, cursing internally. Damn it, this bastard has help. Moreover, one of the ninjas seemed to be a J-nin as well. Captain, the intel was wrong. This seems like a trap, an Umbu member beside Feng said gravely. Who told you to frame me with baseless charges? Why is it wrong for me to kill back when your Uchiha clan assassinates us? Uchiha Tieshin's eyes were filled with bloodshot rage, indicating that his mental state had not been well these days. Tieshin, we can only help you this far. After tonight, you should leave the Land of Fire. You'll be safe then. Thank you. Uchiha Tieshin's voice choked. He knew that if his clansmen were discovered, they would also be labeled as rogue ninjas. Therefore, these masked ninjas tonight must not be allowed to return alive. With that thought, Uchiha Tieshin and the two Uchiha clansmen in black robes launched their attack. You two go ahead and relay the information. I'll hold them off. Feng watched as Uchiha Tieshin charged forward, quickly forming hand signs before slamming his hand on the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall temporarily separated the two groups. Just as Feng prepared to delay again, the escaping Umbu ninjas suddenly froze in place. Jinjutsu? Feng realized that the three opponents were likely members of the Uchiha clan, and their Jinjutsu abilities were not low. Just as Feng was about to witness his two other team members being cut down by Uchiha Tieshin, a whirlwind suddenly erupted around them. Immediately, the two attacking Uchiha black-robed ninjas instinctively sensed danger and leapt away from the area. Boom! A powerful wind-style slash struck near the two Umbu members trapped in the Jinjutsu, snapping them back to reality. You two, go join up with the team over there, Gumu said, holding the purple blade Kichigai. Wearing a dog-head mask and a black robe, his tone calm and silent, appearing like a god of death. Okay, be careful. Those two guys will use Jinjutsu to interfere during the fight. The injured two Chunin noticed Uchiha, Jingshui, watching from a distance, and immediately headed in her direction. Try to escape? The two black-robed Uchiha saw the two attempting to leave and, without a word, launched shuriken attacks. Wind barrier. Gumu swung his blade, creating a wall of airflow that easily blocked the flying shuriken. Still trying to chase. Did you ask my blade first? Seeing the two black-robed Uchiha still planning to head towards Uchiha Jingshui, Gumu activated Flying Thunder God and appeared right in front of them. Space-time. The two black-robed Uchiha's expressions changed, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. Although this guy seemed rather small, how could he be so powerful? Did he train since he was in the womb? How this guy is indeed a captain-level figure. Feng sighed in relief upon seeing Gumu's displayed strength. All along, he had heard Uchiha Jingshui refer to Gumu, and at that time, he had been guessing if Gumu was the newly assigned squad captain. There's actually reinforcements? Uchiha Tieshin also noticed what was happening over there. His eyes hardened, and without any hesitation, he charged at Feng like a mad dog. He could not let his companions be implicated in this matter. So all these Umbu ninjas must die tonight. Damn it. Is this guy overextending his potential? Feng thrust his kunai to resist, but every time he saw Uchiha Tieshin's three-tomo Sharingan filled with blood and tears, his moves would always be a beat slow. Not only was he slow, but his defenses were also completely predicted. In just a few exchanges, several more wounds appeared on Feng's chest. Gumu seemed to notice Feng's disadvantage from afar and understood that he should end things quickly here. Otherwise, Feng might really be cut down by Uchiha Tieshin. Quickly take the two of you away. Gumu's eyes were cold, devoid of any pity. He knew that if he didn't take action, these two Uchiha in black robes would probably kill him without hesitation. In an instant, beneath the mask, black stripes appeared on Gumu's face, making him look like a malevolent spirit. Sage mode of the wet bone forest. In Sage mode, not only are power and speed exponentially increased, but the potency of the ninjutsu used is also grotesquely enhanced. This is why there are not many who can achieve Sage mode. It's not just due to the difficulty of learning it. Primarily, it depends on opportunity. The arduous learning process of hell, combined with rare opportunities, makes entering Sage mode feel like using a cheat. Chapter 41. It was already night, silently disappearing. What's going on? This chakra amount, it's even more than mine. The Uchiha black-cloaked Jonin felt the almost tangible blue chakra waves gathering on the ancient tree's body, his eyes filled with intense shock. He even suspected that there was a tailed beast inside this guy. There was no choice with the bloodline of the Senju clan. The ancient tree naturally had a large amount of chakra, and previously, it had even hit the jackpot by doubling its chakra several times. I need to retreat. This guy is not right. The black-cloaked Jonin made a quick decision to create distance. Just as he moved, he felt an immense pulling force coming from his body. In his line of sight, a condensed and compressed wind-style tornado appeared in the hands of the ancient tree. The level of compression even turned the transparent wind into an almost milky white. This was a farewell gift. The ancient tree spoke in a quiet tone, and the compressed tornado fell to the ground. Wind-style, dead prison cage. Boom. Terrifying wind pressure spread from the center of the tornado towards the surroundings, shattering and tearing the earth apart, trees flying everywhere, quickly forming a massive wind-style tornado that trapped the black-cloaked pair inside. Not just him, even the wind and Uchiha Tieshin became victims as well. What is happening? Is this wind-style? Uchiha Tieshin was forced to pull back by the massive commotion. Looking up at the towering wind-style tornado that reached 100 meters high, his heart filled with despair. This was definitely an S-rank secret technique. The wind had a hint of surprise. There was nothing better than having a powerful ally during a mission. What's going on? Is this wind-style technique really that powerful? The two Umbu members who stayed close to Uchiha Shinsui felt the overwhelming aura of the wind style that seemed to tear everything apart, already affecting their ability to observe the battle. Before the black-cloaked Uchiha Jonin could think of a countermeasure, countless wind blades carrying kunai suddenly attacked them from the dark space. He was somewhat okay, having the three-tomo Sharingan, which allowed him to barely see the chakra flow of the wind style and the thrusting attacks of the kunai. As for the black-cloaked Chunin beside him, he couldn't react in time, and his entire arm was severed by the wind style, dropping to the ground. The scream had yet to escape his lips before it abruptly stopped, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The black-cloaked Uchiha Jonin's eyes narrowed. Had he seen the previous speed at all? He was clearly fully focused. Damn space-time ninjutsu. Who on earth can defeat him? He was completely unaware that flying kunai had already surrounded him. It could be said that even a god couldn't save him. This move, the ancient tree named it Wine Style, Flying Thunder God Slaughter Technique. It was already night, silently disappear. The devil's whispers echoed in his ears, and the Uchiha black-cloaked Jonin instinctively slashed behind him. Pucci. Unfortunately, just as he moved, his heart was pierced with a chilling stab. I can't fight. I absolutely can't fight. The Uchiha Jonin looked desperate. This elusive flying thunder god technique was impossible to defeat without intel. Swish! The ancient tree drew out the demon-cutting blade, swinging the blood-stained blade with a solemn expression. The faint bloodstains on his dog-headed mask made him look like a hellish dog returning from the underworld. Damn bastard! Uchiha Tieshin saw his clansman being killed by the ancient tree like a chick, and his face was filled with extraordinary anger. The pain within him was almost overflowing. The wind, speed is key. Act quickly or things will change. The ancient tree approached the wind, knowing that this guy might be forced to activate his Sharingan due to overwhelming sadness. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. I want all of you to die. Uchiha Tieshin seemed to grasp a glimpse of what progression felt like. His eyes were in unbearable pain, and he just needed a bit more stimulation to take this step. Water style, water flow binding. The wind quickly formed hand seals, and immediately, streams of water around them transformed into ropes, rushing forward. Damn. Uchiha Tieshin pressed forward instead of retreating. It was close, that feeling was close. And in his peripheral vision, he saw his clansmen die because of him. That glimpse of progression was finally within reach. Bang! Who would have thought in that instant? The ancient tree appeared right in front of him, delivering a violent knee strike to his abdomen, causing him to curl up like a cannonball, flying backward with a boom. It turned out the ancient tree had used the wind as water style as cover to immediately throw out several flying thunder god marker kunai. The seemingly harmless kunai was, in fact, the real killing move. Uchiha Tieshin crashed into the wall, spitting blood, and in an instant, he felt an extremely familiar illusion. It's you. Before he could finish his words, the ancient tree flashed in front of him, stepping on his chest, and the blade swiftly cut his throat. The ancient tree glanced sideways at the severely injured wind in the distance. It seemed that Uchiha Tieshin finally realized that he was the one who had previously attacked the Uchiha clan, the so-called assassin of the Shimura clan in his eyes. Captain. All resolved. The wind briefly checked the two corpses not far away and staggered over to the ancient tree. After this battle, the wind's attitude towards the ancient tree had become exceptionally respectful. The target of the assassination was just this one, right? Yes. The mission was to assassinate the rogue ninja Uchiha Tieshin, but I didn't expect this person to have helpers. Do you need my help to handle bodies? The ancient tree didn't say much. He didn't think there was anything wrong with the Second Hokage's intel. He estimated that he had been brought along because something was discovered. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to come for just Uchiha Tieshin. You don't need to trouble the captain. We will erase the traces of these bodies. Let us go. Let us quickly deal with the battlefield. The two Anbu members beside Uchiha Shinsui immediately moved towards that direction after seeing the battle had ended, along with Uchiha Shinsui. When Uchiha Shinsui saw this cruel and bloody scene again, the thick smell of blood made her feel nauseous. In her previous life, she would feel heartbroken seeing a stray cat die, let alone witnessing a person die with her own eyes. Water teammate, can you accept this? The ancient tree approached Uchiha Shinsui, seeing her seemingly frozen in place. He wondered if he had let this girl encounter the dark side of the ninja world too early. Aye. Mifine. Uchiha Shinsui nodded and began to actively help with the battlefield cleanup. As long as she thought about how the ancient tree had been fighting for life and death with these people just now, she felt that she was being overly sensitive. Shinsui, this is no longer the peaceful era of the past. You must strive to become stronger. Only then can you help him in the future. Uchiha Shinsui consoled herself while helping to collect kunai. Captain, the battlefield has been cleaned up. Do you have any further instructions? The wind led the two surviving Anbu ninjas to the ancient tree. You all go back and report the mission. I still have some matters to attend to. Yes. The wind and the two Anbu members spoke respectfully. The ancient tree had successfully conquered them with his strength. Team Wood, do you have any other matters? Uchiha Shimizu's eyes were filled with curiosity. The color of her face beneath the mask was somewhat pale, but she did not show it. Find the village chief. The village is almost destroyed by me. No matter what, there should be some compensation. Gumu spoke coldly. Of course. The most important thing is to let this girl rest well tonight. After all, it's her first time witnessing such a large-scale massacre. I'll go with you. Uchiha Shimizu nodded, feeling a warmth inside. The earlier brutality of Gumu, who showed no mercy while killing, indeed instilled some fear in her heart. However, for now, she was certain that Gumu was still the same Gumu, still her favorite. Chapter 42. Sleeping together, excuse me, two esteemed ninjas. Is there something you need? The village chief, an old man with white hair and a stooped back, looked terrified upon learning that ninjas were seeking him. If you two esteemed ninjas are here to collect food, our village should be able to gather some. I didn't bring much gold, but we can make do. He pulled out a bag from his cloak. Huh? The old chief blinked, clearly taken aback by this situation for the first time. Ninjas, what are you doing? You're not planning to take my life, are you? The old man suddenly fell to his knees, his face pale with fear at the mention of gold. They were clearly intimidated by the ninjas, much like the previous Uchiha Tieshin. Let us settle this as compensation for the damage done to your village. If possible, prepare us a room, and food would be even better. Quickly, prepare a room for the esteemed ninjas. The old chief realized what was happening as he looked at the bag of gold tossed in front of him. Esteemed ninjas, please follow us. Some villagers, seeing that the two weren't as overbearing as the previous Uchiha T, volunteered to lead the way. As Gumu left, the surrounding villagers crowded around. Chief, what do those two mean? Yeah, could it be some kind of conspiracy? The old chief remained silent, picking up the small bag on the ground and noticing there were about 10 gold coins inside. His eyes widened. This was gold, not ordinary coins. It was definitely enough to repair the village, with even some left over. Damn it, am I paranoid? The old chief scolded, slapping a young man beside him. Leave him dazed. Quickly prepare something good, kill the only pig in the village, and roast it to properly entertain the two esteemed ninjas. Chief, but this is our festival. I told you to go. The old chief's stern expression made the surrounding villagers stiffen, and they began to move quickly. Only the old chief knew that these two ninjas not only did not plunder their resources, but instead provided funds for repairs. This was not a disaster. It was clearly a blessing. Gumu and his companion entered a relatively decent room, with walls made of a mixture of mud and dried grass, and dim lighting in the corners, giving it a very vintage feel. Gumu, the living conditions here are terrible, Uchiha Shinsui complained to Gumu beside him, not out of disdain, but from a sense of sorrow for the era. Having seen a better world, Uchiha Shinsui naturally felt a sense of melancholy for this war-torn time. Let us just make do for one night. This world really needs to change, but that's not something we should focus on right now. But there's only one bed. Uchiha Shinsui blushed, pointing to the corner with trembling fingers. Ahem, don't mind the details. After all, this isn't Konoha. To prevent any accidents, it's better for me to sleep next to you. You better not do anything funny. Uchiha Shinsui's eyes widened, not expecting to share a bed with Gumu so soon. Of course not. You know I'm not that kind of guy. Gumu placed his mask on the table, looking serious. Do you really think what you say is believable? Uchiha Shinsui rolled her eyes, also taking off her mask. They were both ninjas and could easily put their masks back on before the villagers arrived. Go wash up first. We'll head back to Konoha tomorrow. You, just don't peek. Uchiha Shinsui started to take off her tight black suit and loosen her high ponytail, stealing glances at Gumu sitting by the bed. Seeing that he was indeed not paying attention, she muttered, said he wouldn't look, yet he isn't looking, that fool. What were you just saying? I feel like I missed something. And nothing. I'm going first. Uchiha Shinsui blushed and quickly slipped into the bathroom, realizing that they were both ninjas and had sharper hearing than ordinary people. This girl, does she really think I'm interested in her figure? Gumu shook his head with a smirk. If Uchiha Shinsui were older, he might not be so rational, but she had yet to mature. Noticing the situation outside, Gumu, wearing his mask, stepped out. Esteemed ninja, why are you out? Is there something wrong? The old chief spoke respectfully upon seeing Gumu. What is this? Oh, this is just some food we prepared. If you don't mind, please eat. The chief brought over a pot of roasted pig, its red skin glistening and making one's appetite grow. Thank you, but we can't eat this much. I'll just take a little. We'll be leaving tomorrow. Gumu took a plate and returned to the room. Chief, are they really ninjas? Not only did they give us gold, but they're only staying one night? And they only took a little of the roasted pig? The villagers were astonished. The old chief said nothing, gazing at the spot where Gumu had disappeared, his old eyes glimmering with tears. Indeed, there's still good people in this world. Welcome back. Uchiha Shinsui sat on a wooden chair, combing her long black hair. She looked at Gumu returning with a plate, her eyes filled with expectation like a waiting bride. How come you're done so quickly? I just rinsed off a bit. Uchiha Shinsui rolled her eyes, starting to doubt her own charm. Otherwise, why hadn't he this pervert peeked? Let us eat something. The villagers just made roasted pig. Huh? There's such a thing? Uchiha Shinsui's eyes lit up upon seeing the food in Gumu's hands. She had only eaten a little at noon, and was now extremely hungry. Well, seeing as it's delicious, I'll forgive you. Uchiha Shinsui grabbed her chopsticks and began to devour the roasted pig, satisfaction showing on her face. Even the earlier bloody scenes faded from her mind. After all, it wasn't her first time seeing death. Indeed, good food can heal the heart. I didn't do anything bad, did I? Gumu was confused. I want to tell you. I ate it all, and didn't leave you any. Uchiha Shinsui turned her head, pouting slightly. All right, eat more. You're still growing. If you get hungry, you can't starve the future kids. Ugh, who is going to have kids with you? Uchiha Shinsui's eyes widened. Her adorable face turning red as she reluctantly pushed the remaining meat towards Gumu. You eat it. I'm full now after saying that. Uchiha Shinsui dove into bed, leaving Gumu with the other half of the space. Gumu chuckled lightly, quickly finishing the food. Once confirming that no one was around, he blew out the oil lamp in the corner and quietly laid down beside Uchiha Shinsui. He knew that with him by her side, she wouldn't have nightmares at night. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Shizuka beside him had eyes as deep as autumn waters, and her face had turned as red and enticing as an apple. Good night. Good night. Chapter 43. Open the window and speak clearly. The next day, Uchiha Shizuka woke up very early. In fact, she hardly slept at all last night. After all, having a bad guy right beside her made her heart race and kept her from falling asleep. On the contrary, this bad guy seemed to sleep quite soundly at night. Cautiously turning over, Uchiha Shizuka blinked and looked at the sleeping Komoku beside her. She noticed that he was leaning against her, and the expression on his face was quite displeased. Aren't you going to make a move? Uchiha Shizuka's eyes were filled with resentment as she looked down at her own chest. Although she was indeed a bit small now, it shouldn't mean she had no charm at all, right? Komoku, you're not awake, are you? Uchiha Shizuka tiptoed up, placing one hand over her mouth, speaking in a soft voice, like a little kitten testing the waters beside Komoku's ear. Seeing that he seemed unresponsive, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She immediately tiptoed out of bed and approached the bedside, looking at the closed-eyed Komoku, whose breathing was very steady. His silver short hair was a bit tousled, and his cold face exuded a heart-stopping aura, as if he were an unattainable iceberg, yet also radiating a hint of wildness that made people irresistibly drawn to him. He's a bit handsome, Uchiha Shizuka murmured softly, then reached out her hand, intending to ruffle Komoku's silver short hair to see his sleeping face. This was her first time observing Komoku sleeping up close in this world. Before she could get close, Komoku's originally closed eyes suddenly opened, causing Uchiha Shizuka's outstretched hand to freeze in place. What are you doing? And nothing, cough, nothing at all. Hurry up and get up. The sun is going to shine on your butt. Uchiha Shizuka's eyes were as flustered as a startled rabbit, fanning herself with her hand, her heart racing like a runaway horse. I heard that, you little girl, you're getting all excited again. I knew you were secretly watching your husband. Komoku's eyes narrowed slightly, a wicked smile on his face. What husband? I don't know what you're talking about. You're just rambling. Uchiha Shizuka felt a bit embarrassed by Komoku's words. This bad guy wasn't really asleep and was taking advantage of the opportunity. If you don't say it, I won't say it, but someone will find out. I knew you were just bullying me. I won't talk to you anymore. Uchiha Shizuka turned away, leaving Komoku with a quick departing back. This girl has a thieving heart, but no thief's courage. Komoku shook his head slightly, holding Uchiha Shizuka's fox mask in his hand, and immediately followed her. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, you said you encountered other Uchiha clan members during this mission? Senju Tobirama looked at the mission report in the hands of the Umbu member, with no expression on his face. Yes, if it weren't for Captain Moku of the 4th Squad during this mission, we would probably have faced total annihilation. Hokage-sama, you said. F's words were interrupted as Senju Tobirama waved his hand to stop him. Some things are better left unsaid. Let's leave it at that for now. After issuing the soothing funds, you should rest for a while, then go monitor the movements of the Hyuga clan. Understood, Hokage-sama. F's tone was exceptionally respectful, and after saying that, he left. Once F left, Senju Tobirama read the mission report again, and upon confirming that Komoku faced life and death battles without hesitation, A hint of relief appeared on his face. He is indeed my son. When dealing with the evil and extreme Uchiha, one must strike with thunder. For some reason, the more Tobirama looked at this kid, the more satisfied he became. By the time Komoku returned to Konoha with Uchiha Shizuka, it was already afternoon. Captain Moku, where should we go next? I still have to report to the Hokage. After all, F and I are not in the same squad. As for you, your workday is pretty much over. Come to the Umbu base tomorrow to report and wait for task assignments. Received, Captain Moku. Uchiha Shizuka saluted, looking particularly serious. This girl is fortunate not to have made any mistakes. Looking at Uchiha Shizuka's disappearing back, Komoka shook his head helplessly. At least Uchiha Shizuka did not show any severe adverse reactions when facing the corpses of the dead, such as hemophobia. Komin, still busy reviewing documents. Senju Tobirama remained indifferent when he noticed an Umbu member entering. Is there something? Hokage-sama. This is the detailed report for this mission. Komoku placed the prepared report on Senju Tobirama's desk. Looking at the mountain of documents, he seemed to understand why this old man didn't go home. Senju Tobirama flipped through it briefly and found that Komoku's writing was not much different from F's. Hokage-sama, is there anything else? If not, I will take my leave. Wait, you did well on this mission and can receive the equivalent reward for an A-rank mission. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The equivalent reward for an A-rank mission is quite a sum of wealth. Seeing Komoku's respectful demeanor, Senju Tobirama's eyes twitched. He didn't know what to say. So he asked the question he was most concerned about. Regarding the description in the report, you seem to be quite close to Shizuka. What is your relationship now? Hokage-sama, does it matter? For the Umbu, or for the second Hokage, it might not be important, but for me as a father, it is very important. Senju Tobirama's expression became serious for the first time. He had to start paying attention to this issue. As his son's talents became more formidable, Tobirama had to care about who he interacted with regularly. After all, as a direct descendant of the Senju clan, how could his son be weak? Oh, it's just a regular companion relationship. Komoka shrugged casually. Regular companion? Who are you kidding? Regular companions also include head patting, right? Komoka felt speechless. The guy actually recorded such things in the report. How perverted could it be that even the number of times he went to the bathroom was recorded? You little brat, are you interested in that Uchiha girl? Senju Tobirama's expression became serious. He had never thought about, nor dared to think about, becoming in-laws with someone from the Uchiha clan. If he remembered correctly, that Uchiha girl seemed to still be living in their house. Father, what does this mean? Are you suspecting your son? Beneath the mask, Komoku's tone was tinged with coldness. Ahem. Let's not discuss that for now. Let us talk about your views on the Uchiha clan today. Senju Tobirama temporarily set down the documents in his hand. He intended to have a serious conversation with Komoku. The Uchiha clan. Father, your son is a martial general and not good with words. Why not first see what your opinion is? In that case, let me speak plainly. Before the village was established, I personally killed the vice-clan leader of the Uchiha clan. That person was named Uchiha Izuna, and he is now the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara's brother. Do you think, with such hatred, can our Senju clan coexist peacefully with the Uchiha clan? Senju Tobirama sighed. He also intended to tell Komoka why he had neglected him all these years and what Komoka thought upon learning such things. Chapter 44. The pressure of preaching like a python under the dog-headed mask. Gumu looked somewhat helpless. Was this old dang trying to give himself a wake-up call, or was he planning to put pressure on himself? He hadn't even officially announced his identity with Uchiha Shizuka yet. Father, I actually don't know much about this issue, Gumu said, knowing that saying too much at this moment could lead to mistakes, so he decided to play dumb. It's normal that you don't understand. After all, I haven't let you access the history of our Senju clan. Let me start with your third uncle and fourth uncle. Your third uncle, Senju Wakian, only lived for 7 years and died at the hands of a ninja from a Yui clan during the chaotic times. Your fourth uncle, Senju Banyan, was also killed by 5 adult members of the Uchiha clan when he was young. When Senju Tobirama spoke, his gaze drifted and his tone paused, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. So, Father, you must hate the Uchiha clan very much, right? Gumu asked opportunistically. Hate? To be honest, I used to, but now, not so much, Senju Tobirama replied. Gumu rolled his eyes under the mask. This was no different from someone saying they were not interested in money. It should be said that after I personally killed Uchiha Izuna, that hatred had mostly dissipated. As for now, rather than hate, it's more about vigilance. Senju Tobirama examined Gumu and, seeing no reaction, spoke again. Gumu, I want you to know that the Uchiha clan can easily become extremists. no matter how good or gentle they were before. But if something occurs that they cannot accept, they will turn into demons. So, do you understand what I mean? Gumu's expression became serious, although Senju Tobirama could not discern it. Father, I understand. You understand? What do you understand? That little brat has enchanted you, and you don't have any self-awareness? Senju Tobirama seemed to see the shadow of his elder brother in Gumu. The difference was that Uchiha Madara was not a woman. In fact, you should have another elder brother, but, sigh, forget it, it's all in the past. Senju Tobirama pinched his nose and chose not to say more. Reminiscing would only add negative emotions. So, father, have the murderers been found? A few years ago, the ninjas who executed a mission with your elder brother were completely annihilated. There are very few ninjas in the entire ninja world capable of such a feat, killing a group of elite Genin without leaving any information behind. Senju Tobirama's expression was emotionless, and his words were exceptionally calm, as if they were having an ordinary conversation. However, Gumu did not know what he was truly feeling inside. Father, do you suspect Uchiha Madara is behind this? Uchiha Madara? Senju Tobirama pondered for a moment before shaking his head helplessly. I don't know, and there's no evidence. But that is what is most terrifying. Our Senju clan has always maintained good relations with surrounding clans. The only ones we have enmity with are the Uchiha and the Yui. As for the Yui, it's almost a tragedy. I doubt there are many clan members left now. So, I want to say much about the results. The reason I haven't interacted with you much over the years is mainly to prevent you from being targeted by those extreme Uchiha. But now, your talents are likely already spreading, so you need to be on guard at all times. I established the Umbu and the Konoha police force largely to guard against the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama was beginning to instill the idea that the Uchiha clan was very dangerous into Gumu. Gumu knew that Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely receive similar education. No wonder the Uchiha clan found it difficult to move in the future. With Tobirama's arrangements, what was left for your clan? They might as well go offline directly. Yes, father, I will keep a close eye on the Uchiha clan. Good. With that statement from you, I can rest assured. So, what do you think about Uchiha Shizuka actively approaching you after you revealed your talents? Gumu's eyes widened under the mask, thinking, could it be possible that it was your son actively approaching someone else? Father, I believe that brat must have some ulterior motives. Perhaps he is plotting something evil. Well, if you can think like that, then my words tonight have not been in vain. Then I must apologize. Father, your words tonight really were in vain. Gumu truly wondered if telling Senju Tobirama in the future that he wanted to marry a Uchiha woman would cause him to faint on the spot. However, I suggest that you should not reveal your thoughts. Since Uchiha Shizuka is intentionally approaching you, you should hold back for now. Once you find an opportunity, strike decisively. Okay, father, I understand what I should do in the future. Gumu nodded. It seemed that the announcement of his identity with Uchiha Shizuka would have to be postponed. Senju Tobirama clearly had a huge wariness towards the Uchiha clan. This cannot be blamed on him, as Gumu knew of a guy named Uchiha Bido, who initially appeared harmless and was even at the bottom of the ranks, but after receiving a huge shock, he transformed from a nice guy into a living Yama, deciding life and death at will. Well, today's lesson is the first class I have taught you. There are many things you will need to handle in the future. You should head back now. Senju Tobirama waved his hand. He already planned to train Gumu to become the third Hokage. With such potential, not nurturing it would be a waste. Not only Gumu, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and a few others were also in his consideration. However, it seemed that Gumu already had a crushing advantage over them. Oh, by the way, your task recently is to keep an eye on the movements of the Uchiha clan. If there are any issues, report immediately. When Gumu left, it was already nighttime. Looking up at the stars in the sky, Gumu let out a deep breath. It felt a bit like facing his father's criticism in his previous life. Forget it. No need to think so much. Let us go back and bully that Uchiha brat a bit. Gumu's thoughts expanded, and he instantly used the flying thunder god technique to arrive on the roof of the courtyard. Seeing Uchiha Shizuka still training in the courtyard, Gumu suddenly had more thoughts. Is it possible that those extreme members of the Uchiha clan would start targeting her because he and Uchiha Shizuka were getting close? Thinking of this, Gumu included the Uchiha clan in the list of suspects for the assassination of Shizuka's mother. According to the investigation by the Shimura clan, it seemed that the Hyuga clan had appeared near the Uchiha's location around the time Shizuka's mother was killed. Looks like he needed to find an opportunity to investigate the Hyuga clan. Huh? Gumu, you're back. Did Lord Hokage say anything? Uchiha Shizuka, with her high ponytail, wiped the sweat from her forehead upon sensing Gumu's presence behind her, looking puzzled. Nothing much, but we have secured some funding again. It seems our bun shop can expand a bit more. Right? I just heard from Sister Akari that the bun shop is opening tomorrow. Do we need help? Uchiha Shizuka's expression was like a cat with its tail stepped on, looking troubled and silly in her conflicted state. They had to go to work tomorrow, and indeed, having a position didn't mean everything was smooth sailing. Of course, why wouldn't we go? Slacking off at work is something I've been looking forward to. Chapter 45, Xiaochun. All right, I'm the clown. The next day, Gumu got up early. Regarding the Umbu matter, Senju Inglu seemed to know a bit. This was a direct organization under the Second Hokage, so she didn't inquire further. Young master, how does it feel to be in the Umbu? Senju Inglu asked with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. In fact, not long ago, when Gumu had not yet revealed his talents, she had received an invitation from Tobirama, the Second Hokage, inviting her to become a captain of an Umbu squad. However, Senju Inglu declined at that time. She did not know Gumu would shine so brightly, so naturally, she would not easily leave his side. Inglu Jia, I'm already this big. Why did you come in without even knocking? Gumu said, looking speechless while getting dressed. You little brat, you've grown up, huh? Senju Inglu chuckled, glancing at Gumu in a rather comical manner. Cough, cough, Inglu Jia, someone is peeking outside. Gumu coughed a few times, his gaze suddenly drawn to the doorway, where a little head peeked in, looking as if it had suffered a great grievance, with eyes full of resentment. Especially that face, which was nearly as dark as a pot bottom, made Gumu feel uneasy. This little girl was very scheming in her previous life. To put it simply, she was a pink and black character, kind on the surface, but could do some frightening things if she saw a woman close to him. One of the most memorable times for Gumu was during university, when he attended a department dinner and chatted with a junior girl. That night, he was cornered by Shimizu, who held a pair of scissors with a smile on her face, continuously gesturing below while occasionally mumbling, Gumu Gij, is my voice sweet? If there were special effects, Gumu was sure Shimizu's eyes were definitely flashing with bloodlust. Ah, it's Shimizu, you're awake too? But looking at you like this, you're not jealous, are you? Senju Inglu's eyes curved slightly, as if she caught a whiff of gossip. Ah. Uchiha Shimizu immediately lost her composure, her eyes filled with panic. Gumu briefly explained the feud between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, which made Uchiha Shimizu feel worried about the future. She truly did not know if Senju Tobirama would accept her. Inglu Jia, what am I jealous of? I don't understand what you're talking about. Uchiha Shimizu blinked her eyes innocently, putting on a clueless expression, intending to muddle through. Sigh, you can never wake someone pretending to be asleep. You all go ahead and be busy. Senju Inglu shrugged, not overly entangled in this matter. Anyway, no matter how others saw it, she would definitely support Gumu's choice. Senju Inglu's seemingly all-seeing gaze made Uchiha Shimizu's heart race. Wasn't she being that obvious? Hey, did my expression of jealousy just now show that clearly? The sky was still dimly lit, and there were hardly any people in Konoha village. Uchiha Shimizu followed Gumu, her seductive gaze mixed with a hint of curiosity. Their current task was to monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan, so there was no need to wear masks. No, you admitted you were jealous. Do you think your expression wouldn't be obvious? Gumu said, looking speechless. He thought that if she had a kitchen knife in her hand, this little girl might actually come over without a second thought. Then she would pull him by the collar and show a fierce expression, saying, I want you in 7 pieces so we could be together every week. Bah. I didn't say that. Who's jealous? Uchiha Shimizu's eyes widened in panic, realizing she had let something slip. How could she be jealous of this bad guy? He could do whatever he wanted. All right. You're not jealous. The jealous one is me. Gumu didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer. Otherwise, this little girl might really get worked up. By the way, how long have you been living with Inglu Jia? You still say you're not jealous? Gumu said with a playful smile. I was just asking casually. Uchiha Shimizu turned her head away like a proud swan, indicating she didn't want to engage with Gumu. Actually, they had been living together for quite a while. Gumu paused for a moment and finally came to a conclusion. Hearing Gumu's somewhat sentimental tone, Uchiha Shimizu's face showed a hint of nervousness, and she gently asked, Then how do you think I'm rated with her? Has she ever said anything about me? She said Shimizu is good at everything, just a little small. Originally, when Uchiha Shimizu heard good at everything, she was quite pleased, like a joyful little bird, who knew that the next sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, instantly darkening her expression. She looked down at her still developing chest. Her eyes dim. Wasn't it because her age and tea reached yet? Uchiha Shimizu decided she would secretly drink milk every day in the future. She must amaze this bad guy. Gumu, I suddenly want to hit you. Oh. Uchiha Shimizu said, with a resentful expression, showing her little tiger teeth, which had a kind of impulse to bite if things didn't go her way. Don't. Tiger teeth hurt. I can't handle it. Gumu saw the two little tiger teeth at the corner of Uchiha Shimizu's mouth and immediately waved his hands, shaking his head. As an experienced driver, Uchiha Shimizu instantly understood what he meant, and her pretty face turned rosy. This little piece of knowledge was something Gumu had taught her in her previous life. This bad guy was indeed a lecher. Hey, what a coincidence. Gumu, Shimizu, where are you two going? Before Uchiha Shimizu could refute Gumu, a familiar voice came from behind. Xiaochun, you're up so early? Uchiha Shimizu turned around and, upon seeing that the newcomer was T-Rune Xiaochun, immediately raised an eyebrow and approached her. She still remembered what Gumu had jokingly said before. That T-Rune Xiaochun was quite cute. Let's not talk about that for now. Shimizu, do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? Xiaochun came over with some concern and placed her hand on Uchiha Shimizu's forehead. And no, it's nothing. Uchiha Shimizu rolled her eyes resentfully, truly unsure if T-Rune Xiaochun had heard what was just said. Is that so? Have you heard that a new bun shop opened recently? The feedback from their tasting is good, so I want to go early and grab a spot. Do you two want to try it? T-Rune Xiaochun's gaze shifted constantly between Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu, wondering what kind of J-nin teachers these two were assigned to. Oh, that? Are you talking about the Firefly Bun Shop? Gumu, you tried those buns too? What a shame. I haven't had a chance yet. T-Rune Xiaochun's eyes carried a hint of regret. I've tried them. I eat them every day. Gumu shrugged, looking at Uchiha Shimizu, who was trying hard not to laugh beside him. This little girl was probably feeling pretty good inside now. Huh? This shop is open by you guys? T-Rune Xiaochun realized through their conversation. Her eyes filled with confusion. It turned out she was the clown, right? Recommending it for half a day. But others ate it every day. It's fine, Xiaochun. Later I'll let you try some. We have new products that haven't been launched yet. Uchiha Shimizu patted the somewhat dejected T-Rune Xiaochun beside her, taking her little hand and walking ahead. Really? It's so great to know both of you. T-Rune Xiaochun said with a cheerful smile, her expression particularly serious. She didn't know that the ancient tree behind her, upon seeing Uchiha Shirve actively holding hands with T-no Koharu, slowly narrowed its eyes, emanating a strange and dangerous aura. Uchiha Shirve wouldn't be this familiar unless they had been in contact quite a bit. Chapter 46. Investigating Uchiha Madara. Are you sending me to deliver a head? How about it? Not bad. Gumu sat in a corner on the second floor, holding a bun in one hand, looking expressionless. Meanwhile, the young girl, T-Rin Haru, was enjoying her bun with a satisfied expression. Indeed, Chinese cuisine isn't to be casually messed with in this war-torn era. You guy. Uchiha Shizumizu helplessly rubbed her forehead, thinking she would receive some nice compliments. However, she still placed a freshly steamed bun in front of Gumu. As Uchiha Shizumizu got busy, Gumu looked at the gradually increasing villagers below and slowly spoke. T-Rin Haru, you seem to have a good relationship with Shizumizu? Of course, we are friends. T-Rin Haru smiled slightly. Why? What do you mean why? T-Rin Haru pretended not to understand. Friends, there should be a reason for becoming friends, right? Oh, I guess it's because we find each other quite pleasant. T-Rin Haru stroked her chin, providing a rather reasonable answer. Gumu was about to ask a few more questions, but he caught a glimpse of Uchiha Shizumizu coming over. He didn't pursue the topic further, mainly because these young ninja were too mature and had many thoughts. If Gumu wasn't careful, he'd probably end up losing his pants. Soon, as the sky turned a shade of fish white, the seating inside was already packed, and most people started lining up outside. So many people? Is this bun really that popular? Uchiha Shizumizu rested her chin on her hand, looking a bit curious. It's affordable, and it has meat. You wouldn't really think eating meat is easy, would you? Gumu shrugged, statu aharstrut. I see. Uchiha Shizumizu nodded, realizing that the world was tougher than she thought. Recently, the task was to monitor the Uchiha clan, which was not much different from a holiday. For a month, Gumu wore a mask, sometimes crouching in a big tree, sometimes lying on a rooftop, sometimes sleeping in the grass. Bored observing the movements of the Uchiha clan, Gumu felt they probably wouldn't make any big moves. Mu team, did you call me for something? An Umbu ninja wearing a cat mask approached Gumu. This was a ninja assigned to their team by Senju Tobirama. It's said to be a young nin. I have an important task for you. The cat-masked Umbu spoke with a hint of excitement. After joining the 4th Division for half a month, finally, there's an important task? Monitor the Uchiha clan for me. If there's any major activity, Report back to the Hokage immediately. Can you really trust me with this kind of task? Gumu patted the team member's shoulder, looking very trusting. It's fine, I believe in you. Mu team, I promise to complete the task. Seeing the kids so serious and still unaware of the joy of slacking off, Gumu chuckled and left. Not far from there, Gumu heard an Umbu's notification beside him. Mu team, the Hokage is looking for you. Okay. Gumu's expression was blank. It seemed he was probably being sent on another mission. After slacking off for a month, it was likely that old Tobirama had noticed. During this month, Gumu secretly contacted the Hyuga clan, but unfortunately, he didn't gather any information regarding the assassination of Uchiha Shizumizu's mother. This made Gumu feel a bit puzzled. He suddenly understood the benefits of surveillance from his past life. In this backward era, lives were as cheap as grass. After killing someone, fleeing was basically impossible to trace back to the murderer. However, even so, Gumu would not give up on the investigation. Nok komin. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama, looking somewhat troubled, became serious upon seeing Gumu's arrival. Hokage-sama, what do you need me for? Recently, there have been reports from spies near the Land of Iron, saying that Uchiha Madara has subdued the Ninetails and is heading towards Konoha. What do you think about this? Tobirama's words made Gumu's expression under the mask stiffen. What do I think? Of course, it's to survive, apart from Hashirama. Who else could stop Uchiha Madara from causing chaos? Hokage-sama, how do you want to arrange this? Seeing the brat kick the ball back to him, Tobirama looked speechless. To be honest, I want you to go to the border of the Land of Iron and keep an eye on Uchiha Madara's movements. If he plans to attack Konoha, report back immediately. After all, you have the Flying Thunder God technique. In general, you won't die. You old man, you know it's only in general. If someone opens a 100-meter high attack, try running away? Damn old man, isn't this sending me to deliver a head? Cough cough, Hokage-sama, are you serious? Gumu's tone was exceptionally serious. I am of course serious, Tobirama replied, seemingly deflated. He naturally knew that facing Uchiha Madara, Gumu would likely be crushed to death, but someone had to step up. Otherwise, once Uchiha Madara infiltrated Konoha and the Ninetails rampaged, Konoha would definitely suffer heavy losses. Right now, the most suitable person was Gumu. In fact, Tobirama really wanted to go himself, but he had too many things to handle. If he left for a day, Konoha would likely fall into chaos. After all, his older brother was truly incapable of handling these matters. Moreover, Tobirama suspected this could be a ruse, likely a tactic to draw them away. By the way, does the first Hokage know about this? He doesn't know. Even if I tell him that Uchiha Madara plans to attack Konoha, he probably wouldn't believe it. Tobirama's tone was helpless. All right then, in that case, I'll head to the Land of Iron. You could take someone with you. No need. Gumu shook his head. He didn't have much confidence himself, so taking someone along would just be sending them to their doom. Tobirama thought for a moment, but still made a guarantee. I'll keep a close eye on that Uchiha at home. You can focus on your mission. Father, I trust you so much. Don't let me down, Gumu said with a strange expression. Don't worry, I have no interest in little kids. If Uchiha Shizumizu had a Mangeki, he might pay more attention, but a mere two-tomo genin was not on Tobirama's mind. As for why his son cared so much for this Uchiha, he had some guesses. It was likely that the kid was infatuated. Such young affection would probably fade with time. With your word, I feel relieved. I will relay information back before Uchiha Madara attacks Konoha. Gumu recalled the plot. It seemed that the final battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama was about to arrive. After that, Hashirama would subdue the Ninetails, initiate the 5 Kage summit, and then Hashirama would die, leading to the First Ninja World War. Once the Ninja World War began, almost all Konoha ninjas would go to the battlefield, suffering heavy casualties. If he guessed correctly, Tobirama would likely also sacrifice himself. It seemed he had to save this old man from being killed. After thinking for a moment, Gumu's steps, which were about to leave, suddenly stopped. Hokage-sama, I still plan to take someone. Fine. Tobirama looked speechless. Was this kid distrusting him? Actually, it's not the case. Ancient Wood feels that this piece of information could really be a smokescreen from Uchiha Madara. If he were to leave, just as Uchiha Madara attacks Konoha. And on top of that, his little girlfriend has bad luck. What if a tailed beast bomb randomly hits her in the face? There wouldn't be anything left. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. So it's better to keep her by his side for peace of mind. Chapter 47. The real turmoil begins. The real turmoil is about to start. On the road, Gumu felt quite emotional. If there were any significant event marking the end of the surface piece, it would undoubtedly be the Ninetails incident initiated by Uchiha Madara. Having never witnessed the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara firsthand, Gumu had no idea how terrifying these two individuals truly were. After removing his mask and changing into his usual clothes, Gumu arrived at the bun shop established by the three of them. In just a month, the three had made a fortune. During this time, many families even expressed interest in joining, but Gumu rejected them one by one. If possible, Gumu intended to open a chain of stores, ideally expanding to other countries. However, it seemed that this matter would have to be set aside for the time being. Hey, you, why aren't you in line? Can't you see how long we've been waiting? Among the long queue, a seemingly young ninja glared at Gumu, feeling indignant. With his passionate demeanor, he gave off an impression of a righteous youth, at least in his own mind. If you have the guts, try cutting in line. Seeing many people cast appreciative glances at him, this hot-blooded youth felt quite emboldened. Nowadays, the Konoha Guard had officially been established, making the security environment in Konoha much more stable. The common people felt particularly at ease, daring to speak out against unfairness. I'm not buying buns. I'm the boss. Gumu turned around, his expression somewhat helpless. Huh. Not only was the enthusiastic kid bewildered, but the onlookers also displayed various expressions. Ahem. Never mind, it's fine. The enthusiastic kid cleared his throat, feeling the many teasing gazes around him, and his face flushed with embarrassment. After finally mustering the courage, he ended up with a lifetime of introversion. What's going on? Uchiha Shimizu, who was busy in the kitchen, seemed to hear the commotion outside and came out. Looking at her with an apron and some flour on her face, resembling a little calico cat, Gumu couldn't help but smile. Gumu, what are you laughing at? Uchiha Shimizu asked with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Oh, by the way, why are you here? Is there something going on? Uchiha Shimizu wiped her hands on her apron, instinctively thinking it was time for a mission. She wasn't wrong, just as you guessed. This shop will be managed by Sister Lu. We have hired a waitress anyway. I see. Then I'll go prepare. Uchiha Shimizu's expression turned serious. After a month, they were finally going on a mission again. Thinking back to the corpses they faced last time, Uchiha Shimizu's gaze became serious. She was determined to play her part this time. If Gumu knew Uchiha Shimizu's thoughts, he would likely be speechless. What role could she play? Would he tell her? Shimizu, see that guy with the fan? You handle him. Shimizu looked up at the towering figure, foolishly pointing at herself. Me? At this thought, Gumu's eyes flashed with helplessness. The two returned to their residence, tidied up some items, such as universal gold coins and some dry food. This time, heading to the Land of Iron would likely take quite some time. Captain Mu, what is our mission this time? Uchiha Shimizu and Gumu, both clad in black cloaks and wearing masks, arrived at the entrance of Konoha Village. This time we are going to the Land of Iron, near the border of the Land of Fire. The specific mission will be discussed once we get there. Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu approached their two horses. This mission would be much farther than the previous assassination of Uchiha Tetsushin. By the way, can you ride a horse? Captain Mu, isn't that a silly question? Uchiha Shimizu rolled her eyes beneath her mask. Then sit behind me and hold on tight. Gumu jumped onto the back of a brown horse and quickly got familiar with it. Luckily, he had some experience from his past life. Hey, help me by pointing the way. Gumu tossed the parchment map in his hands to Uchiha Shimizu behind him. Gumu never liked remembering routes in his past life. He even had to use a certain map app to find his way home, let alone the low-quality hand-drawn leather map in his hands. All right, Uchiha Shimizu responded and began searching for the route on the map. The Land of Iron was located in the northeastern part of the Land of Fire, so heading northeast was definitely the right way. Go that way. With Uchiha Shimizu pointing in a direction, Gumu immediately applied strength to his thighs and urged the horse to start moving. Along the way, Uchiha Shimizu swayed up and down, successfully experiencing what it meant to be bumpy. The so-called official road was quite similar to the rural paths of his past life. Fortunately, she was now a genin. Otherwise, judging by her previous physical condition, she would surely be sick. Gumu, how much longer do we have? Uchiha Shimizu hugged Gumu's face. Her small face pressed against his back, her tone quite lamentful. Isn't the map in your hands? Gumu's expression tightened. Could this girl have taken the wrong route? Let me see. Uchiha Shimizu turned her head left and right, scanning the surroundings for some recognizable mountains and comparing them with the map in her hands. Finally, she concluded that they seemed to have only covered about 1/3 of the distance. Just as Gumu was about to let the horse rest for a while, he suddenly sensed the clash of weapons and various screams. Glancing back, it seemed that Uchiha Shimizu had not sensed anything yet. Gumu's mind began to churn with thoughts. The sudden acceleration made Uchiha Shimizu cling tightly to him without warning. What are you doing, Gumu? Uchiha Shimizu's expression was anxious. It seems something has happened up ahead. It looks like a one-sided massacre, Gumu replied ambiguously. A massacre? Uchiha Shimizu's eyes widened in alarm. Soon, the two arrived at the scene of the incident, which appeared to be a civilian merchant convoy heading to the Land of Iron. However, the area around the convoy was almost littered with bodies lying in pools of blood. The only ones left standing were bandits wearing burlap hoods. However, those bandits wielding bloodied long knives. Upon seeing Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu riding a horse and boldly appearing in their line of sight, looked puzzled. Brothers, is this okay? The leading burly scar-faced man approached Gumu. Gumu, those guys are coming over. What did he say? Uchiha Shimizu behind him asked, her eyes filled with tension. I don't know, but they're all bandits, right? Shimizu, how do you want to handle these people? Let's just leave. Uchiha Shimizu replied helplessly. We can leave, but if we encounter not just bandits, but ninjas from other countries, do you think we can leave easily? Gumu jumped down from the horse, holding the gleaming demon blade, Muramasa, in one hand. Shimizu, my intention isn't to say your thoughts are wrong. I just want you to know that this world is extremely cruel. The strong easily survive, while the weak easily perish. So I hope that when you encounter someone who wants to kill you, you won't show any mercy. Damn it, they're the enemies, brothers, grab your weapons. Just as these bandits charged in ferociously, Gumu's body instantly disappeared from spot. A gust of wind howled through the space, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart, and wind blades swirled chaotically. By the time Uchiha Shinsui came to her senses, Gumu was already on horseback. As for the surrounding bandits, they all collapsed to the ground, devoid of any life. Gumu, I understand. Beneath the fox mask, Uchiha Shinsui's already stunning face showed a hint of paleness and seriousness. Faced with this scene again, she seemed to have less fear in her heart, but rather a sense of calmness. At night, the sky was filled with stars, and a bright moon hung high, casting a silver frost on the ground. Gumu, are we sleeping here tonight? The firelight reflected on Uchiha Shinsui's delicate face, and her slightly pouting cheeks revealed a bit of helplessness. There was no choice. The horse was almost worn out. Gumu casually sat on the ground, leaning against a large tree, slightly turning his head to look at the horse that seemed to have its backbone taken away, lying exhausted on the ground, showing an indescribable expression. Let's make do and sleep. Gumu lifted his black robe, signaling Uchiha Shinsui to come over. Then let's just make do. It's not because I want to lean on you. Uchiha Shinsui huffed proudly and quickly nestled into Gumu's embrace, resting her head on his shoulder and closing her eyes. Perhaps because sitting on horseback was too tiring, Gumu soon heard the sound of even breathing beside him. After extinguishing the campfire with wind-style jutsu, Gumu narrowed his eyes slightly and also began to enter a brief rest. Chapter 48. Caution makes perfect. Soon, a few days passed. As the sun set in the west, the evening sky was tinged with a mysterious yellow hue. At the end of the road, two figures, one tall and one short, gradually emerged, both wearing animal masks and cloaked in black robes. These two in black were none other than Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu, who had been traveling tirelessly. They finally encountered and standing at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron. Uchiha Shimizu's face showed a hint of surprise. Gumu, we finally found a building. They only needed to stay at the inn for one night, and tomorrow they would be able to enter the Land of Iron. Gumu stretched his shoulders and quipped, Indeed, my shoulders have gone numb from the journey these past 2 days. If I don't sleep in a bed soon, I might end up with arthritis. What's wrong? Don't you like sleeping together with me? Sure enough, you're tired of it, aren't you? You're tired of me, aren't you? You fickle. As Uchiha Shimizu spoke, she pretended to wipe away non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes. Stop, I surrender. Gumu raised his hands in mock surrender, amused by her theatrics, worried that she might turn into a scheming yandere in the future. Uchiha Shimizu snorted lightly and took the lead. She opened the wooden door, revealing a wooden inn filled with a dry atmosphere. Wooden bar, wooden tables, and chairs, and wooden carvings etched with strange symbols. Many wooden tables had long knives placed on them, and when the patrons saw Gumu arrive, they glanced at him a few times before resuming their own business. The Land of Iron was a warrior nation that revered swordsmanship over ninjutsu. Here, at the border between the two countries, one could see several samurai dressed in kimonos. 2 of you, resting or staying, just for one night, and we only need 1 room. The one who spoke was Uchiha Shimizu. To prevent Gumu from causing any trouble, she wanted to stay with him to avoid any incidents, especially since she wanted to cuddle with him at night. Her slightly emotional tone reminded Gumu of a time in his previous life, when he had to soak goji berries in his water. After receiving the key from the innkeeper, Uchiha Shimizu walked ahead. After opening the wooden door, Uchiha Shimizu said first, "Tonight, you must sleep with me. I really want to see if I can still hold you." All right, whatever you say," Gumu replied, his eyes filled with a hint of indulgence, feeling a sense of déjà vu from his previous life. Casually sitting in a chair in the room, Gumu squinted his eyes and began to sense the surroundings with his wind element. He realized that indeed, no one was paying them much attention, and he felt relieved. When Gumu regained his focus, he found Uchiha Shimizu smiling lightly, like a blooming flower. She had already washed up and was elegantly lying on the bed, waving her small hand, which looked like white jade, towards him. Gumu also quickly washed up and lay down beside Uchiha Shimizu. As soon as he got into bed, he felt her wrap her arms around his waist. "Just embrace me. I've been hugged plenty in my previous life, anyway." In the middle of the night, Gumu noticed a long leg draped over him, leaving him speechless. "This girl, has she taken me for a pillow?" "Good morning, Gumu. I slept so well last night." Uchiha Shimizu stretched her slender waist comfortably after getting up. "Let us wash up and have breakfast, then we'll set off. We need to reach the central town of the Land of Iron as soon as possible. The vast Land of Iron is not so easy to find Uchiha Madara. If he doesn't want to show himself, no one can find him unless he decides to lure someone out. If that's the case, Gumu was sure that a big warning sign would appear on his head. By the way, Gumu, you didn't do anything bad last night, did you?" Uchiha Shimizu looked at her somewhat wrinkled pajamas, her cool face showing a hint of playful mischief. "You said you weren't interested, but if you get a little serious, you'd have to surrender." "I really didn't do anything bad. It was someone who kept saying Gumu not. Wait, don't say any more." Uchiha Shimizu's pretty face turned as red as a ripe apple, completely not expecting that she had actually talked in her sleep last night. After dressing, wearing her fox mask, and half-tying her hair, Uchiha Shimizu donned her black robe and stepped out of the room like a ghost. She found Gumu had chosen a corner to sit in, and she quickly walked over. During this time, she noticed that many people were looking at her. "Hey, look at that girl in the fox mask. She seems like a young girl. TSK. Her figure is quite nice. Why is she wearing a mask in broad daylight? Does she have something to hide? Do you think we should catch those two and turn them in for a bounty in the Land of Iron?" Most samurai regarded Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu as wanted criminals. After all, why else would they wear masks in broad daylight? Let's eat quickly and hit the road. Underneath the dog-headed mask, Gumu could naturally hear all sorts of discussions around him, but he didn't say much. Currently, only the 5 great nations were relatively stable. Other countries were still in the early stages of establishment, remaining in a chaotic state of war. Especially at such border points, it was essentially a lawless black zone. Alright, I don't know if Uchiha Shimizu heard the discussions around us, but Gumu noticed that many people were surprised when they saw the two of them take off their masks. The food wasn't too great, clear millet porridge and a hard yellow dough. Even so, it was considered one of the better meals at this inn. So young? Yeah, they look like they're only in their teens. Many seasoned wandering samurai, upon seeing Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu's appearances, couldn't help but frown slightly. No wonder they wore masks. At that age, wandering around, they might be completely destroyed. Before those wandering samurai from the Land of Iron could approach to offer free protection, the wooden door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Boom! The immense force sent the wooden door flying inside the inn, causing dust to spread everywhere, creating a Tyndall effect under the sunlight. "Waiter, bring me some wine and meat. Today I've finally caught 2 good seeds." The speaker was a burly man in a coarse robe, carrying a large knife on his back. His muscles towered like an iron tower, and his eyes were as fierce as a hawk, scanning the room. In his hand, he held an iron chain, binding 2 dirt-covered children, 1 boy and 1 girl. It's him, the 3rd-ranked wanted criminal in the Land of Iron, the Mad Blade. It was rumored that this guy loved to sell children, and seeing him in person confirmed the rumors. The samurai who had initially planned to act hesitated in their hearts. However, one wandering samurai from the Land of Iron, who intended to offer free protection to Gumu, quickly rushed over upon seeing the Mad Blade's arrival. "You two, quickly put on your masks and get out of here." This was a young samurai dressed in a blue kimono, looking quite young. His face clearly showed signs of urgency. If he hadn't acted, it would have been fine, but this action immediately attracted the attention of the Mad Blade. In the blink of an eye, the Mad Blade's massive body was behind the young samurai. His speed was comparable to that of a Konoha Jonin. "Hey little brother, what are you two talking about? How about a drink and a nice chat?" He slapped the young warrior's shoulder with his calloused hand, the powerful palm making the young warrior feel immense pressure. He even began to tremble uncontrollably. Drinking was fine, but there wasn't much to talk about. The ancient tree put the fox mask from the table on the somewhat unresponsive Uchiha Shinsui's face. He knew that even if he hadn't encountered this, other unscrupulous warriors would likely do something similar. In this world, if you appear weak, someone will come to bully you. Of course, there are good people, like this young warrior being suppressed by. However, there are still more bad people than good. No. There must be something we can chat about between us. Had a smile on his face, glancing at Uchiha Shinsui with the fox mask, feeling fortunate to have met such a gem today. However, after years of wandering the martial world, he naturally understood the principle that caution leads to longevity. These two little brats dared to come to this ungoverned black zone together. They were either brainless or had some backing. As for how strong that backing was, he would have to test it next. Chapter 49 True Prey appears in the form of a hunter. So, what do you want to talk about? Gumu ignored the young warrior who was subtly shaking his head. No matter how strong this person was, could he compare to Uchiha Madara? Nowadays, Gumu only feared a few hanging walls, which might kill him in an instant before he even realized it. As for others, even if they might not be able to kill him, they definitely wouldn't be able to keep him there. Looking at the faces of the two, they didn't seem to be from around here. He wondered where they came from and where they were going. Don't be fooled by my scary appearance. I have traveled far and wide and have some connections. I might be able to help you if you tell me. Not knowing what Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu relied on, Kwang Dao was relatively friendly. We're looking for someone in the Land of Iron. A person with long black hair who looks very dangerous. Gumu casually mentioned, not expecting to get any useful information from this guy. Kwang Dao suddenly realized, seemingly recalling something. Oh, the person you're talking about, is he very aloof and strong, right? Have you met him? Kwang Dao chuckled lightly. Naturally. I encountered that person before in the lawless city of the Land of Iron. You wouldn't believe the commotion he caused. No, you guys don't. The young warrior wanted to remind him, but Kwang Dao immediately grabbed his shoulder tightly, distorting his face in an instant. The lawless city? Gumu recalled the various city distributions in the Land of Iron on the map. Among them, that so-called lawless city was even more discussed than the capital of the Land of Iron. It was said that it was very dangerous there, if one wasn't careful. They could be eaten alive, leaving no bones behind. If it were Uchiha Madara, he might indeed be quietly waiting for an opportunity in that place. Seeing Gumu deep in thought, Kwang Dao smiled. What a coincidence, I'm also heading to that place. How about we go together? I think that's a good suggestion. Gumu nodded and glanced over, noticing that Uchiha Shimizu had finished breakfast as well, so they could leave. Haha, good, I like this kind of straightforward kid. Kwang Dao laughed heartily. In fact, it should be more accurate to say a reckless kid. Isn't there a saying that goes, a young calf is not afraid of tigers? This kid must have never experienced the dangers and cruelties of the martial world. Seeing Kwang Dao take the lead, Gumu left the place under the regretful gazes of many. Alas, what a pity, still so young. Perhaps he was a disciple from a family out training. Or maybe he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Confidence, so what? The ruler of the lawless city is no benevolent character. Not only are there wanted criminals from the Land of Iron, but also rogue ninjas from other countries living there. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Gumu had already taken Uchiha Shimizu away from there. Gumu, are we really going to follow this bad guy? On the way, Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu distanced themselves from Kwang Dao and began to talk discreetly while riding on horseback. It's fine. The worst-case scenario is just walking into an ambush. I wasn't lying earlier. The mission to the Land of Iron is to find someone. Gumu rode his horse behind Kwang Dao, quickening his pace. I see you two are still wearing masks. You probably aren't good people either, are you? Wanted criminals or rogue ninjas on the run. Kwang Dao saw Gumu come beside him, seemingly uninterested in speaking. Behind his horse were two children bound with iron chains. Just wanted criminals. Kwang Dao's eyebrows twitched at these words, as if he had triggered some keyword. Oh, such young wanted criminals, you two must have a bright future ahead. Listening to the discussions around, the uncle also seemed to be a wanted criminal. Being so enthusiastic probably meant he was eyeing the two of us. Haha, what are you talking about, little brother? I can't understand. Kwang Dao laughed heartily, not admitting it. However, he wasn't lying. He remembered correctly that he indeed encountered a dangerous guy with a folding fan in the lawless city. That guy, just like what the person beside him said, had long black hair and just standing there made one feel an overwhelming sense of dread. That kind of dominance and disdainful gaze was something Kwang Dao had never seen before in his life. In just a moment, Kwang Dao realized that in the eyes of others, he was probably seen as an existence as insignificant as an ant. Gumu saw this and said nothing more. Both had their own thoughts, and as night approached, they arrived at the entrance of the lawless city. I'll go handle a few things first. Little brother, at night, come to the biggest tavern in this city, and I'll tell you some information. Kwang Dao accelerated on his horse and quickly entered the city, disappearing from Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu's sight. To Gumu's surprise, the lawless city seemed quite prosperous. The city walls were covered with hard stone, and the two huge wooden doors at the entrance were open, resembling a gaping abyss ready to swallow passers-by. Most of the residents here were displaced people affected by war. Under the rule and construction of rogue ninjas and wanted criminals, this might already be the last refuge for many. Upon entering, the air was exceptionally dry. Gumu clearly felt various gazes around him. Some were hiding at the alley entrances, some on the second floor, and some leaning against the city wall like hungry wolves, watching with keen eyes. However, compared to the imagined danger, it seemed quite stable on the surface. Let's go find a place to stay for a while. Here, we are within the borders of the Land of Iron. Gumu led his horse, looking around for a place to stay. Although it was called the Lawless City, there were still many shops selling goods, be it restaurants or weapon stores. He just wondered what kind of currency was used for trading here. Gentlemen, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time in the Lawless City? Do you need me to show you the way? A friendly voice came from behind. Gumu turned around to see a short man with a mustache. He wore a long knife at his waist and was rubbing his hands like a little sheep waiting for customers. A place to stay? Is there anywhere we can stay? A place to stay? What a coincidence. I happen to know a reasonably priced inn. Let me lead the way. Gumu nodded expressionlessly. That's quite a coincidence. But are there really that many coincidences? They are just wolves in sheep's clothing, constantly scheming how to devour people. However, the best hunters often appear in the form of prey. During this time, Gumu noticed that most of the people in this city were ordinary civilians. It should be said that they were displaced people. To survive, they could only be exploited and oppressed by their rulers. Young man, business is here. Arranged 2 rooms. The innkeeper, tall and wearing coarse linen, was wiping a cup with his calloused hands. Upon hearing the voice, he turned and smiled. Oh, it's been a long time, Taro. Who are these two? How long do they plan to stay? Half a month, and just 1 room. If I don't find any information about Uchiha Madara in half a month, I will leave directly. Then it can only mean that Uchiha Madara used a strategy to lure the tiger away from its mountain and has already attacked Konoha, possibly fighting with Senju Hashirama. The innkeeper glanced at Taro. Half a month? 300 lawless coins. Lawless coins? Seeing the ancient tree and Uchiha Shizuka seemingly not reacting, the shopkeeper began to explain. The unknown coin is a special currency issued jointly by the 3 major organizations in the unknown city. To make purchases in the unknown city, you can only use unknown coins, as there are so many refugees here, and they don't have anything valuable on them. To survive, one must learn to make money, right? Simply put, the refugees here are cheap labor, and that's also why the city is quite prosperous. It's all built brick by the refugees. Ahem. If you two want to exchange for unknown coins, you can come to me. The exchange rate is 5-to-1, which is half of the official rate. Tai Lang finally revealed his true intentions, his narrowed eyes gleaming with cunning, looking quite kind-hearted, but actually wanting to profit from the price difference. Chapter 50. The Banquet at Hongmin? Then I really have to go. What should I exchange for? Gumu didn't know if the shop was a black shop. However, once you come here, you must abide by the rules, or else there's nowhere to stay. Let's see what you have. Weapons or precious herbs are fine. How about gold coins? Upon hearing the words gold coins, Tai Lang's eyes sparkled. Of course, but let me be clear, I'm not trying to trap you too. If you don't believe me, you can ask around tomorrow. Being able to offer gold coins is a clear sign that these two might not be simple. Of course, there is also a possibility that these two are just naive and rich. However, the probability of that is very low. How much? Just give me a number. Well, let me see which country your gold coins are from. Gold coins are inherently ambiguous and have different values in different countries. For example, in Sunagakure, if someone has the ability to refine gold from sand, gold there is not considered valuable. Like this. Gumu took out a gold coin engraved with a leaf symbol from his pocket. Oh, from the Land of Fire? Tai Lang's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the 2 masked figures in black robes a bit more closely. The Land of Fire is currently the most powerful nation in the ninja world. Other forces are basically terrified of it. One is a god of the ninja world, and the other is a demon of the ninja world. Either of these two could easily wipe out another country. I see. Then I'll take a loss, 1 gold coin for 200 unclaimed coins. Tai Lang took out 2 unclaimed coins engraved with a denomination of 100. Let's exchange for 10. Okay. Tai Lang's eyes lit up, and he was even more certain that these two were definitely big sheep. After a simple exchange, Gumu also had 2,000 unclaimed coins in hand. Staying at the inn costs 300, leaving 1,700, enough to live in this city. In the future, if you have any exchange requests, feel free to find me. It will still be at this favorable price. Tai Lang was in a good mood and voluntarily gave his contact information before leaving the inn. The room is 405. Here are your keys. The innkeeper placed the keys on the wooden counter. Gumu could clearly see that this person had calluses around his thumbs and walked with a steady breath. It was obvious he was a swordsman. If Gumu was not mistaken, there must be a samurai sword under that wooden counter. You two, keep your wealth hidden and be careful tonight. Just as Gumu was about to step out of the first floor, he heard a warning voice from behind. Turning around, he saw the innkeeper with a blank expression, as if he had a face paralysis, busily wiping a cup in his hand. It seemed he was already accustomed to such matters. In room 405, the living environment this time was much better than the dirt house in the small village last time. The place was spacious, equipped with tea sets, and a bed with a cotton quilt, not only looking clean, but also much brighter. Gumu, is this really okay? Uchiha Shizumi had some worries on her face. She had also heard the innkeeper's friendly warning. It's fine. Let us go to the tavern and see if we can get some good information. The tavern is a mixed bag, and if luck is on our side, we will get the intel we want. The two walked together, confirming that there were no issues with the room before heading downstairs. Innkeeper, do you know where the biggest tavern in the city of Unclaimed is? Gumu approached the innkeeper, placing a 100 denomination unclaimed coin on the counter. This thing is just a plain iron coin, one side with complex patterns, and the other side just the denomination. If placed outside, it would likely be rejected by others. After all, who would like a broken iron plate? Go left when you exit, and it's at the end of the road. The innkeeper expressionlessly accepted the coin from the counter and simply explained the direction. Thank you. Gumu thanked him. After all, some people wouldn't even do the job for money. Following the stone-paved road, soon a brightly lit three-story tavern with a well-arranged balcony came into view. Before stepping in, the noise from inside was already deafening. It's okay, I'm here. Gumu knew what Uchiha Shizumi was worried about. She was merely afraid this was a Hongmin banquet. I trust you, Gumu. Uchiha Shizumi nodded, knowing that Gumu brought her along to help her gain experience. For example, she kept memorizing various ways of dealing with the world along the way. The reason they had not been attacked so far was simply due to Gumu's calm demeanor, making many around them, including the Mad Blade, uncertain. Pushing open the wooden door, the smell of alcohol rushed at them. This drink had a lower alcohol content than the beer from his previous life, making it basically impossible to get drunk. There were also high alcohol drinks, but they were rare. The first floor was spacious and mixed, with people crowding every seat. Some, like Gumu, wore black robes and were quite mysterious. Others had gruesome scars on their faces, placing weapons on the table like fierce demons. And some were surrounded by several women, looking blissful, as if they were lost in a gentle embrace. Most of them had small groups, chatting and toasting happily. You two are friends of Lord Kwangdao, right? Please come to the third floor. Lord Kwangdao has already reserved a spot. Before Gumu could make his way to the third floor, a woman's voice reached his ears. This woman was graceful, swaying like a willow in the wind. Her long, beautiful legs seemingly captivating, especially her snake-like waist that seemed to draw one's heart with a slight twist. While Gumu was pondering, he suddenly felt a subtle pain in his waist. Without needing to guess, he knew who was responsible for this action. This little girl must think he was mesmerized by the woman. The reason Gumu didn't reply immediately was that he conservatively activated his sage mode, sensing that Kwangdao was on the second floor. But this woman was directing them to the third floor, which clearly indicated something was off. In that case, lead the way. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. Gumu wanted to see what kind of scheme Kwangdao was up to. The two followed the alluring woman up the stairs, and the way she climbed made Uchiha Shizumi, hidden beneath her fox mask, feel resentful. Why did this woman keep twisting her waist? Was she afraid Gumu wouldn't notice? It's just thunder thighs, just a defined waist, just long legs, right? She would have all of these in the future. The third floor of the tavern was an open-air balcony, with many vacant wooden tables and chairs, allowing for moon gazing and night viewing, and one could even lie on the wooden chair, accompanied by fine wine and beautiful women. To be fair, without restrictions, these folks really knew how to enjoy themselves. Such a situation would be impossible in any ninja village. Ninjas are all laborers. How could they let you enjoy? So Kwangdao, where is he? Under Gumu's doghead mask, his gaze was indifferent. He clearly noticed that many people tensed up at his arrival. It seemed tonight would not end peacefully. Chapter 51. Taking the bait and striking at the heart. Are these the two? According to the intelligence, it seems to be just these two. Let's go. We get paid for the job, and they appear to be just two young men. As the words fell, Gumu noticed that the woman leading the way was slowly retreating and closing the door, while those around them, like hungry wolves, began to approach with weapons in hand. Tell me, who hired you? Facing the 10 approaching men, Gumu showed no signs of panic. It was clear that these 10 seemed to come from various places, including ninjas and samurai. There was no response, only cold, indifferent killing intent. In an instant, a samurai swung his long sword, aiming directly at Gumu's face. No. Do you really enjoy courting death? Gumu quickly jumped back, still wanting to negotiate without bloodshed, but these guys were forcing him to act. If that's the case. Gumu grasped the air with one hand, and amidst the shocked gazes of the 10, a katana appeared out of nowhere. Then like a ghost, he instantly vanished from sight. Is this person a ninja? Such flashy tricks were usually favored by ninjas, while samurai looked down on them, mainly because they couldn't perform them. Furious slash. A fierce wind howled, tearing through the ground, and the crowd could vaguely see several afterimages intersecting in the air. Silver light flashed, piercingly bright. Gumu held the cursed blade Muramasa in one hand, its shiny blade reflecting the dog-headed mask beneath his black robe. Under the blade, a thin line of blood continuously slid down, pooling at the tip and slowly rolling off. A killer will always be killed. Gumu never showed mercy to enemies who revealed their murderous intent. Isn't there a saying that being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself? The onlookers seemed unfazed by the scene, as if this kind of counterkill had become a norm. The only thing worth noting was that the black-robed man with the dog mask seemed to be a bit too powerful. What? The woman who had been leading the way turned pale, trembling, and collapsed to the ground in fear. She suddenly knelt, pleading, "My lord, I truly didn't know. I didn't know they wanted to kill you. I'm willing to do anything, just spare my life, I'll do anything." The seductive woman stuttered, the almost instantaneous kill making her feel what true fear was. This guy in front of her must be ruthless. "Captain, leave it to me." Before Gumu could act, Uchiha Shimizu, who was beside him, had already drawn his long sword, moving closer to the woman with a face full of terror. No. Underneath the fox mask, Uchiha Shimizu's eyes glimmered with bloodlust, and he raised his long sword high, striking down without hesitation. Puff! With overwhelming force, the woman was sent flying in pain, rolling on the ground until she finally lost her life. They are all ruthless people. Indeed, if they weren't ruthless, they probably wouldn't be able to survive here. Just as the surrounding crowd was discussing, in a private room on the second floor, the Mad Blade was quietly waiting for news when the door was suddenly pushed open. "So, those two up there, what kind of guards are they?" "War Mad Blade, it's bad, it's bad." The hired killers were all counter-killed, and it happened in an instant. The report from his subordinate made Mad Blade's eyes narrow, and with a slight exertion of his hand, the wooden cup in his grasp shattered instantly. Just as he thought, those two guys had some skills. "Let South leave this place. We won't deal with those two for now. It seems the Ninja Alliance is making big moves. Although our organization is neutral, it's best not to stir up trouble." The so-called Ninja Alliance is an organization formed by rogue ninjas from various villages, wielding the most power in the lawless city. It is said that the Ninja Alliance seems to have changed leadership, and some internal events have occurred, with a man almost wiping them out. Thinking of this, Mad Blade wore a look of disdain. Indeed, they were just some flashy but useless ninjas. Leave? You think you can just leave after making such a commotion? Do you really think that is possible? Before Mad Blade could rise, a deep voice like the sound of the underworld came from outside. As soon as the words fell, the wooden door was shattered by a massive wind blade. "It's you." Mad Blade narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of crisis, and immediately placed his hand on the large sword beside him. Before, he hadn't sensed the terror of this dog-headed black-robed man, but now, with Gumu's cold aura revealed, Mad Blade understood that this guy was definitely a master with the sword. "It's all just a misunderstanding. I merely want to test your strength. After all, this is normal in the lawless city, right? We are all wanted criminals. If you want to live in a lawless city, you should join the Killing Intent organization established by wanted criminals. In that case, we are half colleagues. With your strength, becoming the fourth in command would be no problem at all." Not wanting to stir up trouble, Mad Blade actively extended an olive branch. Geomusnird inwerdi. Pretending to be curious. "Oh, I'm really interested. Tell me more." Currently, the lawless city is controlled by three major organizations. The Ninja Alliance led by rogue ninjas, the Sword Organization composed of wandering samurai and swordsmen, and lastly, the Killing Intent Organization, which maintains neutrality. I am the third in command of the Killing Intent Organization. With my introduction, it would be no problem for you to become the fourth in command. At that time, in this lawless city, you would be able to do as you please. Mad Blade wore a friendly expression, but in reality, he was already thinking about how to leave this place. I see. Then take me to meet the leader. Upon hearing this, Mad Blade's eyes changed. He initially thought Gumu would refuse, but unexpectedly, this guy agreed so decisively. Haha, that's great. There's no time to waste. I'll take you to our Killing Intent organization headquarters right now. Mad Blade's expression was cheerful, but inwardly he cursed this dog-headed masked man for being arrogant. Couldn't he possibly think that the two of them could take on the Killing Intent organization? Could he? Once they reached their territory, what would they do? It would still be up to them to call the shots. Please. Gumu stepped aside voluntarily. He had originally planned to make contact with the people from the three major organizations. He didn't expect that fate would bring him to them so soon. Haha, little brother. Let us go. I'll guide you. Mad Blade laughed heartily. He wouldn't easily turn his back on these two. Seeing this, Gumu hesitated no longer. He was confident he could deal with Mad Blade before he could launch a sneak attack. On the way, Gumu estimated the strength of the leader of the Killing Intent organization. Mad Blade was at most a high-ranking ninja. Therefore, their leader would likely be at the elite high-ranking ninja level. As for shadow-level ninjas, there couldn't be that many, although it couldn't be ruled out entirely, as true wanted criminals might sometimes be figures from wartime. Soon, under Mad Blade's guidance, Gumu and the others arrived in the central area of the lawless city. Even at night, it was still crowded, resembling a city that never sleeps. Working hard during the day, people naturally needed to relax at night. In the distance, a wooden building much larger than the surrounding structures caught Gumu's attention, standing out like a crane among chickens. This was undoubtedly their destination. Chapter 52. Wind Release, Chakra Mode. Standing in midair, Third Elder. What is that behind you? The guards at the main base looked at Kwang Dao, who was accompanied by two masked figures in black robes, with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. No worries. They're members who have joined our Killing Intent organization. Kwang Dao waved his hand dismissively, his expression rather indifferent. Please, Kwang Dao took the initiative to walk ahead, and Gumu did not refuse. With Kwang Dao leading the way, the two faced no obstacles and soon arrived at the core area of the Killing Intent building. Those residing inside were the organization's high-ranking members, including the leader. I'll go in and say hello first. You wait here for a moment. The leader doesn't like to meet strangers. Sure, Gumu didn't care about this guy's intentions. He knew that the conversation inside would not escape his perception. About a minute passed, and Kwang Dao's voice came from inside. You can come in now. He pushed open the wooden door. Inside was a scruffy-looking man, like a lazy lion, but occasionally a glint of cold light flashed in his lazy eyes, making one shiver. You two must be the newcomers that Kwang Dao mentioned. Wanted to join the organization. I've heard that you both are quite strong. Why don't you take off your masks and let us see? After all, we are all wanted criminals and have nothing to fear from exposure. In response to the leader's question, Gumu smirked beneath his mask. Do you think it's possible that I can hear your secret conversation? You heard that? The leader's eyes narrowed slightly, like a ghost in the dead of night. In an instant, shadowy figures appeared around them, surrounding Gumu and his companion. Since you heard us, there's no need to pretend. Here are your two choices. First, leave the woman beside you to work for us. Second, we'll beat you to death and force you to leave the woman behind. Kwang Dao's eyes were silent, and he essentially licked his tongue like a hungry wolf, finally revealing his murderous intent. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt like it could drip water. Uchiha Jing Shui finally realized that he was being targeted. I think there's actually a third option. The leader raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, so that means I'll take care of you, and then take over this organization. Haha, you little brat. The leader sneered, then coldly waved his hand, signaling those around him to take action. It seems this kid has chosen the second option. In this ninja world, it's all about who has the bigger fist. Gumu understood this deeply and without hesitation activated his newly developed mode. Wind Release, Chakra Mode, wrapping sharp wind blades around his body for attack. In the wind armor state, Gumu possessed extremely fast movement speed and formidable attack power, even able to stand midair. Sure enough, under the shocked gazes of those wanted criminals, Gumu's body slowly floated in the air, standing on nothing. This kid has a problem. Kwang Dao, let us attack together. The leader's pupils shrank immediately, a strong sense of crisis erupting within him. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. Okay, Kwang Dao nodded seriously, seemingly aware of the situation's seriousness. Carrying a large blade on his back, as a warrior, he could only cover his weapon with a layer of chakra fluctuations to increase its sharpness. His combat style leaned more towards physical techniques. In contrast, the leader used a dual sword style. The two separated, attacking from the east and west to encircle. Leave these two to me. You handle the others around. Underneath the fox mask, Uchiha Shuei's expression was as cold as a millennium of ice, like a thorny rose, beautiful yet extremely dangerous. The two-tomo Sharingan flickered with bloodlight as she actively welcomed the oncoming foes. Come on, I hope you two won't disappoint me. Student.With. Hands forming a grip in the wind, and eventually created two wind blades in his hands, with what seemed to be a pair of wind wings forming behind him. Combat between life and death is the best way to enhance battle experience, and Gumu understood this very well. Avant-Garde. Kwang Dao took the lead in attacking, knowing that the leader's attack was the real killing move. The massive blade, accompanied by subtle chakra fluctuations, jumped through the air like a mountain crashing down, howling as it came. Too slow. Before it landed, Kwang Dao heard a whisper akin to death in his ear. A massive sense of impending death surged in his heart. He wanted to change his attack, but it was already too late. He could only feel his body receiving countless violent strikes in an instant. Each hit came from a different direction, each one piercing through him with excruciating pain, blood gushing out mercilessly. Not far away, the leader saw Kwang Dao momentarily freeze in the air for 3 seconds, his body wildly jerking from the incessant strikes, during which countless afterimages seemed to haunt him like ghosts. Run! We must escape. The leader realized they had kicked a titanium alloy iron plate. This situation was no different from that of the Ninja Alliance. Damn Kwang Dao, he actually brought back a living hell. He didn't want to end up with the same fate as the Ninja Alliance. Thinking this, the leader decided without hesitation to jump out the window. Where do you think you're going? Just as the thought sprouted, the leader felt a gust of wind behind him. And Gumu was already sitting in the high position he had just occupied. That doghead mask was stained with traces of blood, like a vicious dog, staring at him with cold and fierce eyes. The leader did not resist because he knew he had fallen into a desperate situation with no escape. One who often stands by the riverbank will inevitably get their shoes wet. Today, I admit defeat. Give me a quick death. Ascent, that only natural? Do you really think I want to waste words with you? As soon as the words fell, Gumu's figure had already reached behind the leader. The suddenly unleashed wind blades surged towards the leader's body like a storm, instantly erupting in a series of bloodlines. Having activated wind release chakra mode, Gumu was like a raging gale, his attacks swift as lightning, combining to reach an unparalleled attack speed. Stop, that's enough. Looking at Uchiha Shuei, who was somewhat bloodthirsty not far away, Gumu immediately spoke to stop her. Putting aside everything else, he didn't want to be a lone commander. All right. Uchiha Shuei casually flicked off the blood on her long knife, like shaking off dirt, coldly gazing at the terrified wanted criminals. Regarding those who sought to kill her, she strictly adhered to Gumu's reminder, knowing well that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself, an eternal truth. Today, the Killing Intent organization has a new leader. Do you have any objections? And no objections. We are willing to serve. Obeying orders. The wanted criminals, terrified by Uchiha Shuei, knelt on the ground one after another. They had no power to influence the battle situation. In this lawless city, changes in leadership were far too common. Today, it might still be the original leader, and tomorrow it could be someone even stronger. In that case, spread the news and investigate secretly. A man with long black hair. Remember, he looks dangerous. As the words dropped, a trembling response came from below. And Master, I have seen a man with long black hair before. He caused a great commotion in the Shinobi Alliance and killed many people. I don't know if it's the person you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Komoku pondered in his heart. Could the nine-tailed fluctuations in Tobirama's intelligence refer to Uchiha Madara's attack on the Shinobi Alliance? Wait, my previous order is rescinded. You will spread the news, saying that the Killing Intent organization has a new leader. Being able to take on a group of rogue ninjas, his strength cannot be underestimated, and it is very likely to be Uchiha Madara himself. Chapter 53, Battle with Uchiha Madara. Let's go back for a bit, just to be safe. To prevent any accidents, Gumu took Uchiha Shizuka away from the Killing Intent organization. They chose to return to the inn where they had previously rented a room. I'm really tired. I'm going to take a shower first, and you aren't allowed to peek. As soon as they entered the room, Uchiha Shizuka felt a wave of weakness. This was her first experience of life and death combat. Fortunately, those people weren't very skilled, but there were too many of them. So Uchiha Shizuka could only remain in a state of extreme mental tension. Wait, it seems a few mice have sneaked into the room. Gumu reached out to stop Uchiha Shizuka from moving forward. As he spoke, three masked figures suddenly jumped down from the beams above. Uchiha Shizuka was taken aback. Her eyes began to tremble. She realized she needed to be more cautious in the future. If Gumu hadn't reminded her, she would have indeed walked into an ambush. Are these two the big fat sheep mentioned in the intel? They don't look very old, huh? No matter whether it's for money or for life. It's one or the other. The three of them wielded long knives, and the fact that they could sneak into the room without a sound indicated that their skills were certainly not bad. Sometimes, you need to show your fangs. That way, you'll have less trouble, you know? Gumu began to educate Uchiha Shizuka beside him. It seemed like he was preparing for his own affairs. Indeed, along the way, Gumu had been subtly teaching Uchiha Shizuka how to survive in the ninja world. Uchiha Shizuka nodded obediently, acknowledging that she had learned a lot about navigating the world. Of course, all of this was premised on having strong power. Where are you guys from? As soon as the words fell, Gumu instantly appeared behind the three, catching them off guard. Suddenly, the three felt an incredibly terrifying aura surrounding them like a ghost. The purple-black aura transformed into a series of ghastly little hands, wrapping around their bodies like evil spirits, sending chills down their spines. This bizarre scene left Gumu speechless. It seemed that the demon blade village in his hand was causing trouble again. Indeed, this knife had sealed a demon, and Gumu had now mastered the method to unseal it. He could even use the demon's power to enter a demon mode. However, this mode was still in the realm of imagination, and Gumu had not actually used it. My patience is limited. Wait, we are members of the Killing Intent organization. We heard that two big fat sheep entered the Lordless City, so we came to investigate. The three immediately revealed their identities, hoping that at least having an organizational affiliation might increase their chances of survival. Members of the Killing Intent organization? Gumu's tone was cold. These three little guys had really chosen to rob the new leader of their own organization. Yes, I'm indeed a member of the Killing Intent organization. Before they could finish speaking, they were horrified to find that one of their companions had silently collapsed to the ground. You should know what to do, right? I don't want any brainless guys attacking me in the future. Okay, sir, we understand. Gumu let two of them go, with the intention of not wanting to be disturbed by some oblivious individuals in the coming days. Soon, a few days passed, during which the members of the Killing Intent organization learned that they had a new leader. That night, the members who had attempted to ambush Gumu were terrified and had not dared to step outside since. Who would have thought they would dare to target the new leader? It was like sticking their necks out for others to chop off. They were simply asking for death. It was already late at night when Gumu sensed that some unexpected guest had appeared near the inn where he was staying. Over these days, Gumu had confirmed that the current leader of the Ninja Alliance was most likely Uchiha Madara. The reason he hadn't gone over was mainly that Gumu was worried he might be taken out the moment he showed himself. Gumu, is something wrong? Uchiha Shizuka, sleeping beside Gumu, seemed to sense his awakening, rubbed her eyes, and asked in confusion. It's nothing, just some small movements. I'm going to check it out. After a brief exchange, Gumu quickly left the room. When he reappeared, he was already at the back of the inn, where, in his line of sight, a swordsman drenched in blood was fleeing in panic. Behind him were several black-clad ninjas. Are these people from the Sword Alliance? Gumu looked at the samurai swordsman with a bun hairstyle, his eyes filled with curiosity. Little brother, hurry up and run. Help me pass on a message. The Ninja Alliance has started assassinating the leaders of major organizations, planning to unify the Lordless City. Quickly let other organizations unite to resist. They've started to act? Gumu narrowed his eyes. He had long suspected why Uchiha Madara hadn't made a move for so long. It turned out he had been secretly eliminating the leaders of other organizations. Oh, to be heavily injured by the boss and still manage to run this far. It seems he has help. Everyone, take care of this quickly. The three black-clad ninjas quickly distanced themselves from each other, preparing to form hand seals. Gumu could tell at a glance that these people were likely not from the same country. They were probably elite rogue ninjas from the Ninja Alliance. It's time to test the blade. Gumu's eyes were as calm as dead water as he raised one hand lightly, as if an invisible force was pulling. The demon blade village slowly floated into the air. The blade shimmered with a mysterious purple light, entwined like an evil spirit, appearing and disappearing. The demonic aura grew more intense, eventually enveloping Gumu's entire arm in an inky darkness, giving him a chilling and terrifying presence, like a hellish demon. In the astonished gaze of the Sword Alliance leader, the three attackers froze in midair, seemingly cut down by an invisible blade, collapsing weakly to the ground. The terrifying speed of the strike was such that even he, the leader of the Sword Alliance, could not react in time. Could it be that you are the new leader of the Killing Intent organization? The leader of the Sword Alliance seemed to recall recent rumors, his eyes bursting with a desire to survive. However, looking at his body, which was almost completely burned and shattered by fire release, he knew he wouldn't last much longer. Leader of the Killing Intent organization, take my sword back to the Sword Alliance. All members of the Sword Alliance will obey your command. We must not let the lordless city change hands easily. Perhaps out of a desire for revenge, the leader of the Sword Alliance threw his sword as he was dying. With this sword, can you command the entire Sword Alliance? What a strange rule. Gumu took the blade that the Sword Alliance leader had thrown before dying, his tone somewhat subtle. Since you've come, why not show yourself? Gumu tossed the Sword Alliance leader's sword to another place, his gaze calmly fixed on the highest point of the inn. In his line of sight, under the moonlight, a man stood at the highest point, coldly observing what was happening below with his arms crossed. The man wore a tight black combat suit, adorned with red layered armor, and had a hairstyle reminiscent of a punk, exuding an air of disdain for the world. The moment Gumu saw this man, his pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't sensed this guy's presence at all. Legendary Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 54, Despair. This is Uchiha Madara. The power of God. Are you a ninja from Konoha? Uchiha Madara stood on the rooftop, arms crossed, expressionless, as if watching an ant. No, I am not. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Madara's body instantly appeared in front of the ancient tree. His terrifying speed was like a flash, stirring up a tremendous whirlwind. Bang! With a kick in mid-air, like lightning, he struck the ancient tree's katana, sending his body flying back like a broken kite. Isn't it? It's not up to you. It was that bastard Senju Tobirama who sent you here, right? Uchiha Madara's eyes remained silent as he instantly followed up, giving the ancient tree no chance to catch his breath. The wind of his fists was vast, rushing in like a storm. The overwhelming pressure made the ancient tree activate his wind release chakra mode instantly, standing in midair, hovering. Oh, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, looking at the ancient tree flying in the air, his expression indifferent. You don't think being in the sky means I can't do anything about you, do you? Fire release. Great fire, annihilation. The hand seals were not fast, like an adult playing with a child, exuding calmness and composure. Boom! Terrifying flames roared out, covering an exceptionally vast area, as if it were seawater, instantly engulfing the entire sky above. The originally dark sky brightened a few degrees in an instant. Uchiha Shizuka, who was still asleep, was drawn to the enormous brightness, a strong sense of unease blossoming in her heart. She immediately got up and walked toward the window. At the same time, with no way to escape, the ancient tree vanished from the sky, using Flying Thunder God. Little did he know that below, Uchiha Madara, upon seeing the ninjutsu that killed his brother, narrowed his eyes slightly, which was self-explanatory. He did not speak. The instant activation of his Manjiki Sharingan indicated his current attitude. Damn, this guy's indeed terrifying. The ancient tree, using the Flying Thunder God to shrink, crouched on the rooftop, looking at his burned black robe, his face darkening. If anyone says fire release can't kill, he would go over and slap them twice. At a young age, he learned such ninjutsu. This guy must be quite favored by that person. Before the ancient tree could react, a cold voice came from behind, causing his heart to tremble violently. Without hesitation, he activated Sage Mode. Now he could maintain the Sage Mode of the wet-bone forest for 10 minutes. If he exceeded the time, it would put a huge burden on his body. Interesting, you dodged? Uchiha Madara, clad in blue Susanoo armor, unleashed a strike that instantly shattered the rooftop where the ancient tree had just stood. There's no way to escape. Is this being locked on? The ancient tree moved to another position. Although there were no distance limits for Flying Thunder God, it required the ability to sense the markers. Currently, the ancient tree was not yet twisted enough to sense Konoha's markers from a different country. Although he had marked numerous Flying Thunder God markers outside the city of No Master, the farther the distance, the greater the chakra consumption. Moreover, the ancient tree felt that he seemed to have been locked on by Uchiha Madara's Manjiki Sharingan. This guy is very likely to activate his complete Susanoo and come over to cut me down. Flying Thunder God, you're quite skilled at it, huh? Uchiha Madara instantly teleported next to the ancient tree, without saying a word, controlling Susanoo to strike down violently. Looks like I can only take a gamble. The ancient tree once again used Flying Thunder God to appear beside Uchiha Shizuka, who was searching for him, not giving her a chance to react as he hugged her tightly. Instantly activating Flying Thunder God, he left the city of No Master. As their surroundings constantly flipped, Uchiha Shizuka, feeling a bit worried, clearly sensed that the ancient tree's aura had become more robust. Let us go, get out of here. The ancient tree lifted Uchiha Shizuka up and immediately began to escape toward the land of fire, using the trees for cover. Uchiha Shizuka felt the ancient tree's trembling hands, seemingly realizing that the person behind them was definitely a very terrifying existence. However, the ancient tree still underestimated Uchiha Madara's persistence. Even though they had created a significant distance, Uchiha Madara was still closing in, making the gap between them continuously shrink. You may ask how the ancient tree knew. Of course, it was the enormous amount of chakra, which he sensed more and more clearly. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Not giving Uchiha Shizuka a chance to react, the ancient tree placed her on a tree and instantly disappeared from the spot. Ancient tree, you bastard. Looking at the already vanished ancient tree, Uchiha Shizuka's heart suddenly tightened, stretching out her empty hand. The illusion of losing something precious caused her expression to tremble, becoming extremely panicked. She had thought that the two of them could still live together. Clearly, in their past life, they had agreed that he would marry her and personally lift her wedding dress. Just not long ago, he had said he wouldn't leave her alone. They had clearly promised to always be together. Clearly promised not to leave me. Uchiha Shizuka's voice was like weeping, gently wiping the tears from her eyes, like an abandoned kitten, rushing in a panic toward the city of no master. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, who was in pursuit, saw the ancient tree actively appear on a large tree, his eyes glinting with interest. Not running away, Uchiha Madara had already noticed the silver short hair faintly revealed under the ancient tree's black robe. His gaze turned even colder. The ancient tree did not respond. A deep wind vortex condensed in his hand and suddenly slammed into the ground. S-rank ninjutsu, wind release, dead prison cage. A terrifying tornado spread from the ground, forming a gigantic cage over 100 meters, imprisoning both of them within. This is Sage Mode, and a high-difficulty ninjutsu that has indeed developed. You must be that guy's child. Uchiha Madara sensed a hint of sage art fluctuation, his eyes growing cold. Regardless of whether or not this kid was a descendant of Senju Tobirama, he would absolutely not let him go. Otherwise, he would surely become a blade aimed at the Uchiha clan in the future. If you grow up in the future, I might take a second look at you. But for now, Susanoo. Uchiha Madara's original Manjiki Sharingan underwent another transformation, deriving complex patterns. Without a doubt, this was the Uchiha clan's pinnacle ocular technique, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The original blue Susanoo began to evolve into a skeleton, and on that skeleton, veins and flesh formed, with a layer of chakra coating the exterior. Perhaps it was to let the ancient tree witness what the gap in power truly meant. Susanoo grew again, developing arms and legs, wielding two massive blue long swords, exuding a strong oppressive aura, 100 meters tall, like a deity. Despair. This is Uchiha Madara's power, the power of a god. Chapter 55, is this hell? No. Do we have such deep hatred? Gumu looked at the Susanoo that was almost breaking through the wind-release prison, his tone filled with speechlessness. He began to doubt whether his identity had been discovered by Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to use Susanoo to attack him. After a brief moment of sarcasm, Gumu's expression became particularly serious. Only by having fought against it did he understand that swordsmanship could only target small units, and facing such a colossal being felt particularly exhausting. Fortunately, Gumu had developed his own ninjutsu. The system had not reacted for a long time, but fortunately, a few months ago, he drew a top-tier ninjutsu talent. This allowed Gumu to accurately mobilize the chakra within his body to develop various ninjutsu. Among them, the wind release chakra mode was inspired by the lightning release chakra mode he had developed himself. Wind release, dragon wind strangulation technique. Gumu put his hands together and suddenly infused a large amount of chakra. He no longer needed to form hand seals to guide the chakra flow. He had originally wanted to further develop the sage body of the Senju clan, but unfortunately encountered the murderous Uchiha Madara. To be precise, the descendants of Ashura inherited the sage body, just as the descendants of Indra inherited the sage eye. Oh, is it starting to dance? Standing atop the Susanoo's head, Uchiha Madara looked at the continuously gathering wind dragon with a hint of interest in his eyes. He had initially wanted to eliminate this kid quickly, but now, Uchiha Madara planned to see just how many trump cards this kid had left. The 100-meter-long wind dragon continuously circled and grew within the wind prison, transforming into a ferocious dragon that coiled and bit toward the Susanoo. In an instant, it wrapped around and trapped the Susanoo. However, the difference in chakra levels was too great. Before the wind strangulation could be executed, the Susanu's arm grabbed it and crushed it. Still too weak. Uchiha Madara shook his head, seemingly regretting that he would lose a decent opponent in the future. This born thing. Gumu's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but curse for the first time. Before Gumu could launch another attack, he suddenly sensed something and immediately turned his head. In his line of sight, a woman with tearful eyes was leaning against a tree, covered in dirt, looking at him with a face full of despair. Just moments ago, Uchiha Shizuka had been so frightened by the 100-meter-high Susanoo in the distance that she nearly lost her voice. But even so, she suppressed her fear and rushed over. Even if she had to die, she wanted to die with Gumu. Run! Gumu shouted to Uchiha Shizuka in the distance. He couldn't be sure whether Uchiha Madara would act against Shizuka. If Madara were to cut Uchiha Shizuka in half right in front of him, Gumu felt he might explode mentally. Unfortunately, despite Gumu's advice, Uchiha Shizuka did not leave. She had already decided in her heart that if Gumu died, she would fight to the death as well. Oh, Uchiha Madara, standing at the head of the Susanoo, seemed to have noticed the woman not far away. His eyes filled with curiosity. If he was not mistaken, the chakra fluctuation seemed to belong to his clan. Damn, is it really only this way? Gumu's eyes hardened, and a desperate idea was born in his heart. In an instant, the cursed blade Muramasa erupted with a terrifying purple light. He then thrust it into his left shoulder. The blade pierced through his shoulder, and crimson blood began to stain the cursed blade, instantly causing Muramasa to emit a dazzling purple glow. Evil spirits, assist me! Accompanied by Gumu's furious shout, a strong purple aura emerged around him, and ghostly apparitions began to swirl around his body. Oh, souls? Is this related to the power of the Grim Reaper? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, dismissing the idea of making a sneak attack. He wanted to see what this power was all about. Soon, the aura of the evil spirits began to envelop Gumu's body, covering his entire arm with sharp purple-black skin armor. Ha ha ha, is it exhilarating? Kid Gumu, the whispers of evil spirits echoed in his ears. And Gumu felt as if his spirit had suffered a tremendous shock. He now had only one thought in his mind: slaughter. Swish! Gripping with one hand, another famous blade, Onigiri, appeared in his hand. Dual blade flow secret technique. Twin-winged frenzy slash. A terrifying cross sword energy sliced through space, moving at incredible speed, expanding gradually under the enhancement of the evil spirits, until finally it reached dozens of meters in size. Boom! This strike solidly hit the Susanoo, causing it to stagger back a few steps. It's not over yet. Gumu's face twisted in a savage expression, floating in the air, wildly swinging his long knife as if he wanted to tear apart the heavens and the earth. He did not hesitate to let the evil spirits erode his vitality to unleash sword energy far beyond his current level. A sword energy like raging waves crashing onto the shore, like a volcanic eruption, and like the thunder of the nine heavens, carrying endless pressure and destructive power. Wave after wave of sword energy struck the Susanoo like a torrential storm, the purple and white cross sword energy becoming increasingly rapid and massive, until finally, that strike, seemingly burning out his vitality, expanded to over 100 meters, resembling a sun descending. Boom! This strike, like thunder from the heavens, slammed into the Susanoo, instantly shattering the ground, and the surrounding forest was uprooted as if caught in a hurricane. Even Uchiha Shizuka was affected, instantly flying back over 100 meters. It was evident that you still wanted to dance, but you can no longer move. Uchiha Madara felt that the Susanoo had sustained some damage. His gaze rare with a hint of appreciation. Below, Gumu fell from the sky, kneeling on one knee. The sage mode forced a retreat due to chakra exhaustion. In an instant, his body, free from the burden, erupted with a terrifying blood mist, causing his vitality to dissipate at a visible speed. If this person were not a descendant of Tobirama, Uchiha Madara thought he might have let him off. With his white hair, plus the enormous chakra of the Senju clan sage body, Uchiha Madara was certain he had not guessed wrong. Unfortunately, it was all over. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Madara looked at the cursed blade embedded in the Susanoo, which only emitted a slight chakra fluctuation. Muramasa howled and fell straight down from above, instantly piercing through Gumu's body. As for the damage on the Susanoo, it quickly healed under Uchiha Madara's chakra. At the same time, Uchiha Shizuka, who had rushed to the battlefield with a panicked expression and extreme fear in her eyes, saw the very thing she most dreaded. She witnessed Gumu's body being pierced by Muramasa. Then, she collapsed weakly to the ground. In that moment, Uchiha Shizuka felt as if the sky was falling, as if her world had collapsed. Everything around her became blurred, as if she was gradually sinking into darkness. Nothing else mattered. All she saw was one thing, the white-haired boy lying in a pool of blood. Her world had turned into hell. Unseen, a trickle of blood tears flowed from her eyes like a flood, and the two tomo began to change wildly, eventually forming a pattern resembling a combination of shuriken and a triangle. Black and red intertwined, like a rose blooming in hell, enchanting and breathtaking. Chapter 56, Darkening. Kill, kill, kill. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment, somewhat taken aback. He had indeed seen that girl, who grew from a two-tomo Sharingan to a Mangeki Sharingan in an instant. This sudden surge of chakra fluctuations confirmed that Uchiha Madara was not mistaken. Wait, you and Uchiha have opened your Mangeki because of a Senju? Uchiha Madara felt that he had only been away from the village for a few years. Could it be that the Uchiha and Senju clans had become so affectionate in his absence? Above the sky, dark clouds loomed like ink, covering the heavens, and suddenly, a torrential rain fell like a flood breaching a dam, quickly submerging the area. Unable to distinguish whether the liquid flowing down his face was water or blood, Uchiha Shinsui violently crushed space with one hand and arrived at the ancient tree, despairingly embracing its body. This ability made Uchiha Madara, who was above in his Susan, find it quite interesting. So, it's a space-type Mangeki ability. Ancient tree, no. I don't want you like this. Wake up, please wake up. Uchiha Shinsui was heartbroken, kneeling on the ground as if his soul had been ripped away, tightly holding the colorless youth. His voice was rough, as if it had been ground down by sandpaper. Clearly, they had all been reborn in another world with great difficulty. Finally able to discuss the future, but why? Why was the outcome so cruel? Why? So, what is your relationship with this person? Uchiha Madara abandoned the form of his Susanoo and moved to a position not far from Uchiha Shinsui. Upon seeing the murderer of the ancient tree daring to ask him, Uchiha Shinsui suddenly drew his long knife. Instantly tearing through space, he arrived beside Uchiha Madara. It is indeed spatial movement. Your Mangeki ability is quite impressive. Uchiha Madara caught Uchiha Shinsui's wrist with one hand. The newly awakened Uchiha Shinsui had barely touched the threshold of shadow-level strength. To Uchiha Madara, it was simply insufficient. Not yet at the shadow level. You see me as a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the moon. When you reach the shadow level, seeing me will be like a mayfly gazing up at the vast sky. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Uchiha Shinsui's mouth echoed with a frenzied growl. The weight of the ancient tree in her heart even surpassed her own. Blood tears flowed from her eyes like a flood breaching a dam, and she swore fiercely in her heart to do whatever it took to kill the person in front of her. Crack, crack. Crack. Continuously emerging silver-white skeletons began to take shape around Uchiha Shinsui, ultimately forming a massive skeletal arm that swung toward Uchiha Madara. You girl. Uchiha Madara shook his head slightly, leaping away from the area, glancing at the enormous pit created by the Susanoo, his eyes flashing with a hint of helplessness. He could feel Uchiha Shinsui's tidal wave of emotions surging like a flood, as if he had indeed destroyed her most cherished possession, like personally demolishing the tranquil harbor in her heart. He did not know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Uchiha Madara was uncertain whether what he had done was right, so he voluntarily dispelled his shadow clone technique. Once the shadow clone was dispelled, the memories would return to the main body. Everything would be left to the main body to judge. He did not want to deal with this mess. Huh? He ran away? Uchiha Shinsui, tearing through space, arrived at the location where Uchiha Madara had vanished. She truly did not expect that the one who had been fighting them was merely a shadow clone made of chakra. A shadow clone is created by splitting half of the chakra from the main body, and as Uchiha Madara's shadow clone, its strength could not possibly be weak. Damn! That bastard! Uchiha Shinsui angrily controlled the Susanoo to smash the ground. Boom! 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 The ground trembled continuously, and finally, she felt utterly exhausted, a pale hue appearing on her face as she stopped controlling the movements. Looking at the devastated terrain and the figure lying on the ground, still unresponsive, Uchiha Shinsui's expression turned pitiful as she staggered toward it, resembling a walking corpse. Reaching out, she embraced the ancient tree's lifeless body, burying her head in it as if she were a cat that had lost its shelter, desperately savoring that last bit of warmth. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, until Uchiha Shinsui only felt an unbearable cold. She tilted her head back, allowing the raindrops to wet her cheeks, laughing maniacally. Huh? You destroyed the only thing in my world, so I will destroy your only world. Her laughter echoed in a sickly, hoarse manner. Her face twisted like a demon crawling out of hell, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Picking up the two blades from the ancient tree's hands, one a demon blade and the other a ghost-cutting blade, she resolved to use these two blades to completely annihilate this ninja world. At this moment, Uchiha Shinsui was completely unaware that all her actions were being watched by the ancient tree. The ancient tree had indeed lost its vitality in an instant. But at the moment the demon blade pierced through, his soul began to merge with the demon blade. This resulted in his and a demon's soul being sealed within the demon blade. As for the unresponsive body, the ancient tree speculated that now, having developed sage body techniques, he was likely just in a state of false death. As long as his soul could break free from the demon blade and return to his body, he should be able to resurrect again. However, now, the ancient tree looked at the gradually condensing purple shadow of a giant demon in this dim, yellowish space, his face carrying a hint of seriousness. The demon gradually shrank, eventually forming a purple shadow roughly the size of a human, stepping out of the pool and appearing before the ancient tree. Haha, young man Gumu, you've been sealed here too. The demon seemed to have no hostility. Are you not going to kill me? The ancient tree looked on with curiosity, realizing that even in a state of soul, he could still use ninjutsu. It was somewhat similar to Naruto's state in the Ninetails space, where he could also use ninjutsu. Young man Gumu, if you want to deal with me, just say it. There's no need to make excuses. Every soul that has been killed or acknowledged by the demon blade will appear here. In the end, only the strong can remain. The demon seemed to remember little, only feeling a peculiar thrill from fighting. Fighting? Forget it. I'll first see what is happening outside. The ancient tree ignored the demon's invitation, and upon realizing he could use ninjutsu, he felt little fear. The area was already secretly covered with flying thunder god marks. He did not believe this demon could do anything to him, and he indeed appeared to have no hostility. Young man Gumu, you wouldn't want to lift the seal, would you? Haha, the demon seemed to understand the ancient tree as thoughts, starting to mock and laugh without restraint. What are you laughing at? The ancient tree's eyes narrowed slightly, carrying a trace of dangerous fluctuations. Do you remember when I was first acknowledged by the demon blade and entered here? I had the same thought. However, until now, I still haven't left this place. The demon seemed to want to recall, but the memories were too distant, combined with an almost endless battle against the souls of those he had slain. This had almost turned him into a true demon, a demon that only knew slaughter. So, it seems that as long as the demon blade kills a person, their soul will return here. Then, we need to fight for territory? It's roughly as you think. The strong survive, the weak perish. So do you want to fight me? As for leaving, you can forget about it. The eyes of the evil spirit were filled with greedy desire, like a battle machine, with only thoughts of combat in its heart. Perhaps it could be said that its only purpose for existence was battle. No wonder, when the seal of the evil spirit was lifted, the killing intent overwhelmed Gumu's mind. In that case, let it come. As the words fell, a purple katana formed from ghostly energy coalesced in the evil spirit's hand and was thrown at Gumu's feet. The two stood with their blades drawn, ready to begin their first duel. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Uchiha Shinsui did not bury Gumu's body on the spot, even as a corpse. Uchiha Shinsui would not let Gumu leave her side. From today onward, she would carry Gumu's corpse, witnessing the destruction of this world alongside him. Confusion and helplessness arose within her heart, but Uchiha Shinsui determined a direction and immediately vanished from the spot. That direction, if not mistaken, should be the chaotic land of the Land of Iron, the city without a master. Chapter 57. Gathering. Killing towards Konoha village. You were a samurai before? Gumu looked at the purple-black shadow in front of him, which had no discernible features, and asked. The sword-drawing motion that seemed somewhat similar to his own piqued his curiosity. I don't know, but flying sword technique. The evil spirit crouched down and acted first, launching an attack with a completely different sword-drawing technique from Gumu's in an instant. In the demonic sword space, Gumu and the evil spirit began their first round of swordsmanship competition. Outside, Uchiha Shimizu carried Gumu's body and, relying on his memory, returned to the ungoverned city in the Land of Iron. The ungoverned city was ruled by three major organizations: the Shinobi Alliance led by rogue ninjas, the Sword Alliance composed of wandering swordsmen, and the Killing Intent organization made up of wanted criminals from various countries. Yesterday, the commotion caused by Gumu's battle with Uchiha Madara attracted considerable attention from various organizations. As for the newly appointed leader of the Killing Intent organization and the leader of the Shinobi Alliance, the people around did not have any strong allegiance. It was best if they could both suffer losses. In the central area of the ungoverned city, at the top of the building where the Killing Intent organization was located, the higher-ups of the organization began to gather immediately after receiving information from the second-in-command. How about it? Have you found any information about the new leader? The second-in-command, Shulei, dressed in a coarse robe with a long knife hanging at his waist, had an unremarkable appearance that made him blend into the crowd. However, the occasional flicker of coldness in his eyes indicated that he was not to be trifled with. He looked harmless, yet he was a notorious wanted criminal with a reputation for killing hundreds in the Land of Iron. You all continue searching. If you find any information about the leader, inform me. Shulei sat next to the leader's position, not foolish enough to seize power immediately. He had to wait for a while. He would wait until Gumu completely vanished or news of Gumu's death arrived. Then he would be the boss of the Killing Intent organization. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared on the balcony, carrying another figure on her back. Is it the leader? The leader has returned? The organization's higher-ups trembled internally upon seeing the dog-head mask beneath the black robe. Fortunately, they had not done anything foolish. Leader, sir. Shulei's eyes trembled slightly, with a hint of excitement, as he clearly sensed that the figure on the fox mask person's back was undoubtedly a lifeless corpse. Listen to my orders. Attack Konoha on a chosen day. Uchiha Shimizu's emotionless voice made the people around them question what was happening. Attack Konoha? Who doesn't know that Konoha village has a great deity, the legendary god of the ninja world? Who would be foolish enough to provoke them? May I ask who you are? By the way, why isn't the leader speaking? Shulei cautiously opened his mouth to probe. Suddenly, some of the higher-ups below realized. I remember now, she was the one who fought alongside the leader before, but her strength doesn't seem that formidable. That's her. If it weren't for the fact that the leader is too abnormal, how could I pretend to be suppressed? The higher-ups below seemed to be discussing, but in reality, they were subtly conveying information to Shulei. After receiving the intelligence, Shulei did not show any signs of fear and proactively walked toward Uchiha Shimizu. Leader, are you okay? Leader, it's fine. So you didn't understand what I just said? Uchiha Shimizu's expression remained indifferent as she quietly watched Shulei approach. Her tranquil demeanor made Shulei feel a strong sense of unease. This feeling was like being stared at by a ferocious beast, ready to pounce. This guy wants to kill me. Shulei, being an executioner, was naturally sensitive to killing intent. The sudden surge of killing intent that emerged was pure and brutal, causing his mind to tighten instantly. Shulei wanted to speak, but Uchiha Shimizu's suddenly erupting killing intent instantly dominated him. After a brief moment of daze, he spoke again. I agree to your request. Since it's the leader's order, we will naturally comply. In the astonished gazes of those around, Shulei knelt on one knee. The sudden betrayal left many of the organization as higher-ups stunned. No, second-in-command, haven't you realized? The leader is already dead. Before the words were finished, a flash of silver light appeared in the space, and the person clutched their neck, their face displaying a strong sense of despair as they trembled and reached out. Save. Save. However, their trachea was shattered, producing only a chilling, hoarse sound. At the high position of the hall, Uchiha Shimizu held the demon sword Muramasa with one hand, a trickle of blood slowly dripping from his sword. The faint glimmer of blood in her eyes, like a deathly Shura, made her look particularly terrifying. Ignoring the fearful gazes from below, Uchiha Shimizu gently placed the corpse on her back in the leader's position. She trembled as she reached out her hand, gently caressing the dog-head mask on Gumu's face. She was somewhat afraid to remove the mask from Gumu's face. She feared that if she saw his colorless face, she would lose control and kill everyone present. Tomorrow, we set out to kill Konoha. Uchiha Shimizu stood beside Gumu like a statue, her cold voice seeming to come from the depths of hell, revealing no emotion. As her words fell, everyone trembled in fear. Wasn't this sending them to their deaths? Uchiha Shimizu clenched her hand, and the void seemed to produce a sound of shattering. Blood-colored patterns began to emerge on everyone's necks. The left eye, Naihi, could tear through space, allowing for instant movement, capable of both offense and defense. The right eye, Wang Chuan, could foresee the future and sense danger, similar to a spider's sense, able to react to any crisis in an instant. One fugitive, who was planning to escape under the cover of night, had just thought of this when the sound of an explosion echoed in his ears. Warm, sticky liquid, accompanied by a strong smell of blood, sprayed across his face like a fountain. This terrifying scene made his heart stop beating instantly. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Suppressing the fear within, he turned to look, only to see that the companion who had been standing beside him had transformed into a headless corpse. Am I speaking, and no one is responding? Willing to obey the leader. The faces of the wanted criminals below turned ashen. That last flicker of escape had vanished like a candle flame extinguished by a fierce wind. Uchiha Shimizu employed the same tactics against the other two organizations. First, she made an example of one to warn the others. Then controlled the lives of some higher-ups in the organizations. In just one night, she had completely seized control of the three major organizations in the ungoverned city. At night, Uchiha Shimizu brought Gumu back to the place where the two had previously lived. In the bathroom, after simply cleaning Gumu, she quietly gazed at the finger-wide wound pierced by the demon's sword, her eyes shimmering. Gumu, look at me. You see, you used to like peeking, right? Now I'm letting you look. I won't scold you anymore. Just open your eyes and see. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Shimizu was somewhat deranged. Her long black hair swaying over her beautiful body like a waterfall as she madly gripped Gumu's shoulders. However, the echoes of her voice surrounded her. And Gumu's corpse lay like a pool of dead water, showing no response. In the deep of night, Uchiha Shimizu tightly embraced Gumu's body, unable to sleep. She will no longer cry, because on that night, her tears have already dried up. Chapter 58. In the heart of Tobirama, a sudden panic arose. I had to take matters into my own hands. Just as Uchiha Shizuka's was going mad, an unexpected guest arrived in the demon sword space where the ancient tree was located. A white vortex suddenly appeared in the line of sight of the evil spirit and the ancient tree, and his soul jumped down from it. Is this the world after death? The high-ranking member of the Killing Intent organization, who was slain by the demon sword, had a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to see a familiar figure, dressed in a black robe and wearing a dog-headed mask, with a hint of surprise in his expression. Leader, you are here too? Little ancient tree, someone is coming, the evil spirit said with a hint of mockery, exuding a powerful wave of killing intent that was uncontrollable. Not just him, the ancient tree was the same. The suddenly surging killing intent pressed directly against his forehead. This place was like a gladiatorial arena, where only the strong could survive. The evil spirit took the lead, condensing a ghostly energy, sword in his hand, and flew towards the members of the Killing Intent organization with a slash. Before he could reach halfway, the figure of the ancient tree vanished like a ghost, using the flying thunder god technique to teleport behind that soul. Without the slightest hesitation, the wind blade he had condensed shot forth like a venomous snake, instantly piercing through the person's heart, lifting him off the ground. Damn it. The person cursed, thinking he had encountered a familiar face, only to find he had met the god of death. So that's how it is? The ancient tree watched as the pierced soul began to dissipate, faintly visible with some white aura power that started to merge into his body. In this space, the victor would gradually grow stronger, eventually becoming an extremely terrifying existence. In that case, the ancient tree glanced at the unmoving evil spirit not far away. How terrifying must this guy's strength be? Don't look at me. I don't remember much, not even my own power. Otherwise, do you think you could still be alive? The evil spirit spoke casually, indicating that he could still communicate rationally, which was already quite incredible. Could it be that you intentionally lost your memory to keep yourself in a rational state? Oh, little ancient tree, I think your words make some sense. As he spoke, another ghostly energy sword appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed at the feet of the ancient tree. Come on, fight. Only this kind of weapon can hurt me. The ancient tree's gaze darkened. He felt that his future might be spent in endless battles. He truly didn't know if his rationality could withstand such trials. But even so, the ancient tree would absolutely not abandon the memory of Uchiha Shizuka's, even if he might ultimately become a demon spirit. The next day, thousands of people began to gather outside the unclaimed city under the leadership of the high-ranking members of the three major organizations. There were wandering samurai swordsmen, rogue ninjas, and wanted criminals from various countries. What does this mean? What's this big commotion? Did the three major organizations unite? I don't know. It's all orders from the organization's high command. Are they planning to attack the Land of Iron? Don't say it really might be, after all. The military strength of the Land of Iron isn't as strong as our three major organizations united. Many cannon fodder, whose strength ranged from low to mid-level ninjas, didn't even know the purpose of this operation. They could only follow the orders of the organization's high command. Otherwise, the only path left for them was death. Move out. At the front of the line, Uchiha Shizuka's used her Sharingan to control several experts from the three major organizations, while she herself set out ahead of time. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan was sufficient to control several Jonin, so naturally, it was more than enough. In the Hokage's office, a few days had passed since the death of the ancient tree. On this day, Senju Tobirama, who was reviewing documents, suddenly felt his heart race. This sudden sensation made him frown slightly. That brat, he doesn't even know to send some intelligence back. Senju Tobirama shook his head helplessly. They should have reached the land of iron by now. If there was any information about Uchiha Madara, it should have been sent back. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed in his ears. Come in. The visitor was a masked Umbu ninja who entered the office and immediately knelt on one knee. Tobirama recognized this person as the squad leader in charge of intelligence. Upon his appearance, Tobirama's expression immediately became serious. Speak, what happened? Reporting to Hokage-sama. According to information from scouts at the borders of the Land of Fire, it seems that a large army is gathering in the Land of Iron, and they have now crossed the border of the Land of Fire, heading towards Konoha. Senju Tobirama raised an eyebrow. How many people? Over 1,000. That group is a mix of ninjas and samurai, and they don't seem to be the national guardians of the Land of Iron. 1,000 people? Is there any other intelligence? Senju Tobirama's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the brat caused a riot in the Land of Iron? But why would he want to attack Konoha? None. I see. Gather all Umbu and the Konoha guard team to intercept them halfway. If there is any resistance, kill them on the spot. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu captain spoke seriously, and as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Hokage-sama, there was one more description in the letter. The sensing ninja over there seemed to perceive two massive chakra signatures converging at the border of the Land of Iron. Senju Tobirama's heart raced, and he forced himself to stabilize and asked, what was the result? When we arrived, the battlefield was already in disarray, and there were no bodies. If that's the case, then I will personally lead the team this time. Senju Tobirama's gaze turned cold in an instant. By the way, go call Sarutobi Hiruzen and a few others over. Yes, Hokage-sama. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, is there something you need? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Toraifon, Mito Minyin, and Nara Shikaku. I am now officially organizing you 6 into my exclusive elite guard team, directly under my command. Huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked somewhat bewildered. His strength had just reached the Jonin level, and he was being assigned to the Hokage's elite guard team? What's wrong, monkey? Do you have an opinion? No. It's just a bit sudden. By the way, Hokage-sama, where's the ancient tree? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes held a hint of curiosity. The ancient tree was the most abnormal existence among their peers, and now that so much time had passed, he should have grown to a terrifying level. As the words fell, the others around looked curious as well. Especially Shimura Danzo. He had wanted to learn from the ancient tree, but unfortunately, he hadn't seen him for almost half a year. He has his own mission. Let's not talk about that for now. The situation is urgent. Prepare to set out immediately. I will lead you to the border of the Land of Fire to intercept the invading forces from the Land of Iron. Senju Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. This situation felt eerily familiar. His first son had also disappeared suddenly, and by the time he realized it, more than a month had passed without any news. In the end, he found out that the guy, along with his team, had been attacked and wiped out. Senju Tobirama absolutely would not allow a second occurrence of such a situation. It appeared that this time he was taking the initiative to lead the team, but in reality, after resolving the enemy from the Land of Iron, he would personally investigate the intelligence. Yes, Hokage-sama, we will prepare right away. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression was serious as he sensed the impending invasion from the enemy country. This scale of battle was likely the largest since the village was established. Chapter 59, Tobirama is stunned. His beloved son is gone? The Land of Fire, like a brilliant pearl, is located at the center of the continent. It is vast and rich, with most of the country covered by enormous forests like green fields. No, buddy, it seems we are heading towards Konoha village. What does this mean? I don't know. Do they want us to defect to Konoha? Defect? Look around. How many defectors and wanted criminals from Konoha are in our alliance? Ascent, that just walking to our doom? What should we do then? Should we escape? In the team, 2 samurai from the Land of Iron began to discuss cautiously. As they crossed the border of the Land of Fire, they felt something was off. Every country has its own unique geography. For example, Konoha is characterized by its abundance of trees. At any moment, it could be an endless expanse of forest. We can't escape now. Let us wait for the chaos. The two samurai noticed many people wanting to flee the team were subtly killed by the higher-ups. It was clearly a dead end. The only chance of survival was to wait for the fight with the Konoha ninjas and seize the opportunity to escape. Soon, the two factions were about to meet. Lord Hokage, have you sensed the invasion from the Land of Iron? Should we proceed with the extermination? You all hide around. Wait for my signal. Understood, Lord Hokage. Hundreds of ninjas, upon receiving the order from Tobirama Senju, stealthily concealed themselves among the surrounding trees, silent as bats. Tobirama crouched down, fingers touching the ground, beginning to sense the chakra fluctuations in the surroundings. According to the intel, there were nearly 1,000 of them. However, there were no standout individuals among them. Deputy Chief, is there someone over there? The senior members of the Killing Intent organization trembled at the sight of a cold man with silver hair wearing blue layered armor not far away. This familiar figure was undoubtedly Tobirama Senju, who had made a name for himself in the ninja world. Are we really going to fight? There's no choice. We're dead either way. Before we die, we'll take a few down with us. That way it won't be a total loss. The higher-ups of these three major organizations had spatial bloodlines on their necks. If there were any rebellious thoughts, their heads would explode instantly. Then let us fight. They all looked fierce, the threat of death making them more brutal, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. What do you mean by invading the border of my land of fire? State your intentions. Tobirama crossed his arms, his gaze quickly scanning the crowd, trying to find some familiar faces. Everyone attack. Under the control of Jinjutsu, Shurei, with no hesitation, wielded his katana and slashed towards Tobirama. His fierce expression resembled that of a crazed wolf, looking particularly terrifying. Oh, a samurai comparable to A.J. Nin's body flicker? Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed again, confirming that there was not a single shadow-level master among the 1,000. He truly did not know who gave them the courage to attack Konoha village. Could it be that they were cannon fodder controlled by Uchiha Madara? Swish! With just a body flicker, Tobirama appeared next to Shurei, gazing into his murderous gaze. Tobirama was certain this person was under Jinjutsu. Thinking of this, Tobirama narrowed his eyes, filled with intense, killing intent, sensing he might have fallen into a trap. Water release, great exploding water collapsing wave. In the shocked eyes of those around, Tobirama formed hand seals, violently spewing forth a torrent of water like crashing waves from his mouth. The waterfall roared forth, imprisoning all of the 1,000 people within. No wonder he is the second Hokage. The amount of chakra is terrifying. Hidden among the trees, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked on with admiration. Attack leaves him alive. As Tobirama's words fell, those hidden in the shadows surged forward like rats, scrambling into the oval water prison, with an average of 2 or 3 people dealing with each. In less than a minute, the massive assault from the 3 major organizations had already collapsed. Tell me, who sent you here? Tobirama looked at the now somewhat sober Shurei, his tone filled with killing intent. He sensed that there were quite a few wanted criminals and defectors from Konoha within this group, so they were hiding in the Land of Iron. As Shurei started to speak, his head exploded out of nowhere, blood mist bursting forth, along with a sudden surge of spatial waves. Tobirama frowned. This person had been cursed. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the controlled senior members of the organization were terrified to the point of losing their minds. Adrenaline surged like a volcano, causing them to recklessly attack the Konoha Umbu and the security team ninjas beside them. Many of the less powerful Konoha Nin were caught off guard and were instantly pierced by samurai blades, severely injured or killed. Damn it, kill all those who resist. Tobirama's eyes turned cold as he immediately issued the order. Soon, chaotic screams echoed in the space. Like a slaughterhouse, the difference in strength caused the battle to end quickly. Unfortunately, there were not many experts among the 3 major organizations. After being surrounded, only some Nin and even Genin cannon fodder remained. Tell me, what happened in your Land of Iron? Tobirama, with a gloomy expression, approached a Konoha defector with a decent amount of chakra. Hokage, Lord Hokage, I don't know. It was an order from the higher-ups of the organization. The Konoha defector looked around in panic. Now, it seems they are all dead. As soon as the words fell, Tobirama's blade fell, and the man was instantly cleaved in 2. Clearly, he was really angry. If any of you know what happened, I might consider sparing you. Tobirama's long blade dripped with blood, resembling a shura, his body exuding immense chakra pressure, making him seem suffocating. Lord Hokage, I think I know something. The man raised his hand, and as soon as he spoke, He was instantly brought before Tobirama by the Umbu ninja. Speak. If it's useful, I will spare your life. Hearing Tobirama's assurance again, the member of the Killing Intent organization felt a sigh of relief inside. We are all from the land of Iron's ungoverned city under the three major organizations, and I'm a member of the Killing Intent organization. A few days ago, a huge upheaval occurred in the ungoverned city. According to some intel that night, the new leader of the Killing Intent organization and the new leader of the Ninja Alliance had a fierce battle. In the end, both disappeared, and when they reappeared, the three major organizations had already united and started preparing to attack Konoha. The man briefly explained the distribution and structure of the major forces in the ungoverned city. What characteristics does your new leader of the Killing Intent organization have? I can't tell what he looks like. He wears a dog-headed mask and a black robe, looking very mysterious-like. Before the man could finish, he suddenly realized, looking at the Umbu around him with similar decorations. Damn it, could it be that the leader of their organization is from Konoha? So, where is he? According to some rumors, he seems to be dead. The one leading the attack on Konoha alongside the three major organizations is another person wearing a fox mask and a black robe. Upon hearing the word dead, Tobirama's eyes seemed to lose their brilliance in an instant, becoming dull and lifeless. He stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, finding it difficult to accept this cruel reality for a moment. Chapter 60. The Ninetails attack on Konoha. Tobirama, burning with rage. Senju Tobirama did not show any signs of losing composure. He quickly absorbed the vast amount of information. However, it was evident that his aura weakened slightly in an instant. That kid, whom he had high hopes for, if nothing unexpected happened. There was no doubt that Senju Gumu would take over as the third Hokage after his resignation. Hokage-sama, what should we do now? The reminder from the Umbu beside him brought Senju Tobirama back to his senses. Take these people back to Konoha. These individuals were either rogue ninjas or wanted criminals, and turning them over to other countries could yield a considerable bounty. Unfortunately, Senju Tobirama's mind was not on this matter. The fox mask undoubtedly belonged to Uchiha Shinsui, so the dog-headed mask belonged to his favorite son, Senju Gumu. To say that Uchiha Shinsui could kill Gumu was something Tobirama could never believe. The only explanation was that Uchiha Madara was secretly assisting him. It was clear that the so-called leader of the Ninja Alliance was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Kagami, who was acting nearby, and a chilling feeling rose within him. Suddenly, he recalled that this seemed unrelated to Uchiha Kagami, so he quickly suppressed this emotion. Uchiha Kagami, with cold sweat on his forehead, cautiously asked, Hokage-sama, is there something wrong? Feeling a chill on his back, Uchiha Kagami's heart raced. He felt as if he was being targeted by a furious lion, and this sensation made him tremble like a small boat in a raging tide, ready to be overturned at any moment. It's nothing. What are your thoughts on this disturbance? I believe someone is manipulating this from behind, aiming to drive us away from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to express his opinion. Shimura Danzo nodded from the side. I think Hizashi is right. Those people are too weak to impact Konoha at all. Kagami, what about you? Hokage-sama. I sense Jinjutsu fluctuations on a few of them. The person behind this might be from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kagami coughed lightly, finally understanding why his back felt cold. Senju Tobirama internally acknowledged this. At least Uchiha Kagami did not shield his own clan members. Before he could speak, the sudden change in tone drew the attention of the 6 people nearby. Senju Tobirama's expression turned serious as he quickly spoke. Everyone, head to Konoha at full speed. Konoha is under attack by the Ninetails. As soon as he finished speaking, Senju Tobirama's figure vanished in an instant. The terrifying speed of the flying thunder god leaving those around him in shock. Damn you, Uchiha Madara. I won't let you off easily. On the way, the killing intent in Senju Tobirama's eyes was almost palpable. His shadow clone stationed in Konoha was destroyed, memories returning to his main body and to save the villagers. He was taken away by a tailed beast bomb. Uchiha Madara had taken advantage of their absence to summon the Ninetails, attacking Konoha, and several tailed beast bombs caused chaos in the village. Now, Senju Hashirama was already in battle with Uchiha Madara. Ha! You killed my 2 sons and destroyed my Konoha. Today, even if I have to fight to the death, I won't let you leave easily. Even if it means destroying your Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama laughed in anger, a man known for his rationality, now unable to remain calm. Chakra surged uncontrollably as he utilized the flying thunder god technique, constantly flashing and shrinking, like a blue lightning bolt racing towards the village. If he had the Sharingan, he would have undoubtedly reached the Mangeki in an instant. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was outside Konoha, summoning the Ninetails and launching several tailed beast bombs at the village. Madara, stop it! Having just unleashed several tailed beast bombs, Senju Hashirama appeared atop a tall building, anger on his face. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and summoned the Razaman for defense. Otherwise, Konoha would indeed be destroyed by this guy. Hashirama, long time no see. Uchiha Madara, clad in red armor, stood atop the Ninetails, one hand holding a fan and the other a scythe, like a demon descending to the earth, his tone filled with exhilarating madness. Madara, why are you attacking the village? Is what you're doing worthy of our sacrificed brothers and comrades? Huh? Hashirama, are you preaching to me? There's no point in talking. Come out and fight. Perhaps Uchiha Madara did not want to harm his own clan members, so he decided to move the battlefield outside. In fact, even if Hashirama did not resist, those tailed beast bombs would not harm many ninjas, as most of their attack paths were open ground. Of course, there was one exception, which landed precisely where Senju Tobirama was. Would release, would dragon technique. Senju Hashirama, carrying a huge scroll, gently clapped his small hands. And enormous trees brimming with vitality rapidly took shape beneath him, forming a wood dragon that roared and charged toward the village's outskirts. Hashirama, don't run. Watching Senju Hashirama flee from Konoha without looking back, Uchiha Madara immediately controlled the Ninetails, using all four limbs like a frenzied beast, roaring in pursuit. Meanwhile, inside Konoha, a figure in a black fox robe stood on a rooftop, watching the man controlling the Ninetails gradually disappear from view, his eyes flickering with bloodlight as the three Tomo transformed into the Mangeki. He crushed the space with one hand and teleported away from there. Not long after, Senju Tobirama returned to the village, and, seeing that it had not suffered significant damage, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, his expression remained cold, and as he touched the ground with 2 fingers, he sensed the powerful chakra fluctuations emanating from 1,000 miles away. Using the flying thunder god again, he vanished from his spot like a specter. This was an opportunity to avenge Gomu. At the border of the land of fire, Senju Hashirama leaped and dashed between towering trees like an agile leopard. His form was lithe, and his movements were swift as lightning. Each landing seemed to resonate with the earth. Not far behind him, Uchiha Madara was controlling the Ninetails, this massive creature resembling an indestructible war machine, charging forward recklessly. Its enormous body caused intense tremors with each step, and surrounding trees broke and fell, as if showcasing its unmatched power. Everything along the way was shattered. Madara, stop. Our battle will undoubtedly harm the ninjas of the village. Hashirama seemed to sense 2 chakra signatures approaching, one of which had a familiar fluctuation, undoubtedly belonging to Senju Tobirama. What was he doing here? That guy has no impact on me. You should worry about yourself. Uchiha Madara's 3 Tomo in his eyes continuously changed, forming the Mangeki, and on that basis, further evolved like fireworks into the eternal Mangeki. To put it simply, if Senju Tobirama dared to intervene, he wouldn't mind using 2-tailed beast bombs to take him down. Chapter 61. The final valley battle, the figure of Uchiha Madara was like a ghost. Wielding a fan and a scythe, he swept past the top of the Ninetails with astonishing speed. With a roar, he descended like a burning meteor, striking fiercely at Hashirama. Faced with this incredibly sharp attack, Hashirama's gaze became exceptionally focused. Without hesitation, he unfurled the enormous scroll behind him, and with the sound of summoning, a giant and powerful sword appeared in his hand. Hashirama gripped the sword tightly, standing firm against Madara's attack, showing no intention of retreating. In an instant, 2 powerful forces collided in the air, producing a deafening roar. Bang! Sparks flew, and waves of air surged, as if the entire space was being torn apart. Madara's chopping force was like a storm, but Hashirama's great sword stood firm like a mountain, unbreakable. Their confrontation was not only a clash of strength and skill, but also a battle of will and belief. At that moment, the black-red chakra from the Ninetails' mouth below began to gather like a torrent, forming an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. This intense wave immediately alerted Hashirama. His eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he performed his signature ninjutsu, wood release, wood dragon technique. As he gently clapped his hands, a massive piece of wood suddenly emerged from the ground, transforming in an instant into a fearsome wood dragon. This wood dragon soared into the air with lightning speed, quickly wrapping around the gigantic body of the Ninetails. The powerful binding force of the wood dragon caused the Ninetails to writhe in pain, letting out a deafening roar. At the same time, the light mass that had gathered in the Ninetails' mouth could no longer condense due to the interference and was ultimately forced to shoot out. Would release. Wooden Man technique. With an angry shout, as the tailed beast ball erupted from its mouth, a giant wooden man emerged from the body of the wood dragon. This wooden man was dozens of meters tall, as huge as a small mountain, radiating a rich sense of vitality and power, seemingly capable of withstanding all attacks. The wooden man extended a massive palm and easily grasped the tailed beast ball. Madara's eyes twitched in surprise. He did not expect Hashirama to react so quickly. However, this was not the end. As Madara watched, the giant wooden man, holding the tailed beast ball, swung down with unparalleled force towards the Ninetails' head. If this strike hit the Ninetails' head, it would likely explode on the spot, splattering brain matter everywhere. Susanoo. Madara dared not delay, quickly activating Susanoo, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Waves of blue chakra flickered, coalescing into a layer of hard armor over the Ninetails' body. This Susanoo armor was as solid as iron, covered with sharp spikes, giving an impression of being invincible. At the same time, Susanoo's arms materialized into two massive long swords, crossing each other to block the wooden man's fierce strike carrying the tailed beast ball. Yet Madara did not stop there. He knew that relying solely on defense would not defeat his opponent. He had to take the initiative. Thus, he began to channel chakra from within his body, continuously pouring it into Susanoo. With the support of powerful chakra, the long swords in Susanoo's hands radiated dazzling light. Madara infused the long swords into the tailed beast ball, enhancing its power, which now contained astonishing explosive and penetrating force. Ultimately, the tailed beast ball transformed into a swirling energy sphere of blue, white, and red, within which a fearsome giant beast roared, as if trying to break free and annihilate everything. This was Madara's ultimate technique, beast destruction. Boom! A massive explosion wave erupted before the wooden man, the terrifying energy instantly creating a gigantic mushroom cloud in the sky. The fierce shockwave radiated from the center of Madara, spreading wildly in all directions, tearing the ground apart like fragile paper, uprooting even the largest trees with ease. Uchiha, some distance from the battlefield, looked at the surging waves and was forced to activate his silver-white Susanoo to stabilize his defense. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama, far away, was desperately using water release to resist. However, it was clear that the sudden explosion of chakra from both Uchiha Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama attracted each other's attention. The two raised their heads to look at the enormous explosion, momentarily hesitant to advance. Realizing that this battle between the top ninjas of the ninja world was not something they could easily intervene in. Oh, did you withstand beast destruction? It was the wood release's Great Wall technique. As the smoke cleared, Madara stood atop Susanoo, the blue Tengu Susanoo completely covering the Ninetails' body. The great armor, Susanoo, had been successfully deployed. Below, there was a massive wooden shield shaped like a fanged demon face, layer upon layer unfolding, revealing Hashirama's serious expression. Madara, as expected, you managed to encase the Ninetails in Susanoo? You really have a plan. Hashirama's lips curled slightly, acknowledging Madara's strength. Chapter 62. A tailed beast ball strikes the opposite shore of the sea boom. Accompanied by a loud sound, Uchiha Madara completely ignored Senju Hashirama's words. He exerted all his strength to control the Susanoo on the Ninetails, wielding a gigantic blue long sword, and suddenly swung down. However, at that moment, a loud clap was heard, and a giant wooden hand suddenly emerged from the ground, quickly closing in and effortlessly catching the incoming blue long sword. Senju Hashirama immediately realized this was a perfect opportunity and did not hesitate to clap his hands together. Following that, the shout of wood release, all-embracing bag technique, echoed. An entire earth began to tremble violently. In an instant, countless massive wooden hands burst forth from the cracks, appearing and disappearing like ghosts, exhibiting extremely high mobility. These large hands continuously emerged around the Ninetails, and in no time, one giant wooden hand after another tightly grasped the limbs of the imposing Ninetails. Meanwhile, the arms derived from Susanoo attempted to retaliate with slashes, but were helplessly caught by the giant hands, successfully preventing their movement and leaving them suspended in midair. With a clap of his hands, what he called came. This perverse ability even moved a powerhouse like Uchiha Madara, causing his expression to turn serious. In his eternally kaleidoscopic eyes, chakra poured out like a flood. At the same time, another unbound arm of Susanoo tightly gripped a long sword shining with dazzling blue light and suddenly swung out a massive slash. Boom! The terrifying slash seemed to carry the power to destroy heaven and earth, and everywhere it passed, the previously indestructible wooden hands instantly shattered, unable to withstand a single blow. The power of this slash was so astonishing that even the small hills tens of thousands of miles away could not escape, all being severed and toppled. In an instant, the entire world echoed with a deafening roar, and the surrounding clouds disappeared without a trace under the impact of this strike. Damn it! Watching from the sidelines, Senju Tobirama was furious and cursed loudly. His heart was filled with endless rage, but more so, a deep sense of powerlessness. This feeling of powerlessness seemed like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. At the same time, far away, Uchiha Shizuka also felt the same sentiment rising within her. She widened her eyes, gazing at the towering peak that reached into the clouds at the end of her sight. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain peak was brutally severed. Such terrifying power was beyond imagination. Uchiha Shizuka couldn't help but gasp in shock. She finally understood that the terrifying enemy they had faced earlier, Uchiha Madara, had not used his full strength at all. The power he exhibited might only be the tip of the iceberg. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shizuka's expression became even colder. How should she respond to such a powerful opponent? However, no matter how formidable this guy was, Uchiha Shizuka would still take action against him, not only for the ancient tree, but also for herself. At this moment, both Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Shizuka deeply realized Uchiha Madara's true strength. They began to reassess this battle and contemplate their next strategies. They absolutely could not let it continue like this. Otherwise, the entire continent would be destroyed and shattered. As Senju Hashirama nimbly jumped among the shattered wooden blocks, he observed the drastically changed landscape with a serious expression. Once this place was a lush forest plain, but after their intense battle, it had been transformed into a deep canyon. Hashirama, you can't escape. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had fallen into a frenzied state. When he saw Senju Hashirama fleeing towards the coastline, he immediately controlled the Ninetails to chase tightly after him. Surprisingly, the Ninetails under his control began to run on two legs, while a terrifying black-red chakra energy continuously gathered in its mouth. Then, the Susanoo plunged the blue long sword into the tailed beast ball, which was in the process of forming, causing it to spin rapidly and gradually form an enormous blue spiral light sphere. I don't believe you can resist this, Uchiha Madara roared, controlling the Ninetails, and forcefully through the beast's difficulty. The massive spiral light sphere roared through the air like a raging beast, hurtling towards Senju Hashirama with unparalleled momentum. Senju Hashirama's expression instantly became serious. Without hesitation, he bit his thumb and slammed his hand against the ground with all his might. Summoning technique. With his deep shout, the entire earth began to shake violently. Following that, 5 giant iron gates with ghostly faces slowly rose from the ground, resembling an indestructible fortress, presenting themselves before Uchiha Madara. 5-story gate of death. When Senju Hashirama shouted this name, a powerful aura erupted from him. The 5 iron gates emitted a heart-pounding aura, as if they possessed endless power to withstand any attack. At that moment, the spiral light sphere formed by the fusion of the Susanoo's broken sword and the tailed beast ball collided with the 5-story gate of death at an astonishing speed. Instantly, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the entire space. However, the 5-story gate of death was not easily destroyed. It firmly blocked the attack of the spiral light sphere, forcing it to change its original trajectory. Subsequently, this incredibly powerful light sphere continued to advance along its new path, tearing through the sea surface and creating towering waves wherever it passed. Finally, this light sphere exploded on the opposite shore of the sea, releasing an exceedingly brilliant light. In that moment, the brightness even surpassed the blazing sun in the sky, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The entire scene was extraordinarily spectacular, as if the apocalypse had arrived. In the land of water, sitting at home, a nuclear bomb comes from the sky. Did it hit the opposite continent? Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow slightly. Hashirama, you should know, the me now is different from before. Uchiha Madara stood atop the Susanoo, his black hair flying behind him. The Ninetails beneath him roared under his control, and the terrifying sound waves shattered the ground. Chapter 63. Have you seen my peak period? Madara, you should know very well that I do not wish to engage you in battle. Senju Hashirama's gaze was filled with seriousness, and his voice was deep and powerful. A fight between us would bring no benefit. Rather, it could harm the ninjas of our own village. If that happens, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Is this the result you wish to see? Senju Hashirama pressed his palms together, his expression extremely serious. However, Uchiha Madara merely sneered, "Oh, so now it's your turn to teach me a lesson?" "I have no such intention." Senju Hashirama gently shook his head, his tone exceptionally sincere. "To be honest, I do not wish to kill you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara revealed a contemptuous smile. "Oh, for what you're saying? Do you think you have the ability to easily take my life?" "Of course not. That's not what I mean," Senju Hashirama quickly explained. "What I mean is, we were once friends, but now I have already crossed to the other continent." Uchiha Madara's emotions became increasingly agitated, and he shouted angrily. The implication being, given how things have developed, can you not see my true intention? Clearly, I intend to put you to death. Facing Uchiha Madara's question, Senju Hashirama remained silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Senju Hashirama pressed his palms together, his eyes slightly squinted. In an instant, an extremely terrifying chakra fluctuation erupted from his body and quickly gathered around him. At the same time, black markings appeared on his face, signifying the activation of Sage Mode. Sage Art would release True Thousand Hands. With a furious roar from Senju Hashirama, countless giant wooden arms burst forth from the ground, resembling towering mountains reaching into the clouds. The entire space was shaken by this immense power, as if it were about to be torn apart. This was Hashirama's strongest ninjutsu. As he unleashed the Sage Art, would release True Thousand Hands. The ground rumbled, and a massive wooden cannon, towering 100 feet tall, appeared on the battlefield. This cannon had a benevolent expression, but radiated an unparalleled, powerful aura. Its body was adorned with countless thick arms, each containing terrifying strength. These arms flexed, waved, and crossed, as if showcasing their might. In contrast, the enormous body of the Ninetails seemed dwarfed before this cannon, its size even 10 times larger than the Ninetails. However, the appearance of the armored Ninetails compensated well for the size disparity. The Ninetails, clad in armor, faced off against Hashirama's cannon, exuding an aura that was not inferior to its opponent. "I'm coming, Madara!" Hashirama shouted loudly from atop the cannon. His voice thundered across the entire battlefield. At the same time, he pressed his palms together, and the chakra within him surged forth like a tide, continuously flowing into the Thousand Hands cannon. "Come on, Hashirama!" Uchiha Madara responded, unwilling to show weakness. He too went all out, pouring massive amounts of chakra into his Susanoo. Both were top-tier powerhouses, and their clash would undoubtedly trigger a cataclysmic battle. Top transformation into Buddha! Senju Hashirama's eyes widened in fury as he let out a roar, fully controlling the entire True Thousand Hands, gathering all his strength into his fists and striking fiercely at the armored Ninetails. This blow was like a mountain collapsing, as if the entire world were about to be torn apart. Each punch contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, capable of easily obliterating mountains and meteors. Senju Hashirama unleashed a total of 1,000 such heavy punches in one breath, each fist like a cannonball, carrying unparalleled impact. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was equally unyielding, focusing entirely on controlling the armored Ninetails, unleashing his signature skill, Beast's Difficulty. The armored Ninetails opened its massive mouth, and terrifying blue chakra orbs erupted from within, colliding head-on with the True Thousand Hands. Boom! The clash of two immensely powerful forces instantly triggered a ground-shaking explosion. The space erupted with a deafening roar. Like thunder, the massive shock wave surged like a tide, reducing everything in its path to ruins. The originally flat ground was violently torn apart, forming bottomless ravines. The towering mountains swayed precariously before this force, ready to collapse at any moment. The entire battlefield became a scene of devastation, as if the apocalypse had arrived. In the distance, Uchiha Shizuka and Senju Tobirama watched with serious expressions, relieved that Senju Hashirama was present. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for the two of them to seek revenge. "Old demon, can you withstand the intensity outside?" In the demon blade space, Gumu asked the evil spirit not far away. The two had been battling for several days, but no victor had emerged, and their relationship had grown closer. giving the impression of being both enemies and friends, or both teacher and friend. Gumu was at a loss against the evil spirit, and the evil spirit also found it difficult to kill Gumu. I don't know, but with such commotion, if it were during my peak, I should still be able to handle it easily, the evil spirit replied calmly. Gumu rolled his eyes. You're just boasting, you can do it. Gumu. I'm not joking with you. I'm speaking the truth. If I could regain my lost memories and successfully awaken the hidden power within me, do you think those countless souls that once died at my hands would not be able to destroy such a small forest? The evil spirit's voice echoed again, as purple souls began to swirl around its body, many of which were quite powerful. Upon hearing this, Gumu turned to look at where the evil spirit was. He squinted his eyes upon seeing those purple souls. After all, these souls were likely powerful beings in life, now serving as one of the evil spirit's sources of power. Reflecting on this, Gumu felt a bit more trust in the evil spirit's words. Perhaps when the evil spirit truly regains its full power, it will indeed possess terrifying strength capable of destroying the world. However, regaining memories would mean you would truly become a weapon that knows nothing but killing. That's why I say it was possible before. There's no point in saying more. Let's fight. This space only allows for one strong person. I hope one day you can grow to the point where I can be freed. The evil spirit once again threw the demon blade at Gumu's feet, signaling that the battle was about to begin again, causing Gumu's expression to darken. This guy is indeed a battle fanatic. Chapter 64, My Enemy. Naturally, I must personally take revenge at the same time. Outside, the fierce clash between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara caused an earth-shattering roar, completely altering the landscape of the Valley of the End. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the once indestructible Susanoo surrounding the Ninetails was now shattered and in ruins. Both powerful ninjas were panting heavily, clearly having exhausted a significant amount of chakra in this fierce battle. Was the Susanoo destroyed? Uchiha Madara gasped, sighing inwardly. He intended to immediately repair the damaged Susanoo, but at that moment, Senju Hashirama, who had been looking for an opportunity, made his move. He swiftly performed the wood clone technique, and a gigantic wooden arm stretched out, lightning fast, grabbing hold of the Ninetails' head. Would release, binding hand, as Hashirama's voice resounded. A massive amount of chakra continuously surged from the wooden arm into the Ninetails' body. In the blink of an eye, the once ferocious Ninetails calmed down like a tame beast, and the controlled three-tomo in its eyes gradually disappeared. Seeing the Ninetails lose its fighting power, Uchiha Madara recognized that the situation was dire and decisively abandoned the Ninetails. With a flicker, he jumped to the land. Once grounded, he fixed his gaze on Senju Hashirama across from him. At this moment, Hashirama's face was marked with black patterns, indicating that he had entered Sage mode. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan revolved continuously, revealing a strong desire for battle. Gripping his weapon tightly, Uchiha Madara charged towards Senju Hashirama once more, ready to begin a new round of confrontation. This battle lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, until that night, when a moonlight poured down like water, cascading over the massive canyon walls. On the walls, a clear stream flowed down slowly, forming a small waterfall. Beneath the waterfall, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood facing each other, both armed and panting heavily. At this moment, one of Hashirama's armors had shattered, revealing a severely burned arm. Hashirama, you seem to be struggling, Uchiha Madara said with an interesting smile, half smirking from across the river. However, before he could finish speaking, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked up, staring intently at the top of the cliff. In his line of sight, a man with silver short hair, dressed in blue armor, appeared like a specter. The man's figure seemed to teleport, having used the flying thunder god technique. I knew it. Uchiha Madara seemed to have anticipated this, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, carrying a hint of mockery. His gaze never left Senju Hashirama, as if to say, Hashirama, you should thank yourself for having a brother who enjoys sneaking attacks. Under the moonlight, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama's expression turned unusually grave as he warned the Senju Tobirama on the cliff. Tobirama, this is a battle between the two of us. Please do not interfere. Before he could finish, a kunai appeared beside Senju Hashirama like lightning. Almost simultaneously, Senju Tobirama's figure materialized next to him like a ghost. I'm sorry, brother, but I can't follow your orders this time. Senju Tobirama keenly sensed that both of them were already exhausted, running on empty. Faced with such a rare opportunity to take revenge on their enemy, how could he let it slip away so easily? Why? Give me an explanation. Senju Hashirama asked in confusion. Simply because he killed Kakashi. Is that not a sufficient reason? Senju Tobirama's tone was filled with anger and determination. What? Hearing the news of Kakashi's death, Hashirama's face showed a hint of shock, and he cast an incredulous look towards Uchiha Madara. He understood very well the hopes and efforts that Senju Tobirama had invested in Kakashi. Ever since the death of his first son, Senju Tobirama had been safeguarding Kakashi in his own unique way. When he learned that Kakashi had exhibited extraordinary talent, Hashirama even rarely noticed a hint of a satisfied smile on Tobirama's face. However, unexpectedly, the young successor they had both high hopes for, who carried the future of Konoha, had met his end at Uchiha Madara's hands once again. Madara, you must give me a reasonable explanation. Senju Hashirama's tone was low and filled with anger. The usually gentle and forgiving man could no longer hide the fury within him. Even when he had just learned of Madara's intent to kill him, he had never been this angry. Explanation? Huh? Uchiha Madara sneered, unyielding in his response. When Izuna was killed back then, I never asked you for any explanation. Now it's your turn, and you can't handle it? Madara continued to provoke, fully aware that this would infuriate both men before him. But he didn't care. Because he had never expected to survive this fierce battle, successfully provoking his opponents was already a good outcome. Then he shifted his tone, speaking with a tone of regret. But speaking of which, that kid really had exceptional talent. It's just a pity that he ultimately died from exhaustion, his blood vessels bursting. You, Madara. Senju Hashirama's voice revealed a hint of surprise and anger. But before he could speak, Tobirama interrupted him. Brother, stop the nonsense. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was already at the end of his rope. Now was the perfect time to slay him. Without hesitation, Senju Tobirama threw kunai after kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, and these kunai flew toward Uchiha Madara like a rainstorm. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a surge of dissatisfaction. I didn't expect to fall at the hands of this guy. In an instant, Senju Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from his original location. With such a dense barrage, there was practically no chance of escape. However, just as Tobirama's blade was about to reach Uchiha Madara's chest, the void suddenly shattered. A mysterious figure wearing a fox mask and a black robe appeared like a specter, wielding the cursed blade Muramasa, and firmly blocked Senju Tobirama's attack. Uchiha Madara sensed this familiar fluctuation, and his eyes instantly sharpened. He immediately realized that the person before him was the enraged boy who had previously fought with his shadow clone. Chapter 65. Uchiha Shimizu vs. Senju Tobirama. Who are you? Senju Tobirama looked at the figure blocking his path, dressed in a black cloak and wearing a fox mask, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Deep down, a flurry of speculations and doubts arose in his mind in an instant. On the fox mask worn by Uchiha Shimizu, there was a deep knife scar that ran through it, making her appear even more fierce and imposing. Uchiha Shimizu didn't say a word. She wielded the cursed blade, Muramasa, and struck at Uchiha Madara's body with lightning speed. This sudden action left the ancient tree within the cursed blade's space momentarily stunned, secretly pondering, could this girl possibly pull Uchiha Madara into the cursed blade space as well? Senju Tobirama's gaze turned cold at this moment. He had no time to consider what kind of face was hidden beneath that mask. After all, with Hashirama restraining Uchiha Madara, today's battle had already sealed Madara's fate. Therefore, at this moment, he held only one firm thought in his mind. Uchiha Madara must be killed by his own hands. After quickly forming seals, Senju Tobirama shouted, water-style, heavenly cry. As the words fell, a series of high-speed, rotating water needles erupted from his mouth, falling like raindrops from a clear sky, and they shot towards Uchiha Shimizu's body at an incredible speed. However, just as these water needles were about to approach Uchiha Shimizu, she tore through space and vanished from her original position. The next moment, when she reappeared, she was already behind Senju Tobirama. Then I'll deal with you first. Uchiha Shimizu's tone was filled with chilling intent, and without any hesitation, she raised the cursed blade Muramasa, which glimmered with a strong cold light under the moonlight. At the same time, Senju Tobirama also performed the Flying Thunder God technique, flashing to where Senju Hashirama was. Big brother, hold Uchiha Madara for me. I'll take care of this guy first. Senju Tobirama spoke hurriedly. All right, for the peace of the village, Uchiha Madara cannot be left alive. In fact, even if Senju Tobirama hadn't come, Hashirama had planned to kill Uchiha Madara tonight. He was simply too dangerous. One more attack could doom the entire Konoha village. Moreover, Senju Hashirama realized that after this battle, his own days were likely numbered, making it even less possible to let Uchiha Madara escape. Hashirama, we can fight again, Uchiha Madara said, holding a fan, his eyes filled with intense excitement. He didn't give Hashirama a chance to react and took the initiative to attack. I won't give you a chance to escape. Senju Hashirama's expression was equally serious as he rushed forward with his long sword. Seeing Senju Hashirama begin to act, Senju Tobirama's figure flickered as he actively attacked Uchiha Shimizu. His astonishing speed allowed him to teleport back and forth across the battlefield, each appearance accompanied by a fierce offensive. He was using the Flying Thunder God technique, a ninjutsu that allowed him to instantly cross space and appear in unexpected places for his enemies. However, Uchiha Shimizu's spatial movement ability was unusually strange, as if she could predict Senju Tobirama's actions. Almost the next second, Uchiha Shimizu could teleport behind Senju Tobirama and unleash a sudden and lethal slash. Damn it, I've encountered a foe who completely counters my space teleportation. Senju Tobirama cursed inwardly. Faced with such a predicament, he remained calm, continuing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport and maneuver while quickly thinking of a countermeasure. He relied on surprise and lightning-fast kills, but now, facing Uchiha Shimizu, who also possessed powerful spatial movement abilities without needing a marking, he was clearly at a significant disadvantage. Just as Senju Tobirama was struggling to think, Uchiha Shimizu's voice suddenly came. Got you. The ghostly voice carried a strong, killing intent. Uchiha Shimizu activated the precognitive ability of her right eye, Wang Chuan, accurately predicting where Senju Tobirama would land, and without hesitation, she executed a mid-air slash. In an instant, Senju Tobirama's landing point happened to fall right on the blade of the cursed blade, Muramasa. This won't end with a father-son reunion, will it? The ancient tree within the cursed blade space watched as Uchiha Shimizu knocked Tobirama down with a single strike, looking somewhat helpless. Damn it, your strange ability completely counters my Flying Thunder God. Senju Tobirama clutched his wounded chest, a fierce and savage expression on his face. The greatest feature of the Flying Thunder God was its unpredictability and incredible speed. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Shimizu not only possessed these traits, but could even predict in advance, making the Flying Thunder God technique exceptionally useless. Knowing he couldn't rely on the Flying Thunder God any longer, Senju Tobirama quickly changed his tactics. He did not rise, but swiftly formed hand seals. Water style, great exploding water shock. A terrifyingly massive chakra gathered in Senju Tobirama's mouth, and then he violently spat out a torrent of water that surged like a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, the previously empty flat ground was submerged by the water, and this terrifying water pressure enveloped the entire area. Immediately afterward, Senju Tobirama began to manipulate the water flow, shaping it into a massive vortex. In the depths of the vortex, a huge water dragon's head slowly emerged. With further manipulation, he shouted, "Water style, water dragon bite explosion." The water dragon in the vortex suddenly bared its fangs and pounced toward Uchiha Shimizu with overwhelming might. He flooded the space with surging water. As long as Uchiha Shimizu dared to leave this place for even a second, he would immediately dash toward Senju Hashirama like lightning and team up to launch a thunderous attack, aiming to take Uchiha Madara down in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him. Just as Senju Tobirama was knocked down by a blade, Uchiha Shimizu's figure vanished like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. When she reappeared, she was already behind Uchiha Madara. With a crisp sound, the cursed blade Muramasa pierced through Uchiha Madara's heart with unstoppable force. Uchiha Madara didn't even have time to turn around. He could only say in a tone filled with desolation, "Little brat, do you know who you just killed?" At this moment, Uchiha Madara's chakra had long been exhausted, and even if he sensed the danger behind him and tried to respond, it was probably too late. Besides, he had long since become indifferent to life and death. After all, his goal had already been achieved. What surprised Madara the most was that this furious child behind him struck so decisively and resolutely when facing a clan leader, without any hesitation. Truly living up to the Uchiha name, Uchiha Shimizu completely ignored everything happening before her, the katana in her hand continuously spinning. Her gaze remained locked on Uchiha Madara, as if the world had only these two of them left. Finally, when Uchiha Madara's body completely collapsed to the ground, the madness in her eyes slightly diminished. Damn bastard. Senju Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly arrive beside Hashirama. When he got there, Uchiha Madara's body was already weakly lying on the ground. Rage filled Senju Tobirama's heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sharp, questioning glare. "Who the hell are you?" Faced with Senju Tobirama's cold inquiry, Uchiha Shimizu merely snorted coldly and did not respond at all. She held the cursed blade, Muramesa, resembling an emotionless killing machine, slowly and firmly raising the katana in her hand. The sharp blade, stained with the blood of the strong, shimmered with a dazzling and enchanting light under the moonlight. Just as Senju Hashirama looked on in shock, Uchiha Shizuka suddenly swung the blade down. But unexpectedly, at the moment the blade fell, her figure appeared like a ghost behind Senju Hashirama. It turned out that this despicable person not only wanted to kill Uchiha Madara. Chapter 66. Hashirama Senju. The Ninetails is too dangerous. Ninetails, I'm dangerous to you. Big brother, be careful. As Uchiha Shizuka's suddenly appeared behind Senju Hashirama like a specter, Tobirama's heart raced, and he shouted without hesitation. At the same time, he flickered and used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously teleport behind Hashirama, blocking Uchiha Shizuka's deadly surprise attack. The clash of blades produced a crisp sound that echoed in the quiet night sky. In an instant, dazzling sparks flew, as if fireworks were blooming in a brilliant display. After taking the blow, Uchiha Shizuka's was sent flying backward, her eyes flashing with intense coldness. Initially, she had held back because he was the father of the ancient tree. But at this moment, it seemed this person had no understanding of retreating in the face of difficulty. "Susanoo!" Uchiha Shizuka's roared in anger. Immediately, a powerful chakra erupted from her body, and a silver Susanoo skeleton rapidly appeared around her, beginning to grow and spread at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the massive and imposing Susanoo was fully formed, tightly enveloping Uchiha Shizuka's, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Watching the exclusive ability of the Uchiha clan appear before him, Hashirama's expression turned grave. This guy is actually from the Uchiha clan? He felt surprised. This person in the black robe was clearly a member of the Uchiha clan, but had chosen not to help Uchiha Madara, instead personally bringing his end. Tobirama, hearing his brother's words, had a colder look in his eyes and murmured, "So it really is the Uchiha clan." Just then, a flash of insight crossed Tobirama's mind. You're Uchiha Shizuka's, right?" He finally recognized her identity. However, the revelation of her identity did not slow Uchiha Shizuka's actions in the slightest. Instead, her attacks became even fiercer and more relentless. Susanoo continuously teleported, dazzling to the eyes. And even for Tobirama, who had extensive combat experience, it was difficult to find a weakness in this technique for a moment. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground was smashed into a large pit as the silver Susanoo's arm tightly gripped a silver long sword several meters long, striking down towards Hashirama's position with the force of a mountain. "Big brother, what are you doing? Have you forgotten our village? You absolutely cannot die here." Tobirama immediately shouted loudly, and without hesitation, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly take Hashirama away from the danger zone. He keenly sensed that deep within Hashirama's heart, there seemed to be a thought of dying here alongside Uchiha Madara, so he immediately shouted angrily, tried to awaken Hashirama's rationality. "Yes, Tobirama, you're right." Awakened by Tobirama's roar, Hashirama came to his senses, realizing that he could not easily give up his life. He still had unfinished missions and needed to continue striving for peace in the ninja world, contributing even more. "Tobirama, help me hold off the enemy for a moment. I need to absorb some natural energy around me," Hashirama said with a determined gaze. Upon hearing the term natural energy, Tobirama's expression relaxed slightly. He knew that natural energy was closely related to Hashirama's sage body, indicating that Hashirama had finally come to his senses. Tobirama's heart was heavy as he quickly moved, using all kinds of ninjutsu to fend off the enemy's attacks and buy time for Hashirama. Meanwhile, Hashirama quietly closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and began to feel and absorb the surrounding natural energy. His body gradually emitted a powerful aura, as if he had become one with nature. "All right, leave it to me." Sunday. Before he could finish speaking, under Tobirama's trembling gaze, a space-slicing attack tore through the air, instantly severing Hashirama's body. The ability to slice through space? Tobirama's eyes showed a hint of complexity. After years of battling the Uchiha clan, he naturally understood their characteristics. Once stimulated, their power would undergo a terrifying increase. It seemed that the ancient tree held a weight in Uchiha Shizuka's heart that was at least equal to his own. A clone, perhaps. In the distance, Uchiha Shizuka's, who thought her attack had succeeded, saw Hashirama's body being severed by Susanoo and gradually turning into wood. realizing that her chance to kill Hashirama had likely dropped to zero. However, seeing the culprit behind the ancient tree's mission right in front of her, Uchiha Shizuka's beautiful face beneath her mask carried a hint of sickly madness. Her eyes flickered with hatred and anger, as if she wanted to tear the person before her into pieces. She tightly gripped her weapon, slowly approaching Tobirama step by step. Each step was filled with murderous intent, and the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy with her fury. Tobirama felt the powerful momentum from Uchiha Shizuka's, but he did not back down. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and prepared to face the incoming attack. Can she still traverse space? Watching Uchiha Shizuka's control Susanoo and instantly disappear from her original position, Tobirama instinctively used the flying thunder god to dodge. Sure enough, the radical Uchiha with red eyes was ruthless. Although his relationship with Uchiha Shizuka's was merely that of teacher and student. You can't escape. Uchiha Shizuka's chilling voice echoed in Tobirama's ears as she predicted his landing point once again. The continuous suppression made Tobirama suddenly realize that this person had likely awakened a precognitive ability. Space teleportation, combined with future foresight, was a truly overpowered ability. Would dragon technique. Just as Uchiha Shizuka's Susanoo was about to strike Tobirama, a wood dragon roared into the forest, instantly forcing Uchiha Shizuka's to disappear from her original position. Perhaps out of caution, Uchiha Shizuka's, from a distance, controlled Susanoo to launch a slicing attack at Hashirama's body. Hashirama's eyes narrowed, black patterns covering his face. He clapped his hands, and thick roots spread from his body, easily blocking the slicing attack. Looking back, Uchiha Shizuka's was already at the top of the canyon, gazing down at Hashirama and Tobirama. Her eyes turned cold, and she tore through space, vanishing from sight. Tobirama, are you okay? Hashirama rushed to Tobirama's side, noticing a knife wound that had torn through his blue armor on his chest, looking somewhat worried. I'm fine. Just a superficial wound. It's you I'm worried about. Before he could finish his sentence, Hashirama immediately waved his hand. It's nothing, you know my self-healing ability. First, let's take the Ninetails back to the village. To eliminate future threats, I need to seal it. This guy is too dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, Hashirama clapped his hands. Would human technique. A gigantic wooden figure emerged from the earth, grasping the Ninetails in its hand as if it were catching a chicken. If the Ninetails were still awake, it would definitely be cursing. You just said I'm dangerous, and you catch me with one hand, right? Chapter 67. Controlling the Water Shadow. Participating in the Five Shadows Conference before long, the news of the End Valley War spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. In an instant, spies from various nations sprang into action, silently infiltrating the border regions of the Land of Fire. When they personally witnessed the massive canyon altered by the battle, expressions of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. While they admired the spectacular sight, deep within their hearts surged a profound fear. Such immense power could effortlessly wipe a country off the map. Many leaders of ninja villages grew solemn upon hearing the reports brought back by their spies. They realized that as long as someone like Senju Hashirama existed, even if they were dissatisfied with their country's current geographical resources, they could only suppress their expansionist ambitions for the time being. After all, confronting such terrifying strength was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. In the face of absolute power, any cunning or strategy seemed futile. Thus, these leaders had to reassess the current situation and contemplate how to seek survival and development in such an environment. Soon, a month had passed since the End Valley War. In the Land of Water, facing the sea from a distance, a wooden ship docked at the shore, bringing an unexpected guest to the Land of Water. This person, cloaked in black robes and wearing a fox mask marked with scars, had a slender figure that suggested she was a woman. She was Uchiha Shizuka. Now, Uchiha Shizuka had become increasingly proficient with the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Earlier, during her participation in the End Valley War, she had placed ancient trees within the space she had created. This space had now grown to nearly the size of a small room. Unfortunately, this space could not currently store living beings. Otherwise, Uchiha Shizuka would be nearly invincible within it. The abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan were formidable, but they came with significant side effects. And Uchiha Shizuka could clearly sense that her vision was beginning to decline. If she continued to use it in the future, she would undoubtedly end up blind. However, even if she went blind, it would not matter much. She could foresee dangers, making it nearly impossible for anyone to ambush her successfully. On her way, Uchiha Shizuka noticed a massive pit in her line of sight, which had formed a large lake due to the erosion of raindrops. This was thanks to Uchiha Madara, who had inadvertently constructed a lake for the land of water. With her ability to move through space and her foresight of several seconds into the future, Uchiha Shizuka easily infiltrated the ninja village of the land of water, Kirigakure. Kirigakure, true to its name, was located on a small island surrounded by mountains, often shrouded in dense fog. One day, while reviewing documents, the first Mizukage suddenly sensed something and his expression immediately sharpened. His name was Hakuren, an elderly man with long white hair and beard, a scar running across his left eye, giving him a particularly fierce appearance. His slightly exposed sharp teeth seemed to suggest that he could maintain reason and composure in any situation. During times of war, he had established Kirigakure, proving to be a powerful ninja who had fought countless battles. "Who are you?" Hakuren asked, looking at the suddenly appearing mysterious figure in a black robe, his gaze both elegant and rational. He thought this person might be yet another careless assassin from within Kirigakure. Over the years since establishing the village, he had faced numerous assassination attempts, and the scar on his face was a testament to that. After all, there were still those who defied him, but they were ultimately subdued by him with ease. His strength was evident. He was now the strongest person in Kirigakure. Swish! Uchiha Shizuka wasted no time. The terrifying crimson eye pattern erupted behind her, and with a single illusion from her Mangeki Sharingan, she instantly dominated this shadow-level powerhouse. "First Mizukage, I will be obedient. Please spare me." The reason Uchiha Shizuka aimed to control the Mizukage was fundamentally to seize control of the entire land of water and use it to incite war. During this period, the ninjas of Kirigakure felt deeply confused. They were astonished at why the Mizukage had suddenly become so insane, not only conducting devilish training on them, but also completely ignoring village development, issuing only one directive: to create an umbu and cultivate elite warriors. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. This period could be described as the darkest time in Kirigakure since its establishment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed like a fleeting moment. In the quiet office of the Mizukage, a mysterious letter arrived from the distant land of fire, Konoha. The letter was earnest, even revealing a hint of pleading. It turned out to be a request from the first Hokage of the land of fire, begging the first Mizukage to attend the upcoming Five Shadows Conference. The topics of this conference were crucial, concerning the future direction and fate of the entire ninja world. Uchiha Shizuka, draped in a long black robe, quietly leaned against a pillar. Her gaze was cold and resolute, as if she could penetrate all things in the world. With a slight exertion, the letter in her hand instantly turned into countless fragments, scattering on the ground. At that moment, she exuded a chilling authority. After half a year of tempering, Uchiha Shizuka seemed to have grown taller. Her slender form stood even more upright, radiating an indescribable charm. At the same time, the aura around her had undergone a tremendous transformation. Once gentle as water, she had now become cold and ruthless, like an iceberg, instilling fear in those who beheld her. "Then let us go, Hakuren. This might be an excellent opportunity for Kirigakure to rise." Uchiha Shizuka's voice carried a hint of playfulness, as the controlled Hakuren could not respond to her murmurs. In her eyes, this was not merely a simple meeting, but a pivotal moment that could determine when the first war would erupt in the future. Chapter 68. The Doorway. How it's different from what I expected. The first Five Kage Summit was held in the Land of Iron. Here, it is covered in ice and snow year-round, and now it is pouring with heavy snow. Uchiha Shimizu was controlling Hakuren, and the two, dressed in fur-lined snow minks, had traveled a long way to the capital of the Land of Iron. "Water Shadow-sama, please follow me. Everyone is already in position." The samurai guarding the entrance immediately went to greet the last Water Shadow among the Five Kage. As for the escort, Uchiha Shimizu, he was wearing a plain white mask with no patterns. Soon, under the guidance of the samurai guards, Uchiha Shimizu and Hakuren arrived at the negotiation seats for the Five Kage Summit. As soon as Hakuren entered, Senju Hashirama, sitting in the first seat, frowned and made a sound of confusion. "Big brother, is there a problem?" Senju Tobirama, who stood behind him, asked curiously. Hashirama said nothing, only stared at the first Water Shadow, sitting opposite him, his expression serious as he spoke. "First Water Shadow, has something happened in your village?" "Hokage, why do you say that?" Hakuren replied. "I sense a fluctuation of chakra in your mind. Have you been controlled by someone?" Hashirama concluded. As his words fell, The expressions of the surrounding three Kage changed, and in an instant, they distanced themselves from the first water shadow. Truly the god of shinobi, just a recently developed technique. Hakuren waved his hand, appearing calm and composed. First water shadow, why is the person behind you wearing a mask? As guards, is there something to hide? Senju Tobirama's sharp gaze fixed on Uchiha Shimizu, but he couldn't discern anything unusual for the time being. Haha, joking. Look at the first Tsuchikage guard. Wrapped up in bandages. You wouldn't want him to unwrap all of them, would you? The future second Tsuchikage, Mu, upon hearing Hakuren's teasing, instantly became furious. Isn't it because your country's little mustache guy, Yagura, tricked us? Enough, Tobirama, let's talk about business first. Before he could finish, Senju Tobirama suddenly threw a kunai at Uchiha Shimizu, which flew swiftly towards him. However, Uchiha Shimizu easily sidestepped the attack. Immediately after, Tobirama vanished, reappearing above the kunai, swinging his long sword down fiercely. Flying Thunder God Slash. This sudden attack stunned everyone present. They never expected that a ninja from Konoha would be so explosive, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. The scene fell into chaos. Swish! Uchiha Shimizu's figure flickered as he used space-time ninjutsu to cleverly evade Tobirama's unexpected flying Thunder God Slash. Seeing this, Tobirama's expression immediately darkened. It's you, Uchiha Shimizu. I knew there was a chilling aura emanating from you. Tobirama gripped his long sword tightly, his cold gaze fixed on the black-robed figure standing by the window, Uchiha Shimizu. When Uchiha Shimizu intended to kill him, Tobirama had no intention of showing any teacher-student sentiment. Hashirama frowned. He had sensed something was off about the black-robed figure long ago, but he didn't want to concern himself with such matters. Right now, he just wanted to quickly sign a peace treaty with the 5 great nations, so that even if he left the shinobi world, it could remain peaceful. What do you mean by that? You better give me an explanation. Hakuren did not stand up. His voice carried a hint of anger and dissatisfaction, seemingly unwilling to easily accept the other's explanation or apology. The first water shadow, Hakuren, sat there, leaning slightly forward, arms crossed over his chest, his tones stern and resolute, making his serious attitude palpable. First water shadow, Haven T, you realized? You've been controlled. Tobirama suddenly shouted, his gaze firmly locked on Hakuren, his face cold. This statement echoed in the room like thunder, drawing everyone's attention. Tobirama continued, that person is a rogue ninja from Konoha, extremely dangerous from the Uchiha clan. They possess powerful ocular jutsu that can manipulate the thoughts and actions of others. TCH, do I need someone to tell me whether or not I've been controlled? Hakuren coldly responded, his voice laced with disdain and confidence. He slowly raised his head to meet Tobirama's gaze, his eyes shining with determination. It seems the first Hokage truly does not welcome people from the land of water. Since that's the case, you can take your time discussing. Hakuren stood up, his movements decisive and resolute. He turned to leave, stepping away without any reluctance. As Hakuren's words fell, the entire scene fell into a tense atmosphere. The others silently watched his actions, a surge of complex emotions welling up in their hearts. Would this sudden conflict spark greater contradictions and disputes? Wait, first water shadow, I have a technique that can dispel illusions. Hashirama's expression turned serious. An enormous pressure he emitted caused the surrounding people to turn pale. Unable to move. This was not a question, but a command. Hakuren's expression stiffened. Then, go ahead and try. Uchiha Shimizu, sensing that things were amiss, immediately used space-time ninjutsu to leave the scene. Upon seeing Uchiha Shimizu's escape, Tobirama's expression turned cold. Soon, a character representing seed appeared in Hashirama's hand, and he slapped it onto Hakuren's forehead. Hakuren's eyes became clear in an instant, but soon he fell into a deep sleep. This was the drawback of K in New York and SHSH. It could dispel illusions, but would put the person into a slumber. When the first water shadow woke up from his slumber on the table, his gaze shifted from dazed to clear. First water shadow, how are you feeling now? Hashirama asked curiously. He was worried, not knowing what kind of hell the land of water had become. Hokage, I'm fine. Surprisingly, Hakuren did not display any signs of shock and remained as calm as before. This demeanor led people to doubt whether he had actually been controlled. However, I feel quite uneasy about your sudden attack on us. Hakuren did not speak, but his expressionless face indicated that he was not in a good mood. That person is a rogue ninja from Konoha. First water shadow, don't you have anything to say? You've been under her control the entire time. Tobirama's eyes flickered, and a bad thought arose in his mind. This old man wouldn't want to extort someone, would he? She was once a rogue ninja from Konoha, and now she's a guard for the Mizukage of the Mist Village. As for control, it was willingly accepted. How could there be talk of control? For the past 6 months, although Hakuren had been controlled, his consciousness still existed. He witnessed firsthand the terrifying development of the military power of the Mist Village during that time. Establishing Umbu, training dead soldiers. This was clearly preparing for future conflicts. Hakuren knew this, and with little time left, he wanted to quickly strengthen the Mist's power. However, his usual methods were not ruthless enough, and now being controlled by Uchiha Shimizu was, in fact, fulfilling his wish. Chapter 69, Battle against Hozuki Mangetsu, who is the second Mizukage. Since you Konoha do not welcome us, then we shall take our leave. Balian shook his head and stood up from his seat, preparing to leave. Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, Senju Hashirama's head slammed onto the table. I apologize, Mizukage. It was Tobirama who was too impulsive, and I sincerely apologize for this matter. Regarding your village, we will not interfere, but please do not leave just yet. This meeting concerns the future peace of the ninja world, so please consider it carefully. Faced with Hashirama's humble plea, Tobirama felt speechless. His brother was just too kind-hearted. Why do you have to act like this? If he spoke with his fists, would he still dare to leave? Since the Hokage has acted this way, it would indeed be somewhat ungrateful for the old man to leave now. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the afternoon had passed. The content of the Five Kage Summit had basically been settled. It was nothing more than signing a peace treaty and distributing tailed beasts. On the way back to Kirigakure, Balian suddenly froze. His gaze fixed on a large tree covered in thick snow not far away, and he softly said, "Since we have already come, why hide there?" As soon as he finished speaking, a woman wearing a fox mask, entirely cloaked in a black robe, and exuding an elegant yet cold demeanor, gracefully leaped down from the large tree. "You don't hate me?" Uchiha Shinsui's tone was icy. She slightly squinted her eyes, and with one hand, the demon blade, Muramesa, instantly appeared in her grasp. The blade shimmered with a cold light, seemingly radiating endless killing intent. Balian gently shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his face. He seemed to have already perceived Uchiha Shinsui's thoughts. Abandoning his defensive stance, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he appeared unusually calm throughout. Uchiha Shinsui, holding the long knife, walked step by step on the snow, slowly approaching Balian, each step carrying a heavy sense of oppression. "Oh, aren't you afraid I will destroy Kirigakure?" Uchiha Shinsui's voice carried a hint of sickly mockery. However, Balian showed no signs of fear. He lifted his head, his gaze calmly meeting Uchiha Shinsui's, and softly said, "Destroy it? If it were that easy, you would have had the chance to strike 6 months ago. My time is running out, and the future ninja world war is destined to have nothing to do with me. Therefore, if it is you who controls Kirigakure, at least it won't be easily swallowed and devoured by other countries." At this point, Balian took out a special identification token for the Mizukage from his pocket, a token symbolizing power and status. He tossed it on the ground, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Take this token. With it, most of the ninjas in the village will choose to trust you. Perhaps with your abilities, you can lead Kirigakure to further heights. You really are a good person," Uchiha Shinsui said expressionlessly as she approached Balian. Her eyes flashed with bloodlust as she raised the demon blade Muramesa high. Without any hesitation, she chopped down fiercely. Blood splattered on the snow, blooming like a flamboyant rose in the cold white ground. Balian made no move to resist. Why was that? In fact, Balian did not resist, not only because he knew he was no match for Uchiha Shinsui. More importantly, he had guessed Uchiha Shinsui's intention. She planned to use his death to establish a momentum for Kirigakure's ninjas. Next, Uchiha Shinsui only needed to fabricate a lie, claiming she was harmed by enemies from other countries, which would incite the ninjas of Kirigakure to be filled with righteous indignation and fighting spirit. In the future ninja world war, they would engage in battle with even greater fighting spirit. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shinsui casually wiped the blood from the blade. However, her purpose was not limited to this. Meanwhile, in the mysterious and deep space of the demon blade, an ancient tree observing everything that had happened over the past 6 months was now staring at the center of the vortex. Suddenly, a rather powerful ninja descended from the vortex. The ancient tree, which had originally looked bored, finally revealed a hint of interest. "Is this the world after death?" Balian felt as if he was in a state of soul, but strangely, his body was exhibiting the strongest peak state from his lifetime. Speechless, why does everyone who comes here say the same thing? Old man, leave that guy to me. The evil spirit merely glanced at Bai Lian after seeing him, then lazily lay back in the water pool and continued to sleep. For him, fighting Bai Lian was far less enjoyable than battling the ancient tree. You are the soul collector? Bai Lian looked at the ancient tree's short silver hair, inadvertently linking him to Senju Tobirama. The aura emanating from this guy was somewhat terrifying. You can think of it that way. The ancient tree's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile. As his words fell, a taiko blade shimmering with cold light appeared in his hand. In an instant, he flashed and appeared behind Bai Lian like a ghost. Split apart. Before Bai Lian could react, he felt his body being sliced apart by countless sharp sword energies. He trembled in pain, questioning sounds escaping his mouth. After finally recovering to his peak state in middle age, how could this happen? However, the ancient tree gave Bai Lian no chance to catch his breath. He swung the taiko blade, sweeping in like a whirlwind. Each slash came with an extremely sharp momentum, making it impossible for Bai Lian to resist. Frenzied breath, chaos. The ancient tree shouted loudly, casually retracting the taiko blade, turning to look at Bai Lian's already becoming transparent soul state body. At this moment, Bai Lian had long lost his previous might, his eyes filled with fear and despair. No way. Are you at the level of a Kage? The ancient tree's gaze held a hint of skepticism. A flush of embarrassment and anger surged onto Bai Lian's face as he realized that this guy was not only in a soul state like him, but also far stronger. Even intending to kill him. Not convinced. The ancient tree pouted, grabbing Bai Lian's head with one hand, activating Sage Mode instantly, and terrifying wind pressure erupted from his hand, instantly crushing Bai Lian's head like a tornado. Indeed, a Kage-level powerhouse. The ancient tree felt Bai Lian's body gradually turning into light spots, finally merging into his own body. This immense energy was indeed not the same as the previous small fry. In this space, it was either you die or I die. The ancient tree naturally would not give Bai Lian any chance to adapt. Time passed quickly, and about half a month later, Uchiha Shinsui finally returned to Kirigakure. In the Mizuki's office, she called upon the strongest ninja in Kirigakure today, Hozuki Mangetsu. Where's the Mizuki? Hozuki Mangetsu stared at the figure in a black robe sitting in the Mizuki's chair, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Uchiha Shinsui said nothing, simply tossing Bai Lian's token onto the desk. Whoever wins will be the second Mizuki. This cold statement echoed in the air, and Hozuki Mangetsu's initially confused gaze immediately sharpened. Unlike other ninja villages, the village hidden in the mist values strength above all. The person who can serve as the Mizuki must be the strongest in the village. Chapter 70, the first great ninja war, will be initiated by the hidden mist village. Have you heard? The first Mizuki seems to have been murdered, and now the second Mizuki will be chosen between the Umbu minister and Zuki Mangetsu. I know Zuki Mangetsu. He is said to be a very powerful ninja. But who is this Umbu minister? You might not know, but the Umbu is a secret organization established by the first Mizuki 6 months ago, and only the elite of the hidden mist village can join. Zuki Mangetsu is nothing compared to our Umbu minister, the best in the world. At this moment, on the martial arts stage of the hidden mist village, the news is spread, and everyone knows that the first Mizuki was murdered right after the 5 Kage summit. The ninjas in the village are all indignant, vowing to avenge this betrayal. However, before that, the village must first select the second Mizuki, and currently, the two individuals standing on the martial arts stage are the most popular competitors in the village. One is the enigmatic Umbu minister, and the other is the powerful Zuki Mangetsu. They are both top ninjas from the hidden mist village, each with unique ninjutsu and fighting styles. The Umbu minister has been active within the Umbu, and his existence is a mystery to many. While Zuki Mangetsu has won the favor of many villagers with his bold personality and excellent ninjutsu skills. In this fierce competition, who will ultimately become the second Mizuki? All eyes are focused on the martial arts stage, anticipating this thrilling showdown. I've heard that you have risen in the past 6 months and have gained the attention of Lord Mizuki. But now that Lord Mizuki has been murdered, the second Mizuki of the hidden mist village must be the strongest. Zuki Mangetsu, wearing a high collar coat and cinched with a black silk ribbon, appears very cheerful. But those who know him understand that once he enters battle, he turns into a cold and ruthless killing machine. Come on. Uchiha Shizuka, he clenches her hand, and the demon blade, Muramasa appears in her grasp. Before Hashirama's death, she intends to train the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village into an iron-blooded army. Water release. Water iron cannon technique. With a roar, Uchiha Mangetsu quickly performs hand seals, and the immense chakra within him surges like a flood. Transparent liquid, resembling bullets, shoots from the tip of his index finger, rushing towards Uchiha Shizuka like a sudden storm. Facing such a fierce attack, Uchiha Shizuka remains calm, her expression as serene as water, as she effortlessly evades all the assaults in a strange and incredible manner. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanishes like a ghost, as if she had never existed. However, in an instant, Uchiha Shizuka quietly appears behind Uchiha Mangetsu, the glinting blade in her hand striking down without hesitation. With a swift sound, the razor-sharp blade slices through the air, creating a series of sharp, piercing sounds. Just as this deadly blow is about to hit its target, Uchiha Mangetsu's body suddenly bursts apart, transforming into a cloud of thick mist that quickly dissipates without a trace. Space-time movement. Uchiha Mangetsu's voice comes from another direction on the martial arts stage, tinged with a hint of unmasked surprise and seriousness. If we were to discuss which ninjutsu is the most formidable, perhaps only space-time ninjutsu can compare. After all, the ability to traverse space without regard for distance is truly incomprehensible. When used correctly, it is an absolute weapon on the battlefield. Summoning technique. Uchiha Mangetsu does not hesitate to strike the ground with both hands. In an instant, dense mist rapidly spreads out. A giant shell tears through the ground, suddenly appearing on the martial arts stage. Magical Misty Tower. As Uchiha Mangetsu controls the shell, countless streams of thick mist surge forth from its tentacles. This mist envelopes the entire martial arts stage, causing even the observing hidden mist ninjas to become disoriented. Illusion technique. The blood-red light flickers beneath Uchiha Shizuka's mask, her three-tomo Sharingan instantly transforming into a kaleidoscope. With just one glance, she sees that the figure hidden in the mist is merely an illusion. Attempting to manipulate such a phantasm in front of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is simply foolish. Uchiha Shizuka easily turns around, her movements seemingly predicted in advance, effortlessly dodging Uchiha Mangetsu's water iron cannon sneak attack. However, the kaleidoscope spins suddenly, as if wanting to draw the entire world into its depths. And within that endless abyss, a trace of blood tears quietly emerges in Uchiha Shizuka's eyes. This trace of blood tears shines like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating a heart-stopping brilliance. Uchiha Shizuka's movements are as swift as a sudden storm, her demon blade, Muramasa, slashing like lightning. Each cut contains unparalleled power and speed, as if to tear apart the entire space. The first strike is a heavy slash, bearing down with a fierce momentum, like a mountain crushing an egg, aimed at the shell hidden in the mist. A crisp cracking sound rings out, and the shell shatters under the blade's light, instantly transforming into wisps of smoke, disappearing into the void. However, this is not the end. Immediately follows the second strike, the third strike, a continuous stream of slashes, dazzling and overwhelming. Uchiha Mangetsu finally cannot withstand Uchiha Shizuka's might amidst this series of attacks. His body is sent flying like a kite with a broken string. A mouthful of blood sprays from Uchiha Mangetsu, splattering into the air, forming a mist of blood. Uchiha Mangetsu struggles to lift his head, looking at the horrifying wound on his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that the person before him possessed such terrifying long-range cutting ability. This ability has surpassed the realm of ordinary ninjas, reaching a height that commands admiration. I have lost. Uchiha Mangetsu grits his teeth, kneeling on one knee, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. His voice is weak, but reveals a sense of determination and resignation. In this battle, he has done his utmost, but still cannot defeat his opponent. At this moment, he can only calmly accept the reality of his defeat. Uchiha Shizuka stands on a martial arts stage with her sword in one hand, declaring that from today onward, the second Mizukage will be her, Uchiha Shizuka.